We live. We late and we live with it. Yeah. I can hear my voice. I can hear my voice talking back to me. There we go. We live. Let's get it. What's the deal? What's the deal? Welcome to the live, y'all. Welcome to the live, man. We about to, as y'all come in, I know there's people coming in, man. Tap the screen, get these lights going, and we can get to talking, you know. Let's get it going, man. It's gonna be a long night. It's gonna be a long night. Let's get it going. A few people in here, tap that screen for me, tap it. Hit them lights for me. Share this, you know. I can get it started soon. I can get it started. Topic is, what is, if it don't apply, let it fly. That's the topic. If it don't apply, let it fly. And everybody has their truths. Others have the choice to believe it or not. That is the topic today. If you ain't here, let's get it. Let's see what we got going on. Is that my mother in here? I thought I seen a Willie Miles up in the building. I thought I seen a Willie Miles in the building. Now I get to be up at these times because I'm off tomorrow. I am off. Yeah. I gotta get some more people up in here. Hold up. Tap some stuff up in here. 7 views in here, man. Somebody can hit the likes, man. Y'all can hit the likes for me, man, and I can get to start. I can start talking after that, you know. We're gonna try to get on this topic. Let me see. Let me go ahead and bring my backup in, because you know when you can't, sometimes you gotta do things yourself, you know. Be like that sometimes, can't. Oh, it's kind of. I'm logged in the wrong one. Alright, thanks for the life. Somebody hitting the likes for me. Gave me 4 likes. I'll take that though. That's better than 0. You know, I'll be in here to rescue. I'll be in here to rescue with my other account. Let's go. What is up? Hit these lights real quick. Alright. Oh, that was you. Oh, thank you for the likes. Thank you. I know. And you know what I'm saying? That was a little start. You know, I take those, man. I'll take them, man. Just needed a few likes in the share so I know I ain't talking to the air. You know what I'm saying? That is Ryan. I didn't even know I just did that. That was sweet. Little few likes in the share so I don't be talking to the air. Yeah, that's gonna be my new saying. Let me see. I don't know. See if I patent that first. Nah, I don't know. Let me see. We gonna see though. Man, welcome to the live though. Welcome to the live, man. I don't know if you're new to the live or not, but welcome to the live. So, what is, if it don't apply, let it fly. And everyone has their truths. Others have the choice to believe it or not. Others most definitely have the choice to believe it or not. And we can't be hurt that somebody don't believe our truth. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody say they has their truth, and a lot of people lie too. So you know what I'm saying? No, we can't be naive all the time. We gotta make a choice to believe it or not. You know what I'm saying? Everyone has their own choice. Hold up, truths. Let me pop some more of these lights real quick. I be doing hold up. Let's see. Encourage the viewers to share the live. Yeah, I did that. I did that. I did that. You ain't got to remind me. TikTok, you ain't got to remind me. All right. Well, we got a little something going. Hold on, me get a couple more taps, and I'm about to talk. I'm gonna talk in a minute. Give me a couple more. I'm gonna get a few more. I'm trying to make it to 1,000 real quick. You know what I'm saying? Some of my people stay in other lives and stuff, but we gonna get it going though. Go ahead and talk about this. We gonna talk about this, man. Let's see, where I'm at. 500. I'm at 500. All right. I'm almost there, man. Be patient with me. We gonna get it going. Be patient with me, you know. My mama done fell asleep. She done left him live. She said, "Take it too long, boy. You take it too long to say something, boy." All right. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Oh, I see Forever Helping too. Okay, you said hurry up and talk, boy. Let me hurry up and get these fingers going. It's like, I got you. All right. We got a little something going. We got a little something going. All right. You can share it too if you got some people that might want to. Because, like I said, my lives, I try to, come with solutions or talk about solutions and bring awareness to certain things. So that's what my live basically about. You know what I'm saying? If you feel like somebody need it, go ahead and share it. But otherwise, let me go ahead and get to the subject. What is, if it don't apply, let it fly? I see a lot of people, they just they use it, they know it, they use it, but they still like contradict themselves at the same time a lot. I've seen this a few times. They will be like, if it don't apply, let it fly. You know what I'm saying? And then again, in the other note, you get mad at what a lot of these other lives say and stuff on here. Like, that don't make sense. Like, you say if it don't apply, let it fly. But then you get mad at what others have to say about stuff that you said that's not about you and all that stuff. So we know what a fly. If it don't apply, let it fly means. Basically, if it has nothing to do with you, or you know what I'm saying, it ain't part of your situation or something like that, then keep it pushing. Just keep going. You know what I'm saying? Keep it moving, man, because it has nothing to do with you. Since you claim that it has nothing to do with you, just keep it going. You know what I'm saying? People know what gets people active though too. Yeah, most definitely. And thing is, even with that situation though, and I always tell people that we the only ones got control of our own emotions and stuff. We shouldn't let nobody have no control of us. Even though, it's easier said than done though, but the thing is, when a person, if they know they triggering somebody or something like that, that's their goal. That's what they want to do. You know what I'm saying? They gonna try to trigger somebody just to get them out that square. And I think a lot of the reasons why is because they purposely want to see who it apply to too. So they gonna try to say the right things. If it's purposeful or if it's not, you know what I'm saying? Some stuff be, a lot of people just can't handle some truth because the truth hurt too. If it's true or not, you know what I'm saying? So they don't like the way they deliver it. They don't like what's the deal, Hooper, the girl that didn't remember me, was talking in my life for like 3 hours one night. Oh my! It's like, nah, talking John. What's the deal, Hooper? Welcome back to the live, man. I'm on the topic with I'm talk about a little bit about if it don't apply, let it fly. But basically, yes, I understand that. Yes, some people say some triggering things, but at the end of the day, what triggers us is, our triggers is ourselves. We can't. Nobody shouldn't be able to have easy access to, to our emotions and all that stuff. And that's something I had to grow up and learn about. You can't compare where you don't compare. I must have went over my head. My bad. I must have went over my head. I was talking too much. That sounds like a good saying though. You can't compare where you don't. Okay, I got you. I get you now. I get you. That was sweet. That was sweet though. I ain't never heard that one before. there are responsibilities for sure, and everyone hasn't learned emotional regulation yet. I like how you say. I ain't never heard regulation. I usually say emotional control, but I like how you said that though. But you're most definitely right, and that's the reason why I have this room for. You know what I'm saying? I try to make people aware of not getting so easily triggered by others. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like even self discipline, self control, all that stuff is really needed in life. Self control, self discipline, self control, self care, self respect, self love, all that, all them selfies, you know what I'm saying? That's stuff. Once you got all that stuff, um, set in your life, boy, you got a whole different view of life, you know what I'm saying? Nothing shouldn't really be able to bother you because you controlling your life at the end of the day. So once you got all those, all those set, see me myself, because now I'm like, well, I'm 32 now, or whatever. I mean, like, eventually I got to a point like, man, I was always the type that didn't want nobody, had no ties to, my situation and stuff like that. And I always wanted to have like full control of everything. I didn't want to have no addictions. I was, nothing I was addicted to. I didn't want, like I was saying before, I don't even like limit. I don't like asking somebody for money and stuff. And that might be like an ego thing or whatever. But I don't like asking people for money because they gonna have that over me. Like they be waiting, like, yeah, when you gonna give me my money? That's I'm gonna keep hearing that, John. I'll never like that or feel like I have to owe somebody anything. You know what I'm saying? I never like doing that stuff, but it's just like I always don't like to be tied into. I don't want to be tied into certain to anything. You know what I'm saying? I ain't want to be tied to no drugs. I ain't want to be tied to nah. It's even I done been working on self discipline so bad, which I told people, I decided to be celibate and all that stuff because I ain't want to be tied to that. Cause man, I realized how powerful that stuff is. Oh my, let me not drift off. But anyways, I had to do that too because I didn't want, I don't want nobody thinking that, you can think that's the only thing that you could do for me or something like that, and I'm overlooking their, what their character really is. And I understand now why they be having people talking about the 90-day rule and all that stuff because you don't. The thing is, when people rush to it and all that stuff, from that point, you're kind of tied in with, that the sexual feeling and all that stuff, and you looking forward to it. You could say that you don't want it, but then you looking forward to it because after it happened, you don't forget that feeling and all that stuff. Then you try to act like, most of the time you make a relationship out of that after that or something. If you're trying to be on some serious stuff or whatever, sometimes it be the play stuff or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But it's a constant journey, yeah. But you know what I'm saying, like at the end of the day, like I said, like I like how you said with the emotional regulation or something like that. Yeah, I like that though. I ain't never used it that way, but I say emotional control and all that stuff. I feel like that's like that's for sure the main thing. Them three things I'm always usually talk about, is gonna be emotional control, accountability, and it's another one though. Um Whatever. I'm not thinking about it, but it's the main two. What's the deal, King? What's the deal, man? Welcome to the live, man. You got some stuff popping this morning, man. You already know. How many lives you done saved and stuff, man. We got the capes on. We saving people all type of different ways. I'm doing all the emotion stuff. You doing the saving people business and stuff. You know what I'm saying? You getting this stuff going, man. But heck is that noise? I got this thing. Why do I hear something? That's weird. But anyways, yeah. Then this thing notifying me on everything. Thanks for the follow. What we doing tonight? I'm talking about what is if it don't apply, let it fly. So I've started doing a little different this year and stuff. Like I don't. Was you here yesterday when I was talking about? Yeah, what I do is I freestyle it or tell my thing, or I try to speak on it or whatever, and then I get people to whenever I'm done all that stuff, getting people in the box that we all just talk about it and all that stuff. So because now, like I said, now that I'm doing it this way, I be making content for my YouTube and stuff. Cause I want to switch over to YouTube and I want to be able to, cause I don't know if YouTube can they even do the boxes and all that stuff. I don't know, but I just want to be YouTube ready and stuff. So some people like even like you and this dude named Kirk, all y'all got me like, man, I gotta start learning how to, talk on here and all this stuff. And I can stop getting assisted with what I know and all that stuff, and to make it seem like everybody talking. We don't know who the main host is sometimes because everybody be talking and saying they part, and some people, got they, what I'm saying. But basically, I gotta be able to, you know, introduce the host. You know what I'm saying? you know, but yeah, but basically, like I said, if it don't apply, let it fly. You know what I'm saying? That's a big thing, and a lot of people they play, and you could tell when it gets to them because it be like they be saying like, "Nah, it ain't got nothing to do with me," but it hurts. You know what I'm saying? Like even when you say that, like first off, it's like why do it hurt? Like what somebody else got to say got to do with you? You know what I'm saying? Because if somebody telling me, say if somebody saying well, let me see. I'm trying to think of something. A dude be like, oh, talking about another dude got biscuits on or something like that. Like, what they got to do with me or something like that? Like, why is I'm getting mad? Even though I could, cause maybe you feel, bullying or something like that. But you know what I'm saying? But that has nothing to do with it. Okay, I'm just saying if they was doing play joke or something like that. Let me say that then. I could say that then. But basically, I'm just using that as an example though. Like, and a lot of times I notice is that it be the stuff, it be the lives order, it be the situations where it's something that hurt their feelings or something like that, where it be the truth. It be the truth and they don't like to hear the truth. A lot of people just don't like to hear the truth or something like that. Or they like, nah, that's not your truth. This can't be right. And then same people that be like, I don't like listening to statistics and all that stuff, but you like listening to statistics when it benefits you though and all that stuff. Well, they do say if 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 a lot of people start having sex, they good, they stress free and all that. Well, you want to look at that part though. But when it comes to the other stuff about, not of a sudden, oh, stats don't matter and all this. I'm like, so I notice a lot of stuff on this app, and a lot of people, a lot of even outside this app and all that stuff. But I just notice a lot of stuff, and I just take the time and just like, wow, I just be looking like, so now it mattered then, it don't matter now. When you don't like, but usually it be the people that just don't, they like if it's affecting their life or it got something to do with their life, then they want to twist the truth up sometimes. That's what they be wanting to do. Break it down, then invite comments. Oh yeah, most definitely, most definitely. If it fits their agenda, right? Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Like they only want stuff to fit when it's beneficial to them or it makes them look good or something like that. But if it hurts their feelings or if it's like it makes them uncomfortable or something like that, that's when they want to say that's a lie. That's a lie. That's not true. That's not true or something like that. But it's not true. But it was gonna be true if you wasn't fitting that shoe though. But you know what I'm saying? It's like no, you gotta, and that's where accountability got to kick in and stuff. Which a lot of people are not gonna take accountability until they put their pride to the side. But that's when that kicks in. Like, dude, we can't switch the truth around because it's part of your life now. Just because it's part of your life, people get offended by generalized statements that can be people get offended by generalized statements that can partially relate to them, so they may feel they are defending themselves. Yeah, usually that time. I mean, even if they say that, like if it's a general statement, that means it's still they still taking it personal. That means you take it personal if it's. I mean, it's something inside of you that's affected by it. You know what I'm saying? So that means it do apply to you some way. It might not apply to you personally, but it still apply to you. You know what I'm saying? It's still gonna apply to you if you still get affected in a way. That's like me seeing somebody getting hurt or getting bad, getting I don't know, they getting I'm gonna feel sad for somebody that I feel like that's getting bullied or something like that. Yeah, okay, it kind of apply to me a little bit because I don't like seeing people getting bullied or something like that. Somebody just it just depends on the situation though. But then I can't say on the other foot like that ain't got nothing to do with me. Well, I guess personally it don't got nothing to do with me, but I'm gonna say it did affect me. You know what I'm saying? It did affect me because I don't like seeing, I don't like seeing something like that. And maybe it do remind me of back in the day when I used to get bullied or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Little stuff like that, it probably do apply in a certain way. But that, you know what I'm saying? That's when it's something negative. I think a lot of people it's gonna apply to somebody that when it's something negative. But I'm really using this, like what I'm really talking about is when it's something that's generalized and it's like it's like solution based or something like that. Like okay, say if it's it was a group of people like, man, I don't think they say, oh, these dudes shouldn't be out here selling this stuff and all this stuff and all this and whatever. And, you know, then the dudes be like, okay, then they be like, nah, I ain't, they act like it don't apply to them. But then again, they be mad and stuff like, why you gotta get on the dudes about, why they getting on the dudes about selling drugs and us, let us do them. This our hustle and all that stuff or whatever. That's they hustle and all that stuff. Like, dude, we trying to make a solution or just because you used to be a dealer before, you know what I'm saying? That don't mean we gotta stop what the truth is. You know what I'm saying? This is something we not gonna sell to our kids. We're not about to tell our kids this stuff. So just because it fits your shoes and all that stuff, now you want to get in your feelings about it. Like that jump be crazy. Like it's a lot of stuff that, and my thing is, when I always think about certain situations that be like that, when they talk about, these little stuff that be on TikTok and all that stuff, some of this stuff that it do be truth about it, but since they're part of it, I realize that people pick their personal things over what kids need to know. Cause kids be needing to know a lot of this stuff, like, oh, if you do this, you got a slim chance that you might get with somebody like this, or if you basically gonna reap what you sow. Like if depending on these decisions, you know what I'm saying? Something gonna happen to you, or not something gonna happen to you, but you basically get punished for bad decisions. Basically, that's all I'm getting to with that. Or sometimes some stuff won't work if you make the wrong decisions in life. So that's why you wanna guide your child or the next gen the right way, because if everybody keep doing the same thing year after year and not actually pointing out the problem so he can find a solution to it, that's when they call it the generational curse. The same thing will keep going and going and going. It will never change. That jump will never change because we not addressing the problem. But when we address certain problems, because it applied to somebody, then they want to act like their feelings got hurt and all this stuff. But at the end of the day, all of us made our choices and stuff. If we right or wrong or not, we right or wrong, whatever. We still got to be accountable for what we did or not. If it was a mistake, something we didn't do, like, you know what I'm saying? If they was talking about, uh, I don't like, people that get in car accidents, this and that. I can't get mad because I got in a car accident, like when I'm 19 or something like that. I got in a car accident. I'm not gonna get mad. I know what happened. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna get mad because oh man, you can't be talking about people with car accidents can't, they got a slimmer chance to be able to drive or something like that. It is what it is. If that's what it says, if that's what it be like or whatever, majority of the time, then it is what it is. I can't sit there and cry, but I just gotta correct. I just know that's what I'm not gonna teach my kids. Don't be driving and texting all that stuff. Just because driving and texting applied to me in my life, that don't make it right. Because my feelings get part of it or something like that. Like, who gonna sit there and promote driving and texting? You know what I'm saying? Who's gonna promote that? But just because somebody else, and that's basically what I'm getting to, just because I did it or something before, you're not saying that's how I got in my accident before. I was just using that as an example though. I got an accident on some other stuff. That was some weird stuff. I don't know. But I'm just saying that's like promoting driving and texting, and a person that drove and text get mad at it. You know what I'm saying? That's basically what I was getting to about that. But all right, so I'm gonna let that slide a little bit. I'm gonna go back to, I'm gonna just keep shifting up, but I'm gonna go to everyone has their truths and has the choice to believe it or not. So what I mean by that is everybody, and that's what I grew up to realize is like everybody be like, oh, this is the truth or something. They always claim that everything that they experience is the truth. You know what I'm saying? And I realize that if we want to talk about religions, or we want to talk about certain beliefs, or we want to talk about certain studies we had or history, they always be like, this is the truth. You know what I'm saying? This is the truth or something like that. And my thing is, nobody can say that. All you know is your truth and your experiences at the end of the day. That's all you know. Because just, just because you say it out your mouth that is the truth, that don't mean that somebody else have to believe it that it's the truth. You know what I'm saying? Because it's such thing as it's such thing called liars. You know what I'm saying? People lie. Even in these books or these textbooks, people can sabotage stories and all that stuff. They can put in what they want in there. Like, we don't know. Like, at the end of the day, we really don't. All we know is what we've been taught, what been read to us. We only know our own experience and stuff. But to say that something is the truth or whatever, unless you want to say, okay, this is different between truth and facts. So I'm talking about facts, and you gonna say, like, I'm looked at a book and this what blue mean. Blue means this color. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. But I ain't talking about that. That's just like facts or something like that. I'm talking about truth, like with people's experiences and all that stuff, and people's backgrounds and all that stuff. All people got is their own. That's the only people that should be able to believe is themselves. You know what I'm saying? Or their own experiences and stuff. But it's just be like people get mad when another person don't believe their truths because it don't sound convincing enough, basically. But that junk, it's just crazy because like nobody's entitled to believe whatever you say, whatever. Like nobody don't got to believe everything I'm saying. It's like if some of the stuff I say gonna fit you, it's gonna either fit you or not. It's either gonna help you or not. It's your choice if you want to do it or not. Like I can't force nothing to nobody. I can't force my truths to nobody or nothing like that. All I can do is tell you. That's because I be hearing like different stuff. Like if I got something and then somebody go against my truth or whatever, I be like, because I actually went through that today at work and stuff. I just I had to learn to bite my tongue because I'm like everybody don't believe in what I believe in, but then it was like they was talking about but I'm like, I can't change somebody else's way of thinking and all that stuff because that's what they feel in their mind. So I can't be like, nah, you wrong that you don't believe that or something like that. I can't do that because that's how they grew up. It's gonna take them time to have their, whatever they want to have their truths in. They ain't gotta be in my religion or they ain't gotta be in my beliefs. They ain't gotta be in none of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's why I tell people like believe in what you want to believe as long as it is better in your life. Because as long as it ain't hurting nobody, harming nobody, you not harming yourself. That's the only time I go against somebody's beliefs on that situation because I don't want to see nobody hurt, even if it's my business or not. I don't want to see nobody hurting themselves or hurting other people and all that stuff. Like, what type of belief is that? That junk's crazy. You sitting there doing kamikazes and all this stuff. Like, nah, I don't think you should be in that type of religion. Nah, you good. Whoever told you that you gonna get a billion wives afterwards, nah, you good, man. You wanna, you don't want to just end it like that. Like if I could save a person's life, it's no different from like trying to talk another person out of even people gonna make their choice. Try to talk another person out of unaliving themselves or something like that. You know what I'm saying? They gonna make their choice, but I'm gonna try to see if I can talk them out of it. And at the end of the day, at least I can go out and say I tried because I know I got good intentions, but behind what I'm doing. So if I can do something to try to, save somebody from, which is a lot of religions or like that, they feel that way too. That's why they be on people's heads like, no, if you don't believe in this or something like that, we don't want you to go to this and go there and you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. But I understand everybody, a lot of stuff people just do stuff out of care. But it's just the worst part is when somebody just try to force it to you, like you got to do this and like no you don't. No, I don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to nothing, you know what I'm saying? You have to. I always tell people you got to, you know what I'm saying? I don't have to because I know what I know, you know what I'm saying? And what I know is not it's not damaging me. As long as it ain't damaging me, you know what I'm saying? I know what I know. It is what it is, you know what I'm saying? Just like you. If it ain't hurting you, it's not. But hold on real quick. What? Like I said, man, everybody really have. We also have to accept people sometimes use if it don't apply as a cop out. Right? They do. They do that. They do that. But man, everybody got their own truths, man. Everybody literally has their own truth. Hold up, real quick, y'all. Hold up. I got one person, one view on here. It's a tire in the back. Oh, the tires. Hold on, real quick. I gotta get this going real quick. All right. A lot of times, man. That's why I tell people, man. If it truly don't apply to you, don't even budge your head in the situation, man. It's just you hurting yourself. A lot of times we get other people to hurt us. You know what I'm saying? Nobody should have access to our feelings like that, like it shouldn't be, or especially in a negative way. You know what I'm saying? If it's negative, you gotta either move away from it or get away from it. If you can't handle it, just you gotta walk away. You gotta or you ain't gotta speak, you know what I'm saying? Or you gotta block, or you gotta do one of them things. You ain't gotta sit there and have somebody just have you in your feelings all day and all that stuff. So we always gotta make that choice, man. We can't sit there and everybody has their own tolerance too, their own tolerance and all that stuff. So we just can't just remember when you were a child and woke up with a smile. Most definitely, man. That's a good way to look back at stuff for real. You know what I'm saying? And before everything start tempering our childhood and all that stuff. But the best thing is, it's like after we a child and we growing up, because the point of growth is to, we supposed to grow in everything besides just physical. We gotta grow in our mental. You know what I'm saying? We gotta grow in the emotions and all that stuff. A lot of time we might grow in our mental. We might get book smart and all that stuff, but then we be emotionally unsmart or something like that. I'm trying to think of a clean word. You know what I'm saying? Or we don't be thinking when we get in our emotions sometimes. That's why we can't let our emotions control us. That's why we we gotta start controlling our emotions and stuff. Like even if like we got anger or something like that. If you can't even control it, just shift it somewhere else. Shift it to something. Say if you stressing or something like that, instead of just punching a wall or something like that, shoot, get you a punching bag, punch a punching bag or something like that and box it or something, or take it out on a workout or something like that. Uh, shoot, if you gotta yell sometime, go yell outside or something. I don't know if it just depends on everybody's way of expressing their emotions and all that stuff. I mean, it's so many positive ways of doing it instead of taking it out on another person or the bullies. Because most of the time, if we end up doing it, we gonna end up in a worse situation than we was before because we can't control our emotions and stuff, and we don't want to do that. That's why I always recommend people to take that time to breathe, and think before you about to make that next move or based off your feelings and all that stuff. You do want to think first, which is a hard thing sometimes, especially how deep you will get into your feelings or whatever it is, especially like anger and stuff. You don't want to make no crazy It's no different from being too drunk. You know what I'm saying? You make crazy decisions from being that. You get too angry. That's about the same thing as drunk. You make making the wrong decision, end up hurting yourself. We got to take the time to actually, breathe and think. It's not. I know it's not easy, but if you say you're gonna work on something, you gotta work on it. You gotta work on it right away and not let it be many years or using it as a bragging thing. Like, yeah, I know I got an attitude problem and all that stuff. You don't want to keep using like that's nothing good to brag about. You do not want to brag about that because that attitude problem will keep you nowhere. You know what I'm saying? They would keep you in your own box again at the end of the day. Especially if you're in a relationship with that, you don't want no attitude problem because you just most of the time the person ain't and nobody. I don't think nobody in his life like an attitude unless they trying to use it for like they just want to. And that's the only time I be seeing is like how they be having them scenes where they get a person mad and the next minute they the girl getting the back blew out and all that stuff. They try to use it for that or something like that. But otherwise, it's good for nothing because you just getting mad at them, and you really don't like them. Nobody don't like no. I don't think nobody sit there really just like attitude. Who likes attitudes? Like that's crazy. That's like on the verge of end up being on a domestic type situation and stuff. And it just go. It's just like levels to it. You know what I'm saying? And go from that to feel like disrespect gonna come after that. And you know what I'm saying? If anybody that got an attitude, they got to work on that stuff. That's nothing cute and nothing to brag about at all. You know what I'm saying? That is not, that gonna be crazy. That just be crazy. And I remember that when I was younger and stuff, I be seeing people be like that bragging. It only just appease your ego because you feel like you're the toughest and all this stuff or whatever. But that's not gonna do nothing. You want if you want to live a tough, you want to live being tough. You're gonna end up living a tough life. You know what I'm saying? That's tough to try to stay tough all the time. It's like that. It's crazy. But that gets to me a lot on this app though. Like I don't see how people let people, which I ain't gonna lie, I fell into that a few times. End up losing my stuff sometimes on certain people, maybe on this app or something. But this app's actually helping me in real life because I might have, even though I might have got out of character a couple times, but I still was aware of it, and I put my pride to the side and try to correct it. And the point is like we gonna all make mistakes. We're gonna make mistakes in our life, but we just gotta be aware of it and try to correct it when we can, even if we gotta correct it a 300 times a year, as long as we're trying to really correct it so we really don't end up doing it for real. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be just a short fuse on all of our, all the stuff that we claim we trying to correct. Is you not really trying. It's like if you trying hard enough, you're gonna try your best to not do it again, or you're gonna try to find another way to get around, making that mistake, whatever you did. No different from, it's like a job. All that stuff is like something you gotta work on. It's stuff you gotta work. Everything you gotta put in work in for whatever you gotta work on. You gotta put that work in. You know what I'm saying? You gotta work on your attitude. You gotta work on work at a job. You gotta work on a relationship. All that stuff you gotta put in work. You can't just sit there and stand still and stuff and think some stuff just gonna change on its own. That never works. That's just craziness, and like that would never work. You just be sitting there thinking, like, waiting on a genie or something like that. That's nah. That's dead tonight. So as soon as I come on late, it's all dead. But that let it fly, man. We really do gotta work on that stuff for real. And I'm still working on that to this day. You know what I'm saying? I be trying not to. It do get to a point to like, man, I don't even be trying to look for arguments or nothing. I don't even be trying to get mad because I be like, all right, at the end of this, is we get into a solution. Because why get our blood pressure high and all that stuff for what? Why do all that? Your story that is in your head is so powerful. Thanks, man. Thanks. I'm just trying to get out whatever good message I can probably get out, man, for real. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to help many people, and because I've made a lot of changes in my life, I believe anybody can. A lot of people can. I understand that a lot of people grew up in hard, maybe worse times than I did. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of. I mean, I can understand. That's why the thing is, once I start understanding myself, I start understanding people, and I always think about man, what if I did grow up without parents, or what if I grew up and this happened or this tragedy happened or something like that? I said I will probably will end up being the same way. You know what I'm saying? It's like everybody grew up with different experiences and stuff, or they handle it different ways. So I can't tell nobody is still doing all this stuff is easy, but I can only tell people like to do what's recommended to better your life and you better your future and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I can't tell nobody just to get over something, but my thing is if it happened 10 years ago or something like that, it's about that time. Like when you can't keep saturating in whatever happened in that past, because the past is the past for a reason. It's just something for you to either learn from or grow from, you know what I'm saying, or or work through, you know what I'm saying. But you shouldn't let that bring, because you still have life to live no matter what. You still got life that you got to, oh shoot, hold on, you still got life you got to proceed, man. You still got goals you want to make and all that stuff, and all we got is just this life. You know what I'm saying? So you don't want to live the rest of your life stressed out, still thinking about the past, still, you know what I'm saying? You don't want to live the rest of the life like that. That is so stressful, and that's like almost like a waste. I don't like saying the word waste, because I feel like when your time comes, or when your mind click that time is to come to make some type of change, that's when it is, you know what I'm saying? But shoot, me saying this now, it can make somebody click just at this time. It's probably a purpose why I'm, saying what I'm saying right now. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just trying to make people aware, like, dude, we ain't got time to waste on anything. You know what I'm saying? Life is all this stuff is temporary. You know what I'm saying? Everything is temporary, but we don't want to waste. Which I don't like using that word a lot, but we don't want to waste all this time just thinking about our past and stuff, because we'll never move. We will never move forward. It's hard. I mean, that's what's best, you know what I'm saying? We gotta I always tell people we gotta look at it, and which is it's a hard way to look at depending on everybody's experience. But I tell people that we gotta look at stuff that, majority of stuff that happen in our life is for a reason. I don't think nothing is a mistake or nothing like that, because we can always look at it like, even with our life. I'm pretty sure a lot of us, we probably was called a mistake when we were younger. You know what I'm saying? But hey, we here. You know what I'm saying? We talking and all that stuff. We here. So that based off that, you could tell there's purpose behind everything, or for what we think is mistakes. It's a purpose behind it. It's a reason behind it. It's a reason why people pass away early. It's a reason why people grow up with hard times like that, or it's some reason behind all of this stuff, whatever. So we got but like I said, we got ways we can look at stuff in a positive way or a negative way, and I choose to look at stuff the positive way, even though negative is gonna come. It's gonna come, but I just look at stuff even negative. I try to make a positive out of it, and that's like a good way to adjust your mind. It's a more peaceful type way of thinking. You know what I'm saying? It will most definitely help your life if you shift. Because like, if you want to look at stuff negative, that's all you're gonna be seeing most of your life. You want to look at stuff positive, then that's what you're gonna be looking at. It's just you really have that choice. You really got that choice. I even say, like, if it's a negative moment, yeah, you had that moment real quick, but you readjust your mind, and don't let that ruin your whole day. If it take a day, it take a little time, whatever. You gotta, you got times you gotta probably grieve, or you got times that you gotta, you know, release some stress or something like that. But don't let that take up most of your life. You know what I'm saying? Don't let that take up too much. You want to try to shorten that all that in a shorter period you can do it, so you can continue back to living your life and doing what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to sit there and just be miserable all your life. You always gotta coat it and all that stuff. Like really, I would say, if you got to get over something, you got to try to find the most healthiest way you can do it, man. You don't want to sit there and drink all the time and do these drugs. You don't want to do all that, man, because that's just shorten something that you can possibly, what I'm saying, it's holding you back more than anything, because you done made a new addiction. Now you got to sit there and waste more money when that money can go to something else that can help you grow. You know what I'm saying? It's just, we gotta just work on we gotta work on ourselves. Now, first, like I said, that's the two main things I will recommend me myself is, and that will make a biggest change. And it's like, you can either listen to it or not. I would recommend, working on and it's the two main things that we got full control over, is our attitudes or our feelings, and we work on our body. Them the two main things we can do. It's body and attitude. Them are the two main things. And I tell you, even if you could be the biggest person right now on this app, whatever, you know what I'm saying, it still don't stop you. You can take the time and still hear what I'm saying. You can still take the time and start putting in that work. Even the process of you doing is going to change your mind. I'm telling you. I'm not saying this for no reason. Like, if you want to start working out now, it will change your whole mind frame. Because like I said, I'll put it in another post before it. It's like, when you get to, especially when you start working out and stuff, it give you that I can mentality. Like, it's an ego booster in a way. Even if you still don't look good at that time, if you still, you done lost 1 pound or something like that, that's like a super boost. It show you that you can do it. You know what I'm saying? You keep grinding to it, and they give you a grind type mindset. So when you do that, it show you it apply to almost everything. You can do that with your attitude. You can keep working on that hard. You know what I'm saying? All that stuff it takes it's habits behind it. You got to make a habit out of it, and it take a lot of baby steps and all that stuff. But once you keep doing it, and then it becomes more easier. So I keep trying every day to learn my lessons. Right, I feel you on that though. I mean, every day is gonna be some type of challenge though. But you try hard enough, you can do whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? We can do whatever we want. It's just I try to. It's just like you want to work on whatever you got to work on sooner than later. Because like most of the time, I always ask people what's stopping you from working on what you need to work on, not what you want to work on. It's stuff if we need to do. Like if we got an attitude problem, we need to start that like now. You know what I'm saying? It got to be instant. You know what I'm saying? You gotta like this what I be doing sometimes because I done been trying to work on myself for so long and all that stuff. Sometimes I personally because I make competition with myself sometimes. Like I put myself inside of probably a toxic live or something like that on purpose just to see, if I can handle if somebody says something out the way or something like that. See how I handle that situation. And if I can get out there without being too bad and still, still leave out like, I still love you or whatever, even though I don't know you, I still got love for you, all that. I mean, it is what it is. I ain't come here, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna feel well better about myself because it's gonna show that I have more control about my emotions than anybody else got for me. You know what I'm saying? That's like you could boost your own pride, your own ego up with that situation. Like, dude, I knew I was stronger than that. I knew I couldn't let somebody like it's the way you shift that. You don't want to use the ego to appease them. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I knew I can make this dude mad and stuff, and they feeling good because they yelling and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, the people that be mad, them the ones that be stressing at night, that can't go to sleep at night and all that stuff. Them the ones that's why they wanted to take the energy out on you, just so you can fall for that. They want to take the energy out on you because they miserable. You know what I'm saying? So they want, and that's why that saying is true. Misery loves company. It works in different forms. You know what I'm saying? It's like, all right, okay, I know I'm a mad person. I ain't satisfied and all that stuff. So I'm about to try to attack anybody that says something wrong to me and all that stuff. And I'm about to make them join me and stuff. But that's what boosts their pride and all that stuff. But like that does nothing for you. Pride, boosting your pride and your ego, that does nothing for you because at the end of the day, you still gonna be stuck with that same attitude problem. You're gonna be still a mad person every day, stressing, can't keep no friends, can't keep nothing. Then you just got all you got to do is blame yourself at the end of the day because you still want to always operate off of your ego and pride in a negative way. You know what I'm saying? As in hurting everybody or claiming that you're the baddest to the bone and all that stuff. Like that's the wrong way to shift that energy, man. You don't want to live that type of life the rest of life, because most of the time, people that be want to just always be tough and all that stuff, it gets nowhere. That junk gets nowhere. They get nowhere but either 6 feet under or a grave. That's what that most of the time that leads to. You know what I'm saying? It leads you to more problems, more times you gotta keep looking over your back and all the time and gotta watch everywhere because you done started so much stuff with so many people. You don't know if people looking for you and all that. Like that's a harsh life to live. That's so harsh. You gotta keep on watching out for yourself and all that. Like that's crazy. Who want to live that type of life? That's crazy. Because at the end of the day, we all human. We got one life. We gonna waste it on trying to start something with somebody that can. And like I be telling people, it's people that's crazier than us. As much as we want to be crazy, it's people that's crazier than us. All of us, even the craziest, got the craziest. You know what I'm saying? It's like no limit to that stuff. So why you want to fight for that title? Like majority of us try to fight for that title or try to be the toughest and all that stuff or be feared and all that. Like I understand that, yeah, we had to use that as we grew and all that stuff. We gotta have some type of intimidation because some people do want to take advantage and bully and all that stuff. Sometimes you do gotta hold your ground, but like I say, you gotta use that towards them type of people, but don't end up going from getting bullied to being the bullier. And I be seeing people, especially on this app and stuff, or this in life itself. It shifts. You could tell they used to be the ones that get bullied. Now they the ones doing the bullying and all that stuff. And then that junk, it never end right because they gonna at the end of the day they still stressed out. They still gonna be stressed out. Like I said, I would recommend peace for everything. Like peace is the main thing. Like remember back in the times they used to make jokes and stuff about the hippies and all that stuff. And now I had to come to realize the hippies was on to something. You know what I'm saying? They was on to something. They was on, and that's the type of life I want to live now, except for the blunt in the mouth and all that stuff. Thanks. Thank you for being here. You know what I'm saying? I could talk to somebody. But the hippie life, that's the type of life I think everybody want to live, but they just don't acknowledge it. But they made fun of it, looking at people. They like, oh, they got the crazy hair and all that stuff, and all they talk about is love, peace, and happiness. You know what I'm saying? That little. But that's really the life that everybody really want. They just not acknowledging it because who don't want peace? Who don't want love and happiness? That's something that everybody, and that's how I want to bring this lie together, all based off that. And we got to stop. I want to stop looking at religion. I want to stop looking at color of our skins and genders and beliefs and all that stuff. I want to stop looking at all that stuff and blend this all together because I feel like it's better to work together. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like we got a lot of us is the same people. We just in different type of areas, or we're in different type of we got all different type of experiences and stuff. We got all type of different we might be in a different skin color. It might be the same exact person, and we be judging off of like a lot of that stuff. And all of us it really want is love, peace, and happiness. You know what I'm saying? So yes, I was born in 1965. Okay, hey, shoot. You got it though, for real, man. You already know probably how I was back at that time and all that stuff. It just, would you say it's worse now or better now? But I know you heard of, I know you know about the hippies and all that stuff because it made me think about. I was thinking about that at work, like man, the hippie life was the life. That's the life everybody need to live. It ain't even no want to live. That's the life that. Yeah, I mean, some people want it, but it's something we need too. We main thing is peace. We need peace and love, and happy. We need all that. You know what I'm saying? We need all that for real. We need all that. Something that's like a healthy mindset. All that stuff is just, and that's one thing is that's why I sacrifice a lot of stuff because I realize that peace is my main thing that I need in my life, to get somewhere before I even try to look for any type of form of happiness. Actually, I'll use peace for my happiness and all that stuff because if that get bothered, you know what I'm saying, it will interrupt my peace. You know what I'm saying? That will do the opposite. Mainly, the thing is, a lot of us just want to be at peace and all that stuff. That's what it really is. The root of the whole situation. We want to be loved and at peace. Or you know what I'm saying? My grandma was born in 1898. Said. Your grandma? Or great grandma? 1890. Hold up. 18. Oh, no. Wait. You right. Let's see. Because you was born in 1965. You got me doing some math on here. Nah. Got me trying to do some calculations. I'm about to go to my phone and start doing a calculator in a minute. So, nah. But yeah, like, the hippie life is the life we need. Not it shouldn't be a life we want, but it's something we need for sure. Like it's all the stuff they was making. Like I said, they made jokes about. They be putting it on TV, making it seem like they just the funniest people, but they not looking at them like that. They got a point. They got a point of what they believe in, like peace, love, and happiness. Like that is something that we most definitely need. But a lot of people, they look more for happiness and if you I'll look at I say if you okay them three things got to tie and I thought about this earlier too. It's like okay if you want peace but then you want happiness okay and love but if your happiness counters with your peace, then that's not what you want. You know what I'm saying? If your happiness is your happiness that you choose, because all happiness is not always good for you. It's like all love ain't got to be like just because that term is that don't mean because you can love something something negative. I could love scratching cars or something. Like, I just made some petty little stuff, but that was crazy though. But I'm just saying, like, I can have a love for sex, which that's called lust or whatever. That shouldn't be something to love to, which that's called lust. I gotta have a love for, you know, it's different little stuff. I can't think of nothing right now, but as long as that's whatever that you putting this love into, or you putting this happiness is into, it shouldn't corrupt your peace. That's my whole point of that situation. Like, if it disturb your peace, then that means that's not the happiness for you. Or if that love that you got for something and it disturbs your peace or it counters your peace, that's not the type of love for you. So at the end of the day, the root of your whole thing, or the heart of the peace, love, and happiness should be peace. You know what I'm saying? Because there's nothing wrong. How can if you want to sacrifice your if you want to sacrifice your happiness for peace, then do that. If you want to sacrifice your love for whatever for peace, then do that. But you don't want to sacrifice peace for love or something like that, or you don't want to sacrifice peace for happiness, because like that's still going. It's like it's going. Nobody want to live a non-peaceful type life. Like, that's called, what they say, chaos, or opposite. You know what I'm saying? That's where problems, that's where the stress and all that stuff come in. So like I said, the root of that whole, that's one thing I had to learn. I learned, in my situation. I'm like, dude, say if I date a chick or something like that, and if it ain't, peace ain't coming behind it, I don't look for the peace. But if you don't either add to it, or if you don't maintain my peace, then I don't need you. You know what I'm saying? I don't, if you cause more, okay, I'm looking at, okay, you're my happiness or whatever. Let me use it like that. You're my happiness for right now. You know what I'm saying? Some form of happiness that I choose. You make me happy. But then if you make me, if you break, you corrupt my peace more than you making me happy, that's not a good thing. You know what I'm saying? If you always in my ear, or you always this and that, it's obvious like we're not compatible with each other, because we can't even have peace in the house. You know what I'm saying? You should, if you can't even keep peace in the house, like somebody, okay, if it's trying to, okay, I'm put it this way: if one person trying to keep peace on one end, and the other one keep trying to be the one that, either that's not it, that's not the relationship for you. You trying to prolong it for some reason, or it's just, well, that's what it is. I was about to act like I'm about to add some stuff to it, but that means you're trying to prolong it, but it's some reason to it. But they usually most of the time, they're prolonging that and corrupting their peace, because it makes them happy for a short moment though. But that happiness might override, well, that temporary happiness overrides their peace though. Because, like, all right, which I be saying about, like, okay, some people just be dating people because the sex good. I'm gonna get to that. I don't know if I can say that word on here, but they let that override them. But it be more what was I about to say? It'd be more chaos than anything. You know what I'm saying? So that's why that usually don't even last too long, because it turns to like a domestic type thing, because they trying to force something that's not gonna end up happening, because nobody, or both sides, don't know how to find a way to keep peace, or one side might not know how to keep peace and the other one trying hard, which they end up getting tied, or the other person that's trying to keep peace end up falling short, and end up blending in with the chaos situation. So they make so it's like both sides will have to both sides will have to evenly have to look for peace, or do anything. And that's what I'd be looking forward to. Like, if we can both find a way of solve false I'm talking too fast. If we can both find a way to make a solution to keep whatever decisions we make, and we know how to maintain that peace, then that's the one for me, for sure. Like, that's the one for me, or both ends should be the one for each other. Because no matter what, if a person make you mad, they make me mad or not. You know what I'm saying? The way we handle our situation is like the main important thing at the end of the day. What's the deal, Niche? I just noticed you was in here. You got the new. What's the deal, man? Welcome to the live. I'm in here tonight. I'm about to be on for a good minute, though. I'm be on for a good minute. I'm liking my new partner in here now. I was talking to her. I was talking her ears off and all that stuff. But I still got to get, the message out for real. Peace within so they can recognize it. Most definitely, man. You gotta have peace with yourself before trying to look for somebody for some type of peace. You gotta have it with yourself first though. But that is most definitely like the most important thing out of anything. Like I said, we was laughing. We was laughing at them hippies though. Well, I know I probably was. Because the way they projected them on the TV and stuff, like they always had the afro and always got the blunt in their mouth and all that stuff. And hey, I just want the peace and the love. They throwing the signs up and all that stuff. I mean, it's funny though, but that's some stuff that we needed though all this time. Like we never looked at. That was some stuff that we needed. We needed. That wasn't no want. That was just some stuff they was on it though. And I bet you to this day, anybody that's still a hippie got a way happier life than probably most of these people on this west side, all this. They got a way happier life. And we're laughing at them. We laughing at them and they probably laughing at us because we the ones over here stressed out. You know what I'm saying? We laughing like we laughing. That's like the reverse Uno card type stuff. Like we doing all this laughing and stuff, but they the ones laughing at the end of the day. That's the saddest part. And I was literally thinking about that at work today. Like, dude, the hippies was on to something, man. They was on to something. They was really preaching the real stuff that we really need in our life. It ain't all about our wants. And it ain't about the ones, and we that's the main thing. I made a live about that before. About I believe that majority of the time, all of us are getting tied into our wants than more than our needs. Even our feelings are tied into our wants. Truth, we late to the party. Niche. Man, how you feeling today? By the way, how you feeling? How you feeling? How you feeling? What was I getting? I try to make sure I remember what I was. But it's just like I said, we did all this laughing at them, and they the ones laughing at the end of the day. They probably, and I bet you they probably living longer than majority of us and stuff. They probably, because stress not good for you. It's not good for the body. All that stuff. It's not good for the body. That's why I be trying. You can't, like I said, you can't get that much stressed out once you try to shift your mindset to a positive mindset. I never seen stress coming out of a positive type situation. Actually, I think it's more of it's more healing than anything, or it's more I don't know what other word to say, like an opposite of stress. I don't know, opposite of stress, whatever. It's more opposite of stress than anything. But dang, what the heck? I just had a brain fart. And that boy was loud too. Say excuse me. It's like nah. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. They laughing at us, man. And it's crazy that they even, of course they gonna put that out on TV and stuff, act like that's just a joke and all that stuff. And we not realizing that they was really on some stuff or whatever. Because, society itself, they make money. You gonna realize that this world care about money more than anything. You know what I'm saying? So, or especially the people with the power. So, you know what I'm saying? Stress, and all this stuff that we putting ourselves through is what's making people money. It's making this government money. It's making all this stuff money. So, of course, why would they why would they preach stuff that I'm talking about? Why would they do that? Why would they do that? That's messing with their pockets. They like, like I was talking about another live, like they like when people sitting there getting unhealthy and eating all these greasy food. That's why they sell it for cheap and all that stuff. They love when people do that stuff. Like, go ahead and eat all that up because we getting these hospitals running. They keep on running, them running. We getting the funeral people running. We getting you know, when we had these failed relationships, shoot, the government part of that stuff too. They didn't give the child support. They love when they wait on that. They like, oh come on, Herb, and become a single dad, become a single mom. I can't wait. You know what I'm saying? Because it's our pockets. Yes, we ready for y'all. We ready for you. You know what I'm saying? They not gonna, like I said, they're not gonna preach this. Like they not gonna talk about stuff I talk about. You know what I'm saying? Like I think people that's like that, they don't even make it so far because it's like when you bothering with somebody else's pocket, they gonna try to take you off this earth because we know the deal. A lot of us know it, but some people just not powerful enough to even, make them type of movements and stuff. But, like I said, all that stuff, me and my friends used to talk about that, John. Like they sell the most healthiest stuff costs the most money. apples and all this stuff that we need in our life. We need to eat and all that stuff. But then to be the worst and the nastiest hot dogs, all this little, all this little stuff, spam sandwiches, all that stuff be the cheapest stuff you can buy. But it be the worst for your body and all that stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying? We gon' I'm pretty sure by now people should realize this stuff is ran by money and power and all that stuff. And like a lot of the times they don't care about us. That's why they allow a lot of these laws to go past and all that stuff. I do believe in like in a certain extent of population control in a way and all that stuff. If they don't want certain people, they're gonna allow all type of laws to happen. They're gonna allow all type of crimes to happen. I mean, all that stuff they're gonna try. That's like I said, it's dealing with money at the end of the day. It's money. You know what I'm saying? All this stuff, all these problems and stuff is filling their pockets up. They loving it. They loving it. Hey, keep the good work going. I have to go. Oh, for sure, man. Stop. Thanks for stopping by, man. Thanks for stopping by, man. Glad you get to hear me out a little bit. I'm gonna try to put in a little time though, cause I just got on. I got on late. My other people's, niche in here now. So one of my main people's, they, other people's, they on their own lives or they on something else. But I had to get my stuff started because I am on a mission this year. Good night. Good night. I'll be on tomorrow if I see you tomorrow. You know what I'm saying. But thanks for stopping by and the support and all that stuff. Thank you. Present. Niche. She know how to keep a smile at my face, It's like, no, I'm talking. Let me stop. I think I be getting a lot of chicks. I be getting chicks jelly. I don't be realizing a lot of chicks be liking me and stuff. I can tell. I guess so. I think you like the first chick I just actually decided to say. There's a lot of pretty chicks on here though. There's a lot of pretty chicks. All right, but I don't be trying to do. I just be doing the flirting stuff for fun and all that stuff. Cause shoot, just fun. You know what I'm saying? All of us can get them words of affirmation every now and then. You know what I'm saying? Especially know you can use that. You the language girl and all that stuff. But you know what I'm saying? A little something, whatever. But so how was your day? It was kind of long. No, it wasn't that bad actually, because we actually did a little bit of work at the job. We did a little bit of work. Um, it actually went past faster than the rest of these days. It was a long week before. Well, it wasn't even a long week because I forgot I had Monday off when I made that dummy mission. I had a Monday off, so and I got tomorrow off, so it wasn't that bad. I was chill. I actually played the game a little bit before I got on live because I knew I was gonna be on live for a good minute. Bought me a new background lights going on and stuff. Trying to get my stuff looking straight. There are some really beautiful women on here. Most definitely. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah. Hey, what the heck I do? But let me know whenever you're trying to tap in. I think I'm almost dying down a little bit. I think I'm dying down a little bit. On the thing, I could try to until I think about some more stuff. But I'm gonna talk for a little bit. If you want to say anything, you can hop in. I guess I'll let people in the box. I talked long enough on here. Cause I be trying to, like I said, I try to get my stuff out because I'm doing content at the same time. That's what I'm doing. So I gotta get at least some of my words out before I start doing either debate or if I'm doing it's me, you, and you. It's me, you, and you. Dang, I must have got a brain fart. I almost ain't catch that. I know it'd be a delay to this app sometimes, so I don't even know if I said something and then forgot it that quick because I'm running my mouth. And I don't even know where that came. I'm trying to think what that. But oh, now it's me, you, me and you is one person in here. No, let me tap this stuff, man. Let me get myself to. That's what I need to do while I'm on break right now. I'm calling it break. And start sending some likes to my. Get these dang on likes up. Where's my stuff? Yeah, because I already know a lot of people probably end up popping up in here a little later because everybody on live. A lot of my people's on live. But hey, I gotta get a lot of people that ain't my people and start and get some new people and stuff. So I can't always rely on my peoples because everybody gonna branch off. I gotta just stick to my mission, you know. You said play some music. I got you. I got you. I could do so. Let's play a little something. You gonna dance? You gonna dance for me and stuff? You know, so I'm talking to ballroom dance. I ain't talking about that other dance. You know, I'm talking about some smooth dancing. You know. What we got? Okay, I gotta put some. I thought about that. I gotta put that. I gotta put that non-copyright stuff on because they be tapping into my videos when I put some stuff. Non-copyright music. What you been checking into? What been the subject on the lives you been on? What you been talking about? What you been attending? What you been talking about? What's been the subject and all that stuff? Hey, you know what's so funny? I don't even want to bring it back up, but it's so funny because the girl, remember with me and Danielle got into it yesterday. Man, I'll come up maybe later. I'm just getting home for sure, for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna be on for some hours though, cause I'm off now. Gotta put in this time, man. I said I'm gonna grind hard this year for real. Same topic, different day. Okay. I'm here tapping it, but it's funny. The same girl that what you call it was talking about. I ain't gonna say her name. My friend. We end up in her room and stuff because I'm like, I know the reason why I think I had said so because I said something don't sound right. And then come and find out because she was talking. I'm like, dog, ain't no way that girl be talking about just straight single women. I'm like, I don't get how you just pick that out of anything. I'm like, there's no way, because I'm like, they usually just talk about traditional marriages or something like that, or you know what I'm saying, about certain stuff that need to be fixed or whatever. I'm like, there ain't no way she just only talk about that. I said, but I'm like, dog, but I noticed that if somebody says something that hurts somebody's feelings or something like that, they will try to label them and try to go for the worst thing to make them out to be what they not. And I noticed like certain situations like that, and I'm like, something don't sound right, because I'm like, when I talk to her, she really just basically taking up for the she not trying to she down the bad woman. That's what she try to do. Down the bad woman, and she just people that she said I was like they was talking about today. She was just saying that they a lot of she's like and she throw herself in it. She like, well, a lot of us, you know what I'm saying, because she know if she don't reply, but she just saying as a group that she said a lot of us got an attitude problem and all that stuff. We gotta and if we want a good man, we gotta start working. I mean, it was a lot of stuff they was talking about, but it's like I'm like, no, there's no way that she just only talk about that one topic and then she gonna use that one topic. And it's a lot of I've seen a lot of lives that be getting it like that. They be trying to label it because they don't like what the girl be saying or like what a person be saying because one of the things might and that go back to the subject with the it don't if it don't apply let it fly type situation. They pick that one thing that hurt their feelings out that situation and they run with it to diminish that person's character and make it seem like that's the whole thing. They run into their own lives and make it seem like that person is that whole label. Well, they don't even be the whole thing they preach about. They just take out that one part. They did the same thing to Kevin Samuels. They did the same thing. They took all his worst stuff out, but never looked at his whole videos where he's actually saying that he's just trying to help out black families and all that stuff. He's clear as day was saying that stuff on a lot of stuff where he was, and then the only time they were showing it was the clips where that he ended up going back and forth with certain women and all that stuff. Then all of a sudden he's labeled as he don't like black. I'm like, dude, people is not really watching what people be saying and stuff. Like it is some situations where you gotta listen to some people and then like you gotta take out the meat and spit out the bone and all that stuff. Sometimes some everything he wasn't saying don't be be fitting apart, but he was really just be speaking on what they say, the high value man and stuff, but every man is not high value and all that stuff. It's just he just speaking in general. He's just using it as in like letting the dude know that you can make it there. You just got to put it in that work and stuff. We got to stop being nothing. We got to stop not just sitting on our butt and thinking that life gonna just come to us. We got to actually make some type of change. But it's crazy because when he was talking about the men at first, he wasn't getting that many views. But as soon as he switched to the women, then that's when he started getting the views. He started getting the tags. He started getting all that. But he started getting known after that. And I'm like, that's so crazy how you know that how double standards work in this world, and it was so set up like that that as soon as he shift off and talk about another gender, then he pops off. It's a rap. He's known now and all that stuff. And I'm like, that was so crazy because he literally was tearing the men up too. But I guess man don't speak loud enough because man know when they're doing wrong. You know what I'm saying? Man gonna try to correct it or whatever. They're not gonna really majority of the time because think about it. I don't hear that many men crying about certain situations like, oh, he just called me he told me I was a sucker and all that stuff and all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's just been like that in life. You know what I'm saying? That we are the men usually the less heard. That's why I guess they trying to make men express themselves. Nah, but men is men and women is women. I don't get why we trying to mix each other's traits together. I noticed that too. Like, that's weird. I'm not about to sit here and soften up because I want me a soft woman. I want a soft woman. I don't want to be soft. I don't want to be the soft one. Like I want me a soft woman. Just like I'm pretty sure my woman want a tough man or a masculine man. I mean, it's opposites attract. That's what it is. I mean, it's just like that. You know what I'm saying? So nobody can go speak on nothing. I mean, everybody's attracted to what they naturally attracted to. If I wanted to be another masculine, I would have been with another another man. That is crazy, but I don't like men. I don't like masculine. Like I'm sure feminine don't like feminine. Like that's crazy. That'd be crazy. But we don't, right? We don't need to switch. I don't get like I don't be getting why it's like I be seeing a lot of lies be saying that like men need to be more feminine and all this. No, men need to be what they do already. You know what I'm saying? Because like I don't think, and it's crazy because we don't. It's not like that man asks women to be masculine. That's weird. We don't ask men. Girls need to like people don't think about it. We would be like, well, women need to be more masculine. Like, wow, I've never heard that in my life. I don't think I ever heard that. Like, y'all need to be masculine. Y'all need to be toughen up. Like, we giving each other's traits and stuff, which is weird. Like, and that's like false teaching and all that stuff. We shouldn't be teaching those stuff like that. Like, I understand we got both of them in us, but we can't be forcing each other's traits on each other to fit each other or something like that. Even though, like I said, I don't think it's maybe more towards I know women feel like that men need to be more emotional and stuff, but that's not a man's trait though. Like men express their emotions different ways, not the same way. They might express it more in ego or something like that. But we are supposed to be built to be tough, to take certain situations because we gotta be built to be the protectors and all that stuff. That's how we gotta be built. We can't be built the same way because if we both, and I don't think my woman should be built to protect me because I don't want my woman having that taking that type of job. You know what I'm saying? I want to be the one to hold her down and all that stuff. I'm not about to. I don't need no masculine with me being masculine like you on my side and all that stuff. No, you need to protect the kids. If we got kids, you can do that. You know what I'm saying? I don't need them doing the same exact thing I'm doing because that's my job as a man. I am built for that. You know what I'm saying? I'm built for that. I don't need you sitting here pumping iron with me and all that stuff. No, we just need to be one of us pumping iron and watch us and try to make the best decisions we can. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to get out of character just because you want to be equal so bad. That's what they call it. That feminine stuff, they turned that stuff to a whole different thing. But we can't do that. We are literally two different people. We are literally two different people. I'm telling you, I don't. No, I don't want no women doing the same exact thing as me. That junk is not attractive, especially to me. I mean, some dudes like that stuff. They might like that, but I don't. You know what I'm saying? If I know I'm trying to be, okay. I'm gonna say I'm working on, but I know what I'm saying. If I'm trying to be, I'm just I don't know what I'm getting to, but basically I'm just saying like I don't want another me. I don't want somebody. I can't even talk at that junk. I don't be even like talking about that stuff. But it's just like I would think that's like we said common sense ain't common, but it's just you would think like of course we're both two different. We're two different. You know what I'm saying? We are two different genders, two different people, two different type of uh roles in life. Like it's roles in life. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think no woman should be sitting there putting no bricks together to build a house and all that stuff. No, that's not. I don't think they're built to do that. I wouldn't recommend a woman doing it. No, I don't want you doing that. Even if you want to do it, I don't want you doing it. I would rather sit there and pick that brick up for you or something like that. I don't want to watch a woman sitting there hurting their back and all that stuff. I believe a man is built to hurt their back. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to have them. That's crazy. Like most of the time, we protecting women to not take on a man's job. We don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? We don't want that. But it's like they want to do it and then be hurt about it or complaining about it and all that stuff. But we trying to protect you from doing that stuff because you don't have to do that. That's what we here for. You know, I understand that it's times, yes, you're gonna have to be independent, but you ain't gotta stretch that along into your relationship and stuff because it's a time you gotta shift. It's called adapt. Like I was preaching on that before. Adaption and all that stuff. It's a time you gotta adapt. So it's like I said, when you hold up, I don't like how this be hold up, I don't like how this be pop like that. It be I be wanting it on panel mode. Hold up, here you go, here you go. Yeah,
For
but
some reason, the screen is doubled.
it's double.
Like,
It's still double.
no, not for you, just for me. It got like buttons on top of buttons. It's just weird. I think these
Wow.
lives be messing up when a lot of people on live.
Oh wow, that's crazy. It's like too much to handle. What are y'all all doing on?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, and most men feel that way. You know, they want a
Yeah,
soft woman. I just don't think a lot of men know what that looks like. I think that
yeah,
they think all women are supposed to know what they want and what they need, and they don't have to communicate it. And I think that's the misconception. Because we don't
yeah,
want you to cry on our shoulders. We
yeah.
just want to know what's wrong so that we can fix
Yeah.
it.
Well, what I'm talking about is a man that know what they want. A lot of the men don't know what they want. You know what I'm saying? So that's usually be the man that a woman don't want to be attracted to anyway. So there's no point in really talk. That's like me talking about I know it's certain ones I'm talking. So I'm not gonna talk about a woman that I know I'm not attracted to or something like that. I'm talking about somebody that actually know what they want. So if I know what I want, I know what I want. I will want my woman to know what she want. I ain't got that time. Like especially at the age I'm at now, I ain't got time to be. Because I remember back then, people had a problem with trying to fix people and all that stuff. Like, I
Yeah,
believe I'm going to make them change and all that stuff. Or they do all this. I'm like, nah, I'm at this time now that I don't put in this work to work on myself and all that stuff.
right.
I'm not about to sit here and wait for you to sit there and change. I'm not about to sit there and baby hold your hand like, you know what, you can, you good. And I'm not about to do that because I took the time to do it with myself. So you had plenty of time, especially if you even near my age or something like that. You got plenty of time to fix yourself, you know what I'm saying? But you chose to live a whole nother life, so I ain't got you're not my cup of tea then. You're not my cup of
Right.
tea now because everybody got to take their time to to fix themselves or work on what they got to work on.
Right. I was talking to somebody earlier and I was saying, if you don't find what you want out here, you got to refine your search engine. Like we go on Google and we don't see what we want, we refine the search.
Yep,
And a lot of times we
exactly,
don't do that. We end up in relationships we don't
exactly.
really want, and we come out talking about all men are trash or all women are trash. No,
Yep,
just the ones you dated.
yep,
So
exactly,
you've got to
most
do
definitely,
something different. You
exactly.
waiting on women to change? That's not going to
Yeah,
happen. You waiting on
yeah,
men to
yeah,
change?
exactly.
That's not going to
No,
happen. You've got to
no,
learn how to pick and choose a little
most
bit more
definitely,
wise.
exactly. And that's what be getting me about certain stuff like I understand like certain lives that do certain messages and stuff because they might in the message they probably just want to see if they gonna make some change. But like me personally, the people they be talking about, I'll be like, it's no point of or if if somebody was to try to okay, I can see if somebody wants to listen to some of them lies, and then maybe there got to be a chance or whatever because that's somebody that's looking to change. That's the only times I notice them type of lies that people be triggered by. Them are the people that's actually looking for change, and they actually try to listen to them what they saying all that stuff. But you know what I'm saying? Like the ones that get hurt by that and all that stuff, that mean they're not trying to change something about themselves. Them the ones, you know what I'm saying? Why would I'm not gonna even speak on them because I know that's not the type of one I'm attracted to. So I already see what I'm not gonna be attracted to anyway. Because I'm like, if you don't believe you need any type of change in your life, that's good enough. You said enough already. Because I believe I need change every day in my life. You know what I'm saying? It's something I gotta work on every day. I don't think I should be accepted a certain way. I don't think my behavior should be accepted and all that stuff. It's like if I get addressed about something, I'm gonna try to fix it on spot. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to sit here. I can't let my ego sit here and be like, nah, you gotta take me as I am or work around my type of stuff. I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? And I
Right.
don't want
That's
to
why
do that
I
with
said
nobody else.
the last time we talked about this, I was saying like it starts when we start dating. So people don't
Hmm.
even know what their red flags are.
Yep.
They just go to the date. You show up to eat. Most women show up to, eat, to get out the house. Like that's not dating. That's wasting your time and wasting his. Talking about,
Right.
well, he was just, he gonna pay for me a meal. I'm gonna go. Like that's a waste of time. That ain't dating. That's
Yeah.
not dating. Then you end up in a whole relationship 3 months
Yeah.
later, and he whooping your
Exactly.
behind,
Exactly. They
and you
made
keep
something
saying,
out of
"Well,
that.
remember, I wasn't even trying to be with him." Well, see, I
That's gonna
can't.
be
I just
crazy.
can't.
And bet you before that relationship, they didn't. It was some tagging along going on before that. That's what, like I was saying, that builds relationship. What I was talking about, it
Right,
builds it
right.
and it breaks it,
You were
and
staying,
that's what.
staying away from the physical to get enough time to see if you know the person. That's why I said
Yes.
when you go on a date with somebody, the only thing it means is that I find you visually appealing and I think I might like you. That's it. It don't mean
Okay.
nothing else.
Okay.
But we
Okay.
show up like we married to him. We commit like we married to him.
You
We
give them
give
that.
everything like we married to him, and
Mm-hmm.
then wonder why it don't work out.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally, all y'all did was have one date or 2 dates or two
Mm-hmm.
conversations. Like
And
it's
then
a
kissed them
process.
on their lip or something. That was it. They done fell in love after that.
Right. That's why I always say dating is for grown-ups.
Yeah.
Don't
Most definitely.
we would have had to have some extensive phone conversations for
Yep.
us to show up on a date and you calling me babe and putting your arm around me like on the first date.
I
Like,
feel you.
but
But
they
I
do that.
wouldn't blame him. I know, you know. It's like, let me stop doing my stuff before somebody come in here again. Say, you
But
go messing with Nisha.
but that's the thing. Like, we're not dating like that. We're not.
Right.
People walk around talking about they're celibate. No, you're not having sex with nobody until you get into a relationship. That's called dating. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying?
Exactly.
That's not abstinence. That's not celibate. That's
Hmm.
just um. I mean, it
I
could be
would
abstinence.
recommend that too if they want to rate to relationship, but some people don't be just doing it without being in a relationship. They just be single and mingling. You know what I'm saying? I would
That's what I'm
rather at
saying.
least rate to a relationship, but some of
Right.
these people is not doing it. They doing it after bars, one
Right.
nights and all this stuff. So nah, I mean I would think that's at least baby steps. But then
No,
if you
it's
can wait to
expected.
marriage, they do
It's
that then.
expected. If the first day go well, the second day gonna be sex. If they wait that long, and I think that is just ridiculous.
Hmm.
Not that I haven't done it, but looking back, right?
Yeah,
It's just
I about
like,
to say.
what the hell was I thinking?
Yeah, I
You
feel
know
you.
what
I'm
I'm
about to
saying?
say that's all part of learning from your mistakes. That's the whole thing. All you got to do is be aware of it, but don't take up for it. Don't be like, oh, I didn't know no better. Oh, we can't say that whatever. But now we're aware of it, and we gonna try to fix it. Now we ain't gonna try to make that same thing because we can keep using that same. I mean, even though I still, no matter knowing better or not, we still accountable for every last thing we did. We whatever. That's not gonna change the fact that we did it. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, but
It was an
it's all about
experience.
growing from it and not making a mistake again.
Exactly. It was an experience, and I had to learn. And I learned that we are taught not purposely, but we're taught as women that is something that's always going to keep a man's attention. So if we
Mm.
think it's going well, we're going to throw all our eggs in the basket. So I taught
Mm.
my girls differently. You know
That's
what I'm
good.
saying?
That's good. That's good. Yeah.
That's the lesson. I
Yeah.
learned that
Exactly.
it's going to keep their attention as long as you're doing
As long as you treat that thing right, that's
it.
not
Right.
right. That ain't right. And I'm gonna try to if I even have kids or what I'm saying, it is what it is. Whatever God got set for my life or whatever when the time comes. Uh That's what I'm gonna try to keep them as celibate as I can. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure my mom wanted to do the same thing with me, but I'm gonna try to shoot. I'm gonna talk to them like how they be having these lies that be getting hurt by the one people that be getting hurt by these certain lies. I'm talking to my child just like that. So
You
like
go
I said, I
replay them.
believe my child they need to learn, they gotta have that scare tactic. I'm gonna tell them,
Well,
you
it's
know what
not
you call
really
it,
a
you know
scare
what you call it, be
tactic.
like, you're gonna be doomed if you know that dude, my man's to be saying that junk too.
No, don't do
It hurt
that.
adults, but if you tell a child that, that's gonna scare them. It's going to keep them from doing it. You know what I'm saying? If
It's
they hearing that word
not.
doomed, you know what I'm saying? The
No,
child gonna be like, that's scary. That's
it could
scary.
go
I don't
two
want my
ways.
life, huh?
It could go two ways. Either it's gonna keep them from doing it, and they'll be sexually awkward,
I'll take
or
that.
they will
I'll
do
take
it.
that.
I'm sure
You
you
can be
will.
awkward all you want, you know what I'm saying? You can be
But
awkward
that's
all you
what.
want. It's nothing special about, sex. It's supposed to really be for just making kids for real, but ain't nothing
What?
because the life shouldn't be based off
Oh
that. You
my.
know what I'm saying? It's,
No. Don't teach your kids that, please.
don't teach them what celibacy.
No, don't teach them that sex is for making babies.
Oh no, I'm no, I'm just saying that's what I feel like it's supposed to be majority of that, but then it's supposed to be to that just it should be overused or misused or something like that. Most of the time, I'm thinking even pulling out all that stuff is not natural. Pulling
Right.
out, using condoms, all that stuff is not natural. That's how you know. That's why I mean it. That's why I would say that because I would say it was. I feel like it's initially made for babies and it's, for whatever. But I'm just saying that all this stuff that we added to it and now we doing eating the booty and all that. I ain't want to say it like, but
Lord.
I'm just saying
Please
all
don't.
this extra stuff we doing now, like that's not like natural. You know what I'm saying? That's not what that's meant for. I don't think our mouth's supposed to be down there. All this is extra stuff that's just. I'm just saying that's the reason why I'm
Right.
telling you that. That's why I feel like that's what sex for is for kid because like all this extra stuff we doing is like that's not natural. The birth control and
I
all that
will
stuff
agree
is
with
not
you.
natural. That's the stuff that we just got put in this world now. Because naturally, we supposed to be fruitful and multiply. You
Right.
know what
We
I'm
get
saying?
real creative.
Huh?
I said, right. We getting
Yeah, we
real
getting too creative. Like this stuff is not. It's not natural. It's extra stuff just to get our lustful feels out of it. That's all it is. Like that's this really lust. Like I was saying, it's something I came to realize. Like we be swearing we in love, but we really be in lust. Like, and the reason why I
right.
say that is because say if you cut it out one day and all that stuff, if you get angry over there, or if you you know what I'm saying? If you dang near want to break up your relationship because of that stuff, that mean you never love that person from as them. You only
Right.
love because what they were doing for you, or in that way they were doing for you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But
Doing to you.
yeah, you know what I'm saying. If it's that serious, that mean that's more higher on the bar than
Right.
the relationship itself. You see what I'm getting to?
Yeah. You
Yeah.
know,
So
my girls and my boys, the same thing,
oh, you
because I
pressing
think
the mess out
sometimes,
that button. You
I'm
got me
trying
at
to,
7,000. Oh my, good
trying to do my
stuff. I
job.
like you. I like you. I'm starting to like you more and more.
This is my job. Somebody said go in the comments and tap the live if it's positive. So I said I was gonna do
Hmm.
better.
Wait, I just noticed my man's was in here. Is he still in here?
I
Say
know. I
right,
think he
small
stopped by.
percentage. Is
He
King
stopped
still
by.
here? I don't see the comment on. Oh, did I miss his comment?
He stopped by and left a comment and
Is you
left.
still in here? Let me see if you in here.
Um,
Oh no, I see it.
I
Iris, you in here too? Just in here quiet.
I know
No,
back in the
Iris in here.
day, it was taught men one way and women the other way.
Mm-hmm.
So I figured when I taught my kids, I would just stick to the basics, right? So one thing they needed to know is that I was real honest with them, right? Because you
Mm-hmm.
can't tell a kid that sex is not good and it has no purpose, right? Because that's going to lead them to go and explore because their friends are saying something different. Media is saying something different, right? Their bodies are saying something different. So I taught them that their urges are natural. I taught them that their feelings are natural, right? I taught them that all of that was okay, that everything had a time and a place. I taught them that sex was good, right? It has great benefits. It feels good. It has a purpose. I taught them that it belongs in a marriage, right? And I told them why. I told them that sex was better when you had an emotional connection to the person. Sex is better when you are safe. Sex is better when it's not rushed. That's why it belongs in a marriage because you have your own home, you have time, and you know your partner. So when you break it down like that, right, you give them more information. So when they go out in the world, you telling them, don't do it, it's nasty, it's stupid, you're going to be in love and get your heart broke. They go out there and their friends are doing it and they're like, well, they're looking for those signs. They're looking for people to have their heart broke, right? And people might have their heart broke, but they're back having sex again. And your child is confused. Like, well, I thought, sex was for babies, but ain't nobody around here pregnant, right? So those scare tactics didn't work for me as a kid. So I went a different way with my kids. I told them the real, like you are going to be attracted to men. Boys, and you are going to be attracted to girls. I had separate conversations, obviously,
Is this your wife? What you
and
talking about, Stephanie?
and I told them, um, that's normal. That's normal. But I also told them relationships are for grown-ups because they're really emotional. And right now, you're in school. Your primary job is to get your education so you can get out here and you can support yourself. If you are, hung up on a relationship and all these emotional feelings, it could be a distraction, right? And you don't want that. And you don't need to get your heart broken in the 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. So you can date, but don't put too much weight on it. I taught them how to get to know themselves, right? Go to the gym, find out what you like to watch on TV. You know, you gotta have self confidence before you go out here and start dating because everybody not gonna like you. I don't care how cute you are, and if you cute and you ain't giving it up, you ain't gonna be able to keep nobody attention that long at your age. So you gotta have self confidence, right? So I taught my daughter how to have a morning routine, right? The other thing that you have to do is you have to make sure that they know that euphoric feeling that you get when you're having sex can come from a whole lot of things. It can come from exercise. You know, you can feel good after having a great day. You can feel good by, like we talked about, happy by sitting by some water. So we don't want our kids to drive all of their happy moments into sexual activity. So that was the key too. Get creative. Spend some time finding out what you like and what you don't like. That way you're not sitting in the house thinking about that boy, right? You want to spend time with him, make him take you out. I mean, out to the park, out to, like I said, you can go to lunch on the water. Like, just because you're kids don't mean that you got to be locked up in the house or somebody's car having sex. You know what I'm saying? Because that's where all of their friends are doing. But if you really want to date, then especially invested in makes them feel. I don't have my glasses on, Kev.
I'm
You're very
saying you're
invested in this.
invested in this. I
I love
love
people that are so
this.
socially invested. It makes them feel something.
Hmm. Yeah, I just try to. I sit here.
I hate
I
social
try to
media.
understand. You know what I'm saying? I try to understand everybody's point of view and all that stuff. That's why I sit here and listen sometimes. Both ends. This what type of live it is. You know what I'm saying? We try to hear each other out.
Yeah. I mean, it's a way you can teach sex that's not going to drive them towards it and also not going to demonize it and make them scared of it.
Mm,
But it does take, time. It takes patience, and you just got to be careful. I don't get into all the different ways to have sex because obviously I don't want them to do it. Right? So I'm not going to go through all the, positions and, all of this stuff. They can figure all that on their own. But what they don't need to figure out is how it would be a distraction because that's what I learned, you know, as a kid, being not to have sex, or I'm going to get pregnant. I just avoid it altogether. You avoid boys, and then you think boys don't like you because boys ain't going to talk to you for too long if they know they're not going to have sex with you. So then you grow up with these complexes. They didn't tell me to get to know myself and appreciate myself and value myself because when you teach a child that, they learn to have their own self worth. In case somebody told you today you are loved, important, and have reason to be here, keep going. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Absolutely. And that's what these kids need to know. No matter what. Like you don't need the opposite sex attention. You don't need a boy to tell you that. You're supposed to know that all by yourself before you start dating. And so, that's how you do it. I appreciate that. It's always room to spread some love. Same to you. That's how you raise conscious adults, right? I never had to tell them not to do it. They chose not to do it based on that scenario that I gave them. You know, I told my daughter, no matter what boy you entertaining, trust me, if you lay it out there, he's gonna enjoy it. You just got to know that. I don't care if he's not making advances or if he is. If you lay it out there, he's going to enjoy it. I also told her, do not entertain boys, do not play with them. You know what I'm saying? Don't act like you're gonna have sex with them. You be clear. You be honest. You know? If you don't want to date them, don't accept their invitation. You know? If you want to be friends, then make that clear. Don't play with nobody because you don't want nobody playing with you. You don't date people just because you're bored. That ain't the way to do that. Iris Kindred, I can shut up anytime.
Oh no, I'm just hanging on.
So you're
I was
hanging
just
out
telling
with
Kev
you.
how I teach sex education to my children
Mm. No, I've
um,
been listening.
with my with my own childhood in mind.
Right.
You know, just trying to make them aware. You know, so they're not caught off guard and they're not out here getting information from other little horny kids like them. That was like the worst thing our parents could do was make me go ask my friends about sex.
Right. No, that was like
You know?
I don't know. I guess I just got lucky with my daughter. She was more interested in being good in school and whatnot. But there was a couple times where she made some stupid decisions and this and that. But for the most part, we didn't really have to go through all the talks and whatnot. I think it's more of like how you're just brought up in life, like make good decisions and this and that. And I think it just comes naturally for the most part. But everybody's been 15, 16 in their life, and we all
Yeah.
know what it's like. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what? And those emotions surface for us all around that time. But I think that in my community, our kids, we're not given a whole lot of choices and a whole lot of control.
Right.
So we act out in that way because that's something that we can control, right? We're probably frustrated about other things in our lives and we need an outlet, you know. And the first boy that smiled at us, the first girl that, want to hold our hand, we go for it
Right.
because we are looking for ways to feel good. And so that's why I was saying earlier, you know, I teach my kids other ways to feel good. Get creative. Creating always makes us feel good. Sit with yourself. Listen to music, exercise. You know, learn to play an instrument.
Yeah, that
Uh,
makes sense.
so we will be, find other ways and other avenues to fuel and feed that happy hormone, in us. That way, when we do get a hold of sex, we're not holding on to it for dear life, you know, to where we can't walk away from a relationship that doesn't serve us, when we're being
Low key
unsafe.
with me, and it made me think about it. Just because I try to make these new adjustments, I was thinking like, man, sometimes I wish I was a virgin and stuff because I think I would have a whole different type of mindset though, for real. Because it wouldn't be primary in my life, and I probably would have made so many good choices and investments in my life. I wouldn't have been looking forward to always trying to go to a bar to look for something, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it like I said, it could be a good and a bad thing, but it's just like it can't get misused. You know what I'm saying? It might be a good feeling and all that stuff. All that. You said is what some type of sexual awkwardness, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But
Hmm.
I'd rather go through a sexual awkwardness than having an awkward life. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the sad part about sexually awkward is that those kids also make horrible decisions when it comes to dating and relationships. And sometimes they are detrimental. They get into relationships with people who are highly sexual and they don't know what to do but go along with them,
I would
right?
recommend them get with another person that's not like that. I think they would make they would probably actually, which I feel that little 90-day rule thing they got too. That makes sense to me now. You know what I'm saying? because it would
Well,
weed out a person that's highly sexually active or whatever, or unless they just played along for 90 days. That'd be some crazy fiending type stuff. But I'm pretty sure they're doing something else besides that, because if they got that high drive, they're not gonna wait that long. But I will recommend them have a person and wait that long, just so, like I said, go back to getting to know a person rather than getting to know what they can do in the bed and all that stuff. Like I really think that is the problem today, is because everybody um make that primary type feeling. They might not say it in your mind, and me myself, I never realized it though. But it's just like now that I've been focusing on self discipline, I believe that's like the best thing that
right.
can happen. It helped me make better choices. It helped me see them red flags and all that stuff. It helped me see that because I actually see a person's character without that what they call it. I can call it the sexual lens. I don't look at it. You know what I'm saying? I don't just sit there and look at the thing is, if you don't even know that, okay, I'll put it this way. If I didn't know that feeling, I wouldn't even be able to make them judgments off that pretty face and all that. You know what I'm saying? I look at a face, I'm already thinking like, I mean, it's so much stuff that run in your mind that probably gets you to feel that certain way. Like, dang, man, I wish I could do this to that. You know what? You know what I'm saying? All that stuff. But if you never had that
But some
feeling,
of it.
what would you wish on? You know what I'm saying? You probably wouldn't even wish on. You wouldn't even know that feeling to even make a crazy or make a messed up decision, or you wouldn't go. Your decision would be based off of a sexual appearance or something like,
Right.
or say, it wouldn't be like that. It will be a whole different thing. And that's the reason why I was
And
saying I
that's
would take, huh?
no. Go ahead. You said you would take
No, I was saying
sexual
I would
appearance.
take that the lack of knowing about sex and to wait to marriage. You know what I'm saying? I would take that so I can have a clear decision and actually build up my mind and actually get to know myself before I make certain decisions and stuff. And then I know, when that time come, when I have a baby, then that will, when you get with that one person, y'all can, and that's why if that's why you could tell if it was two people that it's the simple fact you said that somebody gonna have a sexual high drive or whatever like that, and another one. Now imagine two people that don't have no experience together. They get to build that stuff when they get together. They get to build all type of stuff together. Even though that's like a fairy tale thing, but it's possible out here. You can probably find a version that can get with another version. But that would probably be a better lifestyle because they don't got no other experiences behind them to compare nothing to. Because all they know they built their life off together, which I believe that's how it's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? Two people that ain't got that type of situation together, and they both versions, they both get together, they build from each other. All they know is each other. You know what I'm saying? That would probably be a super strong relationship because they built it off that. Then you know what I'm saying? They doing they know each other before they even did that. So depending on how long they date and all that stuff, how long they get married, everything is getting built together, and that's like it's no distraction because, like I said, it's nothing to compare it to. I was even talking about before. I mentioned about I don't even think like real talk. It really ain't no such thing as good sex or bad sex because if two people don't know what sex is, how come good sex and bad sex is only compared to your previous your previous experiences? That's the only reason why that title is here. You know what I'm saying? So we comparing it to
Right.
we comparing it to something else we used to feel. But if we both never knew that feeling or something like that, how would we make that comparison? Unless if we going off of he say she say, like, oh, that stuff not, that stuff not all that good. That's all they can go off. It could be a fantasy, you know what I'm saying? I wonder if this feeling can be better. You know what I'm saying? But that can go for anything because I could be like with a chick and I'm getting, I'm going crazy, whatever. And then I'm like, I can always think like, damn, I wonder if something can be better than that. But you know what I'm saying? I think your first pick or your first should be, especially if you ain't tamper with yourself or if you ain't do nothing with yourself and your first time having that feeling, they both have that feeling together, that gonna be like the best feeling ever. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all never felt it before. So how would
Right.
it's nothing to compare it to from that point. So I don't think like if two people like that, it wouldn't be no awkwardness because they're both the same person that's building they building something together. They building even that experience together. So they gonna only make it better or whatever. They gonna probably find that different way. The new tactics they got now and stuff. Let me try this now. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just based off hearing off what other people saying
Yeah.
or whatever. That's the only thing. But that
Yeah. They
probably be
definitely
less
get that
cheating and
opportunity.
all that stuff. All that stuff.
Well, we would hope so. But like I said, I just told my kids the truth because
I feel
uh,
you.
the truth of the matter
You
is,
said it worked though, so that's good though. As long as it worked, you know what I'm saying.
yeah.
I can't knock you on what you do because you have you got kids, and you know what I'm saying. You told me what works or not. So everybody got their own. They got their own. Their own way. And if your tactic work, it work. You know what I'm saying. Congrats to that because that's rare to work that way. I would say in my book to teach about sex and then not and somebody to not end up doing it. That seems kind of rare,
Well,
but
because here's the
you
other
made it
part.
happen though.
The other part is I let them know that again, sex is for adults because right
Hmm.
now you got a whole lot of distractions, right? Because you're a kid, you want to play sports, you still silly, you got housework, you got school, you got all of these things. You're supposed to be building a future for yourself and dreaming.
Hmm.
Now, when you have sex, you have something else that is pulling at you and wanting your attention, right?
Hmm.
At a time where you haven't even built self discipline, right? I still got to tell you to do your homework. You don't see the value in that because if you did, you do that.
Right.
I
Exactly.
still got to remind you to do your chores. So when you're still in this mind frame where you need reminders, you don't need something that's chemically going on in your body,
Yep.
right? A hormone, a feeling that's
Hmm.
also pulling at you,
Yep.
and that's going to be hard to resist. So I told them, you've got to be able to be disciplined. And if you're not, I know you're not, right?
Hmm.
That is going to run you crazy,
Yeah.
right? So that's the other piece of information that they need to know. Once I get this thing started, it's not going to leave me alone because
It's not.
now I have exercise, I have music, I have, being creative, I have going
Mm.
to my cousin's house playing video games, and I have sex, right? All these things make me happy, make me feel good. Now it's in my toolbox and it's something that I can reach for, but it's not going to always be convenient because guess what? She at her house and you at yours.
Yep.
So I told my kids, like, if you have sex in public, you're going to jail.
Right.
If you get caught
Exactly.
in her house, that's a
Okay, I feel
problem. If
you
you
on
get
that.
caught in my house, it's a problem,
I
right?
feel you on
That's
that.
why sex is for adults because it's not convenient. And although it feels good, right? And it has a purpose, it has to be done properly at a time and a place,
Yep.
right? Where you are, again, comfortable, where you're
Hmm.
safe, where it's not rushed, and where you have an emotional connection, which again is in a relationship, an adult relationship where you could rent, and this part I didn't tell them, where you can rent a room or you have your own place, right? I did say your own place. So you paint a picture for them. Like, this is why. These are all the reasons. And mind you, I didn't say anything about STDs. I didn't say anything about babies yet. Because again, that's not going to hold them. That's not what's going to keep them out the bed. It's understanding what's going on in my body. And if I resist it, I'm not going to die. And that's
Right.
what most
Exactly.
adults is learning now.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Exactly.
It did for me though. I guess it depends who you are, I suppose.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, like it did for me though. Like when I found out that the girl that I was with at the time got pregnant and whatnot, and I stood up and was a man and took responsibility. Turned out that it wasn't mine at the time, but I still stood up for what I thought was the most responsible decision at that
Right,
time to do.
right. And that's why I said you can't use it
You
as a scare tactic because if it happens, then that's a whole nother. You got to level up into parenthood at that point.
Right. I,
Okay.
I think you got to decide if you're going to do this. You got to decide: are you going to stay? If you get a girl pregnant, you got to decide: are you going to follow through or are you not?
Right, right. Because every
That
every encounter is a possibility. I don't care what you use,
absolutely.
yeah.
and that's the part they need to
That
know.
that's like saying even with that's why I say sometimes okay sometimes it work or not but I will that's like no different from when you tell your son or something like that to don't do this or whatever because you're gonna end up in jail or something like that. That's a scare tactic even though it's the truth.
Right,
It's a truth behind it, but it's a scare tactic.
but
Like
it's
I said,
only
it's
gonna
either
last
gonna
for so
work. It's
long.
gonna work or not. You know what I'm saying? But I will me myself. I would recommend that because a lot of kids, fear be stopping a lot of stuff. Is he gonna stop or not? It depends on who's in their ear more. You know what I'm saying? But
And that's what I'm saying.
just to
Only
say
for a
to
little
allow
while.
them, you know what I'm saying, that you can make this choice if you want to do
It
this or that. You know what I'm saying?
it's
But
only a scare tactic because it's forever.
huh?
It's only a scare tactic because it's forever.
Yeah, And that's
You know
what
what I
I was
mean?
Well,
saying.
it's a scare tactic we know that doesn't work when you in the heat of the moment. Nobody gives a shit about STDs. Nobody gives a shit about pregnancy. And we know that as adults. So I can't just solely depend on that. But that is a part of the conversation. You know what I'm saying? So they will have to go through all of these other checks and balances before they get to that point. You know what I'm saying? And if they can honestly go through everything else I said to get there, then I've done my job as a parent. And if you have a baby then you having a baby. You know what I'm saying? But I've given you all of the information, which is more than I had. I had learned everything from my friends and from my partners. And I wish I didn't have to, because it came at a great price, to me and my emotions. And that's what I didn't want. My kids, all of my kids understand. Not all of them, all of my ones that are of age, right? They understand. They understand the purpose for sex, the risks, you know what I'm saying? They understand. And once they
Right.
understand, then I can rest because you
I
are
do have a
making a
question.
choice. Yeah.
It's for Kev.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I'm
I don't
saying
mean to
set me
interrupt
up.
you at all. But
No, no,
like,
But
no.
what?
call me naive, but like, what does it mean if it doesn't apply? Let it fly. I've never heard of that term.
You said if it don't apply, let it fly. I guess I'll talk about it again.
Sorry.
No, I was good. Hey, you about to get me to? I'll get it back on because I about to have to reset it
No,
anyways. You
I
know what
see
I'm
it up
saying?
there.
It's gonna be up here for a minute. Yeah, that's the topic tonight. Like basically, if it don't apply, let it. If it don't apply, let it fly. Basically, if it has nothing to deal with you, or if you claim that you're not part of this, if you're not part of a certain subject or something like that, let it go. If you ain't got to talk about it, you ain't got to complain about it or nothing. If you're not part of, that's like okay. I'm gonna put it this way. Say if it's a I'll say if it's a group of people, I'm gonna put it this way: a group of people in jail or something like that, and it's basically like telling on yourself. You group of people in jail, everybody like you got 5 people that's in there, and they over there trying to look for a person that committed that crime. They all right, so this person, he was this one that stepped on this guy toe or something like that. So all 5 of them, you know what I'm saying? All 5 of them probably ain't gonna, they not gonna tell on themselves. Basically, they're not gonna tell on themselves because they ain't had nothing to do with it. Or I'm gonna put it this way: they're or they could be under the lie detector. That's how the lie detector. That's one of the main things that actually could tell when somebody they could say out their mouth that nah, it ain't got nothing to do with me. But then or I didn't do that or something like that. But then as soon as they tell a lie about it, then their pulse or something go. You know what I'm saying? It'll let them know that they're hiding something or like that. So my thing is, I say if it don't apply, so you wouldn't sit there if somebody said no, we don't like people that step on toes. That's why we send them to jail. And then we got 2 guys in there like, what you mean by that? You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna, you know what I'm saying? Why would a person that ain't got nothing to do with it come in there and say, what you mean by that or something like that? They wouldn't say nothing because they basically telling on themselves. They basically
Yeah.
telling on themselves because the other 3 people knew to shut up because they ain't got nothing to do with me. What they got to do with me? I don't step on toes or something like that. And the other 2 that's over there
So if
complaining
it
like,
don't
no,
apply to
everybody don't
yourself,
step on toes like that, and everybody don't, you know what I'm saying? They're taking up for it or something like that. So that means obviously it must apply to you some type of way when you're taking up for somebody saying that well, we ain't about to be out here stepping on some toes and all this stuff on stepping on humans' toes out here and all this stuff. We're gonna send you to jail if you do that or something like that. They're not gonna, you know what I'm saying? They're not gonna make an excuse for why toes are getting stepped on if they're not
yeah.
the ones stepping on the toes. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you
Right. So
get
if
what.
it don't apply to you,
If it
don't
don't
go out
apply
of
though,
your
you ain't
way.
gotta. Yeah, you ain't gotta.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That makes total sense now.
Yeah, so I believe that a lot of people that be saying that it do apply to them certain way because they react to certain stuff they ain't supposed to be reacting to. Because if you wouldn't react to something that you don't know about, or you wouldn't react to something that like I'm not gonna react to cheerleaders or something like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know nothing about cheerleading, none of that, or I don't, you know what I'm saying? I'm not about to say nothing when they say,
Yeah.
oh, all cheerleaders they always do the splits and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Why would I? You know what I'm saying? Why I ain't
Why
what I'm
even
gonna
get
do? You
involved?
know what I'm saying? Well, I'm gonna defend it like, well, not really all cheerleaders. How I'm gonna know about that? If it don't apply to me, then why would I say something about I will
Right.
take up for it? So it's obvious when you take up for something or you say something about it, it means you must have been a split doer or something like that. You must have
Yeah.
was one of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. No, it took me actually. because I consider myself a collegiate for the most part, but it took me a long time just to stop. You need to. You don't
Yeah,
know every. This is what I tell myself. I don't know everything. I don't. Just stop.
yeah,
You know, and I think that's what you're kind of getting at that point.
yeah,
If you don't know about something, just tell yourself you don't know about it and don't get
yeah,
involved.
yeah. Or even if you, okay, I'm gonna say even if you knew about it and learned from it or something like that, I'm gonna say you wouldn't put a excuse behind it or something like that. Well, people do this because of that or something like that. No, that means once you took accountability or something, you ain't really gotta take. You ain't gonna make an excuse about a bad behavior that's getting addressed out loud to a generality type situation. You're not gonna do that because you be like, oh, I agree with what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? I feel you. I shouldn't do that. That's something I'm gonna teach my kid or something like that. You're not gonna sit there and make excuses. Well, people do this and like that. I mean, you're trying to make it acceptable by making an excuse by a general type statement. So I'm saying if it don't apply to you, or if it's something that you fixed to you, something that you fixed, or you heal from, or something like that, it don't even apply to you no more because you got over it or something like that. So you
Right.
could tell when a person never got over it because they get triggered by the same thing. That means you claim that you will heal from some situation or you learn from a situation. Like I said, if you learn from something, if you learn for something or you heal from something, you're not going to no longer make excuse about it. You're going to take accountability in whatever. You're not going, you know what I'm saying? So if it don't apply, I would recommend if it don't apply to you, or if you already got over it, or if you already healed from it, let it fly. Because
Right.
once you say something about it, that means you're part of it. You got to be part of it once you make excuses of it, or you knew somebody about it, you knew somebody around it, or something like that. When you take up something that's not supposed to be meant to be took up for, only a person that's going to take up for is a person that it apply to. That's what that subject will probably is the people that is looking for people that's like that. I mean, it apply to you or something like that. That's like me. I know. So say if I was out here stealing cars or something like that, I'm not about to sit here and take up for. Well, stealing cars ain't always bad. Sometimes I be in a certain predicament. Sometimes I got to do this to get my money and all that stuff. Or you know what I'm saying. I'm not about to do that if I know it's wrong. I'm not gonna take up for it. You know what I'm saying? So it's obviously it applied to me because I knew that I was doing that, or I knew I never
Can you
healed
bring
from,
it
or I
up?
never,
Yeah.
huh? What happened?
Sorry, I was gonna say something, so I unmuted myself, and then I was like, I'll just put it in the comments and forgot to mute myself.
Oh no, no. Say what you
Continue.
about to say?
I was gonna say that's men's logic. You guys are good at that, minding your business. Women aren't.
Oh, he was getting to the good part
Don't
where I
say
was
that
trying to
too
understand
loud. I don't
exactly
want
what
you
he was
getting
saying.
hurt around here. You must be protected. I can't have to let nothing happen to my niche and stuff. I don't
No, it's
want you
because
getting.
like if you okay, so you experience something and it still applies to you no matter what.
Yeah. What I'm meaning is when
And
I when
I
I
don't mean to throw you off, Nisha. I'm sorry. I don't mean to throw you off.
Oh no, no,
no,
that's
she was.
fine.
I think she was done. I think she was done.
All right.
She had said it. Um. I was saying. Well, basically, when I say that, it's like okay. Basically, I'm saying okay. I'm gonna say this. What the heck? I'm talking all crazy. All right. I be just so
I don't mean to
overwhelmed. I
make
be
it
having so much in
complicated
my
for
mind
you.
and
It's
stuff. I
like
got to get myself together though, man.
Maybe
But
you
like
can give us an example of why you're making the statement. Like where does that come from? Because he said he never heard
yeah.
it before. So what was on your mind when you chose it as a topic? Like give us an
Like I
example.
said, what was on my mind? Because I see a lot of people that I see it happen a lot when somebody say something about okay, like or people that don't like I don't want to say the dude name, but it be stuff like if he mentions certain stuff, I understand like his delivery be bad and all that stuff, but I notice this like when he mentions certain stuff, like okay, say if he's like I don't like y'all shouldn't be out here dancing on the pole or something like that or whatever, you know what I'm saying? We know that's not a behavior you're supposed to take up for or something like that. So my thing is, if you understand what he's saying and you saying you're not part of that life, or or you got over that life, or if you know it's wrong, you know what I'm saying? You wouldn't sit there and try to, basically take up for that what they saying. Like, no, but sometimes people got to twerk it every now and then and clap it. So, sometimes we got to make that money. It's the, something like you wouldn't do that. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, when he speak out loud on it or something, like, it's obvious he's trying to get the people that it applies to. You know what I'm saying? And them the ones that usually say that stuff, like, well, it ain't that bad or something like that, because you know what I'm saying, they're trying to take up for a bad behavior. So that means when they say it don't apply to them. That's what I'm saying. People usually just use that, and that's the reason why I put it up there, because everybody got their own definition, I guess, behind it, and they make it fit around their type of experience or something like that. So it don't apply to me, but I'm gonna take up for it or something like that. No, that's not true, because you're not gonna take up something that if you know it's a negative behavior. I'm not about to take up for drug dealers or something like that. Why would I do that? You know what I'm saying? But if I was a drug dealer, I would probably try to take up for it. You see what I'm saying? Or if I knew
Yeah, but
some of it, I
some
would take
messy
up for it.
people who are just messy and they like the drama, they will play devil's advocate, knowing that they're not who the person is talking about. But they'll be, taking up for their friends because they do validate their
There you
friends'
go. I was
behavior.
about to say it'd be like that too. That mean it apply to them some type of way because their friend is like that, or their family member might be like that. You know what I'm saying? So usually
Hmm.
apply to them because it's something that they accept it within whoever. You know what I'm saying? They made it acceptable with their people, but then that's how I mean about it. It still applied to them some way because they accepted it or something like that. They didn't never address it as, well, it's my daughter doing it or something like that. I'm not going.
Right.
I can't talk down on it because my daughter's doing it. You know what I'm saying? But that don't
Hmm.
change the fact that it's
It
still
applied
it's
to
not
you.
something that should be taught to a kid. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Or whatever. So that's the thing I was
So
getting
you're
to.
saying that when people are having conversations about certain topics,
Yeah.
if you don't see that you fit in that category, then don't participate in the
Don't.
topic. And
Yeah.
if you
Exactly.
do participate in the topic, you need to understand that it does apply to you somewhere by the mere fact
But
that you
fix
wanted
it.
to defend it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Exactly.
makes sense.
Yeah. Exactly. That's exactly right on point, man.
I understand what you're
You
saying.
right on point for sure. You said it.
Yeah,
You
I
said
get
it
it.
perfectly though. You said it perfectly for real.
I was having
Uh,
a conversation with No Wasted Time in another live with Kenny Pops,
yeah.
and
Oh
they
yeah.
were
I see them
talking
two
about,
be. Yeah.
yeah, they were talking about like, people who operate on lower vibrational levels, and we were talking about emotions and emotions versus the reaction to the emotions.
Mm-hmm.
So Irish had just asked, if something affects you, then um, you're obviously, if you get it. I'm not sure what your question was, but it sounded like. Do you remember what your question was?
Not off the top of my head, but go ahead.
It was something like if it
I'll
if
tell
you
you. I'll tell you if it rings a bell.
okay, you said something
Sorry.
like if you get emotional about it, then it did apply to you, right?
In a way, yeah, I would say that. I guess I get them a little
I
bit.
think that was somewhat of his question, but we were talking about how you don't get to pick and choose um, whether or not something affects you emotionally,
Yeah, exactly.
but you can choose your response to it.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
the wise person would recognize that, right? And then choose the battle, right? Like we
Mm-hmm.
always say, we gotta fight, choose, pick our battles.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're in a room talking to people, if you feel that you need to defend it, then and it's not something that you're currently doing, you need to try to ask yourself before you join the conversation, why am I feeling this kind of way? Right? If I know I've been to church all my life and I don't go to the club, why am I feeling like I need to defend people who do go to the club? Right? And so instead of joining the conversation, sit with that for a moment and just, try to figure out why. And maybe in that time, you might hear something that would make sense to you, right? Before you jump out there head
Exactly.
first
I'm,
and look stupid,
I'm
right?
starting to like you more and more. Stop, Nee. Stop it. Stop it. But you are on point. I
Yeah, that
like
made a
it.
lot
I
of sense
like it.
right
I like
there.
it. Everything you say.
We
I'm liking
can't keep
everything
meeting
you
like this.
say. You said what happened?
We can't keep meeting like this late night.
Right. All
Just
right.
me, you, and Irish,
Right.
and your backup
Exactly.
account.
Exactly right. The backup, chill out, backup account. Nah, I'm talking to her already. So nah.
Is this your backup account? I didn't even know that.
No, my backup is. Is he still in here? Okay, he good. He ain't hear
Is he
nothing.
still in?
He ain't hear nothing. I think he. Oh nah, he. Oh, here
He in
you
the
go.
live too.
He about to. Nah, he about to cock block now.
Ah.
Let me just talk
Yeah,
to
so
this smart woman right now for myself, man. Chill, chill.
it's silly. So that's the thing. We don't get to choose our emotions. Like that happens automatically.
Mhm.
Certain thoughts trigger emotions and we have no control over that. But a lot of us
Mhm.
dismiss them thinking, oh, that can't be true. We try to suppress it. And
Mhm.
that's what the conversation was about because there was a guy in there saying, no, I get to choose my emotions because I don't want to react in anger. And we kept saying, you don't get to choose your emotion, but you do get to choose your response. He kept saying, no, emotions are bad, but logic is good. And we were like, no, emotions are not bad or good. They just are what they are, and they are
Mhm.
automatic. You don't get to choose to have them or not. If you're not having emotions, then they're suppressed, and that is dangerous, right? That means something is really wrong, or you're on some type of drug, because
Yeah.
those are the only people that don't feel emotions,
Well,
right?
it just builds up.
It depend on because it like I remember talking to Lovely. It is most definitely different between emotion and feelings. A lot of I get you saying that feelings can't be controlled, but emotions I think you can control that. You can most definitely. Cause I don't think y'all would think I wouldn't say that you're suppressing it. It is some people that suppress it. I ain't gonna lie on that, but it's like the thing is if you got a certain feeling, you want to shift it to another type of emotion. That's what you want, or another way of emoting it. You know what I'm saying? Or you want to. So say if okay, say like okay, what I'm doing now. So since I'm trying to suppress or control like this okay what which is lust is like it's a type of emotion or whatever that
No, lust
I'm
is
shifting
a
that to
feeling.
of well yeah
Lust
the
would
feeling yeah the
lust would be a feeling. So feelings and
the
emotions are
feeling yeah
not the
yeah
same.
I meant to say that
The
yeah
the emotion is happy, sad,
happy
mad,
sad mad jealous
regret, jealousy, or
envy
is it jealousy, envy?
ang-
Maybe so. I
envy
think feelings are what we describe to, are what we feeling. Oh, let me look it up while you talk.
all right we're about to sit here I'm about to pop it open too for real like let me sure to be slick while she talking but she gotta look it up at the same time too I think
Well, I mean, technically, feeling would be an adjective.
what you feel is what you feel. And emotions what what you emoted like when you see a smile or if you see anger or something like that. Because sometimes you can be angry without making the expression or something like that. But a fundamental difference between feeling and emotion is that feelings are experienced consciously, while emotions manifest either consciously or subconsciously.
Well, that doesn't break it
Right.
down any better.
Right. I thought I was good. That just hurt my brain too. Like, dang, good help, Google. Good help. Emotion come first. Oh, emotions come first, then feelings come after. What? So maybe I got it wrong. Somebody threw me off when they said emote. So emote and emotion must be two different things. Love is an emotion that combines often two primary emotions. So love is an emotion, but you can often figure out the manifestation is.
I mean, it's all the same thing. I mean, if let's just say they're roped in the same for the
Yeah.
most part, anyway.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
it's just
Same
about
headache.
reacting to directly to an emotion versus
That's expressing them, expressing your emotions.
yeah. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
there's certain things that make me mad, and then there's certain things that it don't matter what happens. I'm
Yeah.
instantly mad.
Yeah.
Like one of them is like if somebody calls me stupid, there's just an immediate reaction
Trigger.
to that. It's a
Yeah.
trigger point. Like that's a
Yeah.
true trigger point. Like
Yeah, I feel you on that. I think that trigger a lot of people.
yeah, and it's
Feel
just
you.
like yeah, I can't control it. It's just like instant. Like
Yeah, and that's what I
lust.
was. Oh, you just reminded me though. That is like okay, that's what it is. So like you can be mad, but you can shift. You can shift your mad and like I think I was talking about that earlier. Like you could shift that over to like punching a bag or like using it to work out or something like that. Use it as a You can't. It's like I do believe you can shift. Like all of them are feelings, emotions. Them are all temporary things. You know what I'm saying? They're temporary. They don't last forever. You know what I'm saying? You
Right.
can't be happy forever. You can't be sad forever. You can't be all that stuff is temporary. You can't jealous. You know all that stuff be temporary and all that stuff. It shifts. Like you get bored at one point. I think that's an emotion. You get all that stuff is just like it shifts, and it depends on how you shift it. Like you can feel a certain way real quick. I could be mad, but I could hurry but shift it over to you could be sad, and then it can go to back to I can change it to happiness. It just depends on how you. That's where emotional control come in because you can shift it. It's easy. You can get mad. You can get happy. You can have come in and think happy thoughts or something like that.
Right.
Sometimes. I'm
I
gonna say
mean, unless
sometimes. I can't say
unless
all
you're a
the
monk. I mean, that's how you
time.
really.
Monks, they smooth with it. What is anger? Hmm? It's like anger. They be even digging deep with it. It's that Bree Hoops in the building and fairy tale. I see two more. Is they in here? I don't know if they in here. My peoples are in here. I am here. Y'all don't be in here. Niche had my back all day.
Only one question
It's
tonight, then, Kevin.
uh,
I see that you only got the one, right?
that's a question, but then at the bottom I put down everyone has their truths. Others have the choice to believe it or not. I could talk about that some more. Actually, I can't do that. Morning, fairy tale. How you feeling, fairy tale? Actually, I do want to talk about that though. I'm gonna give another example of that, and then I guess y'all can, put your input on how y'all feel about that
No,
too. But
and I say that all the time. Actually, in an argument where you make a statement and they decide that that's not true, they just don't believe you. And my
yes,
response is that's fine. You can believe
that's
what you
fine.
want,
Exactly. And
but
that's what I feel like we need to start training ourselves to do more because everybody's not entitled to believe in what we got to say. Nobody don't have to. And that's where our pride and ego gets in because we get mad and stuff. We get mad because somebody don't believe in what we believe in and all that stuff. And the thing is, we got to think about that humans, all of us have our own mind. We don't have to follow anybody because a lot of people lie. A lot of people get manipulated and then the manipulators end up making a mistake to manipulate others and all that stuff. It's like everybody, you know what I'm saying? We all got a choice of what we want to believe in. If I feel like trees is energy, you know what I'm saying? I love, I can kiss a tree and they can give me energy, you know what I'm saying? Let them do that, you know what I'm saying? Let them do it. I don't think there's nothing too bad about that. Maybe you get something, I don't know.
ain't nothing wrong. It ain't
Hopefully,
hurting
if it don't
nobody.
make you sick or something like that. But I'm just saying, like, let people believe what they believe in if it's helping their life, you know what I'm saying? But if it's hurting them or you see some type of hurt on them, then maybe that's when you step in because and I think humans got it in their cells that caring they care. Humans care. It's a lot of love and all that stuff. Humans usually want the best for somebody or something like that. Usually when hatred it comes from because it's like because of loving something else. It usually hatred. That's when that comes.
Well,
So it's just like when you care about one thing, you're gonna end up having a hatred about something else. But that's all it's in majority of us and all that stuff. So,
the problem
uh,
with all that is like, what if somebody truly believes in something that it just ain't true? It's just not. You know what I mean? That's the Achilles heel of that.
you said, hold up, nah. Zeno said, thousand content. You say you trying to get it. What you mean? What about the group? What y'all doing in the group? What's the deal? Mass Gummy. Thanks for the likes. I see you popping them likes and stuff. Good looks. Did Nisha just get extra quiet on me? She went from looking at the thing and never said
Well, y'all
nothing.
switched subjects, so I was gonna let it
Oh, my
go.
bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. I'm sorry. I was just trying to make sure. I know what sorry.
Sorry, it's my ADD.
No, it's fine.
Uh,
It's fine. I just found
but
out that feelings are how we express our
it's
emotions.
the opposite, right? I looked at it too. I'm like, why is the opposite so lovely? Got me over here
So the emotion
thinking
is
about
the
that.
the initial
Yeah,
sensation that you
it
get,
didn't. Yeah,
and
that's
then
what I
your
thought.
feeling is how you express it. So
That's what I thought. That's what I
you
thought.
might feel
Well,
a
that's better than what we read on Google.
well, I
Yeah,
had to
there's one is
put
I'm sorry to interrupt,
consciously
but
and
that's better than what we read on
subconsciously, and
Google.
one of them just consciously. I'm like, good way to explain
exactly.
that one.
Well, one is subconsciously, meaning that it just happens. You don't have no control. So you can walk into a
Yeah,
room and
which is
feel
emotions, right?
you could
Emotions, right?
yeah, you could feel
Yeah,
without or discontent,
that's what
right?
I thought.
But you express it with the feeling of
With the
anger because
feeling.
maybe your girlfriend is sitting there with somebody else. You
Mm-hmm.
see? So that is the difference. Like you can't help the way you feel in that moment, but
Yeah,
you can, I mean, the emotion that comes, but you can
yeah,
express it
yeah.
in whatever way you
You could
choose. So
change the way you
you can
feel
say,
about it.
"Oh,
Yeah.
that hurts my feelings. I'm gonna just play it cool."
Yup.
Right? So you can
The
use the
proof is
feeling of,
going to
you know
get
what?
all
I'm gonna
authority.
just act like it ain't happening right now.
The monetized threshold. That sound interesting. You might have to inbox me on that situation, man, so I know what you're talking about. I'm not trying to get in trouble for nothing. You know what I'm saying? I got a mission. I got going on myself. uh, okay, feel you on that. But now we learned something tonight. That's the whole point. That's why we talk about a lot of these things, man. We gonna learn something for sure. Everyone's had their truth. Let me get back on that. 'Cause my thing is, a lot of people. It's be like people that be they get mad because a person don't believe them or something. Like, how you gonna tell me I done went through this and all that stuff? My thing is like we do gotta start pushing our egos to the side, man, because we so fixed on thinking that everybody have to believe us because we. You know what I'm saying? I am I. You should believe what I say. You know what I'm saying? Well, imagine the person telling you to believe everything they say. Like you don't believe in everything everybody else say, so you know what I'm saying? Why they gotta live believing what you say? You know what I'm saying? No matter if you say that, oh, it's my experience, but you just highlighted it's your experience. So I don't, I can't. It's not my fault if I don't know if you're lying or not, or if you got manipulated somewhere or something like that. Because all of us are human, and we are susceptible. I don't know if I'm using the right word, but we are. We can. It can happen to us. We human. It can happen to any of us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
A
that's
lot of us don't be
susceptible.
know what we talking about sometimes, huh?
I said, yeah, you were right, susceptible.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. I be just feeling weird. Be trying to use big words and don't even be knowing if it's gonna go. Saying that.
Trust
Be
yourself.
starting to look at it. Trust my emotions. That's like that. Was trying to say.
Trust your inner intelligence.
Inner intelligence. Yes, 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 yes. So,
I
but
don't know. I mean, people's truth has forged the world, as far as I'm
Stephanie, you
concerned.
said you are
That, you can get real
uncomfortable.
deep on that.
What'd you say, Irish?
I said people's truth has forged the world. So
Yeah,
I
but.
mean, you can get super deep on that if you wanted to, but
Hmm. But I just be laughing now because I grew to understand that everybody got their own truth, and then people be always saying that, oh, my stuff is the truth. The thing is, we grew up off beliefs. Beliefs don't mean it's true. You know what I'm saying? It's called belief. Belief don't mean it's facts. Facts are not, and the beliefs are not facts. You know what I'm saying? That's the
yeah,
whole
yeah,
point of
yeah, yeah.
calling it a belief because we only know what we know. We only know our own truths and all that stuff. We only know our experience and all that stuff. So we can't. I can't. Like I said, I can't accept. I mean, I be saying.
No,
I'm
no,
on a
no.
tip tonight. I don't know
It
what
makes
I'm
sense.
talking
Keep
about
going.
tonight.
I
I
hear
swear
you.
I was drinking this. So I need to drink so I can make an excuse while I'm talking like this.
Well, you already know I'm drinking.
There you go,
I need to
dumbass.
drink. Shoot. I ain't got no excuse for why I'm talking like this. I'm just say I'm sleepy from work. That's gonna be my thing. I might drink some, man. I might. I don't know. What you on? What you on, Niche? Let me see what you.
You know what? I got some Earl Stevens Moscato.
Are you on something, man? Because if you do, you might talk. You might end up getting me. You know. It's like no.
Something's wrong with your brain.
I know. I mean, talking. I do got something
Reach as
downstairs
far
though.
as you can, Kev.
Huh?
Go, gadget arms.
Go gadget wine.
No, I got some dark shit that I think about all the time that just blows my fucking mind. Like, I don't even know if I want to get into it, but the light that enters your eye, your brain decides what it is, and this is like the Matrix type stuff, and how
Hmm.
you perceive what you view, it becomes your reality,
Hmm.
but it's not everybody's reality.
Hmm.
You follow, like, it's the same principle as what we were talking about before.
Yeah, I looked at something like that on YouTube. They were talking about our chakras and the way that light reflects ourselves off of things. There's some true
Like
science.
you can get right, and I don't even, but you get super deep on that stuff. Like everything that
Oh
you
yeah,
perceive, everybody. I mean, obviously, I mean, this is a very blanket statement, but everybody perceives the world.
Okay.
Everybody perceives the world as they see it,
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
as a singularity, though.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
right,
it's not, and not as a group.
Exactly. Most of you could be in a group and
right.
still see your life a whole different way. I mean, that's
Right,
humans. That's
exactly.
how
Yeah,
we
yeah,
are.
yeah.
Yeah.
Which goes back to what Kevin was saying. If it don't, if it don't apply, let it fly.
We go.
Because people love to group us because we think it's safer, right? So if I
Mm,
say that this side of town is where all the crime happens, then everybody else will go around it thinking they'll be safer. But the reality is crime is all over, right?
mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
it's just we do this grouping thing because we think it's safe. We think it
It's
keeps
some
us
yeah, that's
protected.
natural human thing though. It's
Hmm.
what they call it
Power
a
in numbers.
safety mechanism. That's
Yeah,
natural human thing because we
yeah.
built our survival and stuff. It's survival more than
Power in
anything.
numbers.
Yeah.
So we
And when you know that everybody looks at things differently and everybody's
mm-hmm.
perception is different, when you
Mm,
can remember that, then you can remember that even though they may put me in this category, I don't really fit there.
yep.
That's what I was saying the other day. So you're right, Irish, like you got to keep that in mind, and that's the only way to let it fly most of the time, because
Right.
people
Mm-hmm.
are
I'm
always going to
liking
put us
this,
in
man. I'm
categories.
liking this,
Yeah.
man.
Always,
I gotta put
people
a
always
chain
trying to
on
put
your
me in.
leg, man. You can't go nowhere. You can't leave my life, man.
Well, I'm always walking the line. I'm walking the line, as everybody
You
knows.
speaking
I
some
mean,
stuff for sure.
What'd you
always
say,
walk.
Irish?
I said I'm always walking the line too. I mean, obviously, me being white tea, in a group of room with you, with black people, it's always walking the line. It's rough. I don't want to change this conversation into that kind of stuff, but
Right. No, but I do definitely understand that. So when they're talking about white people, this and sorry, Kev, when they say other people do this and other people do that, you just know that I may not fit all in those boxes, even though I'm the same, you know, complexion,
Yeah,
yeah,
because I know my experience, right?
yeah.
right.
I'll try. I gotta get this right, but and silence.
What you was about to say?
Oh,
Nothing.
we were listening
We was
to
sitting here
you.
waiting for you to say what you was about to say. He said, "I'm gonna try not to," and then he just went silent. I'm about to say, don't end up saying something. You know, people be watching you. Make sure you don't say nothing wrong, man. I'm talking junk.
And you know how much that bothers me, actually. Like I try to be perfect.
All of us do, man.
You know what I
That's why
mean?
I tell you, do you, man. Do
And
you at the end of the day, man. You can't live off everybody else's expectations, man. Do what you feel that better in you. You know you can try it as much as you can try, just like anybody else can do what they try. But if somebody holding stuff over your head, and it would never, it'll
so, like,
never, it never work though, cause you can't force nobody to be what they, you know what I'm
right?
saying.
Exactly.
You can only advise them. You know what I'm saying.
I mean, like it's not like I'm trying to fit in. I'm not. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to be a, a person. I
Yeah,
don't know how else to
Right.
put it. You
I
know
A
what I
feel
good
mean?
you. I know what
person.
you're talking about.
Just trying to be a, a upstanding citizen.
Yeah,
Oh, just a people, just a person.
a
You know what I mean?
human.
Right.
So
A human with yours,
Trying,
everybody got their
trying
own
to
experience,
exist.
man.
Trying to exist and get along and be happy.
Yep.
So I've had
Don't
similar
worry.
conversations like what you're referring to at work. And what I can tell you is I always say, okay, guys, be patient with me because I just see people as people and I try to lead from generosity, right?
right.
From a
Mm-hmm.
place of caring and respect. So, if I say something that, does not go with the political terms,
Hold
just
up.
be
I'll be
patient with
right
me.
back.
But honestly, at work is the only place I would have to clarify it, you know?
Right.
And generally, I get a good response from that. But I just don't put myself in the middle of spaces where that's already a contention, you know? If I
Contingent.
could at all avoid it.
Contingent, though, I don't understand.
Look, here, I've got lights.
I know this is completely different. I've never seen a background like this before. I was going to ask him about that. What's up with the background, Kevin? He probably can't hear me. What's up with the background?
Did I miss anything?
Yeah.
What happened?
What's up? What's up with the background?
What's the background?
I don't know. The lights and shit behind you.
Yeah, that's what I did. I had to shift my little light real quick.
I was wondering. I jumped on. And I'm like, whoa, that's something new.
Oh yeah, I just switched some stuff up, man. I got me a head, a little mic and stuff. I know you can hear me a little louder now.
Nice,
Oh,
man.
or do you want me to try the echo voice? Hold up. All right, we in this boy now. Wake up,
What do you get, a mixer?
wake up. Don't let me start talking now. Now I'm in the bathroom now talking. Let's go.
What'd you get, a mixer or something?
You said what?
You got a mixer?
No, I just bought a mic.
Well, that ain't gonna change your voice. What changes your voice, man?
You said what?
I said that's not gonna change your voice. What changes your voice?
No, I just I put the echo up on it.
Oh, what now? You gonna do ASMR?
All right, I'm about to do the MSRs. That
Oh,
joke
where
be
did
so
that come
irritating,
from?
man.
Is that like I've never heard of that till I got on TikTok. Where did that
You ain't
come
never
from?
seen it?
I had to
That's
look it
some.
up.
It's like a fetish thing with people
Hey, they be
that.
like,
Yeah,
we doing all that
it's
I,
stupid noise.
it's like a fetish with people that like sound.
I
Oh.
don't like it. I don't like it at
And people
all.
be actually just, they be having thousands of followers up in there too. Just, I mean,
They do. They be
viewers
all in
just
the
be watching. They
comments.
weird. Huh?
They be all in the comments saying, "Do this and do that. This is so slippery."
Scrape it again. Lick it again. Smack your
Oh,
lips
I
again.
can't stand it. It's like
Like, what
nails on a
the frick?
chalkboard to me. I
Yo,
can't stand it.
weird.
Yeah, me too. I'm like, I cannot watch this.
Maybe
It's too
okay.
much.
Maybe I looked at like videos with maybe popping pimples and or something like that. I don't know. It'd be something about those. I guess I'll just be
My
looking like
brother's into
it
that
look like a
stuff, man.
reliever, a
I
stress
can't
reliever or
watch
something.
that.
Yeah, I be
It's
Ew.
watching
so
the.
weird.
I be watching them cutting this stuff out and all this pus come out and all that stuff. It be looking like
Ooh.
relaxing. I mean, it look like it's a relief. It's a relief type feeling, I guess.
Well,
I'm
it
assuming
is,
that's how the
but
Mm-mm.
AMSR things go.
that don't mean it ain't weird.
Right.
Nah,
Mm-mm.
it'd be
I
weird
don't
to sit there just recommend those. Like, come on, I gotta watch me a movie with pus.
Yo.
You should see this one. It's fucking great.
This gonna be a big one. I can't wait.
It's gonna be a big one.
Ew. You know, there's not even a
No,
movie.
like my brother watches that and he's like, "Hey, you gotta check this out." And he gets all excited about it. I'm just like, dude, I have. It's just weird. Like I just don't have that. I don't know interest.
There was a movie called Slither. Did you guys see that?
uh-uh.
It was horrible. It was about these big slugs that were like eating people. And so, it was a whole lot of them. So it was like they were like giant leeches,
Yeah.
Yeah, something like
like a snail
arachnophobia.
without a shell. Oh, they were just slithering around in the movie, and then people would cut them in half, and their tail would be over there. And it's just like, why? Just, they blow them up, and they just kind of explode. It's just like, oh, it's the
Wow.
worst movie. They had
Niece, I
several
got a
rows of
question for
teeth.
you because you.
What's the deal? Hobo is in the building. How you
Oh, Hobo's
feeling? I
here.
ain't seen you in a minute.
Hey,
Hey, hey.
Niche, what's your favorite movie?
We talked about no.
These. Sorry, no, I'm talking short.
I can't pick a favorite. I could pick like the worst and the
Uh-uh.
scariest.
Uh-uh.
There's too many good
No, no,
ones.
no. It's got to be like the one movie that you think is good. Come on now.
Um,
DJ Kev is back. Yeah, you was in here.
oh, okay. Let me think about it because
All
I'm
right.
not a person that really likes to watch movies again. So usually, a person's favorite movie would be like the one that they can watch over and over and over again. I cannot stand that. I think it's too many movies in the world to be watching over
The
and over again.
most recommended niche. What you mean by that?
The what? The most recommended with
I mean, I can watch
Hey, bro.
Armageddon over and over. It's a great fucking movie, but
What?
You recommend her a lot, Hobo?
She talk about the most recommended movie?
Or Rose recommended movie?
no, most recommended niche. That's what she wrote.
Oh, me? I'm the most recommended for what?
Yeah, you.
Oh, Hobo recommend you?
I don't know.
I like which.
Oh, see, which
Like
movie?
which movie do you rec? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I get it. I get
Um,
it.
it depends on what you're into. See, I'm a hopeless romantic, so I love romantic movies and drama. I
I
do
thought
love
you were a
action.
romantic type. I should have seen that coming.
I do like action. Um, gosh,
All right, for me, I'll just give you a moment to think. But for me,
yeah.
what was
What's the
I
deal?
oddly
Tremendous.
enough, I can't
I
remember
think
the
I
name
got
of
it.
it.
What's the deal, man? Welcome to the live. Welcome to the
What
It's
live.
okay.
what's the one with Leonardo DiCaprio and it's time like they can bend time and they can bend like things that happen in during that time. What is that
Oh,
called?
Uh,
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah.
Mine would you rather? Never have I ever. Oh, we don't need to play that. A lot of people gonna be in trouble if I play that game. I would say you would have to have your emotions in control with that game.
Hobo, help me. I know you can.
Never have I ever. That's when that if it don't fly, if it don't apply, let it fly. Start coming. TV show Alice.
Alice in Borderlands. Is that a
Can
recent
y'all
one?
hear me?
That's ain't that a video game?
Is it Inception with
Yes,
Leonardo
Inception.
DiCaprio?
Yes.
No, I haven't seen.
I hear the music.
Mm-mm.
Oh, oh, there you are.
Quit playing this music for the
You
long.
haven't
Iris, you
seen that one
suggest
yet?
that one?
Absolutely. I mean, if you want
Okay,
like
I
a,
haven't seen it.
or it'll blow your mind, but it's a great movie.
Mm,
What about
It'll make
now?
you
okay,
think. It'll make you think.
I like those.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like a
absolutely.
really good storyline.
You hear it?
There was an
It's
old movie. Hmm.
yeah, it's gonna make you think, and it's gonna blow your mind. It changes your perception on things.
Okay, okay, I'm about to find that one. Do you remember that old movie, Heat?
Heat.
Yeah,
That sounds old. Yes, I do, but it rings a bell. But I
Season
can't remember what it's
two
called.
dropping.
it was
Is
Robert De Niro
you
and
said Alice named after that video game? I mean,
it was
Borderlands. My bad. Good, go ahead, Nish.
Al Pacino and Robert De Niro.
The only movie I know those two are in are probably Goodfellas or The
Yeah,
Irishman.
they're like in a lot of movies. This one is called Heat, though.
Yeah.
Um, my mom used to. She watched that one like when I was, I don't know, I was like a 19, 18, 19. I don't know. Anyway, that one always sticks to me. But that's a really good storyline.
All right.
But that's an older movie. But when she She would watch it over and over again. Finally, I watched it and I was like, "Oh, that was dope." So I like that one. That's one of the oldest movies that appeals to me.
Only thing I don't like is that I gotta pick my struggle with this phone. Because if my phone started dying, I gotta pull the mic out to put in the charger. I'm mad. I gotta find some new technology. I gotta get the Bluetooth type one.
You can't get another charger.
No, unless I gotta get a one with a I don't know some special adapter to it where it can charge and play the mic at the same time.
Okay, let me get your likes up so we can get you some coins.
I like you. My finger going fast too.
Can you see it?
I can hear it.
Do it say who doing it?
Yeah, it say
Oh, it's me.
niche like live. Yeah. Nah. Let me hear that little finger go crazy in there. It's showing her other talents and stuff. So I'm talking to her. Let me stop.
Shut up.
He said, maybe talking about we talking about that joke on a video game. Call it the jacking hands, the jacking fingers.
Mm-mm.
So we at 10.5, man. I think by the end of the night, let me help talk too. Let me see if I can do something.
You seen that Goodfellas?
Goodfellas. I don't think I saw it.
You never seen that with Al Pacino and all them guys?
Yeah, I always heard of it, but I didn't see it.
Oh man,
I did see Usual Suspects. Mm-hmm.
you want to see a good mob gangster movie? You see Goodfellas.
Okay. Midnight showed you that.
The heck, that sounds like somebody had a
Oh, sorry.
pill bottle. One of them
It is apple
take.
cider gummies.
I'm like that sounds like one of them medication bottles.
Let me mute because you all in my business.
I caught you too. If it don't apply, let it fly. It's like, no.
Them keen ears. Mm-mm.
I got big ears for a reason. Let me see something real quick. See something real quick. Why I can't see none of my lives?
Right, Hobo. He knew exactly what it was.
Kev listening to her,
What in
yeah.
the world? He know about them pills.
Yep, it apply. It apply.
We didn't know you had
Not because
a
I took it,
disco
but I
ball.
heard people around me take it. I heard my grandparents take it.
Dang, well, I gotta be your grandparents now.
Dang. Right, that wasn't a good one. I
We
heard.
didn't know you had a crystal ball. Got you the strobe lights going.
You see that in the background? That's my crystal ball going off right now. It's
So,
happening
what
now.
is the black thing? Is that a curtain?
That's I bought a little, yeah, it's not a curtain. It's like a sheet that got this. Let me see if I can point
what
it
is it?
out.
What does it say on it?
I think it
Right,
say,
that's because there's some words, but we
what
can't.
do it say? I gotta look at it. You know that character, right?
Uh-uh.
Among Us video
Oh
game.
yeah. Okay, I've never seen it,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Yeah, it says, what it say? Red. It's backwards though. Red. Oh, red was the imposter. That's my favorite color too.
Red.
TT changed the format or something. It's
Oh,
foolish.
TikTok changed the format or something. So you just hung the lights up there and just rolled them up and just.
Stop looking. Stop looking too hard. you all in my background. If it don't
Said you
apply,
see I
let it
got my lights up.
fly.
Then you pan up and the lights are literally just
I know. I should have muted my muted my camera. Sorry, dog.
mute the camera.
I try to switch the whole right. Just switch the other around.
Oh my god.
Y'all
Oh,
in
you
here,
can't
man.
find
Tap them
lives
fingers,
anymore?
man. Y'all can't have niche doing it. I'm trying to get in here so I can help.
Wait a
Tap them
minute. He
fingers,
said
man. Tap.
you can't find lives
Give me to
anymore.
20K, man. I'm trying to. It's gonna be a little night, man. I'm gonna be on here for a couple hours.
A lot of them likes is me.
I know.
Ever since we met, I've been tapping the screen.
I owe you back. I'm gonna start. I'm gonna tap too.
Like a banshee.
Listen, I'm showing support. I
Oh, you
don't know
showing?
where these
What's your
roses
support?
come from. I just hope they in my bank account because we in trouble. You owe me
She
more
making
than that.
sure. I don't know where they coming. Nah, it wouldn't. If they ain't gonna be able to dig into it until you request some money from it, they ain't gonna do you like that. Good
Uh-oh.
looks. Good
I did five.
looks. I owe you. I owe you.
Shoot.
Yeah. We'll make arrangements. So let me stop. Stop for the
Bam.
wrong people coming here. Add more fire to the fuel. Well, they gaslight me. They're gaslighting me. Oh man, I'm so tired of that word on here now.
Yeah, it gets overused, and I think people don't realize what it
Oh
really
my,
means.
that's just irritating. Like, dude, that comes with a lack of control, lack of controlled emotions. Like, I seen people get a couple words in this automatic called gaslighting. I'm like, dude,
You
they
know
barely
how
even say nothing.
you start posting definitions.
Man, there you go, do your thing. Go ahead. I like that. I hear you over there. Work.
Right. That's how I be
Ah.
accidentally exiting myself out of lives.
D, you be working a mess on it. I already know that's how I think I feel. Well, only time I'll be exiting out by mistake is like if I'm scrolling up the comments and then try to scroll back down to the bottom of the comments and I scroll too fast and end up in somebody's live. Then I'm in there looking dumb like, hi. I meant to join your live earlier. My bad.
It's
I'm
funny
sorry.
you said niche because I nearly just did that. Just kicked myself right out of here.
Mm-hmm. Wait, is the dollar store closed right now? Yes, it's 10 o'clock.
Oh, there I go. I found myself on a problem. Thank you. Now I can click and find myself. There we go. Now I can help. Dang, you ain't playing. You got me at 11K. And Irish. Okay, I see you. I see your name popping up too. Okay, I ain't gonna. But I know
TikTok
Niche
is
had
like
most of it though. Niche had most of it, so I'm gonna go ahead and give her
TikTok is like
credit.
that ain't nobody but niche.
Oh,
We ain't even count
I
them.
was having it. I'm working this.
Hmm. I hear your little slow fingers. It's all right. You know what I'm saying? Your little fingers
All
doing
right,
it, but hey, ain't
I
nobody
got.
beat Niche. Whew, whew. My boy Conscious K is in the building. What's the deal, man?
Hey, hey, hey.
What's all
Dog,
that?
I was in there. I was over there playing your live while I was at my I told you I need to. I need you to have like an audio track. I can listen to you. I can listen to you. I was over there on the hollow and stuff, listening to what you was talking about. Y'all was talking about peace and all. I mean, there's some good stuff. That's why I went in your comments. I'm like, dog, is you a robot or something like that? I'm like, how you not missing? You be saying everything right. I said something is up. I'm like, somebody done programmed you. This can't be a real guy. But hey, that's probably it is. You probably got a lot of experience behind it. You probably did a lot of you good at that voicing yourself. I could tell that's what it is. It had to be a lot of experience behind it though. Eventually, I feel like because I'm like I was even going off live and came back. You was still on. I'm like he's still on. So I'm like dang, I gotta build a gift like that to be able to talk that long, man. That's the whole point of me doing this stuff not like this because I'm trying to learn how to be able to have something to talk about and extend on what I talk about. Get people to actually put it in different ways or whatever. But I figure it out because I know, like I said, I eventually want to shift over to YouTube.
Yeah, turn that reverb off.
Yeah, man. How you feeling today, man? You at the gym and stuff now, or you just chilling or something? over here trying to get these. I'm over here tapping these likes and stuff. Niche helping and supporting like crazy. You know, Irish in here helping me out now. And then some of my friends just popped up in here now. I'm just waking up with that long talking he was doing and giving everybody that good word and stuff. I'd be tired too. I would literally think I was at work sitting there for like at least had to be like two something. I'm like, I ain't never seen you on that long. I'm like, yeah, you for sure got some stuff. You had to, you was even had to live. They was like, you was like, is y'all live here and stuff? I was in there like, I'm like, oh yeah, they trying to saturate it. They was all in them commenting stuff. They trying to. That was a message, man. That was a heck of a message. You had them all them froze in there. Yeah, you be on point though, man. Hormiga is in the building, you know. Oh man, what's the deal, man? How you feeling, man?
Feeling,
You
man.
done made me. You got me to meet some new friends now today and stuff. I see, man. You know I gotta always follow everybody that you follow and stuff, cause I know you be having some good people, man. For sure. Let me
Yeah,
turn this echo back down again.
I
Yeah.
just did a 4 hour live.
Oh, you just did?
Yeah, man, it was
How did it
crazy.
go? Dang, did you lose your voice? Why sound like your voice gone?
Nah, this is my after 12 voice.
I thought this was your what's her name? Fairy voice when she
No,
coming in.
this is my real voice. I'm Batman.
Right. Right, I'm Batman. Do you follow Conscious K? Conscious Kurt?
Maybe I don't even know who I follow anymore.
I would recommend you follow. He real good though. I actually found him through uh through Kenny Pop.
He's in the
And he had
comments.
came in here.
Let me
He ended up
see.
coming in here. Huh?
No, I don't follow him, but I will.
Oh yeah, you gonna like him for sure though. Like he actually the reason why, and I was mentioning that before at the beginning of the year, because I actually watched this live for the first time before the beginning of the year, and he actually the one that got me to like do like I make a subject and stuff, and I said I try to express myself more so people can hear me and stuff instead of me just always having everybody in the box, because I was always doing it, even though I could do both of them. But it's just like I still gotta express my way of thinking and stuff, so people know who they who they looking at and all that stuff, so they don't be just a bunch of people talking and they can't understand. You know what I'm saying? Even though we all have good points and stuff on different stuff, but just to get to know the host, basically, that stuff. And then I use it for content because I put a lot of my stuff on YouTube now. I put it on. Oh, your stuff has shift off. Yeah, I put it on YouTube and all that stuff. So I'll be having content for YouTube and stuff. I know I edit out certain stuff, put all the certain stuff, whatever I feel in there. Because I don't want to, and with that too, I don't want to be cutting out some of y'all stuff and acting like I'm taking credit for y'all good talks and stuff. So I gotta say some stuff on there and stuff. I'm over here taking some of y'all stuff like, yeah, that was me. I'm Hormiga. What you mean? You said,
Hey, I'm Kevin. I'm just saying I don't really know
right?
what's going
He
on.
just sitting there taking each other's stuff like this dude ain't said nothing. He got him posted on the page. You ain't even saying a word. Why you taking his credit?
Yo, there's so many phonies in this
Man,
world, and that's the problem. That by the time you weed out all the phonies, you're already exhausted with all the energy you spent with all these dumb
wait,
fucks.
what the
You know what I'm saying?
freak? He said it's 8 a.m. What the? Oh, you. Oh, that's why you be got a different time from me. Okay, that makes sense. Dang, so you be up. You be up early when you go to the. Oh, so you just starting your day. You start your day with the gym. Then that's what you do. I think you in your day because like right now it's 1 o'clock here. You 7 hours ahead of me. You gotta be like in Tokyo or so. I don't know. I'm trying to think of where you. where you. Wow. I mean, I hear your accent. I know you from somewhere. I hear an accent when you talk and all that stuff. So yeah, so you be in the morning working out and all that stuff when I be seeing you a couple times when you came out around
It's
Estonia.
Candy.
Estonia.
Man, he about to make me look like a fool over here. It's a word I don't even know that.
They're like, where the hell is
Like what the
Estonia?
heck though? I don't think I want to go in this room. This dude don't even know how to say. I don't even know what it is. A country or I'm just gonna make myself more of a fool more I talk. It's in Europe.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's
So
European.
he be up early, so he on the grind. Hey, that's what I've been on. I've been trying to make a lifestyle and stuff. Like I usually before I go to work, I work out. I do Well, calisthenics. Well, same thing. Work. I do a little workout and stuff, and then I usually do it before I go to sleeping sometimes. But that'd
Yeah,
be like a few times a
he's
week.
ahead of us. You heard? It's 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, 8 o'clock in the morning, right? So that makes sense. When I was seeing him, it be his morning and stuff. Yeah, he work out, then he start his day, I guess. So that's why I be seeing him on live while I'm at work and stuff. And that's probably when he off, when he doing his thing and stuff, like when he got his free
I
time.
want to know how to pronounce her name.
Go to bed, TT. I see you before you even said go to bed. Go to bed. Y'all witness. I said it first, right? I
Who's
said it
that?
first.
Kanai?
Yeah. Go to bed. Go to bed. Go to bed. I'm saying 100 times before she time to see her type it. As soon as I see that
How
name,
do you pronounce your name, sweetheart? Nisha?
yeah, niche. Did she leave? She might have walked away.
Is it Niche W?
Me?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
What's the deal,
Oh, niche.
Ricardo? Welcome to the live. Welcome to the
Um,
live.
my name is Tanisha. My nickname is Niche.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so it's
W
How you
okay
is
if
my
I
feel? How
call
last
you
you.
name.
feeling, Ricardo, man? How you feeling, man? I know
So
you
it's
keep it,
okay.
man.
It's okay if I pronounced it Niche, right?
Yeah.
I hate to mispronounce people's name. You know, I make it a point to try
Mhm.
at least.
Oh, good looks. Good looks on the gifts and stuff, man. Oh, yeah, I about to say, hey, I recommend y'all follow him too, cause he got a positive type live too, just like how I be
Yeah,
having
I
and
be
stuff.
watching him. I don't
Yeah,
know if I don't know if he
Empress showed me
remembers
him.
me.
Yeah, he
I,
showed me him.
I don't know if he
Do it.
remembers
What the?
me.
Look at my head. What the do it? Good looks, Ricardo, man.
Yeah, but I be
Good
jumping on his
looks.
live big time. Like I be listening in the
Yeah,
shadows.
I
You
think soon
understand?
as yeah. Oh yeah, he be having me hype in the morning and stuff. I be at work and listen, coming in, seeing his stuff. He be dancing and all that stuff. He got the music in the background and he got some good stuff for sure, man. I like what he talk about and stuff for sure.
He said he's blessed and highly favored.
Most definitely, man. That's a good thing, man. That's what I want to hear, and that's my that's what I'm gonna be looking forward to a lot this year, especially this year, because there's been so much going on especially since 2020. Like I'm expecting the best. I'm already talking that into existence right now. This gonna be the best year. This gonna be the start of a new growth and all that stuff. I believe like it's gonna be less excuses and all that stuff. Like I would have thought like that's what actually helped me change a lot about my life and all that stuff because I'm like, how can you be the same person after 2020? All the stuff that been going on and stuff like,
Right.
how can you not learn
Um,
or learn? We got to get better and stuff. How are we the same type of person? I never understood that. That was
Damn,
weird.
Ricardius, man, I really do appreciate. He's going ham right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really do appreciate him, man.
that's
Right.
facts.
That man. He must have got that bonus check, man. Yeah,
He's just sharing
Thank you.
love, man.
he
This is
goes
just
crazy. Good
ridiculous.
looks, Ricardo, man.
Right?
I
I'm following, so
He
it's gonna
got
be
my
popping
room
in.
looking like it's popular now. They probably think it's 100 people
is
gifting
that
and
is
stuff.
that
It's
is that
one person.
is that oh
Hey,
shit, what
Ricardo, I'm about to
happened?
say, follow Kurt too, man. He real good too, man. You gonna like his live too for sure. I'm trying to get us all to connect, man. I've been finding some good people through Hormiga. I just found two good people through Hormiga today.
There's
Like I
it's
said,
a lot.
we all got to unite on some
Yo
stuff,
Kev is.
man.
I don't know if you noticed, but I joined their shows on YouTube, and
Hmm.
then they got the morning coffee crew. Yo, the shit that they be saying over there is. This is what I'm trying to introduce you to like-minded individuals, man. You
Hmm.
know what I'm saying? And it's hard to find these people because sometimes they pose as good people, and then you see them on another live acting totally like in contradiction. Oh, I live like this, I'm like this, and then you see them doing some phony shit, and you're like, man, that's fucking crazy. You understand? Like,
Yeah, that'd be weird. And that's good though. That's why you keep a good eye on them for real because like. And then that's gonna go back to and I will figure that out because I'm the question man. I love doing that stuff because I like to dig deep and try to find somebody's true intentions about behind what they do. That's why I ask a lot of questions though because it's eventually gonna come out. You know what I'm saying? Everybody gonna hide their attention, and it is like different stuff trigger people and stuff. So it's like, and if it did trigger, I'm gonna ask them like, what are you doing to work on it? Because my life is about making solutions. You know what I'm saying? It's solutions and not trying to hold on to our past thing. We trying to move. We trying to grow. You know what I'm saying? We can never grow if we to keep holding on to whatever our whatever we've been going through, whatever. And, back in the day, because we gonna be that's gonna be hectic. Like in order to grow, we gotta keep moving forward. All of us, literally all of us that got that same goal. Because like they got lives that's out here that's always just about they like coddling and always all that, but that don't make solutions though. It make you feel good at that moment. You know what I'm saying? You'll be all right and all that stuff. It'll make you feel good at that moment. But if you're not trying to do nothing to change, you will never move forward. You know what I'm saying? Because all you looking is for that temporary good feeling, like, yeah, you right, I wasn't that bad or something. Like, that's gonna be smooth for a good second though. But if you're not doing nothing to try to keep moving forward to fix yourself from feeling that way again, and then it's like that was a waste. That was kind of a waste of a talk or somebody to help you out, in that at that time. So that's why I be trying to, base my stuff off solutions. I'm trying to, even if it hurts somebody's feelings or if I went through that stuff, or I still will go through it. It really don't hurt my feelings no more now. But I'm just saying, sometimes it takes a quick hurt feeling at the moment. If it hurt my feelings now, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna save my future from being uh, in misery. You know what I'm saying? I would take quick hurt feelings instead of a future of misery. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I wish TikTok had a full of shit meter or a full of shit button. That I
Oh,
wish that they would separate TikTok into two different groups,
yeah, I
keeping it
feel you.
real, those that want to grow, and
Yeah.
those that want to fuck around and waste your fucking time, send them to another group like TikTok Part 2 or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right. Yeah, yeah. If only, man. But hey, as long as we keep training our minds, that we can it could get weavered out. Just like nah, like since I've been so focused on myself, now I be finding out what I don't. I mean, I stopped taking out the stuff I want in my life. I switched it over to what I need in my life now. So I'm not. I'm not using the want vision no more. I'm using my need vision and stuff. So all right, if you're not bringing no type of peace or nothing like that, or if you're not looking for peace, then I don't need you around and stuff or whatever. So everybody
well,
want friends and all that stuff, but we need friends that's sitting here, that's helping balancing or helping us grow and all that stuff. So you can want as much as you want, but if your want bringing you down, then that ain't the want you want.
somebody's been paying attention. I like when you speak like that because you look, let me give you an example. I have been in situations where something that somebody said resonated with me really well, and I absorbed it, I thought about it, I put it into my own thought process,
hmm
and then I'll go and I'll share something like on live or talking to a conversation, and I'll say something and I'll put my own twist to it, and then they'll come on and say, "Oh yeah, that was me that told you that." I'm like, where is the humility, bro? You understand? What
Right.
the fuck? That's like, and I'm the type of person that you ain't gotta tell me that it came from you because I throw flowers. I
hmm
always throw flowers because if something touches me and it makes me talk about it or try to break it down, then I give credit. Yo, I was listening to a live. It came from this group, this particular dude. I write down everything. You
hmm
should see my notes, Kevin. You will flip the fuck out, bro. You understand?
Oh, so much.
Look. I got the conversation of the question answer versus the question, the one who asked the question, and the one who received the question.
hmm
Right? Look, I got some other shit for you too. Contributions, action, consequences, situation therapy.
Uh,
I write everything down. I write everything down because I just don't want to hear it and repeat it. I want to write it down. I want to resonate. I want to do research on it. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to be able to add to what you said because
hmm
that's part of the reason that most people are confused is because they're only getting part of the information.
hmm
And I keep trying to tell people, speak in complete sentences. Finish your thought. Talk about the history of it, where it came from, how it's utilized. Like give people a different, version of it. But no, people like they'll say the first sentence and then all of a sudden they're a pastor in a church. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, come on, bro. Like, give people the entire information, because if you give them half-assed information, you're setting them up for failure, because they could only go but so far with what you told them. You understand? And I honestly believe that 100 wholeheartedly. So
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm
Indeed.
still faulting y'all because I still ain't had a dream. So
it takes time, huh? It takes time. It takes time for some.
No, she still.
Sometimes
I
it's
forgot
automatic.
about the dream. Yeah, I remember
I didn't
that.
forget
you
about it. We spoke
You
about
want
that
me to
earlier
help you out
today.
with that?
I
But
need
no.
y'all to manifest it for me because my energy ain't strong enough. I did not, however, watch a scary movie yet.
Oh, you ain't do that yet. That's gonna help a lot.
Yeah,
I'm a
I'm just.
lover, not a fighter.
That's
Get you a
okay
nightmare. You
though.
might not got a dream. You got you a nightmare though.
No, I think she has
What?
a lot
That's
of
not.
powerful information. She has a lot of powerful information, and she needs to do something that triggers it or metabolizes it. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Yep.
saying?
You
And
watch that Inception movie, you'll have more of an understanding what dreams could be.
Inception.
Yeah,
Okay. Oh, you know what? I turned on my TV to look for it too.
you gotta find it. It's great.
Okay.
It'll.
I think you'd be able to find it if you turn your camera on.
uh,
That's Kev's mo.
What's the deal? Good vibes. How you feeling, man?
good
How you
vibes in the
feeling, man?
house. Damn, bro. Damn, why you up so late? You off tomorrow?
You said
Oh
what?
wait. Today was your last day of work before you take a couple of days
Mm-hmm.
off.
I'm up all night, man. I'm up. Yep.
It is
Mm-hmm.
1 o'clock. Oh my goodness.
It's 1 o'clock somewhere.
No, I was like on live playing God of War a lot, so I was like, oh
How that
dang.
game? How that game, man? I still ain't played yet. I got bought a PS5. I bought the bundle though.
Well, let's see. I finished the main stories. I just doing some side quests.
Oh, okay. That's on the you got the new that's the newest one or the other one before that?
The newest one.
Okay. Don't say too much. Don't say too much. But yeah. It's
Damn,
good.
Kev, I'm gonna
I
drop.
miss
Uh,
video games. I really do.
I
I
gotta go
can't
take
say I
this
miss them.
because
I still play with them. I'm still playing more. I'm gonna be 80 years old still playing it.
I
Yeah,
think I'll be able
man.
to. Yeah.
I think even at this point that I haven't played in a long time, I still think that I can beat you in a video game. How about that?
You probably do. Probably. You know what I'm saying? Probably.
I'm glad
A
you
game
said that.
series.
I'm glad you said that.
The only
I
game
don't know. I can't say that much. I was gonna keep the competitive here, but I'm like, you know what? I ain't gonna even say myself because he probably would smack something up.
the
Don't
only
don't
game I
don't
cannot
don't do it.
finish is Dark Souls.
Dark Souls. Oh yeah, I already heard that's like one of the hardest games. My boy be playing that. But now he playing Elden Ring. He love that game though.
I just restarted Skyrim like 2 days ago.
Skyrim. Oh yeah.
Elden Ring give me
I
give me PTSD.
ain't it the same type of game? I think ain't it? I thought.
It is,
No.
but worse.
But worse. Yeah, because I already heard.
I can't like get past the first boss. I had to like cheat my way to do it. And I didn't know
Oh,
I could skip this first boss. That's the funny part.
hey, that's the situation where you gotta do what you gotta do to win. Sometimes I was like that when I on certain bosses when I was playing Gotham Knights and stuff. I'm like, dude, sometimes you gotta play like a little sucker. Sometimes, like whatever. I'm running away then, because you not about to. I mean, I gotta beat this part.
What games do you guys play? Are they action adventure games and fighting games or what?
uh,
I mostly play like a lot of like action games and fighting games.
No, fairy tale. The topic is not video games. It is just we're just sharing, young guy vibes. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. We were just talking about wanting your needs. You see how my brain
yes.
works, Kevin?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But now we're just talking, shooting the shit about video games, boy stuff.
You
I was
know,
trying to challenge one of these guys to see if they were willing to release some of their money to me.
He just go out of work.
Kevin didn't fall for the trap. He is a smart
Nah,
man.
nah.
You understand?
Yeah, I'm smart, yes. Because I don't know your capability, so I wouldn't even try it.
That was a very
I done got
smart
humbled
move.
a couple times like that. I'm like, you know what? I just got to stop talking junk and then see first.
Games, it's like game series that always humble me a lot. It'd be Ninja Gaiden, and every time I
Mhm.
play it, I have to like remind myself like it's a game. I can't throw my controller.
Yeah, yeah. Then you gotta buy another one, and these controllers ain't
Man,
getting
I
any
can't even
cheaper. You
tell y'all
understand?
about controllers, man. Because to this day, I think the only game that be making me mad, but it's fun at the same time because I play a lot of Mortal Kombat. That's like one of my main games I'm good at.
Are you sure
Mortal
about that?
Kombat and I play Call of Duty. Them the games I literally play like almost
I remember one
was
time.
daily.
I remember one time. It was Marvel vs. Capcom, and I was like rusty. I haven't played in like 10 or 11 years,
Oh,
and I have the muscle memory of playing it. So I was it was a college. It was like a college game room, and I played a couple like this guy was beating me in Smash Bros. Like Smash Bros. Hard. So this dude he decided to play me on Marvel's Capcom. So I was like, oh okay. I told him like I'm a bit rusty, and I whoop him like in like 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
oh my, yeah, you can't be embarrassing people like that. They gonna talk about
Hey,
Rusty.
is there a way that we can play live on TikTok?
I don't think.
I told him like I'm a bit rusty, and he was like, you're rusty. I was like, yeah, I'm rusty. Because I didn't hit the combo right. I didn't do anything right. And he
But
was like, just in gall after I perfect him.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. You
I,
you
I,
gonna just
I,
hurt
I
some
I
feelings
would
like that.
challenge. I would challenge any one of you to a game in Mortal Kombat.
Oh, let's
Uh,
go.
I
I
would
do that.
challenge any one of you to a Call of Duty game. I would challenge any one of you to a Madden.
Okay, you got me on Madden. I'm gonna be booty on that one.
Um, shit, I feel like I was there when they invented Mortal Kombat. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I already know that's classic for sure. That's been there since I was a little baby. They've been
I,
having Mortal
I
Kombat.
I used to love that game, man.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah, that's
finish
my
them.
cup of tea for sure, right
Mortal
there.
Kombat real
Have
bad.
you seen my? If you go on my page, I got videos of me on it. I'm actually, that's my game. But it's like crazy. It's like no matter how good I am, it's if you go online, it's always gonna be somebody better than you. That should be crazy. It's always somebody better. It's just like
I hate it
listen,
when I get beat up by a little kid. That shit pisses me
yeah,
off.
I lost. That's what I'm to this day. I'm losing to this one dude that's just turned 18. This dude be mashing me
no,
though.
I
I'm
saw like
like,
a
man,
5-year-old in a fighting game tournament, and he entered like, and it was in Marvel's Capcom, and he entered it, and I think he won like some matches, but it was surprising. Like someone that young can enter a tournament and destroy some people.
man.
I said I need to start training.
That is crazy. These kids getting smart, man. They getting smarter, faster, and all that. Well, smart on certain situations, but some stuff they just be learning stuff too quick and all that stuff. But
But the type of players I'm so afraid when I play a fighting game is fighting like Japanese players or Korean players. Those no,
we created the game. They know
those
all the
They
moves.
created TikTok too.
Hmm.
those no they know afraid that data. I'm just like I don't know math. What do you want me to do? I'd be so afraid. And then I want to get into like this game called King of Fighters, but the only thing that will
Oh yeah.
intimidate me is like this one character named Geese Howard, and he got this input called the pretzel input. And you have to like yes, because his inputs look like a pretzel.
Wow. A pretzel. That's how funny that it was. All I
So
remember is okay. I remember Geese because he's on Tekken. But the only person I remember on that game was a dude named Terry. That's the only one I know.
Terry Bogard.
Yeah, I'm
Tekken
on late tonight because I'm about to be on late tonight. It's my last. I mean, I ain't got to work tomorrow. So,
isn't Tekken the one where somebody has like a wolf or a cat top?
yep, you talking about King? King here, he got the The Jaguar head or something like that. It was a tiger head, something like that.
And
Yeah.
and then
It's a
there's
Jaguar.
the karate police officer, right?
Law. Yep.
Law.
You see, I know a little
I don't know
bit.
if he a police officer, but you probably talking
No,
about
he's
Lay.
a
I think Lay Wulon is he the
one of
karate
them.
police.
One of them was a one of
He's a
them does
cop.
the drunken. One does the drunken
Yeah.
master.
Yeah, Lay Wulon. Yeah, that's him. But he a police officer too.
One of them is a police officer. That I
Yep.
know.
And Law, his name is Law, but he's not he's just the karate dude. I think he trained with Paul,
He's
this dude
a
named Paul.
he's a chef as well, and
Oh, okay. Oh
he
yeah,
got a
yeah, he is a
son
chef.
named
Yeah.
Martial Law.
Yeah, martial law, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
he
it's
one of
for no wait, Forest
they,
Law. I mean,
they
Oh,
remind me
Forrest
of
Law.
Liu Kang.
Martial law, I almost was agreeing too. I just thought about that. You said who?
They
Liu
remind me
Kang?
of Liu Kang. Yeah.
Yeah, he do.
I mean
Hold on,
most
All
and,
the
and
like
and Liu
mo
Kang
like
and Ken are the same, right?
and who?
who
And Ken,
Nah,
you think it's Street
nah.
Fighter?
Ken is on Street Fighter.
Street Fighter.
Yep, yep,
I
yep.
mean, mostly every fighting game you gonna have your own Bruce Lee archetype.
Yeah, Bruce Lee type. Yep, exactly.
That's
Cause they got this
that's
dude named on Dead or well, dang, I don't know if I can say that on here. On a live or on a
DOA,
live DOA. Yeah, I should
DOA,
have said
yeah,
that.
you
Yeah,
got Jan Lee.
that dude that be doing that. Even though he not even Chinese though, I think he American. I don't know. He
No,
just like
I
a
don't
white guy.
know.
I
He's
think he is Chinese,
Oh, okay.
I think he's half
Chinese
and half.
American.
Hmm.
I think he's a bastard child. But you don't. I don't think you really want to get involved with me with the whole Street Fighter, that whole shit. I love that shit. Wait, what's Street Fighter? That's E Honda and Chung Li
Yeah, that's Street Fighter. Yep, yep,
and
yep.
Beast.
Yeah, I think he on there too, or that whatever. No, no, his name is start with a he green. You talking about that green dude? His name
Blanca,
is
Yeah,
Blanca,
Monk. Okay, okay, yeah,
Blanca.
yep, yep, yep,
Who's
yep.
the guy in Street Fighter that does the breakdancing?
DJ.
Is it DJ?
Oh no, he does calypso fighting. He's from Brazil.
Yeah,
Dang, I don't remember that guy.
that I always owned it with that dude.
That was one of the newer guys. Like he's not one of the original guys. Like Dawson
What's the stretchy
was
leg
original.
dude?
That's Dawson.
Dawson.
Okay, I don't know. I just
I'm
knew
ho-
his. I knew him, but I just never knew. I never owned that game though. It was on
I'm
Sega.
hoping I'm hoping like Street Fighter 6 will add like Doug Lee because
Oh,
he was playing my main in Street Fighter 4.
I'm scared to play that though, cause I'm not trying to add another fighting into my thing. Cause I'm already trying to get on Mortal Kombat. Then I want to play Tekken was nice. I was playing that competitive.
Damn,
Then Street Fighter looking
Tekken was
fun though. That dude look fun though.
a Neo Geo game.
No, you're thinking like Fatal Fury and King of Fighter.
Oh, I remember
But
those.
I
Yeah,
think
oh
I
yeah,
think
yep,
I
yep.
think Tekken originated from the Neo Geo
That's a Namco.
Namco
Namco.
Well,
Bandai.
that's
Bandai.
Namco or something like that. Something like that. Yeah.
You got to remember that some of those companies are sister companies. They come from the same place. That's not like
Okay.
I
Yeah.
remember Namco too.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. He just came up with music. Namco.
Hmm.
I love Soul Calibur.
Oh yeah, I started getting into. Oh, I like that other one. Me and my friend was playing that one. I like the way they did that on it because it's like it's a counter for everything. You could do this like this little blue thing that, and the counter of that be like a red parry or something like that. It's gonna be sweet. It's like so many ways you can do it. Then you can do ring outs on there, and you could do yeah, that's Soul Calibur code. My boy got me into that.
It's been a while, man.
Yeah, I've been playing all them fighting games.
I remember one time that a female was in the Call of Duty live, and I swear she was cheating, bro. That's why I just didn't want to accept the fact that a girl was that good. You feel me? I was like, but she was doing her
I
thing.
know
She
the
was doing
feeling.
drop shots, back flips, all types of shit. Like, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? And
I
she was
know the
sniping. She
feeling.
was sniping. She was quick
Mm-hmm.
scoping.
Quick scope, right? I know that. That's I was losing on Mortal Kombat like that by a 17 or so. She was 16 or 17-year old, and I'm already losing to a young, and it's a girl too. I'm like, man, I feel like, man. I said, man, people is sweet on here for real. I already
What
feel
what
bad when I lose to a little kid, but I just had to admit that. Shoot, they sweet. Them kids be sweet.
I got a question for both of y'all. What's
Was
the
it?
oldest console you remember playing?
Mine was be Nintendo.
The original Nintendo?
Yeah, the original Nintendo, that gray one that
Before
you had to
before
blow
they turned
the.
into 64?
I'm young, so I play
It
like
turned into the Super Nintendo after that.
the youngest for me it was like PS2.
You
PS2?
must be a
Holy
2000
shit.
baby or something.
I
Yeah.
mean, with Nintendo, do you remember like playing Duck Hunter and holding the gun straight up to the TV?
Oh yeah, yeah, that was there. Yep, I remember that
Well,
Duck Hunt.
well, well,
That's some
what they
ancient
did,
stuff.
what they did, which I found was crazy, is that sometimes you get Duck Hunt free with the game, but it don't come with the gun.
Oh wow.
So you had to go and buy the gun to
Right.
Mm-hmm.
play the game.
Yep.
I felt that was
That came with Mario. When I bought it on when I had it on Nintendo, yeah, it came with Duck Hunt and Mario on the same
Yep.
thing.
yes, a duel, right? But
Yeah, it
but
was a
they
duel. Yep. Oh yeah,
but they
yeah, Iris already put that down. Yeah, it was both
Yeah.
of them two together.
Remember the Wii we had like Wii Sports?
Oh yeah, I dodged that system. I wasn't trying to
the
do all
what the
that moving.
Wii? What about the Dreamcast?
I was lazy.
They had Dreamcast.
Man, I had owned that for like a couple weeks. Well, I ain't owned it. My dad bought it and stuff. I only played it for like a week. It was fun for a little bit. That was like the first one that had the good graphics on there. We ended up not
Yes,
playing it too long.
they were the first CD game.
Oh, what's that?
It was cartridge before that. You had to blow the cartridge.
Oh, it was. I know that. Okay, oh, that must have came because it came from the Sega type the franchise, right? Because it was Sega Dreamcast, yeah. So they had
It was Genesis,
Sega
right?
Saturn and Sega Genesis. They
Yeah.
had, and then it was Sega Dreamcast
Well,
after
first it
that.
was Sega, right? Just regular Sega,
Sega,
I
yeah.
love
and then
Zelda.
it turned into Genesis.
Yeah, Sega
Oh,
Genesis. Yeah.
okay. Genesis, yep.
Which is very close to the Nintendo.
Yeah, Saturn, Sega Saturn. That was the first one. Because one of them
And
was a
then
CD and one of them was a cartridge.
yeah, the Dreamcast was a
That
CD.
was a CD too. Yep.
But
Oh,
I could
tell
go
me.
back to before. I could go back to Atari,
I was gonna say
Cali-
Atari, yeah.
Ooh, yeah, you
Co-
got me on that. Now that's when you
Co-
win. Because
The
ColecoVision.
the original ping pong.
don't tell me you said Pong, right? Yeah, y'all
Oh
was on
my
the
Yes,
Pong.
goodness.
and there was
Yeah, y'all
another
got me
game.
now.
There's another game you could look up called Arcadia 2000.
Mm.
That's
That's
for
the one with
all.
the space fighter, right?
I don't know, but I remember it was bootleg that if you couldn't afford the other one, you had to get the other one. Oh, she said she's a Zelda kind of girl. Let me tell you something,
I
Perito.
love
That's one of my
Zelda.
favorite games. Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. Let's go.
Ooh, she just said the Commodore, and that's just as old as.
I never like I wish like Nintendo would like release like Twilight Princess on Switch because I've been wanting to yearn to play that game again.
Which one?
Mm.
Twilight Princess?
Oh man,
I
I yeah. He
never
said
heard that
the
one.
Commodore 64. Then they had the 128, and then they had the 256, and then they had the Commodore 520.
Oh my, yeah, you
I
was
never
on it
played a
for sure.
Commodore.
Then I don't remember none of that.
I
Yeah,
got
but they
so
were more
addicted.
computers than anything else. You know what I'm saying?
I
You
got
said
very
that was
addicted.
on. You said that was
Yeah,
on.
the 5.5-inch floppies. I remember that shit.
I got so addicted like playing this boxing game on my
He said a
Switch,
floppy disk.
and it helped me
What
avoid
boxing
losing
game?
weight. Called like fitness boxing.
Oh, that was probably on Wii, right?
What's on Switch now?
Oh, no, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got a
yeah.
Switch now. I ain't been playing it so long. Got a
Speaking,
Switch. You got a PS5. I ain't playing none. All that collecting dust right now, but I'm playing though.
I really need to go back to the gym though.
What they call that? The original Nintendo.
Gym.
Like when
You
you walk
really
around.
don't need no gym. That's why I be telling people like if you really serious about working out and all that stuff, you can literally do that stuff at the crib though. Like I actually stopped myself from going to the gym because I'm like I got enough equipment at the house. All I had to do is I can make my own weights if I needed weights or something. Like only thing I would say like if you trying to run a treadmill or something like that, you probably do need a gym because I don't got no.
Everybody's different, Kev. Some
Yeah,
people need
everybody
to
do.
be around people and feel that energy. You know what I'm saying? In a place where
Yeah. Oh yeah,
everybody
yeah,
is doing the same thing. You
yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But I was just saying, like, to where, like, if you really, depending on how serious you is, you can always start now until you get to a gym or something like that. Just, prep, I guess, until you get
Right.
there.
Well, I'm currently fasting at the moment.
But I feel you. I do feel you said yeah. Some people just need
I remember
that
one
extra
time.
motivation
I
though.
remember,
Yeah.
I remember one time when I did my first ever bench press in wrestling. Like when I did the first time, I thought my about to like come off. I was like, why does hurt?
Like, what is this? Why is my chest popping out like this?
I said, ouch.
Like, yo, my body's swollen.
Right.
Come
I
on,
was
my
like,
gym
show
goes to
no
be like
pain,
Terry
no
Crews.
gain.
I went to the gym today though. That's funny that y'all saying this shit, bro. Because I went to the gym today. My daughter said, "Hey, Dad, I want to go to the gym." And once she said that, I said, "Let's go." You know what I'm saying? I can't be that type of guy where if one of my kids are telling me that they want to do something positive, I don't want to give them an excuse. So I got dressed. I started taking all my vitamins. I went in there and I did my thing and I was ready to leave. And she was like, Dad, I'm not satisfied. I'm like, God damn. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh,
And I was tired.
Oh my.
You know, I'm
At
doing a
least you got
9 day
it out. You
program.
got it, dude. Though you did it.
Yeah, I'm doing a nine
No
day program.
excuses.
I'm doing the fasting. And I always tell people all the time, listen, man, if you're not going to work out, then you can't afford to eat fucked up. Even though you should never eat fucked up. But
Right.
if you're eating fucked up and you're not working out, boy, you are looking for a disaster. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yep.
one of my gym goals to like get back to my wrestling weight, and I was like 180. And also, I always wanted the Terry Crews thing with my chest, but I never understood how he does it.
I get it. Trust me. I haven't been 180 since the third grade. No, I'm just fucking with you.
Not in third grade.
I was a heavy little fat boy. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Lord.
I used to eat a lot of chips,
A lot of chips. It was the
a,
potatoes.
a lot
I
of
swear it
potato
was the
chips.
potatoes.
The
And every
potatoes.
summer, every summer I had a different flavor soda. If it wasn't pineapple, it was Sunkist or Welch's. It was always some flavored fruity soda. You know, even coconut soda or pineapple or pina colada soda. Damn, man. You had to do what you could afford. They had those tropical fantasy drinks that it's like or Fago that is like a 50 cents 24-ounce soda, probably made from the worst shit on earth. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Hey, no, there's
I had to
nothing.
cut the
Hey,
pops. I had to cut pop, man. I drank a lot of water now. I had to, cause I went through so many years just drinking pop. Didn't I was scared of water. And now ever since I've been on the past 3 years, I just been dropping. I've been dropping pop like crazy.
Good.
All
That's
right,
a
Mister
big difference.
Goodbud.
That's a very big difference when you remove the soda from your diet, bro.
Hmm.
You know, I tell people, man, eat an apple once in a while. Stop playing games, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I dropped a lot when I stopped drinking regular soda. I moved to a diet. That was
They
me
did
all I
say an
needed.
apple a day will keep the doctor away, something like that.
Yes,
Yeah.
because it has fiber in it, and most problems come from your digestive system.
Oh, okay, makes sense.
I didn't really
Okay.
figure that out until I started
Don't it
working
got
out.
like a lot of like acids and stuff too in it though?
The
Cause I
app,
notice
the
when
app,
I eat,
Orange
my
the,
chest
oranges
be hurting
do
sometimes.
not
I don't know.
apples.
not all apples.
Okay.
Some apples are different. Like it's a different from a green sour apple or what is it? The Granddaddy
The
Smith or
sweet
what is
one.
it?
Man,
Granny
pink
Smith.
ladies. That's the one you want.
The
I like
pink.
the
Those
sweet ones.
those
I like the
those are
yellow ones.
good. Those are good. I think
Would
some
you
of
like
these
the
fucking
chocolate
apples.
cover apples? That's what you mean in fairy tale? Chocolate
No, no, no,
or the
no, no.
caramel color ones? What do you mean called chocolate?
Damn, what's that apple? They got Fuji apples. They got Macintosh apples. Red Delicious apples. They have Golden Delicious apple. Damn, I know too many apples.
Dang,
Um,
right.
where you work at a supermarket? Like what the hell?
Right. All I know is the color yellow, green, and red. That's all I
There-
know.
there's one apple that's
There's a crisp.
really good for
Something
you.
crisp.
The crisp. What is that? The honey crisp?
Yeah, Honey Crisp. That's one.
Mm.
That's one of the
It's a,
best
it's
tasting
either a
apples
Honey
there is.
Crisp or the Pink Ladies. Those are the two ones that I really
And they
only
have
eat.
Gala apples.
Those are good too, actually. But they're
Gala
soft.
Island. Something
Bro,
like that.
there's like 300 apples. Seriously, and I live in a place where
Yeah.
they do apple picking. That's
Oh,
you
she said
understand,
she
like
need chocolate. You a chocolate
Oh, yeah.
head? You like
Well,
chocolate?
you should know this, man. Kevin, you're from fucking Michigan, man. The apple country.
oh
Oh
they
yeah,
got
yeah,
apple
you
trees
right.
in Michigan.
I
Oh,
think
big
they
time.
they got the
Big
apple. They
time.
call it the apple orchard or something like that. Something
Orchid, yeah,
orchid.
yeah.
Yeah,
Because I
they
don't think
got
the
something
green
like.
apples grow up north. I don't know,
Mm.
Uh,
No, Michigan's well known
but
for apples. Big time. Yep. It all depends where you
I
are.
didn't even know that. But New York's nickname is the Big Apple.
hmm. I know we call Motor City. That's all I know. I ain't know it was
But I don't think it's got nothing to do with apple, right?
the
That's Motor City.
Let's just ask Google. What's
right.
the
You know they can always
capital?
usually say
Wait,
today.
what?
No, it's about the
Uh,
seasons because the seasons are so much different up here because we're in the northern hemisphere. So the apples are different up here.
I don't know. Do they
Because
grow apples in the South? I thought it was a seasonal thing.
oh, I'm sure they do, but they're completely different because it's a different light situation.
Oh, those are more like
There's more
healthy.
light than there is. You know, that's why we can't grow oranges up here. But that said, I had a peach tree. I'm from Wisconsin, and I had a peach tree, and that thing was only 2 years old, and I must have got 100 peaches off it every year. So I don't know. It breaks the rules.
I think Apple
The
City.
apple, the apple, the apple capital of the United States is Wenatchee, Washington.
Oh,
Hmm.
Washington's,
Washington State, not Washington D.C.
which would be upper hemisphere ish.
And it is also the apple capital of the world.
Hmm.
I never even heard of that.
Dang, this thing touching my head. I think it's something in my hair.
What is that?
I'm talking the stupid lights I got hanging.
What's those lights you got going on? Those are Christmas lights? Damn,
I
you the
know
worst.
that's like some little designer lights. I guess they.
Designer lights that look
I
like
had these
Christmas.
on for when I was streaming before and stuff. I just reusing them
He,
now.
he
Where
pulled out the old light.
are they battery operated? You plug them in.
Battery.
Yeah.
Damn, that's
Nah,
serious
I
when you
just
think
bought this
about it.
little colors that you see on. I just bought them. I needed a little color in here. I got that little circular thing that hold my phone up. That's why my phone held up now. I got that little thing now. Yeah, I'm trying to get my
That's all right.
stuff looking a little bit better so my room can look interesting, you know?
You could change color with those lights?
Yeah, yep. Let me see. Can make it
He's
read.
got a controller. He's probably got like a remote.
Yep, got a remote. You gonna do that color?
Bam.
What color?
Bam.
Make it blue.
There you go. You
Oh,
see?
Okay, all right.
Amiga's like, oh, you want to see some color?
Oh,
Look at
let me
this.
make mine red too. Hold up. Dang, that's a weird
Bro,
red now.
I'll give you the rainbow if you want.
That ain't a rainbow. Do it. Do I got the rainbow?
I never really paid attention to Amiga, but I never see it. I guess I never really noticed the lights in the corner of the room there. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
I'm in a big room though. Everybody be on some hiding shit. My room is crazy right here.
Yeah, I like that. That looks nice.
Yeah, this room is specifically to do work. You know what I'm saying? Like it's specifically to do videos. Like I have so much equipment here. I'm not even using half this shit. I don't have the capacity or the time to do it. But this year I'm gonna make some very interesting videos.
Yeah, yeah.
Trying
Well,
to
you
let
play
a
instruments or
lightness
nothing,
come on.
or are you just?
Yeah, yeah. I play instruments. This is a studio. Like this is an actual studio right here where I'm at.
Well, what
Well, you
instruments
can.
you play? I never knew that.
Yeah, I play all this shit, bro. I play this. You know, I don't
You
really
be singing and stuff?
all that shit.
I figured. See, I can see why I just picture that too. You just go crazy.
You know,
I want to
the,
tell you.
the one thing that people don't know is that I actually spit bars.
Eh.
You say you spit bars? Oh, Hello, my name is Hormiga. I'm your mother.
I'm positive, like HIV. Let's go. You understand?
Right.
No, I'm
Right.
dead. I'm dead ass, bro.
Oh
So
my.
you produce. You're a
I
producer.
mean, I do a lot of things. I produce. I make beats. I used to do jingles for commercials.
Mm.
No, I did it for a while. I mean, I used to download stuff from Loop Masters and whatnot. I used to make my own shit. It was fun.
Right.
It's good stuff.
Nice,
It's fun.
nice.
Pop
I
these.
mean, like I said, bro. I can put a song together real quick. I can write songs. I can master shit. I used to do a lot of talent shows on Instagram. My talent shows were so lit. I had to get out of it though because there was so much toxicity.
Mm.
Unfortunately, when you deal with the youth, sometimes it comes with a lot of consequences. You know?
Really?
I only
Yeah,
did a
man.
couple raps on here. Let me see. I don't know. I got it on my page too. Let me see if I. I don't even think I got that one. I posted no more.
He writes love songs now. Let
DJ, won't you play my?
me see. Let me see stuff. Huh? Let me see if I can play you at least 15 seconds or something. Hold up. Let me see if I can get.
Perfect.
Let's see if I can do this for you. I don't want nobody getting excited.
I'm excited.
Oh, okay. I, I was actually being facetious. I'm with
Well, I know. I know. I caught it. I know exactly. I caught it. I caught
you.
it.
Let me see. And I'll show you that I'm playing it so that people out. I don't like that sound.
Down, down. Okay.
Sound like that.
That's hell yeah.
Oh, he was going in for a minute. I'm about to
Hell
get
yeah.
the break dancing around here in a minute.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, this is why I don't go live a lot because I'm just trying to master a couple of things. But when I start doing lives, one day it'll be music,
Mm-hmm.
one day it'll be positivity, one day it'll be comedy. Because I'm gonna do a comedy show soon. I'm gonna talk to you about that.
Mm-hmm.
Sidebar, Kevin. You heard?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna start doing
I
a lot.
like that. I like that I saw that side. Thanks for sharing, Humiga, by the
No
way.
wonder he said he gonna beat us in the game. He got his fingers going crazy over there.
That was a cool scene, man. I
I'm
mean,
scared. Nah, I ain't gonna play him in Mortal Kombat now.
that was straight up skills
He
right
said them
there.
coordinations on point.
Yeah, my finger game is stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah,
On,
that's one thing. If somebody ever challenges you to play a video game, you gotta ask them, do you play an instrument? Like, yeah, of
right. Right.
you know what I'm saying?
I'm good now.
No,
Nah,
I know what you're
I'm
saying because
keeping
I
my
played
money
drums
to
for six
myself.
years. So like I
Especially
can do
with
shit
a
with my
sax.
right hand that I don't do with my left hand.
Whoa. Keep that PG.
Straight up.
Hey, you gotta be able to switch hands without feet. You know what
Switch hands sometimes, you know.
I can do different shit with both hands at the same time.
I'm saying? I'm just saying, you gotta be
I'm
able to
gonna mute
speak.
now.
Gotta be ambidextrous. Oh, here go my rap. been the answer for her problems, but I'm not him. I don't mind it though. You don't like me how you think you do. I like it though. I know I'm fine. No, I'm fine though. Modern chicks today, man, ain't got the time for. I'd rather grind, shine, sit, wine, be kind, and dine all on my time. Not even lying, yo. What you crying for? But you a dime. I'm not a rapper, baby, but I still rhyme though. Let me sing it for you, just this one time. Go. I know I'm fine. I know I'm fine. But the money makes me handsome. I know I'm fine.
Yeah, I knew you was like an E40 too short type of
I had another. I mean, two raps on here on TikTok, just on some fun stuff, just to see if I can do it.
That's crazy.
I just seen some trends and stuff. I'm like, let me see if I can do something on that beat. Where the heck? I know it's another one I had.
Maybe we should do a duo about, and then you'll have Kenny Pop jump in and say accountability.
Accountability. You gotta be stupid, right? With stability.
That's it. My abilities. That's my
Are you?
ability.
That is right. That'd be cold. You come out of nowhere. Accountability.
That's right. If you don't have balance, you don't have agility.
Oh, here go my other rap. My other rap. I am not a rapper. Don't judge. Hold up. Wait. Let me start it over. I am not a rapper. Don't judge too quick. That's my name. Oh my, why you being so aggressive? Living life, living right, kind of something that I meant to taking blessings, getting lessons, looking here for the message, not addressing. Look to the right, now that's attention. She make it bounce, I forgot what I said. Made it bounce like the hair on his head. That body showing, body flowing. No wonder the follow flowing. Oh, I did a duet and sang with this girl. This junk so lame. I had to. I be tripping on TikTok. It's a connection I can't explain. I can explain. Love is a friendship made on fire. Okay. It's a connection I can't explain. I may not be your first date, kiss or love, but I want to stick to the part. Last forever. Love is a friendship made on
Yo,
fire.
you know who you look like?
Yeah, you spit better, man.
That battle rapper that does the famous YouTube battle raps, but he don't really be rapping. He be saying shit like,
Oh, you talking about a hot fire, a spit hot
"Yes,
fire?
fire." Yo,
He be saying couple words and right. All
he be
right.
saying the chicken and the egg and the chicken, which
Yeah.
came first. Ooh, I was like,
They be going crazy too. He just say a couple words. That'd be funny.
yeah,
It's like it's hot fire, spit hot fire, something like that. I remember his
he
name.
did a versus against
Chris Rock.
Chris Rock, Blueface.
Mm-hmm.
Um, oh man, it's
A
fucking
couple people, a
funny.
few people, right?
That is
Kevin
hilarious.
Hart.
That is absolutely hilarious, bro.
He said it is funny though. He wear the glasses like me and everything too.
I'm paying bills and I'm looking at my daughter's bank account. The shit is bigger than mine. I'm like, what the fuck?
He said, surprise!
I'm like,
It's all
damn,
your money put together on mine.
yeah. Don't worry, Dad. My bills are your bills. That's what she told me one day. I said, shit, keep your bills to the minimum.
Right.
Oh shit. Fairy Tale said, stick with the bars,
I
kid.
know, that's what she was saying in the middle of the she like I ain't trying to hear. Don't make me get on here. I start singing for real. That was my play voice over there. And my Playboys. Please no. Don't make me bring you. Don't make me bring you in the box. Let's see how you sound. Then let's go ahead. He said you want to be funny.
Yeah, you know what? Bring her up. Bring her up.
What's
Let's
the deal,
talk to her.
Hoopa? What's the deal? How you feeling? You remember who I am, right? I hope so.
She's feeling the rap though, the rap game. The
But the
E4,
rapping was
the
not bad at
E40,
all.
the Too Short and E40.
Y'all about to get me to singing, man. I can sing a little bit. Let me go, man. All right, man. Let's see what we got. See, bro.
If people
Nice.
tap in and they hear us singing, they're gonna think something is really wrong. You know what I'm saying?
They be like, what the heck? And it's all dudes in here. What the heck is he singing?
It's like, what kind of
I
you
love
on? I
you. You love
here for
me.
some positivity, and you got group andros, you know.
Nah, Fairy, you coming up in this box. Nah, forget all that. You talking all that stuff down there. I'm ready for you. Ain't gonna talk about my voice and get away with it like that.
Imagine
You
she
hurt
comes
my
up here,
feelings. You hurt
come
my
up here,
feelings because if it don't apply, let it fly. It's like that.
come up here, and she'll be like, "You'll never
But
find
right,
another love
right,
like mine."
kill me. All right, she go tear me up out of here. She first
Transformer,
off, you should have
guys,
put
real
some
quick.
bass in your voice. You'll never find. Doing her own ad libs too in the background. Boo, boo, boo,
Yeah,
boo,
like,
boo, boo. Right, in the European way.
You're like,
I've been singing enough. Nah, you about to sing. Nah, come up in this box. Nah, you ain't about to know. Nope. Now you put on spot. Nah, you ain't about to just do me like that.
I'll be in the club with a bottle of bub.
Let's go ahead and
Do
hear
mumble rap,
fairy
right?
tale.
Straight up, sing some Elvis.
Don't be hiding down in that box. Come on. I'm about to force you in there. Nah, man, you talking all that.
You
Baya.
said, what you say? You said Elvis Irish?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't you let me be your darling teddy bear.
You do okay. There we go. See.
Put a chain.
Everybody tell it coming out.
Oh, let me be.
Nobody ain't telling me what to do.
Got her. Nope, it's a rap out of
That's
bring
it.
you up in here.
Fairy tale. I want you to sing us. I want you to sing a song.
Don't you want me, baby?
I don't sing.
Oh, I thought she was about to do it too. Hey, yo, it scared me too.
I
I
owe
don't.
money.
I was ready for it.
You were ready for it?
I was ready. You said I thought you was about to start something. You said
I thought you was gonna bring the heat.
right.
No, I will spare you guys.
Nah,
I don't think they sing in Amsterdam.
I've been singing for 11 years for Disney. I know the whole Disney collection of songs out of my head.
Damn, that's sad because I don't even know one.
Oh, so she tried to hit us with the reverse
You know,
Uno
I,
card
I
on
knew
us.
I knew something would come up. I knew something was mismatching. You know, this can't work.
Don't use that now. No, don't use that.
We'll put you against Anthony Hugh, so you could sing The Lion King.
Ooh, that would be nice.
Simba, you must remember.
No, I'm more Rafiki.
Rafiki.
Oh, the past can
Rafiki.
hurt.
What's your favorite Disney song to sing?
A whole
Um,
new world.
what? No, definitely not. Oh no. Oh no, stop. Um I think Little Mermaid. Um the
Under the Sea.
No, look at the stuff.
Mm.
And I love Pocahontas. Colors of the Wind.
The only thing I know is Hi Ho from the Seven Dwarfs.
Oh, sing it.
Ho, Hi Ho, and that's all I know.
It's off to work we go. You can do it.
Hi ho, and
Off
that's
to
all I
work we
know.
go.
Where do I go?
I don't think a lot of people sing that one.
I think that there's the ghetto version of Hi Ho, Hi Ho, Hi Ho, and off to work I go.
Oh, I get it now.
Uh-huh.
I get it now.
Because all you do is want some fucking dough, some dough. Hi.
Exactly. That sound
Oh,
about right.
oh my lord.
It's really crazy. It's when you from the hood, every song that you hear, they have a hood reference to it. Like it's a different version. It,
Mm.
I find that hilarious.
Well, maybe they should make an album.
Now the reason why it sounds different is because they can't pronounce the original words. So they have their own shit. That's not.
You think so?
I know so. I was
They
there.
they changed the lyric, the text, because they can't pronounce the words.
Yes, most of the time
Uh-oh.
That
they either
that's
tune or they don't know the words.
so that's when we've been singing these songs using the wrong words all along. You know when you hear these songs and you think that you hear a word and then you see the text and you're like, what is that? What it's
Oh yeah,
saying?
all the time,
That
all the time.
I love those videos in which they show you what they've been singing all the time. There's a
All the
lot.
time.
I give you a good one. You know that song, Don't Worry, Be Happy?
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Okay, so then he wrote, the rent is due, the rent is late, and then he says, we might have to litigate, right? But what I
Yeah.
was saying was, you might have to lift the gates.
Wow.
I think we all have that. We all have that. And then we think like that's a weird thing to sing, but hey, if you want it.
The funny thing is that we
If
know it
you
don't,
want it.
but we still go with it.
Yeah. And it keeps sticking to us.
That's crazy.
It's funny.
That's what she said.
I heard her.
It keeps sticking to it.
I heard her.
Everybody and they on live, I noticed today. I picked the right
Yeah,
day.
I'm just honestly, I'm really tired of the same conversations. I'm tired of the same
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
submit,
agree.
submission of the what is it?
So
The modern woman versus the traditional woman.
Body count.
Body count. Um,
Ooh, I had a new one yesterday. It was about the right um on abortion.
I think we have a singing competition. That's what we should do.
that's a very tough conversation, especially me being a man. That's a very tough conversation.
I well, it was a man. It was a man that put it up. It was a manly host, and the state he stated he didn't. It wasn't a question. He just made a statement to debate.
Yeah, controversial. That's that. Yeah, he trying to get the views up.
Hey,
He got the views.
Yeah, he, for sure, you gonna do
of
this.
course, of course. Yeah.
Easy money for him.
I hated it,
I can't do that. I don't like that.
and he just bashed everybody in his boxes. You know, it's
I
he.
have no right. I have no right to do something like that. Um, I don't even want to express what I feel about that.
Yeah.
I don't think that the world is ready to have that conversation.
Nah.
I actually think that no man should have that discussion. If women would have the discussion among them, the
I feel
poors
you.
and the pros and the cons, I get that. You know, it's our body.
but I don't think any man should be involved in that discussion.
What about if it's their child?
I don't think that, the whole discussion about this, there's if it was his child, I think the discussion about not having abortion should not go about if you by accident, get pregnant and then just think, hey, let's take it away. I think this discussion should be about the cases in which you had no choice. Rape,
Yeah, I feel you on that one.
if your life is in danger, if
That's
those
what I be
cases
saying.
in
That's what
which
I say.
there is a medical, mentally
If you,
or physically a thing at stake.
But
mm.
I
I feel like, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I feel like there's a lot of focus on that part
They
of the
do that,
argument.
but most of the time it don't be that. They be fighting. It be the ones that actually just made a mistake, and then they want to fight. Like, but what about the ones that don't got no choice? But most of the time, I think most of the ones that be fighting is the ones that had the choice, or they just made the wrong choices. That's what
Well,
those
not just
be.
that. I just
Not the ones that had no choices. That's
Well,
what I
I've
be thinking.
I've been listening to quite some. I don't normally, I don't but in I don't say anything. I just listen. But I hear a lot of discussions just go about the right to terminate it when your life is at stake or when your mental health is at stake. I don't hear a lot of people talking about, yeah, well, I just want to have the right to do whatever with what I want with my body, and if I don't want it, I take it away. I don't hear a lot of discussions like that.
yeah, but I mean,
And there's a certain shame, don't there's a certain shame
I mean,
into.
your life's at stake. I mean, you're
It
bringing
shouldn't
it.
even
You're
be. It
bringing
shouldn't
your
even
life.
be a.
Your
But
life. Yeah,
somehow
yeah.
every last one, that's what's fishy to me. Every last one's life always at stake that be arguing about it though. I'm like,
But
what is the
I
slim
just,
chances?
from my argument, period, would be, as a man. I'm sorry, I'm obviously this is one sided, but you're bringing a human into the world, which is probably the greatest thing that you could do ever. You want to speak religiously, you want to speak, anything.
Now let's take
And
religion out of it because that's always tricky.
well, no, it is tricky.
Man,
But I
don't
mean,
want to say that.
I'm trying just to point out that it's the greatest thing that you can do ever. There's nothing else that anybody could do besides create life. I mean, so to point out that, where was I going with this? I lost my train of thought.
Pick, choose your words wisely, my friend.
No, no, I had somewhere to
Pleased with
go
that
with that.
topic.
I had somewhere to go with that. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be deep, but
Yeah,
I
well,
wasn't
I
trying to
guess
be.
you want to take the time and breathe now. Let's go ahead
Yeah.
and do that.
Well, even though it's a
I don't want
beautiful
my
thing.
number jumping up to 500 out of nowhere.
Oh, come on. You've been begging for that forever.
Not that type of way. I'm like, it was him. It wasn't me.
All
But
right.
now
So
y'all in
like,
here.
okay, look,
Emotional control,
I'll put it.
emotional control, emotional control, and accountability.
I'll
Now that y'all in here.
we'll just lay it on. Like, I'll put it in my own perspective. I guess is like I could have easily not taken responsibility for what I did for my daughter when I adopted her. I could have just let that go, and he was in prison, and let her. You know what I mean? And let my ex-wife go with her daughter and be alone, right? So it's the same principles, like in a sense.
Hmm.
There's a lot to this topic. There is. I was, those big men that made those decisions, about, that we cannot do that no more and that it should be a law and whatever. There's men like that have affairs and their mistresses get pregnant and they force them into abortion because they don't want it to ruin their relationship. But those are the same men that are now preaching that it's illegal to do so. And when they have their mistresses getting pregnant, they will take them out of the country and let them have the abortion somewhere else.
Hmm.
So where, I don't get it. I don't get it.
Are you talking about the United States?
It's measuring. Yeah, it's measuring with two measures. It's when it's the same when it would be their daughter being raped by a criminal, getting pregnant. You think they still have the same opinion?
There's not one state that doesn't agree with
But
that.
that's the
No, no, hold on, stop.
even with that
There's not one
situation.
state that says that. There's not one. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there's not one state that says if you get raped by somebody, that kid can't be aborted. There's not one, and I challenge you to that.
Oh, I will dive into that because there were states that were
No,
very
no,
religious and
there's not one state that says that if you were to get raped by somebody, that you are
I probably
incapable
want to
of
watch
getting.
that word on here because TikTok don't
That's
play with
okay.
that
I'm
word.
not worried about it. I mean,
Oh, you
if I
said
get,
yeah.
it is what it is.
You said all right, 12 days. I'm good.
Let's get ready.
But I'm sorry to shut you down, but honestly, I feel that uh, that's
And it's
arguable.
crazy. That's the main one that everybody go to is that one though, and that's what validate that. I don't know. I talked about that. I don't be like talking about
I
that
think
either
I
though.
think
But I
that
feel for the kids more than anything. I always think about the kids. That's just me.
yeah, but then you get into this discussion. If you bring that up, you get into discussion. Is it a kid in the first 3 months?
Yeah, I don't went through all that. You know what I'm
So
saying?
that's just the whole moral thing, and but even
Yeah, but I'm saying the only valid thing they use to bag up that stuff. They bag up that thing. They use that same one. What about the grape? Or what about the grape? But not all of these chicks is getting grape. They just make bad decisions and then just want to do that. You know what I'm saying? And they don't want to take accountability for what they did. So they gonna take a life or a possible life because they don't want to be responsible. So I'm like, but they was responsible enough to open their legs though. I don't never get that. But
absolutely,
like I
absolutely,
said,
and
the other situation, yes, I get it. But they gonna keep using that to cover up the other chicks that's not, that's not doing it. That's not fair.
no,
That
I
ain't
think
fair to
there
the.
should, if they make a law like that, they should put in those exceptions in which,
Yeah, I get the exception. Yeah,
that you cannot just make a law say in any case you
mm,
can't do it.
yeah, I feel you
Just
on
like
that.
you can't make a law that says, "Oh, yeah, go ahead. In any case, you can do whatever you want."
Yes.
I think it should be a law in which there are exceptions, in
I
which
think he
you.
said it was though. I think that's what Irish is saying. So he said it is though. Like if
Yeah, but
it's
how
like that.
about? I heard about this case right after
There
the
should be
law
exceptions,
passed.
absolutely.
I heard about this case right after the law passed about those doctors and nurses that came into moral conflict with themselves and having to make when they are at the operation table, sometimes they have to make split second decisions to save somebody's life, and um, if this baby is gonna get the life of the carrier, the mom, they make split second decisions. They
And
will
that's
go
case by case, and
out
that's
it
case by
goes.
Yeah,
We
case.
save life, out it goes.
yeah.
They make the decision that the life that is already there is more important than the one growing inside of the womb. So now they cannot anymore because now they have to have this whole thing of covering their acts, by not doing the wrong thing because of law. How I if I would be in that position, laying on that table, and my doctor has to take too much time and loses me because of this law, what is that?
The
What is
question
that
is
saying?
what's the percentage of probability
I was
that
just about to
would
say that
happen?
too. That's
Oh,
like a
that happens a
minority
lot.
thing.
There is still a lot of
That's very easy to say, but
I
I
think
don't.
more people doing
Oh,
it is
I will
doing.
get it to you. I will get the information about how many women will still die on the operating table
Well,
during labor.
I'm sure there's a lot of them, but based on what you're talking about,
So what was they doing back then before they had doctors then?
They died. They both died,
Hmm.
mother and child,
Hmm.
because that's what happens
How
in nature
frequent was
too.
that? Like how more likely was this? It was very frequent.
in the earlier
There's
days.
people that be having like 9 kids, 12 kids, and all that stuff. They don't be worried about. They don't even be sounding like they seem like they be worried about that. They be having like 12 kids, all this stuff.
If we go back in time, let's say 100 years. Well, let's say a little bit more than that. People didn't get older than 35. Why do you think that is?
Hmm.
700 women die each year in the United States while giving birth.
Thank you.
700 out of
Right. That's little. That is tiny. That's very.
hold on.
That's
That is
I'm not trying
7.
to. That's not my point.
700 out of millions. That's minority. That's super
If
minority.
it is, but still, it's 700 women nowadays.
Well, how can we make an argument for over 700? You know what I'm saying? How would that even? Like I said, that would be an exception thing, but that's like a very rare. That means it's super rare. If you're saying 700 out of millions, that is rare.
It is still 700 women, and we
It's
choose
still
to
rare.
we
And you
choose to
can't.
let
You
them.
can't.
So
You cannot make
we choose
decisions.
to let
You
we choose to
cannot
let
make.
them die. We choose to let them die.
I'm not saying that, but
You cannot make decisions for the masses based on the minority. You cannot.
Oh, what did we
that's
do?
how. That's just the
What did
way
we
of life,
do?
right?
What did we do during Corona then? I'm sorry, but if you're
And
gonna go with that
that's the same
statement,
thing with that's how Corona went. Like with the people with the okay, with
we
the
made
people that
Corona is
took the
huge
different.
vaccine,
decisions
Corona is
for
the
different.
people that took the
minorities.
Three,
vaccine. A lot of
three
people
point
did pass.
Corona
three.
is different. Corona is
No,
new.
it's not.
Yes, it is. Corona.
No,
We
you
have.
state literally. No, Irish. This is what I don't like about your discussion. If I come with a point that literally counterproves what you just said, you said we cannot make major decisions for minorities. That's literally what you said.
We cannot.
That's
No.
what
No.
we
No.
did
No. No. No.
during
No. Stop.
Corona.
Stop. Stop. Hold on. We cannot make major decisions for the masses based on the minorities.
That's
That's what
what
I
you
said.
just said. Yeah,
That's
and
what I
that's what
said.
we did during Corona. Do you think that the 70, 80 plus is the majority? Are you kidding me?
What you talking about?
If you talk to any
You talking about for
doctor
the
that has
vaccine?
worked,
No, the protecting, the whole economy that we did.
No,
We were
and I'm pretty
protecting.
sure the vaccine. A lot of people probably passed away from that, but they wasn't gonna tell. Like
Oh no,
it
I'm not
probably
even
was
talking
700,
about
or
the
probably more
vaccine.
than that though. But it's more people
I'm
that was surviving with it too. So
I'm
they're not
I'm
gonna.
I'm not I'm not
They're not
going
gonna.
there. I'm not talking about the vaccine. It has nothing to do with the
I'm
vaccine.
just saying. I was saying that why. That's why I'm just proving that as a point, as in why that the minority can't make a. That's what he's talking about. Minority can't make the decision of the over the masses.
No,
If
they may. Let's take my country because I don't want to talk about the United
fairy
States. I'm
tale
not living in the United States. No, just a
people,
second, Irish.
people. Okay,
No,
all right,
just a second, Irish.
all
Let
right,
me let me finish my phrase.
right.
Let me talk about my country. The minority, the biggest part of the people in the Netherlands are the young working generation, not the 75, 80 plus. We closed down the whole economy to protect those elderly people. And that was before we started vaccinating. So there was a decision made that businesses had to close. We couldn't go gather up. All those rules that we had before we were vaccinated were made to protect the elderly people because they were the ones that were dying in
exactly,
big quantities. So they do make decisions.
we did that too. But no,
No,
you
no,
talking
hold
about
on.
a whole different
No,
thing.
fairy
You
tale,
kind of
No,
fairy
it's a
tale,
you talking.
decision made for the
fairy
whole
tale.
No, that's different though. We
What
was
is
doing the
your?
same thing too.
What is
We
the
was staying.
population of your country?
70 million.
It,
We have 320 million people in our
Yeah,
country.
that
Three,
doesn't matter.
three,
There's a
And
three.
no,
percentage.
it does matter. No, 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 no.
It
There's
works in
been
It
percentage.
absolutely does matter. You need to stop that.
three.
No.
Listen, guys, there's been 3.66 million births in the last year.
Yeah, that's a lot.
3.66 million births and only seven. I'm not going to say only because one death is a tragedy. 700 women have died while giving birth.
So you're talking 0.016%.
No, what I'm saying is one woman dying giving birth is enough. So there is no set number where you can say that's not enough women or that's the minority or the majority. That's not the right conversation to have on this topic.
So what
Correct.
about
No, you're right.
so
No,
what
that's
about
accurate.
okay, so should they not have given out the vaccines and stuff? Because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people that passed, or it was a minority of people that passed away from it though.
No,
So should they not give out the vaccines then
I'm not talking
to
about
watch
the
out
vaccine.
for the minority?
I don't want to go get. I
No,
don't
I'm
want to
just
go
no,
that
I'm
that.
trying to get somewhere with it. That's why I'm asking this
No, that's
question
actually a
because you
valid
said that it
point.
should be based off the minority, even though we know it's sad. I mean, it's sad, of course. You know what I'm saying? But if it saved more people than hurting more people, they gonna probably go for the people that is saving. If you could save more people than hurt more people, why wouldn't you go for who you save? You know what I'm saying?
But
Well, let me go to the
I don't know if
basic
this
of
pertains to the greater good conversation.
yeah, and let's go back to the rule of vaccines. The the disease should not let's the I have to formulate that correctly, but there is this rule that um, the vaccine can be put through if the percentages of death by not doing it are higher than the percentages of death by giving the vaccine. So the amount of people dying from the disease without having the vaccine and the percentage of people dying from the vaccine with the um, you know taking the vaccine should be so the people that die from it without the vaccine should be higher and a higher quantity than the ones that die from it with the vaccine.
It should be, but
That
now
that
it's
is the rule, but that is not what happened.
no.
135,000 kids are put up for adoption each year.
Do you know that
Oh,
the
let's see.
coronavirus is
Let's
in
don't even
the
go
exact
there.
same family as the common cold?
What?
The coronavirus is in the exact same family as the common cold.
So
Where do you want to go with that?
As the common cold or the flu?
No, the common cold. Like you're cold. Like you get the sniffles.
But there's no cure for the common cold.
There isn't. Which is why the argument of finding a cure for this was almost impossible. Look it up. I guarantee you right now.
But
The,
still, people were forced taking vaccines to
they
cure
were
it.
not forced. No, you were not forced. Okay. In our
We
Some
were
country,
not forced.
some people were forced in order to continue employment. Like if you work for
Here we
a
go.
they didn't
Thank you.
have to. They were not forced. They could quit.
Sorry,
they
I
that
did
have
the
my
same
own
thing with
hold on,
us
hold on,
though.
business.
hold on, hold
There's
on,
some jobs that did
hold
that
on,
with us too with
hold
the
on.
No, they
vaccine.
could quit. They
By,
get fired. I
by,
work for a
by
company
not
that they
giving
fired us for that same
by
thing.
not giving people an appropriate option, quitting or taking the vaccine, it's not a real option. That is manipulation.
Okay, so
Absolutely.
Yeah, they
let's not.
almost did that. They did that
Kamika,
this
I
year.
understand what you're
They
saying.
tried to do that
Hold on,
with certain people though,
but
but
let's stay on topic. Like the government did not make you. Like let's just stay on topic here. Our government did not make us get the vaccine.
They didn't force you, but they really didn't give you many options.
options. Yeah, I
No,
get
and
you.
I agree with that.
You
If
talking
you
about physically
if
making it?
your
You talking about that we ain't get? Yeah, I get
yeah,
both
if your
sides.
income is a danger, if you can't feed your family no more because of this choice, then it is not actually a choice, is it?
No, it's not. You're right, and that for me that's frustrating. For everybody, I'm sorry. That's frustrating. Um, because it didn't solve anything.
Well, actually, now I'm thinking about it. Sure, they did that with my mom. My mama just quit it. They couldn't force her. She just quit it and went for retirement. You know,
Well, that
she
she's
did
a
an
very
early retirement
strong.
though, but she wasn't gonna take that vaccine. I mean, yeah,
I
forget
mean,
that because her health was on the line and all that stuff. That was like a little situation, and we didn't
you
know
know
how
what
she
the
was
real
gonna
problem.
react to that.
You guys want some more stats? Check
You
it out.
know
What's that?
the real problem. Let's have the. Can we invite somebody that's been alive since during the polio?
What's the statute talking about?
Okay. 15% of all pregnancies end up in abortion.
15?
Almost a million.
That's a lot.
They aborted 15.
Yeah,
How many people were given up for abortion? Did you say how many babies were given up for abortion? You said.
oh no, there
So
was 100,
700. So
100
set.
135 to 140 kids are put up for adoption.
Mm-hmm.
Almost a million abortions are performed. It goes up every year.
Mm.
Um,
So a million babies getting unalive and 700 women unalive.
and
Hmm.
and that proves to me that there are a lot of pregnancies that people are not ready to be a parent. That means that a lot of that is irresponsibility.
Oh, so here we come to another topic: education.
Because there's no way that many is getting put in the. Hmm.
So, what
No,
about how your?
that that's
I'm
just.
I'm asking about
There's
your
so
kids in the
many reasons
states.
that could go. We could go off on 7 different fingers on that one.
Well, we're not trying to abstract from the statistics because this is not the same statistics as Family Feud, where
Mm-hmm.
100 people were asked the question and top five answers on the board. This is not the
Mm-hmm.
statistic. This is an actual statistic.
No,
The number of
it's a
abortions,
broad.
the number of abortions
It's a
has
broad.
every year.
It's broad.
So,
If you told me how many people were aborted for this reason, and how many kids were aborted from this reason and this reason, we go on. But
Well,
your
I
broad.
don't think the
hold up.
reason
Give me
is
the reason.
important here.
Give me the reason, and I'll look it up.
But
I mean, it could be.
is the reason
It could
really
be family
important?
reasons. It could be disease. It could
It could be
be.
whatever.
I
A lot
can
Every
continue.
a lot of kids are aborted because modern technology tells the parent very early that there's a high chance that the kid might be born with problems.
Mm.
Don't forget that.
No, and
Mhm.
I can agree with that because I've been there. But
Yeah, they
anyway,
call it a miscarriage. My friend told me about something like that too. They even call it miscarriage if they're gonna be born a weird way or something like that or unhealthy.
Yeah, but it has a risk also of being um spontaneously aborted by the body when the baby is not okay. So in that, if I think if they see that the risk is very high of that happening, maybe they the doctors say that it's better.
That does
So I
not,
wonder what caused a baby to be unhealthy.
hold up, look, that does not, when I gave you the abortion rate, that does not include induced abortions.
Only the ones that are.
so
Choice.
this is okay.
Yeah, but
Choice.
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 A doctor will never say we have to. He will leave you the choice.
No, 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 no. There are some, there are a lot of abortions that they're induced. Sometimes a doctor has to make a decision when a kid is born whether to do a C-section or to have a natural birth. That is not up to the mother.
No, no, but that's not an abortion. That is,
No,
well, it
what,
can
what,
be an abortion, but
but some abortions are induced, and they don't really ask a woman that's going through that because she's not in her right mind. So to save her life, the doctor makes a decision.
yeah. Hmm.
So you know what that says to me is that there's a lot of unwanted pregnancies. There's a lot of unwanted pregnancies in the United States. So I have to chalk most of that up to being irresponsible.
So
I'm not gonna
how
argue that. I
how
think
is
that's a very accurate statement.
so how is birth control fitting in there? Is it hard? Is it expensive?
What's the question?
Well, your birth control, in the United States?
Is it hard to get? No, it's
Is
very.
it hard to get? Is it expensive?
It's
Don't
pretty
people
much
know
free.
about it?
Pretty.
Or
It's pretty much free because the ultimate birth control is just not opening your legs. That's the best birth control. That's free. All right.
yeah, but I'm talking about chemical birth control.
Well, you're talking about birth prevention,
like
not
the like
control.
like the
They
day after
call
type
it the
deal.
wrong thing. They call it the wrong thing. Controlling birth, it's not the same thing as pregnancy prevention. That's one is proactive, and one is after the fact. Now you're dealing with avoiding it, and then you're dealing with doing something after the fact. Those are two different things.
Right.
Yeah, but now you go to the subject if you should have sex or not.
I think that
That
think
he's
that
right.
I think that it's a person responsibility. I think it's more of the responsibility of the lady because she's the one that gets pregnant. Because I'm not saying that men shouldn't be accountable and they shouldn't take a blame, but I think men take partial of the blame because at the end of the day, it's the woman that has to be pregnant for 9 months and give birth. And if the man's not present, she has to make a choice whether to raise this kid or not.
I knew something was about to happen in the chat. I don't agree.
And
No,
I'm not.
I
But
I
And
I
if
I'm
fully
we
just
are
support
not
saying.
that. I think
And
that's
I'm
okay,
accurate.
saying
I agree.
my preliminary thought about this. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to give an excuse to the men. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to give the excuse to the men whatsoever. But
No,
what
because it takes two to play
I
pool.
think it's shared
Like
shared
it's not like the women just go around and they, it can be babies can produce for nothing. No,
look,
people have to agree
let me keep
for
it
the
real.
most part. Have
Let,
to agree
let me
on a
let me
relationship.
let me keep it real with you. Check it out. The bottom line is that a large percentage of kids are born and they're not planned. Most kids are by mistake, whether people want to see it or not. Most kids,
Right.
it's a higher percentage of unplanned pregnancies than there are planned pregnancies. If anybody wants to argue that point, let's go for it.
Okay,
But
let's find out the numbers about the age of those unplanned pregnancy. How old is the majority of women that get those unplanned pregnancies?
I don't know. I don't know. That's an interesting question because
Are they very young?
I don't think you're gonna find what you're looking for. If you're trying to reference that it's mostly young women, then I don't think you're gonna find what you're looking for.
Well, what I'm looking for, if instead of going to this law in which we tell everybody you can't do it, the for me the United States has a tendency of solving the problem instead of trying to get at at the base of the problem and prevent it from happening.
So
It's
what
like
is the
with the food.
base? What is
It
the base of the problem?
Well, if it would be the majority of young women getting pregnant.
Well, it's not the majority of young women getting pregnant. I think across the board, there's a certain age group. If you want to say something like 16 to 21, 21 to 31, 31 to 32, you will find that the older the woman, the more wiser she is, and the less chance that she can have a baby because it gets to a certain point where the biological clock is ticking. I'm not saying that they can't have a kid
So
after a certain age, but it's a less of a chance.
so that's where I go back. Should it be shouldn't it be an option to do more in prevention than in educating, in making sure that this will not happen instead of making a law that prevents babies from getting
Listen,
aborted?
the information is out there. I want to assume that the majority of the people know that if you have unsafe sex and you don't protect yourself, that you are risking getting pregnant.
Yeah.
The information is there, but do the people that those young women that get pregnant, do they really understand? Do they really oversee the risks? Do they really get
No,
informed correctly?
no, but I think that if a woman knows how she can get pregnant, or So it could be a consequence or it could be a result.
There is still a lot of young women that don't know. They're because they don't get educated in school. Their parents don't talk about it. There is still a huge, especially in the lower income, um, you know, uh, groups. There is still a lot of not knowing. We know, and it seems so obvious, but there is still a lot of not knowing. And I think that knowledge is always a very good thing to prevent things from happening.
I mean, it's hard to tell, sweetheart, because at what age can we try to come into a consensus where it should be definite that a female knows that sex can lead to pregnancy? You know what I'm saying? Like, what age should every female know? Like, to be realistic.
At what age they should? Well, nowadays they can get pregnant at 9 years old.
Right, but
You know,
what I'm saying is, and that's illegal. What I'm saying is that at what age is, just give me a guess, an average guess of when
which
the,
group we should inform?
yeah, when should what age should a female have the common sense to know that sex can lead to pregnancy, or the way to lead to pregnancy is through sex. Now they don't have to know the whole thing about what a man has in his sac and he releases, and then the sperms, they're in a fight to get to the egg and the fertilization and all this other shit. We're not talking about that. All we got to do is know the black and white part of it, right?
Well,
At what age do you think most women learn that having sex or intercourse can lead to pregnancy?
at what age they learn or they should learn?
Just give me an average of what you think is the average age that women learn about this.
I think right now it must be around 12.
Okay. So then look what I'm going to ask. Watch this. What is the average age of pregnancy in the United States?
I don't
The
know.
average age of the average age of pregnancy is 30 years old, man.
Of
What does that tell you? That 30 is the median age of a woman getting pregnant. And if you say that they should know by 12, then where's the 18 years that we miss?
Okay, now change the phrase into unwanted pregnancies.
That is a very, that you cannot measure that.
Because 30 is a normal age, because then
You're
people
you're you're,
then
ask,
people are in a couple, they're going to plan their families.
you're,
So it's
you're,
logic.
you're asking me what is the percentage of unwanted pregnancies, and I'll tell you 90%.
No, I want to know the age of those unwanted pregnancies.
That is not a tangible measurement.
But is there any information about it? Just type it and see what's
Regardless,
going to happen.
I'm a man of probability and statistics. Okay, and I'm telling you that is not a good basis for a statistical figure, because how are you going to tell who wanted the baby or not? Who's going to admit that, and who's being asked that question? How many women are going to admit that the kid that they wanted, if they really didn't want? Think about that. I don't think that is a solid. I don't think that is a solid question to ask, because
I
there
figured she
has
was
to
about to
be
eventually come in the box. she like I've been typing this.
there has to be a sense of, look. I don't think you can ask that. There has to be a sense of honesty.
I mean, I know a few
If you're gonna,
that would admit the fact that they didn't want their children but still had them. I mean, what you're saying is not accurate. I don't think that the average age is 30 years old anymore. We're living in 2022. it doesn't work out that way. These 15-16-year-olds that are going through like these parental and sex education, they're going through that at 12 or 13 years old, and yeah, they might understand it at that age, but they probably don't, because they don't have the mindset as an adult. You get what I'm saying? Like, they're teaching them these things, but that's the internet, sweetheart. It's not the real medium. You're looking
Oh
at it.
no, I just looked it up. I just looked it up because I wanted to numbers. Our government, literally, our government published it. They did research. Their statistic bureau from the government did the research.
What research? What research are you talking about?
20 and 34. We have this governmental statistic bureau. They measure
So you say
everything.
so if it's you said it was 20 and 34?
Yeah,
Right.
Okay, so then 27, I'm off by 3 years. It's close enough.
you said
But
30.
you're talking about a child going through a sexual education course at the age of 12 or 13 years old. They're not going to know the exact.
I didn't say that. She said that. She said 12. I asked her that question.
Yes, but
Yeah, you
you're
asked me when they should be informed.
it,
And,
that you
and I'm not saying that there's a solid answer to that. I asked her her opinion of what she thought of the age that a female should know that having sex could lead to pregnancy. That's all I asked.
What about the men? What age do you think a man should know by putting his penis in another woman?
We're not
Pregnant with someone?
this is not a gender biased conversation.
I mean, the way you're
Well, somehow
you're
she.
We're not talking about accountability. We're not talking about responsibility. We're talking about look, we're talking about it started with the conversation about abortion and who has the ultimate right to make that decision. That's what this conversation was
right.
based on. Okay, so since you guys have the right, and I never fought about the right. Think about where we're going with this. I never fought about who has the right. I stood quiet throughout that whole conversation. My point is, my point was that men don't get pregnant. And I have a feeling that if men could get pregnant, we would have a lot less pregnancies.
You think so? I won't
I
agree
Where
with
highly
where
you.
where,
doubt
where
it.
are we gonna give birth? Where are
I
we gonna
highly
give
doubt
birth?
that one.
Where are we gonna get birth from? From my ass?
I mean, you're
You said
saying
if they could
men,
get
yeah,
pregnant.
they'll probably have more kids than women
Yeah,
because you got
absolutely.
dogs.
All right. So see, but you see what you're saying. Either one of us could be right, but we will never find that out because it's
Right,
not a feasible.
No,
It's not a real statistic.
but
right.
I think we could agree on the fact that both women and men are equally responsible for it happening.
Yes.
That's not what we're talking about. I've never relinquished the fact that it's ultimately the woman's responsibility,
But you did say that though.
but what I said was that
Yeah,
because
you gotta
is
hear
the
what
woman,
exactly how he's saying it though. Like he already first it led off from him saying that she was saying that he was talking about the responsibility of it was abortion first. You know what I'm saying? So we was just
correct.
talking about women the whole entire time. So that's
Yeah,
when he led into that. You know what I'm
you're,
saying? To that. That's why he's only mentioning the women right now because that's what we was just literally talking about.
I don't want
Was
to lead
that's who
you.
make the choices. That's who's responsible.
Yeah,
So we're going to talk about the responsible one. You see
Yeah,
how
yeah.
that
so
leads? You see how that
But
lends right into that, or how that blends into that? You know what I'm saying? Reason why they
I'm
got
not
to have an abortion.
disagreeing.
but I think
I'm
the
not
bill
disagreeing with them.
responded up to
I'm not disagreeing about the responsibility because we have to insert something and be a part of that. We're not talking about how a woman gets pregnant. It takes two to tango.
Yeah.
We're not talking about that at all. So I don't want you to be misled, um, or for me to word something to lead you to the fact that I don't think that men are responsible in the part that gets a
the
woman pregnant.
abortion.
That's not.
okay. So I
We're
misunderstood
talking
it.
about
That's why I
abortion.
was so aggressive. I'm like, okay, I misunderstood that. I think that it should be both being responsible for it. And that's where I misconstrued what you said. And that's why I was like, wait a second. I work in the medical field, so I see things all day. So it's like, you can, it's, do I think it's right? No. Our country just thinks it could tell us what to do and they really can't. The real thing is that the education that we're not giving our children that are bringing coming up in this day and age, and not educating them the right way. Because I think if the parents also educated their children on top of school educating, we wouldn't be going through these so many teenagers and underage
Absolutely.
children
I get what
having
you're saying.
babies.
Absolutely.
I get what you're saying, but the median age of a woman that gets pregnant is an adult. And we're not talking about
But
Well,
children.
I mean,
20 years old is not
that,
an actual adult.
I don't think
We
that
can agree on that.
them putting a number there. You get what I'm saying? It's just the government putting a number there. I've seen so many throughout the 12 years that I've worked in an ER of children that are even under the age of 11 years old coming in pregnant.
Okay,
So
what area is this ER?
it shouldn't matter.
It does
Yeah,
matter.
well, yeah, it does, because
It
that's
does
what
matter. It
that
does
that's
matter because you work in one place
I
that
work,
could be
work
that could
in
be
New York. I
this,
work here
listen,
in New York.
this is to my point. Listen to my point. You could be working at a place where it's subjected to young birth, and then you could go work in another place where everybody is 25 or better.
I work in a labor and delivery hospital where it's 24/7, all kind of women coming in here.
I understand, but where is it located? Because it makes a
In
difference.
the state of Florida.
Okay, what part of Florida is it an economic base?
It's
You
in
know,
Orlando. It's in a very high.
yeah, so it's not lower salary,
It's a
like,
very high populated area. So
I'm talking about. Look, I don't want to make it an economic downfall, and I don't want you to get the wrong impression. I'm trying to reach a solution. You see, I'm trying to get to a solution. So I'm trying to identify the problem. Um, I'm saying that women should be a lot more aware of what's going on because they're the ones that get pregnant. Men don't get pregnant. Men have the luxury of walking away, regardless if there's child support or not. Most women cannot walk away from this. They end up facing and dealing with the consequences more than men do because they're the ones that have to be pregnant for 9 months. They're the ones that have to go through child labor. They're the ones that go through all that craziness. If the parents are not going to be together. So that's what I'm basically trying to tell you, that if I personally, and that's just me, can get pregnant, I would have been a lot more careful.
I think there's a equal 50-50. A
Yeah, you
woman,
missing.
a woman can walk away from their child at any time, just as easy as a
We
man can
talked
walk.
about we talked about listen, this is why I brought up adoption rates. This is why
Right.
I brought up deaths, so that you can see that I'm not going in one direction. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going in one direction at all. I like to talk about all the different scopes of this situation. I don't want to just talk about it's the woman's fault and that's it. They shouldn't open their legs. That was never my comment.
I mean, you did say that though.
What I said
you,
was,
you did. Yeah,
You
you did. I'm
actually said
sorry.
He mentioned that when he
that
was saying about birth
birth
control. He
control.
was talking
That,
I
about
get,
that.
that's
That
I
was
what
get,
I
her.
what I
that's his
said was
statement.
that the
He
ultimate
said
birth
women keep their
control is to
menstruals.
close
That's
your
the
legs.
best birth control they can get.
yeah,
That's
Yes,
Omega.
We were
that's
talking now.
true.
We're talking about you're mixing apples and oranges. I was talking about prevention. I wasn't talking
Yeah,
about
but
abortion. I wasn't
still,
talking about
still,
giving
still
up.
the same conversation, no?
Yeah. But
still,
listen to
Omega.
me. There's a difference between abortion and preventative. We talk about birth control, and my comment was that the ultimate birth, the ultimate pregnancy to avoid pregnancy was not opening your legs.
Not having sex.
How
I think
about
that would be a better
not having
description.
sex unprotected into another woman and ejaculating? That's also another prevention.
Here
But
we
you don't even
go.
need a man to have sex with you to get pregnant. You could get it from a donating place.
But you're doing
Yeah,
that.
but you would not go to an abortion if you get
Well, do
inseminated, wouldn't you?
IVF, love. You can't. I wouldn't do that. It's $50,000 down the drain.
Now that is apple and pears. I'm sorry.
The, the, the,
Just
the,
saying.
the point that I'm trying to make is the ultimate pregnancy control is not having sex. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
I'm
That is a
sorry. There
better
was. I'm
description.
sorry
Right.
that it
Okay.
was. I'm sorry that it was a poor choice of words, but it doesn't mean that I'm inaccurate. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Just
No,
because you didn't
nobody
like
says that
what
you're
I say doesn't
inaccurate.
mean that I'm wrong.
No, nobody says that you're wrong, but the way you expressed it makes it sound as if it is the total responsibility of women.
If you wanna focus on the words and not the actual narrative, then you can do that.
No,
But
but people are listening, Omega, and what you just said might inspire people to think that it's the responsibility of women. And if you would have said not having sex, people cannot do that. They have to think about both parts that are responsible in this.
Okay, hold up. I'm gonna try to break this down one more time. How it started. It was talking about abortion, and then
abort,
as soon as we said man had no right to say what a woman body can do. You know what I'm saying? That's how that started
we
off.
all
Y'all
agree
was
with that.
agreeing with that and everything. He was agreeing with it. Like, yeah, you can't tell a woman all this and all that. So now, as soon as we shifted to about um
Prevention.
prevention and all that stuff, now
Now
it's a
it's
problem. No, both
50-50.
of
Now
them. It's
No,
both is
it's
both.
not.
50
But we
fifty.
It's
wasn't
not.
talking both before that though.
No,
Like, what
Kev.
was that? It?
It's
I mean,
not a
I came
problem.
into the conversation at
Yeah, I'm
the
about to say you came in late though, but I'm just saying that Fairy seen how this went. We started off talking about who was responsible and who had responsible of the baby. You said no, a woman can do what they want and all this stuff. So now as soon as we said about
What? What?
we
What?
shifted to huh?
I said a woman can do whatever she wants.
No, you're saying that she got full control of the abortion. Like that's it's her body. We can't tell her what her body is,
I
right? Didn't
never
we say
said
that?
that. No, I never said that. I specified that I think that the law should make exceptions in if it's risky for the women or for her mental and physical health. I've never said that there shouldn't be a law
Okay,
preventing
you
from
said a man
playtime.
can't say nothing. You said I wouldn't recommend a man talk about that, right? I'm gonna say that then, right?
I wouldn't
And
recommend a man making decisions over a woman's
Right,
body
exactly. Thank you.
because I
That's what I'm
think
getting
that
to.
is a very harsh thing if a man gets to make a decision about what a woman should or not should do with her body. That has nothing to do with if I'm okay with why women have abortions. I don't think that women should go having sex, having fun, and then think, oh yeah, never mind, I will have an abortion. I am totally against that too. That is not a way to go.
right.
Look, this is what I'm trying to say in layman's terms. The reason why I said that, and again, I'm gonna say it again. It might have been a poor choice of words of how I said it, right? But it doesn't take away a fact that it's a fact. You understand what I'm saying? Maybe I could have. This is why I said that on purpose. You understand? Because the offense here is how I said it, not what I'm saying.
I just think it shouldn't be anybody's decision to for anybody to get an abortion or to you know, our government is especially in Texas
Sorry.
allowing these people, and I'm just saying because I see this every day with specific women where there's rape victim, there's molestation victims, there's victims that's being traumatized, and you're telling these young ladies, women, old women, etc., whoever's involved in it, that they have to keep these children because this is what the laws are. I don't agree with that. A man or a government should not tell a person when they can and cannot have a child. Now, if
well,
I agreed to having the baby, God forbid I was a victim of any kind of sexual activity, then that's my choice. But for you to say, not you technically, but for them to say, hey, you can't get an abortion because that's the laws and you're going to go to jail if you do that.
I'm
That's
glad you.
something that
I'm glad you said that. You want me to tell you why? Because now I can calmly tell you that we discussed that. We already discussed that. We're forward from that.
got
I had nothing to say about a man's decision in the birth or the abortion of a child. I stood
got
quiet the whole entire time, and what I told Fairy Tale was, I don't think this is a discussion that I will get into because
got
because listen to me. How could it be? This is a contradiction because if I'm saying that ultimately it's a woman's decision because it's her body, then ultimately it's her decision to get pregnant.
right.
So what am I saying wrong? Think about it. So if you're not here for the beginning, it's hard because the only position you get is what you walked into. And unfortunately, you walked into the conversation when
Right.
we've already discussed A and B, and now we're on C. We talked about abortion, and we talked about how it's not fair for a man in power in the government to make a decision that a woman can't have an abortion, or that a man should be involved in the decision because it's the woman's body. You
Right.
understand? So I'm saying this: it can't be a 50-50 thing in the beginning when they have sex if it's not a 50-50 thing on who gets to decide what happens with that baby or not.
No, so that's why I went to the whole education and contraception part, because I think that I'm just like you. I want to go to a solution of this thing, and the solution might seem like making a law and preventing any woman on in the United States to have an abortion. That might be a solution, but might there not be another solution that makes preventing women from getting pregnant, so through um
What
I
about the
don't
morning
know. I
after
can,
pill? What about the
huh?
morning after pill? You have sex, the next day you take a morning after pill, and we don't have to have this discussion anymore.
Well, that's one of the
That's
things. But then
that's.
we have to make sure that those women.
I think something's going on with her connection.
You understand what I'm trying to tell you? This, sweetheart, what I'm actually doing is defending women.
No,
And
I don't think you're not defending. I'm just giving you like I'm a woman, so I'm just giving you.
that's why I have to be very careful what I say, because when it comes to a woman's body and making decisions, the ultimate decision is before you lay down with a man.
So, if I can chime in,
The man as well, though.
uh,
You have to put that kind of responsibility on the man too, because
But
yeah,
the
we
man is not carrying the
um,
child. That's what I'm trying to tell
can
you.
I please, because this really annoys me as a doctor. This conversation really annoys me. I'm gonna start off with this morning after pill. Um, for a lot of women, they are not underneath the weight of 150 pounds. Okay. A lot of women in this country, the morning after pill becomes less effective if you are a woman over 150 pounds. So let's just clear that up real quick, because that
That
pill
that
is not
that's
effective,
that's
regardless of
very
how quickly
interesting.
you take it or not. And
I
I'm
didn't
saying that
know
as a
that.
doctor. So please stop. Stop pushing that. It really annoys me because it becomes less and less effective the more overweight, based on the US standard of what beauty is in the United States. It is, and most women are over 150 pounds. That morning after pill may or may not work, regardless of how quickly you take it afterwards. I want to put that out there first. The second thing is that when it comes down to men and women having children, men and women both have a choice. Men have a choice prior to laying down with a woman to protect their seed, and women have a choice whether to open or close their legs. Men and women also have a choice on contraceptive use. Men have condoms. There is also spermicide. There are also other avenues while you are actually engaged in the act to prevent that. The same way where women have birth control, where they also have female condoms. There are multiple ways to protect yourself. Are all of those ways 100%? Absolutely not. But men and women do have a choice. Now, the way that, as a doctor, the way that I see it is, once you actually decide that you are going to lay down with each other, and you are automatically saying to one another that if a child should come of us laying down together, that I am going to be not only responsible and accountable for a child, whether I want it or not, because I made a conscious choice to lay down with that man or woman, knowing that that was an option, knowing that I was being irresponsible with my body on not protecting myself and not protecting him or her. That is how I feel as a doctor. And for us to just say, oh, well, we need to regulate what women's bodies are doing without regulating what men's bodies are doing, as a doctor, I cannot condone that. As much as people want to say, oh, well, women can go get their tubes tied. Do you know how invasive that is on a woman's body compared to a man going and get a vasectomy, which is
Right.
100% reversible? And it is only a 20 to 30 minute procedure. So I I I don't like to push this narrative that it is, the woman makes the decision on whether that baby comes into the world. No, you both made that decision before you got in the bed together. You both had a choice. Now, whether you wanted that child or not, you were irresponsible with your seed, and she was irresponsible whether she had protection and she was protecting herself with birth control or any other type of condom. And that is what I have to say about that, because I hate when men come on here and try and say, oh, well, we don't have a choice. Yes, you do. You just made a consciously bad one before you lay down. And when
Yeah,
you actually lay down, you are making a choice. You're saying that if I end up getting this woman pregnant, because that is always an option when you decide to be intimate with somebody, you have made a choice, understanding that that could be your potential outcome. And you are accepting responsibility and accountability for that child, regardless if you want one or not.
I learned a lot in what you just said. I learned a lot with what you just said. And I won't stir the soup. All I'm saying is this. This is what I'm trying to say. I have a daughter, right? I have a mother. I have sisters. It's the woman that the baby is inside of her stomach. Let's just keep it black and white, right? A woman has to carry a kid for 9 months, right? It is more riskier than the woman not to have her standards and her boundaries set up to avoid than it is for the man, because the man is not carrying this child for 9 months. You know what I'm saying? We were talking about how many women die during pregnancy, right? We talked about how many kids are put up for adoption. We talked about the high percentage of the abortion rate, right? Talked about all those things. And the reasons why I brought those things up is for awareness. It's for an unwanted pregnancy in a woman, what I see is suffering. When I see a woman with an unwanted pregnancy, and sometimes she's confused, she doesn't know what to do, she doesn't know what to do after the fact. I see women suffering all the time. I do counseling, right? And what is the point of getting pregnant and suffering for 9 months and then most likely being upset for a long time after the child is born? You understand? What I'm saying is, since women are the ones that bear children and get pregnant, I think that women need to have higher standards because they're the ones that get pregnant. And I don't think it's a conscious decision to have an unwanted pregnancy. I think that's an unconscious decision.
But what do you mean by higher standards?
Like a higher standard. I don't want to get pregnant, therefore I'm gonna
like
do everything
basically
in my
don't.
power to prevent it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to get pregnant, so I'm going to do whatever I can to prevent it. Whether it's forcing the man to put on a condom, at least to, I know it's not perfect, or it's I know it's not 100% foolproof, but don't have sex with a man unless he has a condom. Get a
Why
diaphragm.
force
You know what
the
I'm
man
saying?
to put a condom on when he should be conscious himself to put the condom on? If he
You're
doesn't want to have the baby, then he should also be conscious enough and responsible enough to put that condom on.
You're 100% right. I am not arguing that fact. All I'm saying is it's the woman that gets pregnant, not the man. The one that has to carry this and go through this whole craziness is the woman.
No, no, no. While the woman may be the person that is carrying the child, because biologically that's how it works, it is also that man's child. It is also him that has to bear that as well. He needs to bear that responsibility of making sure that that mom is taken care of while she's carrying the seed that he implanted in her, whether responsibly or irresponsibly. It is not a woman's job to make sure that men know how to strap up if they don't want to have children. It is not a woman's job to make sure that a man is making a decision whether he wants to have a child by being responsible for himself. That is not a woman's job.
I, I
Men
think I
men
think
need to
that's a
bear
lack
that
of accountability
responsibility.
there. I think there is a lack of accountability with that
No,
statement right
it's
there.
not. It's a lack of accountability on men to not actually wear a condom and then get upset that a woman gets pregnant with their seed. That's what's irresponsible. And
Yep.
that's the lack of accountability that men want to have, is saying, regardless if I decide to go raw or not, that woman, if she gets pregnant, it has nothing to do with me. And that's not okay. And that's not true, because you decided to be irresponsible with your seed. You decided to let that seed go. You are
and I
also
don't disagree
responsible
with
for
you.
protecting
I
your
I
seed just as much as that woman is responsible
I,
for keeping her legs closed or opening them to
look,
you, and also having birth control
I
available
I
to
kind
you.
look,
of I kind of get what he's trying to say though, just especially the fact that he just said he had a daughter or something like that. So he
I
can't
have a
control the man on his
I
on
have
his
a
on his
son.
end.
I have
He
a
can't.
son,
Okay, right. So yeah,
I have two sons. I have a
yeah,
21-year-old son, and I also have a 12-year
yeah.
old son. And
So
there
the
is no
fact,
way in
yeah.
hell that I will ever tell my 21-year-old son that it is all that woman's fault if she happens to get pregnant, and she needs to bear all the
but that's
accountability.
Well,
not what I
let
No,
me
that's
finish
not
that
what
real
is
I
quick
not
though.
said.
Let
That's
me
not
that
what
finish
is
I
real
not
quick
said
though.
true.
though. That's not what I
All I'm
said.
saying is if his daughter get pregnant, she's gonna be bringing the baby back home to him. You know what I'm saying? Your son got the option to walk away if he wanted to. You know what I'm saying? That's the big difference.
My
That's
son
That
all
does not
he's
have the
trying to say.
opportunity to walk away, because
Huh?
I,
I'm
as a mother, I'm not going to have that happen.
Here we go.
But
She could.
it don't matter though. I'm just saying that's how the world works. You know what I'm saying? Like the
That's
milkman
not
and all
how
that
it's
stuff.
supposed to work,
No,
though.
but
Can
that's
I
the thing,
ask a
is that
But
question?
you're
it
we're
happens.
absolving
not
It
talking
you're
happens.
about what we're not talking
absolving
about what
that
it's supposed
man
to
you're
be like.
absolving that man of his responsibility and taking accountability for his role in
I'm not
creating that
saying that.
child.
I'm
We're
not
not
saying
doing
that, but
that.
I'm just saying that your son, he got an option if he wanted to do the same thing as like people back in the day, just walk away. He don't have to see his child no more. But the wife is stuck with it. I mean the girl is stuck with it because she got it in her stomach. You know what I'm saying? She's
Yeah,
stuck
and
with it
because
unless
of
she
the
want to give it
law,
up for adoption.
Can I
because of the
ask a
right
question?
of the right, because of the right of um um.
We're not saying either side is right, but I'm just saying it's a prevention thing. That's all it is. It's just like
Yeah,
all he just saying is
keep your son's condoms on, and women have to protect themselves too. I totally agree with that. I'm not.
I understand that, but like I said, the son can always walk away. No matter what, how you look at it, they can walk away, and the daughter's
No,
gonna be stuck
Kev,
with the
But
that is
just
baby.
like
not,
a mother
that is
has that
not
choice,
true.
love. A mother has that choice. A mother
Kevin,
chooses not to walk away because that's her child. But there's mothers that walk away from their
You miss.
kids all the
It's like you
time.
missing the point. I'm trying to. Oh, there. I
no,
don't know. It's so
no,
hard.
no.
They
Kevin, I
so worried
get you.
about trying
I
to make
get
this a
you.
man versus woman thing. I'm not trying to. That's not my whole
No,
point, though.
that's
It's
not
just
the
it's a
case.
protection of the woman. At the end of
Bougie.
the day, it's a
Hey,
protection of the
can
woman.
I say something for 2 seconds?
Go
Bougie.
ahead.
Bougie or hindsight? Who gets pregnant?
I'm
They're
sorry.
not trying to get that part. They don't want to
Now
understand
listen.
that part.
Wait, no,
Biologic
no, no.
okay.
I
Listen,
get
listen.
pregnant. I get
Okay,
pregnant.
Biologically,
so who?
women
Time
get
out.
What you mean
pregnant,
we don't
but
get that part? We've been saying
Wait,
that for
that
wait, wait,
man
wait,
women.
is
wait, 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 wait.
also
So if the
technically
effect
the
happens to you, whose responsibility is to make sure you don't get pregnant?
it's
That
both of our
it's
Both
No,
both
man.
of the
responsibility to
It's
people
make
that
your
that
you're
we
speaking
responsibility
with.
to make
don't
sure
get
you don't
pregnant.
get pregnant,
so
man.
you walk
Like, you
out
just want to
free.
absolve yourself as a male of your responsibility
It's
No,
to
both
no,
of
protect
the
no, no,
people
no,
that
no.
are
yourself
having
Listen,
from
intercourse,
having a
love. It's
child, and
not
you want to
only
put the
myself.
onus
listen. It
of
takes
that
two
I
people to
swear,
child
have
if
intercourse,
y'all,
being
but it
born
if you
does
on
put
a
not
the,
take two
woman.
hold
people
up,
to be
look,
pregnant. That's what
if you
y'all
put
missing.
the feeling to the side
Only
right now,
one
you will
person
really
is gonna be
understand
pregnant.
what somebody's saying. We're not trying to make it
I'm
a
not
man versus woman
I'm
thing.
not doing that, because as a doctor, I cannot do that. As a doctor,
You saying that, but you
when people
contradicting
come
yourself because
in,
we saying like flat out to protect the woman. You know what I'm saying? If we can't promise that the man is gonna do well. You know what I'm saying? Well, it's been like that for a
If
long time. We can't promise that the man gonna do his job.
if you
So we
so
a
trying
you
to
man
you
protect
want to
the
promise
protect,
woman.
that the man can
no.
do their job, so you want to promise that the woman is going to do hers.
Be-
Now,
Oh my
let me
god.
ask you this, right?
No, the man needs to also
Who
do his
controls the
job as
time out?
well.
Who controls the
uh,
access to sex?
I ain't never knew it was so hard. That's
Who
so
So
controls
hard.
it
access to
logically
sex,
does
y'all?
not make sense for us to absolve men of their
Ma'am,
role
who
and
controls the
responsibility
access?
within
Just answer the
creating a life.
question.
No.
Who
Who
controls
controls
the
what?
access to
Who
sex?
who controls what?
Who controls the access to sex?
Men and women, because men have the
No,
option to slide in or slide out
no, ma'am.
or avoid,
Ma'am, listen.
just as
If
much as
you
women
right
have
now,
access,
because
the
it's your
ability
body,
to open
vindictive,
or
what up?
close their legs.
Ma'am, listen. If you right now, because it is your body, if it is consensual, you decide where, when, and how. you will have intercourse. If that man
Lord
does not have
Jesus.
on a
The
Jimmy hat
mentality
and,
of
and you
men
don't
right
want him to
now,
go in, anything short of him taking it or it not being consensual, you will tell him and have the right to say, you can't stick it in if it ain't got no rub on it.
the level,
Absolutely.
That's a fact. That
the
is 100%
absolution
fact. If he don't got a
of
rubber on his
men
Jimmy and
being
you tell
responsible
him
is
he can't
ridiculous.
slide in without it, that's the end of it. Unless he gonna take it.
And you think it's that black and white?
It is that black and white. Listen,
No, it
if
Okay,
that
okay,
definitely
man,
okay.
is
hold on,
Let me
not.
time out.
switch it up then. So right now, okay, say if you responsible, right? Say you responsible. You a woman, right? You responsible, right? So say if you see a dude, if you see a dude trying to go wrong, you gonna let him go wrong or something like you gonna say you're responsible or something like that, or you gonna try your best to make sure you don't get pregnant, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, you take
Exactly. That's
and
the whole point we're trying to get to. Is like that's what
no,
he's meaning about
Exactly.
Again,
how
If
to
it's
how
again,
to have
consensual,
higher
you
standards.
tell
Make
him
sure that
to do it.
again, okay, again, and I will repeat this again and again as many times as I need to say it. Just as much as the woman allows a man to lay down with her, he also has that option to choose to lay down with that woman. And he also needs to be
and he
responsible
also has
with
an
what
option to
with
leave you
whether
too.
with
That's what
whether
I'm saying.
that again, you're
That statement
absolving
is
a
absolutely.
man of his responsibility by continuing to push that.
Can I speak for just
But
30
you're missing
seconds
the
real quick?
whole
Can,
point.
can I
That's so
can,
crazy.
can,
I never
You
knew it was
made
that
can I
your
hard to.
point about the fact. You made your point about the fact
But you
that
putting your feelings in this, and we
no,
really
you
trying to
made
do
your point.
protection.
It's
It's
not the fact.
protection.
If you're
Actually,
putting
you're
your
All
putting
right,
feelings
you
your
in
know
this
what?
now
feelings
because
All
you're
you're
right, you
upset
yelling.
know
about
what?
the
We just
fact
gonna
that
switch because
women
I
are
knew these
being
numbers
treated
gonna jump up
unfairly.
talking about this. I already knew it was gonna happen. Okay, whatever. If
You're
we
yelling,
it is what
and
it is.
I'm
I
not.
know he's not.
can I
You're.
can I can I
It's not. It's
Nobody.
and
can I
neither here nor
can I
there.
please
Okay,
can
whatever.
I
It is
please
what it
say
is.
something? Can I please say something because I feel like I'm in the middle of this and I want to be accountable and responsible for this conversation.
Just say the
Okay?
man or whatever.
Let me just say
The man is
the
not at
most
fault,
simplest
but you
way that
also have to look at it
let
from both
let
I
let
don't
sides.
care no
Omega
more. Whatever the
let
answer that's
Omega,
gonna get
please,
them
you
not being in
too.
it. Whatever.
Let Omega talk for a second.
let me
Just
let me
let's
let me let me say something. Okay? Because you came in with a bias. So it's hard to take that premise away. So I'm just going to ask you to just let me speak so that you could understand me from a different perspective. Look,
Who came in with a bias?
the bougie candy came in with a bias because she misinterpreted some of the things that I said because she came into the conversation late. She didn't hear the beginning of it, so she came in with a bias. And I had to defend myself from jump, and I wouldn't have to do that if the conversation was heard from the beginning. So let me try to clarify what's going on. At no point am I saying that the man is not responsible or accountable. At no point did I disagree with that. What I'm saying is this: if a woman should have the only decision on whether to abort a child or not, okay, because she'll say, it's my body, I should be able to do what I want to with it, then why not have that consciousness before you get pregnant? That's what I'm saying.
okay, so imagine we're in a relationship, you know, and things go well, and we feel like we're getting to that point that we want to do that. Then I'm scared of becoming pregnant. And I tell you at the moment that we are, getting to that point that we have this very intimate and beautiful thing together, I'll tell you, no, I'm not going to have sex with you. And then next time, I'm going to say the same thing. No, I'm not going to have sex with you because I don't want to get pregnant. What do you think happens in the relationship? What do
It,
you
dep-
think
it
men will
depends.
do
It
eventually?
It depends on the maturity. You're bringing up a hypothetical situation that's not going to cover this whole entire basis. Let's be
No, I,
factual.
I just I just like you to answer
Because
because
now,
there is more to it than just a physical act. There
but
is
Oh my God.
there's a
are
If,
you
mental
if,
saying
part
y'all
if,
too.
not having intercourse? Or are you saying we not having intercourse without a condom? Because those are two different things.
those are two big different things, and that's what I'm trying to say. Look, let me explain this. Again, I am not saying that both parties are not responsible or accountable for the consequences of their sexual activity. Let's please get that out of the way. What I'm saying is, since it's the woman that gets pregnant and she has to give birth to a child, I personally expect a woman to be more conscious of that decision. If she doesn't want to have sex because she's scared of becoming pregnant and the man leaves, then that man ain't shit because he should respect her for what she's trying to avoid. That is the birth control that I'm
Thank
talking
you.
about. So how
Thank
could
you.
that be? So how could that be? That's a double standard though,
I don't
because
say it's double standard. It's
It
just
is
that
but it is a
it's a
double
thing that
standard
happens.
because
It's what happened. If nowadays, if the woman does not give in to that part, and I won't say every man, but a lot of men will walk out. So
but this
Do we
here
is
not
she
know that
this is
is.
condoms
it.
exist?
But is it gonna
This
be
is
with
it.
condoms or without
That's
condoms?
what
I'm a
I'm
little
saying. Like
confused.
condoms exist. You don't have to just not have intercourse to not if you scared of having a child. Which again, if you scared of having a child, what the logical thing to do would be, hey, look, we not having no intercourse without a condom. If he
Hey,
say he
that
don't
should
want
be
to
the
put on a
same
condom,
logic
y'all
that a
got
man holds.
And
exactly.
then it's both
And that should be the
responsibility. Now
same
you
All
bring
right,
logic
in the
okay,
that a
yeah.
it's
So
man
we
not both
go,
of our
yeah.
has.
responsibility, man.
It's
Because if
both.
you don't
Yeah, it's
want me
both.
to enter your
That's
body,
the same
you
you can
just
logic
tell
that a
me
you
man
just
it's
needs
not.
to
made the
have.
point. You just
It's
made the
both. It's
point
both.
where
It is
it's
Okay,
both.
man.
both
Look, hold on, wait.
responsibility.
Okay,
Now
the
we get into
Nigga, we
responsibility
gonna
of
it.
be
marriage
talking in
is who?
circles.
We're gonna do. We're gonna take this out of here because we're gonna do an analogy. The responsibility of marriage is who?
It's on both. Do
It's
you okay,
both.
No, 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 no. The
first of all,
responsibility.
whoa.
The wait, wait,
Whoa, whoa,
wait.
whoa,
The
whoa, whoa.
access to marriage is on who?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold up.
Where
The
are you
access to
going
marriage
now?
is on who? We
Are
know the
you
answer to this question.
what?
Where, where
Men will propose, but that doesn't
Exactly,
necessarily
ma'am. Okay, so you just
uh,
answer. Listen,
I'm
listen,
not
listen.
I'm not
Listen to
done.
me. I'm
I'm
trying to
not
make a point.
done.
The
I'm not
access to
done.
marriage
I'm
is
not
men
done.
because we propose to the woman. If
And
a
that's
man is in
because
a
of your
relationship with a
men's
woman for
ego
10
not
years,
wanting to be proposed to by women. Let's be clear.
okay,
I
that
propose for
listen,
marriage.
just listen to what I'm saying. This provides that the man controls the access to marriage. So now, if I'm a man and I look up and we ain't been married in 6 years, we both go together, but I'm not gonna say, "Hey man, why we ain't get married, nigga?" Because you didn't propose to her. You're the man. Yeah,
What?
we both
What?
gonna be in this marriage. Yeah, the responsibility of the marriage is both of ours, but I control the access to the marriage. I
No,
ain't
you
gonna look up
don't.
10 years later and say, why you ain't asked me to marry you? You
No,
the man. You control the access to marriage. If you wanted to get married, you would have proposed to her. The same way the woman controls access to sex. If she didn't want to have a baby, she'd have made sure no sex without a condom is happening. The only way he gonna have sex with you without a condom is if he RAP3s you.
No, no,
And
no, no,
that's a
no.
whole nother ball game.
No,
Now
that's
this is a
not that's
crime.
not completely
Outside of him
true.
committing a crime, there is no way he can have sex with you
That
without a condom
is not
because
that
you
is not
control the
absolutely you
true.
access to
can
sex.
by
That is not
manipulation.
true. There's a conscious
Please.
choice that a person makes whether they want to wear a condom or whether they don't.
Ma'am, if he don't want to wear a condom and you do not allow him access to you, the only way he can enter you is if he takes
If
it
it's forced.
illegally. If
We
not, he's
understand
just
that.
not gonna have sex
We
with you, or
definitely
he gonna put on a
understand that.
condom.
But for you to absolve men of saying, oh, well, if we both say that we're going to have sex and then put that, oh, well, the woman just needs to protect herself and not say, oh, well, if the man don't want a kid, then he should protect himself.
Ma'am,
That
ma'am,
doesn't make any logical
But
sense. Both are
it
that's
responsible for
makes
apples and
making that
logical
choice
oranges.
sense
prior
because
to.
you
Yeah, it
know for a
does.
fact, ma'am. Do you not know for a fact? Because we acting like we don't know information. We don't know actual facts and logic. Men would prefer to have sex without a condom. We all
That
know
doesn't
this,
change the logic of men saying that
ma'am.
they don't
So
want
if you
children
know
yet
that the men,
still
listen,
not
listen.
having sex
If
with
you
a
know that
condom.
men would rather
No,
have sex
stop
without a
trying to
condom,
absolve men from their logical responsibility of saying I don't want children, so
you
I'm
don't
going
want
to
the
make sure that I am
responsibility
not
to you
depositing
having
my seed
access to sex,
freely
and that's the
in
real problem.
everyone.
The man, because he know he controls the access to marriage, what is his responsibility? To go buy a ring. We can't say I don't want to go buy a ring. I want to get married, but I don't necessarily. I'm absolved. I don't want to absolve the woman of her responsibility. Man, you hold the access to marriage. That means you got to go buy a ring.
The
Women,
What?
you hold the
absolution that you
access
like to
to
hold
sex.
for men
That
is
means
really,
if
really
you don't
sad.
want to have unprotected sex, you dictate what kind of sex, when it's happening,
The
where it's happening.
absolution that you have
But the men
for
can
men
dictate
having a
that as well.
choice
What
and
if the
making the
woman?
conscious choice to lay down with somebody
But
and not protect yourself
listen to
is
what
very sad.
Because the
the
man is
lady, listen
not
to the
going to have
comment.
a baby inside of his stomach.
Listen to the comment. Listen to the comment that she wrote, and this is coming from a lady. The risk is higher for a woman. That's why she shouldn't take it. She should take it more seriously. That's
Exactly.
the
We're
point
not
that I'm trying
saying
to
that.
make. We're not talking about accountability or responsibility or how
Right.
we
That
got there.
is being
We're talking about
responsible,
if
is
he
taking
enters
it
you without a
serious.
condom.
You're not allowing anybody to speak because you are stuck on what you're saying. And
No, I did
I've
allow you to
accepted.
speak, but
But
for you
I've
to
accepted,
absolve him from
your
that
Now,
point.
is
if he
I've ex-
inherently
enters you without a
wrong.
condom, who is that going to affect after that nut? Let's just keep it there. After he gets that bus off, who is that going to affect?
Again,
The
again,
woman, right?
Lord Jesus,
This is why.
this is a dead end because men. It seems as though men want to not have any responsibility for
no,
participating
that's
in
Nobody
sexual
is
you. That's
telling
activity.
you
you
So
that
saying that.
let
Before,
that be the end of the
responsibility
No,
is
conversation.
on
no,
you.
that is
Nobody
you
is
saying
saying you
that.
that.
That's you
no,
saying that.
No,
I
that
don't
that
get
is
it.
you
I
saying
I
that
don't get
because you're like,
what
oh,
happened
the
here. I
woman
don't.
needs to be the one that only protects herself, and that is not the case.
No,
Where
you're
it
not
only come
listening to
from at?
me. You're
Why you
not
throw only in?
listening.
Nobody said that
Li-
the whole entire live. Nobody said only.
Listen to me.
We said more responsible. That's all we said.
I just made a point. I just made a point with a comment from a lady from the comments, and you never answered it. You went right back to
No, I
how
did answer it.
you're cutting me off again.
I did answer
All
it.
right, you're cutting me off again. Okay, you're cutting me off again. Okay, I don't cut nobody off. You're cutting me off again. All I'm saying is that the woman, because they get pregnant, that they should take it a little more seriously because they're the ones that are getting pregnant. You're the one that is holding the child. Nobody's talking about accountability or the responsibility of sex. Okay, we all know what the results are and how many different ways it can go. What I'm saying is that if I could get pregnant, I would take in more responsibility, especially if I didn't want to get pregnant, regardless if I was a man or a woman. I'm not talking about genders here. I'm talking about whoever it is that bears this child, that holds this child in their stomach for 9 months, should take it a little more seriously because they're the ones that have to hold the kid. Now, if that doesn't mean anything to you, then there's nothing else that I could talk about. But I'm just trying to help women understand, hey, ladies, you're the one that is going to hold that kid for 9 months. You're the one that's going to go through all those trials and tribulations while you are pregnant. And then we don't even know what's going to happen after the fact because we're having this discussion even before you even get pregnant.
But
Okay,
I
so
don't think that
let's.
it's 155% correct because the same responsibilities I have is the same responsibilities a man
We're
should
not
have.
talking
So
about
you don't feel like
that.
So
we
we're
don't
saying
control
that we
access to
have,
sex,
you're saying,
ma'am?
I think you could, but let me finish for a second. What you're saying is that we should take care of ourselves more. Absolutely. But men should also take care of themselves as well because we're not the only
But
ones
they're
that are
not
doing it.
denying that they should. That's the
But
thing. If
but
you listened, if you
you
listened,
guys keep pushing your
if you,
agenda, which is that we're trying to give a man a pass on the accountability and the responsibility. You're off.
they
You're
don't.
off.
They don't.
You're off.
And that's
No,
what we
That's
reached
not
a
what I'm
point of
trying to say
that
agreement.
either,
No,
but you
that's
did
not
make
what
Ma'am,
we're
that
listen.
Boogie,
comment.
saying.
With
Boogie,
great
just a
power
second.
comes great
Just a second.
responsibility. Okay? Let,
Please, Big Bam, please. Just a second. Right before we reached like a point of agreement in which we all said, yeah, now we see there is responsibility with both parts, and there is. I'm totally okay with the fact that Hormega says, yeah, on my side, I have to do a little bit extra because I'm the receiving part. I'm the one that's going to carry the baby. So I would always be conscious of, okay, can I do this? Can I not do this? Is it wise? Is it not wise? Because I'm going to be the one that's be hooked up with the baby. I'm not totally okay with Kevin if he says the man can walk out. I think there is a big education thing there in which we can all progress in teaching boys and girls from
Most
the
definitely.
base not to walk out. When that happened, when you both made the
Most,
choice to have intercourse, from
most
that
definitely.
moment on, you're both responsible and there's no walking away. And
Right.
Yeah.
parents should push their boys into saying, hey, don't come to me. You made that girl pregnant, you take care of it. Just like it happened in the older days
and
where there was still the norm that the man, as soon as they impregnated the woman, took care of it.
And
So,
that was
but
my
these are
point.
two different points. These are two different points. And I don't
yes,
Right.
think this has to be about whose fault is what. I think we both take
Nobody
the part in responsibility, but yeah, women have to have that extra cautiousness of not
that's the
getting pregnant.
that's
yes,
all we
But
were saying.
yes,
there,
That's all we were
there's
saying the whole
where
entire
my
time.
point was. There's where my point was in the start when we went from the um, abortion to the numbers and where education comes in. I think it's really important for us women to teach our daughters correctly that saying no is a thing and that there is no man on the world that can force you to do anything against your will. And that is a big problem nowadays, that women or little girls, at least young women, feel the pressure of having to say yes. And that is a real problem. That is a real problem into getting pregnant. And there shouldn't be any pressure. If a young girl says no, there should not be the shaming or the talks in school that she doesn't want it. And that is a big problem. The pressure they put on young women nowadays is huge. And I think that is a big part of the pregnancies that are unwanted. And then we come to the abortion part where we shouldn't, etc., etc. But it should all start with education and respect.
yes. And if I can add something to this, I just want to conclude. I lost my battery power and I came back on because I didn't want anybody to think that I was being irresponsible or unaccountable for this conversation because I was in the middle of it. So what I'm saying is this. It is I'm not pointing fingers on whose fault it is, and that's what I don't want you guys to get hung up on. We're not talking about the blame. We're talking about that a woman has to be a little extra conscious about it because she's the one that gets pregnant. Now, if that doesn't mean anything, then it doesn't mean anything. I can't force you to see it from my point of view. But as a father, right? And as a son, right? And as a brother. And also, you're talking to a man that has taken responsibility for all the seeds that he planted. So you're talking to the wrong one. I have taken responsibility for kids that I knew I wasn't going to be with the mother. So if that doesn't make a difference in what I'm saying, then I don't know what else to say. Nobody's pointing fingers on whose fault it is. I'm just saying that a woman needs to be a little more extra conscious because she's the one that's going to bear children. The same way that she has the ultimate decision on whether to abort or keep, she should have a little bit of that extra pay attention to the situation because she's the one that gets pregnant. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
I understand what you're saying.
That's all I'm saying.
And
I
I
didn't
think
say I
I
didn't say
think that
anything about blame or fault. I didn't say anything about that.
And I think that extra bit of cautiousness is the responsibility of the adults that come around that kid. They should install that self confidence. They should install that you have the right to say no in whatever position. It's your power, it's your body. They have to give her that force to say no. And that's the thing. That's a really important thing nowadays because young girls don't feel like they can say no because there's so much that happens when they do say no, and especially in the young ages where the peer groups are so important that they want to be part of this group and they're looking for their identity. It's so important that they are accepted, and when they say no and they are pushed out of the group because they said no, that is a huge thing. And I think that's a problem all over the world. It's not
And
only in the
and
United
and I,
States.
and I love you said that because now we're going deeper into the prevention, which is proper education, right? Now we're going deeper, but this is what I'm trying to say also. I know that pregnancy can destroy a woman permanently. All right. I know this for a fact. I know the damage that a kid can do to a woman's body, ego, mental. There's also the postpartum depression. Men don't go through that. Okay? So what I'm trying to tell you is you could avoid a whole bunch of heartache and a whole bunch of pain by understanding that I am actually helping you to educate the younger ladies by understanding that there are choices and it's not a conscious decision to have sex unprotected, because if you didn't want to have a kid, that is an unconscious decision. That is not a conscious
No,
decision.
that's a conscious decision to have sex unprotected.
Wow.
You're
Uh,
making a choice to not wear a condom. You're making a
I have
choice
to
to
agree
not
with
be
her
on
there.
birth control. You're making a choice to not use a diaphragm. You're making a choice to not use spermicide. You are
Okay,
consciously
so
making
who
a choice.
suffers the most? Who
Again,
suffers the most?
you are trying to put this, you again, and this is like, even when I sit in a doctor's office and I have these conversations with young boys and girls who are now becoming intimate with the other sex, I consistently have this conversation with both, where I have to explain to boys that you have to control your seed, and girls, you have to control your body as far as being able to offer it up to both to a man to avoid pregnancy.
are we talking
Like
about impulses? Are we talking
like
about impulses and
it's not even about impulses, because you still have a conscious choice to make on whether you're going to protect yourself, whether you are a male or a woman. When you lay down, if you make a conscious choice to not wear a condom, or to not use spermicide, or to not use a diaphragm, or to not use a female condom, then you've made a conscious choice to not use those things. That's, you
it's
don't
hard
just
it's
wake
it's
up,
hard for
you don't.
me to agree
How
that
is
in
that
that,
hard for
but
you to
because
agree
I'm gonna I'm gonna
when
explain.
you get
But
into the
I'm
bed?
going to
I
explain if you
wasn't
let
done
me.
talking.
Oh, okay, you got more.
It's not hard to explain when you decide to lay in the bed and then you decide to go without putting a condom on as a man. That is your
Do you
choice.
not
That is a
understand?
conscious
Do you
choice of the man.
understand that you're talking about kids that you're talking to? I'm looking at it as a
It's
whole.
not just kids, it's all men, it's all
Even
women,
adults.
There you go
it's
again. I'm
all
not accepting.
adults.
Listen to me. Do you understand how strong sexual desire, arousal, and
Do you
impulses
not
are?
understand that I went to school for to understand all of that? Do you not
Yeah, but that
understand
So,
that
has
I'm a
so,
nothing to
so,
do.
do
woman?
Oh,
you?
Do
oh,
you
So, well,
not
oh,
hold on,
oh.
hold on, hold
understand
on,
that
hold
I
on.
got
This
So,
has
periods
wait a
nothing to
minute.
early?
do with it.
So, wait a
This
minute. So, you
Are
think you're the
are
only
you
one that went to
seriously
school for
asking
this?
me that question?
No, this
I
has
am.
nothing to do with it. You both, actually, in the base, you both say the same thing, and that's the frustrating part here. It's it all goes about education, and he's not saying that only the women should be educated. We were talking about the women, but I think both boys and girls should be correctly informed by parents, by school, and they should feel safe enough to both say no. Because from boys there's a lot of pressure too. I was talking about the girls, but look at the pressure boys get. Oh, you haven't had sex yet? Oh, you're gonna do it tonight? Oh, they have pressure from their peer groups too. And then it's not rational no more. You're sort of put in this position where you have to. And at the moment that you're gonna lay down, I don't think anybody uses his brains no more. You
So if
should
it's
make
not
a
rational,
decision before you get there.
but fairy tale, if it's not rational, then how could it be conscious?
Well, that's the whole thing. I don't think the moment that you lay down, that that is a thing you can really do. I don't think the moment that you are getting into that lovemaking, there is any the rational part is not very strong at that moment.
I've
I
never,
think that so that decision, the boy should take condoms with him
listen,
before he goes
listen.
to the
How
girl, and
about
the
this?
girl should take the protection
How,
whenever she goes meet the
how,
boy.
how about this? I feel for women. I feel for women, right? When they get pregnant and have to go through all that shit that men don't have to go through, right? I feel for women that have to go through this shit that men don't have to go through, and it was a mutual decision. But the consequences and the effects are different. This is what I'm trying to tell you. The consequences, and as a result of, women get pregnant, men don't. So all I'm asking is for women to be a little bit extra about it, because they're the ones that get pregnant. I never said all women are like this, all men are like this. I didn't even want to talk about the youth. I try to get a median age so we could talk about that this happens as an adult. Yeah, I wasn't even trying to go with you're talking to kids. If you're talking to kids, you're talking to kids. How you know how are you going to have a conversation with someone after they're pregnant? How is that proactive?
That's too late. Yes,
It's
to
too.
be.
That's what I'm saying. So all men
Yeah.
are like this. All women are like that. We're not having this conversation. All I'm saying is that I feel it when a woman has to be pregnant, even if listen to me. Look, even if the pregnancy was arranged, even if the pregnancy was wanted, I still feel bad for what women have to go through. That's all I'm saying. And it's the woman that gets pregnant, not the man. So they should just be a little bit more aware because they're the ones that go through this and we don't. That's all I'm saying. I also said that a lot of pregnancies destroy women's bodies, they destroy their mentality, they destroy their spirit. A lot of women do not recover from pregnancy, especially unwanted pregnancies. So what can we do to avoid this? Nobody's saying that it's the only the woman's responsibility. I never said that. I never said that we can't share responsibility and we can't share accountability. All I'm saying is that I feel it when a woman gets pregnant. Imagine how worse I feel if it's an unwanted pregnancy with a man that's not going to be there. Why are there so many single people, not women or men, after having a child? Because the child was not planned. It was an unwanted pregnancy. If people decide to, and there's no guarantees on this, when people decide to have a kid together as a mutual decision, usually that works out. It works out a lot more when both agree to have a kid than having a surprise or an unwanted pregnancy. So I'm not here to disagree with anyone, but I'm not going to stand here and hear all men are like this or all women are like that. I don't get down like that because the major difference between a man and a woman is that she can get pregnant and a man can't. That's all I'm saying. I'm protecting the woman by feeling empathy for what they go through. And then we talked about avoiding it because I think that a woman needs to do a little extra. Now I could sit up here and say women do a lot of extra other shit. Why can't they put a little bit of extra effort in avoiding getting pregnant? Because they're the ones that get pregnant. I can't say that. That's all I'm saying. Nobody was fighting, but the agenda kept on being pushed.
So
Oh, you're trying to give the men a pass because for being
I'm
accountable and,
I'm
and, and and
trying to
taking the blame.
I'm trying to understand. So women do a little extra to not get pregnant, but men don't have to do extra to not get a woman pregnant,
He's not
right?
saying that. He's not
I'm
saying.
not saying that. I'm saying that the consequences hit the woman hard.
That's not the point that you were just making. You
How
just
do
said
you know that? How
women
do
need
you know that
to
when
work
you're trying to tell me
hard,
what my
a
point
little
is?
more to not get pregnant, right?
A
And
little
if
more
you're saying that
conscious.
if women need to do a little more to not get pregnant, then men also need to do a little more to not get a woman pregnant.
Okay. Then I
Hey,
then I
hey, hold
then
up real quick. Hold up. I'm trying to see something. Is so hindsight, is you really trying to listen to understand or you just trying to wait till him slip up so you can correct
No,
something?
I
Because like
listened
we
to him
really trying to
talk
get to
the
the
whole
solution to the
time.
thing, and it's like you're not trying to. It's like you trying to wait till him slip up. And that's when you start
I
talking.
listened to him the whole time. But what I don't do as a doctor who ends up seeing these individuals, right, and having to deal with their mental issues, having to deal with all of those psychological things that come along with being pregnant, right, is say that, oh, well, if you were only more cautious about your body, but not also telling that boy, that man, hey, you need to also be cautious with your body
you're
because
adding
But
too
he's
much
not
to this,
saying that.
man. You're, you're
He's.
then
you're adding your own
that's
agenda. You just want to push your agenda, and you're
there
not
is no
listening at
agenda.
all.
I'm
Yes,
holding
there
both
is,
parties
because
responsible.
because you're fighting over the same argument that we already cleared up 3 hours ago. It is
And
both the responsibility and the accountability of a woman getting pregnant. I'm just
And
saying that the woman go through more shit because of it.
But the thing is, you actually,
Oh,
in the
okay.
bottom line, say the same thing. The only thing is that he has a daughter and you have sons. So you both look a bit at the other side. And he's only making his point from out the point that he has a daughter that he wants to protect. So he will teach
We,
her to do that
we
extra.
talked about that too, though. So that's nothing new. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm
This is
asking
this
her
this is just
what is her solution at the end
Kevin.
of this. Like,
This is the hamster wheel. This is the hamster wheel that I keep talking about.
I'm
And
not
then
talking
hold on, hold on,
about
hold
the
on. I'm not
man's
done. I'm not done. I'm not done yet. I'm
responsibility.
not done
Three
yet because
sword. Three
I'm not
sword.
done
I'm
yet.
not talking about the man's responsibility. I said that the woman has a responsibility as well. But we're not going, what I don't do is eliminate the man's responsibility as well to
You've
protect
made
He
that
himself
point.
didn't.
You
just
made
as
that point
much.
100 times. How long? What do we have to fucking do so that you could understand that we understand you? What do we have to do?
Again, I was addressing three sword in the comment.
Listen,
So
sweetheart, you also was very condescending by telling me that you're educated on this. Do you know what my education level is?
That
I didn't make say anything condescending.
yeah,
When
it
Yes,
you
you
said,
was.
did.
when you
It
Yes, you
said,
was.
do you
fucking did.
It
understand?
Yes, you
was.
No,
did.
when you
Yes, you
said,
did.
do you
It
understand
was.
what it does to women's bodies? Me being a woman, that's condescending for one. Me being a mother, that's also condescending. Me being a mother to
How
a
is
son,
that
that's also condescending.
condescending? You brought up
Me,
your education as a strong
questioning
point
me,
that I don't belong in this
implying to say
conversation
that
with you.
you
What are you
have
talking
more
about?
experience understanding what women go through and you're a man makes no sense. That's complete condescension.
Holy shit. So then you can't understand that I'm not saying that I fully understand or can gauge the pain or the shit you go through, but I have empathy for you. You know what empathy is? Do you know what empathy is? Empathy is basically
I know
feeling.
what empathy
So then
is.
I'm showing empathy from a different perspective. You keep pushing your agenda, and I'm trying to tell
I'm
you,
not pushing
holy
anyone's
cow. So then
agenda.
why
I
did you
am
mention your
holding both
education
parties
level like you're the only
responsible.
one that's qualified to talk about this?
I'm holding both parties responsible.
And he is
that's
too.
not the subject, though.
That is
You
not what
keep
we're
putting that
talking
same
about.
thing in here. We're not talking about that no more.
Is there anything
We
else that you
never
could
was
talk
talking
about?
about that.
Is there anything else that you could talk about that doesn't have to do with accountability and responsibility before a woman gets pregnant? Because this whole
Because that's the
conversation,
whole point we're having is to
that's
is to
your
prevent.
point. That's your
No,
point. You
we
weren't
were
here for the
Guys,
entire
that's the
talking.
whole
conversation.
point of the conversation because
Is to prevent.
he wants to say that women have to basically take a little bit more time to help themselves and to protect themselves from getting pregnant. What hindsight is trying to say is like, okay, we got to take accountability because we women. We got to make sure we good, but we also have to have the men as well take that accountability. So it has
But
to be both sides. That's what she's trying to
we
say.
not.
She's not
How
saying
could it
The thing
be
is, you
50-50?
saying but we never wasn't talking about that. We never said that the man wasn't
he did
accountable.
though.
We're not
He did
talking about
say
that.
that.
But
Are
Who
you
you
guys
said
saying
didn't.
that?
the same
Who
thing?
said
He
that?
he
Who
Who was
said
did say
that?
saying
that.
that? Who was
Okay.
saying that?
Um.
Omega, he said us women should take more responsibility because of what why because we're women
Okay,
and
so
it
how
hurts
does
us
so
more.
listen to your English. Listen to your English. If I'm saying that a woman should take more responsibility, is that eliminating the man?
No, but but you can't say that and then not say that there's a comeback right back. You have to say for both sides. It's both
We
sides
already
here.
said this 1,000 times. I'm just saying that a woman has to do a little bit more because it's
But
not 50-50 because
I
of
think that that's a
holy
little bit
shit, bro.
condescending on your end too because
Sweetheart,
it has to be both sides that have to
you're
take
not
a little more.
understanding that this is not a 50-50 responsibility because it's the woman that gets pregnant, period.
But it is a 50-50
No, it's
thing.
not. No, it's not.
Can I
No, it's
interject?
not.
How is it not a 50-50 thing if both of
Because
you
it's
guys
the
get
woman that
pregnant?
gets pregnant, man. And I'm feeling empathy for that situation. You're not getting the whole point here.
I understand you're empathetic for women. I'm giving you my opinion. I stood quiet the whole time because I don't want to argue.
That's
I'm just saying I think that it should be said that both parties, men and women, should be a little bit more cautious. That's
But
all
we
she's
were
trying to
there an
say.
hour ago. We were there an
No, we
hour
weren't because you
ago.
guys kept going back and forth. That's what I'm trying to say. Just leave it alone. Both of us have to be responsible, and that's it. You know what I'm saying?
But
Like, it's just how
So
life
so
is. Just like you as a
you're
dad.
gonna over you as a woman. I find this interesting that as a woman you're gonna overlook that I'm saying as a father figure, as a male figure, as a brother, as a son. that women have to be a little bit more careful because they're the ones that get
I
pregnant? You
didn't
think
say
that
you
there's
were
something wrong
wrong.
with that
I didn't
statement?
see. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying you're
But that, but
absolutely right.
but then
But I
then
am going to
that's
say
the only
that
thing I'm
men have
saying.
to also take that extra step. You know what I'm
But we
saying? Like
already
men
know
also
that.
do that.
We
Right.
already
What is the
know
point
that.
of saying that? I don't get it. It's like you saying you agree what he's saying, but then you keep
I
trying to throw
understand.
that
I
in there.
do
We wasn't
agree
never
with the
talking
fact.
about that.
But why are you guys making it such a big deal when somebody's just agreeing with
Because
you and saying,
Can I
okay,
interject,
you're
y'all?
saying
what's
that
the
women
point of
should have
saying it
more
though? What's
because
the point of
because
saying if
because
that wasn't the
because
topic?
because
If that
because
wasn't the topic,
Y'all,
it's an agreement. It's an agreement with a condition.
this
That's
is
a
not
double
right?
standard. You know what I'm saying?
everybody is yelling at each other. Can I please interject,
Please, let's have a new voice, please.
please? Okay, everybody is literally in agreement. Okay, I would like to say this is not a conversation right at this point. It is an argument. Everybody's yelling at each other, and everybody's in agreement. You know what I mean? Literally, but I can understand from both perspectives. Or Miga, what you saying? I can understand what hindsight is saying. You feel me? You're saying, Ormiga, that because women get pregnant, they should do a little more to protect themselves. When in a situation where they could potentially get pregnant, right? What hindsight is saying is, and just allow me to get it out, please. I know how y'all feel. Just allow me to get it out. What hindsight is saying is that it would be it should be an equal responsibility because women can't get pregnant alone, right? The man has to put his seed inside of a woman in order for that woman to get pregnant. So what hindsight is saying is that instead of saying women should do a little more to protect themselves, what she's saying is that we should be equally educated on how to protect ourselves from impregnating when it shouldn't be a situation. You see what I'm saying? That's all she's saying. And like I said, it literally y'all are saying the same exact thing, but Ormiga, you are saying it a little different. You know what I mean? Because again, you are saying that women should protect themselves a little more, which like I said, it should be we should be equally educated on both sides.
I agree. I agree, and I'll say this really quickly. Look, it is the responsibility and the accountability of a man and a woman, right? To be to be preventive, to be careful, right? It is both their responsibility, just like it is both their responsibility when the child is born, right? To take accountability for a child being born. I'm saying is the difference is that men don't get pregnant. So if a
Right.
woman
So my
doesn't want to go through pregnancy, they have to be a little bit more careful. That's all I'm saying.
mm,
Because they're the ones that go through the hardships of labor. I'm the type of person that I praise women. I don't think that men and women are equal. I think women have the upper hand and are superior because they give birth. You don't understand where my position is on this. All
I
I'm
agree. No,
saying is that I agree with the whole accountability before you have sex and then after a child is born. But it's the woman that's pregnant for 9 months. It's the woman that deals with the postpartum depression. It's the woman that deals with the body changes. And a lot of women die. We were talking about women dying during pregnancy. We were talking about giving up kids for adoption. We were talking about a whole bunch of subjects. At no point were we trying to say that it is only the woman's responsibility, or it's more of the woman's responsibility to prevent it. I'm only looking at it from the standpoint that only a woman could get pregnant.
I
So
get that.
to avoid that whole chaos, women might have to do a little bit extra.
But can I interject?
Yes, please.
Okay, so you mentioned postpartum depression. You mentioned
Mhm.
body dysmorphia. You mentioned a whole lot of things that women experience, you know, during pregnancy, after pregnancy, and I completely understand that. My point, and I feel like this is hindsight's point, is that a lot of men are not educated on these things, and they absent-mindedly just drop their seed in any woman, and they do it without intentions of getting that woman pregnant. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So
Yes.
feel like what hindsight is saying is that we should, as men, instead of teaching women what to do with their bodies and how they should go about protecting themselves, uh, uh, either during the process or process of impregnation or after the process. I feel like she's saying that we should, as men, teach other men and educate other men on what it is to protect a woman and how to treat a woman during and after pregnancy.
I agree.
So just
Simple
I
as
like
that.
how he said that though, and that's the whole. That's why it's okay. That's the thing. You said we got to get educated, right?
Yes.
So what we're basically speaking on, because what she's saying is 100% right. Yes, it should happen like that. But we saying that just in case we got, if it's two uneducated people or something like that, just because we want to protect the women, that's all we trying to get to. Because we want to protect the woman, they should be the main ones that make sure it's way higher than the man, because a man can be careless. So what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like a man, majority of the time, men just trying to do their thing, whatever, and go and
Bust
all
a
that stuff.
nut. They're trying
So
to
it's
bust a nut. You know what
yeah,
I'm
they
That's,
just trying to right exactly. So you think they're gonna care? I'm just saying we trying to okay in protection of women. They got men that just don't care or something like that. So we try to protect them to make sure what I'm saying. If it's a dude, you don't run into a dude that don't care.
no,
You
look,
should hold that standard even higher in protection of you. You know what I'm saying? Because you're going to be the one carrying that baby.
can I
But yes, we do need to teach it on both ends. But we're just saying, just in case.
can I
If we don't know if the dude gonna be using her or not or nothing. Like we could educate him or not. We don't know the intentions though.
I
But
understand.
the thing is, in protection of the woman, they should hold it way higher than him because they're the one that got to carry it at the end of the day. That's all we're trying to say.
I could hear. I
But
could hear
yes,
my
they both need to
mother.
get taught.
I could hear
They
my
both need to
mother.
get taught.
Look, I
Let me
could hear my mother telling my sister, "Hey, at the end of the day, you do whatever you want to do. Just remember that you're the one that gets pregnant."
right okay. Look, hear me out for a second. You mentioned careless dudes, right? And
Yes.
like I said, I mentioned the same thing. Dudes that just literally are out here busting a nut just to get one. You feel me? We should educate these men or growing men on the process of impregnating women and how it can not only affect her, but how it can affect her family, how it can affect him. You see what I'm saying? We shouldn't have so many careless men. That's the point of it. You know what I mean? Let me give.
That's why I asked earlier. At what
I'm trying
age?
to see where I didn't say that at.
But Kevin, listen to this. Remember the question that I posed. At what age? And it was just an opinion. At
Right.
what age should
Hey,
a
Bougie, I'm gonna switch
person
you out real quick.
know
I'm gonna
of
let
what?
Three Swords though. I know he got something.
At what age should a kid know or a person when the consequences of having casual sex or unprotected sex can lead to pregnancy?
So look, check me out. Y'all may disagree. I believe that we should start that shit at a very young age. And the reason why I say this is because young adults now are more susceptible to learn about sex at a very young age. You see what I'm saying? Like literally, there are so many places that you can go to just witness it. You feel what I'm saying? So shit, 10, 11, shit, 8 or 9 if you being honest, because like I said, I was fucking I was fucking I'm not gonna say I was shown the shit, but my grandfather had porn CDs just sitting around the fucking house. You feel
Yo,
me?
God,
can I ask you a question to that point right there, right?
Yeah.
What age did you lose your virginity?
Shit. I think I was like 15.
Okay, so you don't think teaching very young kids about sex could lead to them having sex earlier in age?
I understand it. This
I
is
was
not
just about to get to
But
that. I was
they're
about to say I
already
think we should
doing that.
wait
wait,
until 18.
They're
When they get out
already
of school.
wait.
they're already doing that though.
Give me a second, y'all.
They're already sitting in my office
Right, so give
and
me a
they're 12 years old.
But that's not
No,
my
I think they
question though.
got
My
they got
question
parents
is
that's
is
sitting there letting their
education
kids.
Can I
Is
respond?
Have
education going
you
to
should have a
fix that
boyfriend and
problem?
girlfriend at a teenager. I'm gonna put it that way. That's what I feel.
Y'all, can
You
I
know what I'm
respond?
saying? Because that's already gonna start to heat up anyway. So I feel like they should have boyfriend girlfriend after they get out of school. If we
Y'all,
want to get that deep, if we want to get that deep for real, like low key.
Yo, I just want to say this. I didn't want to come to say nothing, but I just want to say this. The host started this conversation with women's responsibility to this subject, and y'all flipped it to both parties' responsibility. And that's what he's trying to say for the last half an hour, right? He's having a conversation about women's responsibility to this, not the man's responsibility to this. His point is y'all are derailing the conversation by keep wanting to say, but the man, but the man, but the man. That's not what he's talking about.
that's not what we saying, dude. Can I?
That is what you're saying.
Oh, can I respond, please? Because you asked me a question, and I would like to respond to that. Right? You asked me, what age did I fucking have sex?
Lost their virginity at
You
15.
said 15. You answered.
Right, right. And then you mentioned after that. What the fuck did you say? That's why I be wanting to respond because I be losing.
I said nothing else to you. I talked about what the host was talking about.
You did.
That's all that was put in the air. What see what he said after that was that the there was a couple of mentions of how young now we should go when we talk about this to kids, and then there was another comment about, well,
Oh,
don't you think that if you do it early that's going to lead kids to have sex? Am I
it,
right or wrong?
okay. Boom, boom. He said no. He said some shit along the lines of fuck, fuck.
I just said it verbatim.
He just said it verbatim.
You got it.
I just said
You
it
got it,
word for
Trey.
Don't
word.
try to now say I said something differently than what he just
No,
said.
I said it. I repeated his words, not even paraphrasing, verbatim.
Verbatim. He literally quoted me.
Cool. All right. Let me respond.
Me.
So boom. Look, I wasn't saying that kids are not gonna have sex. That's not the point. What I'm saying is that we should educate the kids on to how to properly have sex if they're gonna do it. You feel what I'm saying?
What is the proper way to have sex?
The proper,
I think he means
Uh,
like
on the proper.
educating them on prevention. I think that's what
No,
he's
no,
trying to
Is
say.
prevention
thank you for saying that.
100%?
oh, he said the right word by mistake. Nah, I shouldn't have
What
said
No,
that
no,
one.
what what
I'm glad she said that because
what
she's
is
uh
the
100% right.
only way?
oh.
What is the only way to 100% prevent pregnancy?
Not have sex.
Exactly. So the idea that teaching safe sex is going to prevent pregnancy is ridiculous to me.
What I'm saying, bro. That's not what I'm saying. But it
What
is.
are you saying?
Allow me to finish. Even though it's not 100%, you know what I mean? It's not 100%. It's still better opportunity to not impregnate a woman if you protect yourself the right way
Hold on. Better opportunity than what?
versus if you were to have raw sex and just bust a nut inside of a woman.
Right, but not a better opportunity than not having sex, right?
I get, bro.
But is that
Is
realistic?
that
That's
realistic?
not real.
Of
Wait.
We
course
Hindsight.
it's
Wait,
have to
wait.
operate
realistic.
in the
Hindsight.
real world.
Are you asking me? Are you asking me? Is it realistic for a 15-year-old not to have sex? Yes, it's
No,
very realistic.
it's not.
It's
It's not
very
realistic because
realistic.
it's not happening.
It's
We
not.
are not.
Yo,
That's
are
a
you saying
Well,
there's
that's
fantasy
what we
no
need to teach
world.
But
then.
people?
That's what we need
Are
to
you
teach then.
saying?
this
Are
is
you
So
That's
saying?
so
a
so so
fantasy world that
hold
all
up
So you saying
a
there's no
girls
second.
are
virgin
not having
15-year-olds out
sex.
there?
Hindsight. You said how old are your kids? Hindsight.
I have a 21-year-old and I have a 12-year-old.
And when did the 21-year-old start having sex according to your knowledge?
When he told me, he was
You gotta
17.
shake it.
Again, when he told me he was 17.
So then why you can't see it as realistic when your own child at 17 didn't have sex at 15?
Because I see kids come into my office at 12.
Yes, and I see
I see
people.
them come in at 12 and are pregnant
Yes, but I
or
see
are
people do a
sitting with
lot of
their
things though.
girlfriends
Hindsight.
at 15 or 14 and pregnant.
Hindsight. I see people
Like,
do a lot of things though.
it's not
Hindsight.
realistic for
I
us to
see.
say, oh well, let's just not tell people how to properly protect themselves should they choose to have sex,
Wait.
because kids are going to have sex regardless if we want
But
them to
not
or
Wait.
not.
Hold up.
So it's
Hindsight.
not
best
all
for
Hindsight.
kids
us.
are
Hindsight.
having sex at
And
I
this is the
never
only
15.
said that.
time.
I said that kids are having sex regardless if
The
we
only
want them
time y'all
to or
have these
not.
type of
And it's
conversations
better
about
And I
these
for
type of
us
agree.
to
kids is
actually,
when it's children. I mean, no,
it's
when
better
sex.
for,
The only time y'all
again,
talk about children
Okay,
in
all
these ways is when it's sex. There's no way. I know a bunch of kids, right? Children, right?
Oh
That
God.
deal drugs. I'm not going to act like it's unrealistic for kids to not deal drugs. I'm not going to teach them a safe way to deal drugs. They shouldn't be doing it. Just like they shouldn't be having sex.
Period. See,
Again, they should
you
not
see,
be
this,
having
Right?
here,
sex, but
here's
that
the
is
No, did
point.
not
you hear what
And
I
that's
said?
the
reality.
real solution. That's
That
the
Did you
is
hear
real
what
not
I
Listen,
said?
solution.
listen,
reality.
listen.
That's what we need to teach.
But
Listen,
that is not
we
the
want to talk about
reality.
equal
It is
responsibility and
reality.
accountability, right? We want to talk about equal responsibility and equal responsibility and accountability. But we're not going to the basis of the matter, which is let's start with the black and white version. If you don't sell drugs, these things won't happen. If you don't have sex, this will not happen. We're not
Facts.
talking about anything else except the absoluteness. We're
Can I?
not talking about what should happen and what the
Yes,
reality is,
exactly.
because what should happen is that these kids shouldn't be having sex, but they
But the
are having sex,
reality
right?
Can
is
I
that they
interject?
are. The
But they
reality
Oh,
sh-
oh,
is
but
oh,
that
okay,
they are.
okay. But
They
and the
are.
reality of that is they shouldn't be. Okay,
That it
in a
doesn't matter
perfect
what
world,
should or shouldn't
in a
be.
perfect
Hey,
world,
It does
everybody will
not
be
matter
married
what
under
should and
wedlock
shouldn't
when they
be.
have children. But that's not the case. I'm
that's
not going to
what I'm saying
teach
to
a
you.
child.
That's
I'm
what
not going to teach
Again,
a child
look,
how to do something they're not supposed to be doing safely. That
again,
doesn't
that,
make sense.
bro.
again,
Perfect
that
world.
is not reality, sir.
yeah, but you're not
People are
teaching
having sex.
accountability. You're
So let's
not
go
People
teaching
are
back.
having
accountability.
sex.
So let's go back. Let's teach children in poverty how to safely sell drugs.
No. All
People
right.
are
Because the
having sex.
reality, the
Content.
reality is a bunch of
Why
children
are
in poverty sell drugs. So we should
Oh,
teach them how
why
to
hold on,
safely
no,
do it.
no, let me go back. Let me rewind back to the beginning then. So you said teach the men to be responsible. That might not be reality or something like that's gonna happen, might not happen or something. I can use the same thing you just used earlier on the same thing now. But the thing is we should teach them not to do it at all. You know what I'm saying? You just said that you really just like switching up
No.
like from
Yes,
what
we
you just
Are
can't.
said
you
We
earlier.
shouldn't be
are you
teaching
are you
abstinence. We
trying to
shouldn't be teaching
compare
abstinence.
are you trying to
I
compare someone selling drugs to someone not
you can
understanding the education behind sexual reproduction? Are you
I'm trying to
really
compare the
trying to
no no no
compare
no no no
apples
no
to
no no
oranges
no
right
don't
now?
no you're not no I'm
Seriously?
not doing that no
He's
Isn't
let me
trying. He's
respond to
trying
that
to say. He's
wait
trying to
let me
say
respond to that because
that we
you're not
shouldn't
gonna push this
condone. We
narrative
shouldn't
on me.
condone the
What
behavior.
I'm
Period.
trying to
We're
say
not
is
condoning
no
the
no no
behavior.
no
What
no
we're
no
doing is
no no no
educating
no
because we
no you're
cannot
not
oh
gonna push
prevent
that
oh so
narrative on
people
me.
from
You're
having
oh
not gonna
sex
push that
because they
narrative on me. I did
are.
not say that.
oh
You're
sword
not
king.
gonna push
Oh,
that
oh,
narrative. I did not
oh.
say that. The
Let's go.
fact is that having sex at a young age is dangerous. Doing crime or being out in the street at a young age is dangerous. I'm not about to teach kids to be in these dangerous situations safely.
Okay, listen. Can I?
So you rather them do them unsafely
I'd rather
instead?
them not do
Bro,
them.
why are you yelling?
What the
Again,
fuck
why
are you
are you
talking about?
screaming?
Why are
Why
you?
are you
Why are
screaming?
you yelling, bro? Why are you doing that?
Oh,
Stop.
wait. I've been
Stop
in the
that.
comments listening, not yelling the whole time. I don't give a damn about y'all
Stop,
ears,
bro.
Why
about
are
how you
you
feel about my
screaming?
tone.
Stop that shit, bro.
No,
We're
I'm not stopping shit. I'm a
hey,
grown ass man. Who you talking to?
stop that shit,
I
bro.
need
I ain't
you
All
to
stopping
right,
have
all
shit.
a
right,
Who you
all right,
talking
all right,
to?
professional
all right, all right, all right, all
relationship.
right.
Who you talking
Okay,
to?
please,
See,
please, we
hey,
can't go do
hey,
this,
hey, hey,
man.
Big
This
Trey,
is
hey, Big Trey. You've been up here
I need
yelling
you to have
over a
some
bunch of
emotional
women and dudes that'll
regulation,
let you do
sir.
that. I'm
I
not one of
haven't.
all
them.
right.
I haven't.
All right.
I have not. I have
You
not
have. I'm
my
not one of
tone
them though.
the whole time. I have not raised my tone.
I'm not one of them. You're not gonna tell me you
All
can't
right,
control my
come on.
tone.
Can we
You
squash
go
it?
ahead
Cause
and say what you gonna
y'all
say.
both my boys and stuff, man.
You
We
no no
can we
no.
not do
You
this,
go ahead and
man?
say what you gonna say, bro. I'm not gonna cut you off. Say what you gonna say, but you're not gonna tell me what I'm going to talk like or none of that.
Bro, you're
All right.
yelling.
You just
We're
heard what I said, right?
we're trying to have a conversation.
You just
That's
heard what
all
I
I'm.
said. Say what you gonna say. Don't address me like that. Go ahead and continue what you gonna say.
We at peace now. We at peace. This is
Okay.
what I like to say. Okay, it is a bad comparison to teach or to say that we shouldn't teach or we should teach kids a safe way to deal drugs and be in the streets when the fact of the matter is some of those conditions or some of those things that kids in the streets are doing are based on the conditions and environments that they live in.
No
So,
shit. That's why kids are also having access to have sex too.
wait,
Because the conditioned environment they live in.
bro.
That happens in any environment. It happens in rich
No,
white
no. In
neighborhoods. It
poverty,
happens in
teen
poor black
pregnancy is way
neighborhoods.
higher in
Sex is
poverty stricken
sex.
Can
situations.
please
Sex
can
is sex regardless of what
Wait,
population
wait.
you're in.
Teen pregnancy is way higher in poverty stricken situations. That's statistically proven.
And they don't sell drugs in the suburbs. Think about
They
that.
do sell drugs in the suburbs.
What?
So then we're we're having an apples
Yo,
and
yo,
oranges conversation here.
yo.
Look, the bottom line
Look
is
at the crack and
You're having
heroin
an
rate
apples
in
and
the
oranges
suburbs.
conversation because
Look at the
one is
crack and
about
heroin rate
sexual
in the suburbs versus
reproduction
poverty
and
situations.
one is
Like,
about
what are you
selling
talking
drugs.
about?
They're completely two different parallels.
yeah, yeah, but the
But you were
comparison
just
is that
wrong in everything
none
you
of
just
them
said.
should be done. None of
You
them
were-
should be done.
you were
We
just
can't,
wrong in
but
everything
the
you just said.
reality
Some
is that
so
they are, and
But
I am
everything you
focused
just
on
said was wrong.
prevention
okay.
Everything
rather
you just said
than
was wrong. Teen pregnancy
thinking
is
that it
higher in
doesn't
poverty.
happen.
Drugs are higher in poverty. Everything you just said is wrong. It doesn't happen in the suburbs.
Oh God.
I'm not saying
Right.
that I'm not saying
It
that
does
which one
happen
is
in the
higher.
No,
It
suburbs.
happens.
It happens
everything happens
everywhere.
everywhere. The highest rate is in poverty stricken situations.
That
Everything
is
happens everywhere.
I agree. I agree with that
that
statement.
that okay, let me respond. That is literally the point, Sword King, that we are making, right? Is the fact that selling drugs and shit like that is more so conditional than having
So
sex.
is teen pregnancy.
No, it's not,
No,
bro.
no,
No,
no.
it's
Did you
not
hear what I
So
because
just
that
said?
happens
Trey, it happens.
everywhere.
Everything happens everywhere, but it's higher. Both teen pregnancy and drug dealing
I,
is higher in poverty stricken situations.
we can't take up for two. They both bad behaviors. We can't take up for that situation, man, because both of
Nah,
them
they
shouldn't
think
be
sex
taught at
work is real
all.
work.
We
They think
can't say
sex
that.
work is real work. So
Yeah,
sex
both of them
ain't
is causing
as bad
problems
as
too. So
drugs.
we can't act like one of them is right or both of them in the same predicament.
Yeah,
That's the point, Kevin. That's the point. The point is that neither one of them should happen.
They shouldn't be right. They shouldn't be taught.
I'm
We
not
can't be
gonna
making
sit
excuses
here.
for one of them.
I'm not
bro.
gonna
We're not.
sit here. Look, I'm not gonna sit here and agree with someone that says it's already happening. So this is what we have to do. No, we have to go deeper than that and avoid it from happening. Period. You're allowing it, and you're allowing it to happen and accepting it. I'm not accepting that this behavior is
But
supposed to
you,
happen.
okay, and while you don't want to accept it, it's still happening. So what are you going to do because it's still
That's
It's
like
happening?
not. It's
like
not
I
happening in
said.
my
Regardless,
But
house. It's not happening in my house.
okay, what about
regardless if
who
we
like
regardless if we want it to happen or we think it should happen, people are still having sex regardless if we want it to happen
Yeah,
or
but
not.
Oh, wait, wait,
So
wait.
which
our
people?
Do you
Because
job
I
think
think that we're
teaching?
our
Do
adults
you
job
here.
think
is
teaching
to make sure
8-year-olds?
that we are
Oh, wait, wait,
educating
wait, wait, wait.
them to
Allow her
make
to
Do
sure
finish,
you
that
think
they're
teaching
making
please.
smart
8-year-olds?
decisions
Do you think
Allow her.
if they
teaching
are having
8-year-olds?
sex.
Allow her
Do
to
you
finish.
think teaching 8-year-olds how to use condoms is going to reduce that rate?
I think that teaching children about what their bodily reproduction is a way to actually prevent it.
But don't they teach that in school?
In
Bodily
school,
reproduction. I knew
right?
about biology when I was 8.
Don't,
Like what?
isn't this common sense? You see somebody
No, it's
pregnant,
not
it
common
didn't come
sense.
from a
It's
stork. You know
obviously
what I'm
not
saying?
common sense when
Can I
people are
respond?
still making poor decisions and still choosing
No,
to go without a child
what I'm trying to
or
tell you
without
that
birth
See,
control.
it's so
even
funny,
with
right?
the education, they're still gonna do it.
Yeah, you think
But and that's the
education
thing,
means
but we
no, no,
can
no.
make sure that
Hindsight. You really
they're
think
making smarter decisions
no, no.
when they're doing it
You
instead of
think being
doing it
educated. You think being
irresponsibly.
educated on something means you're going to make a proper decision. No, it does not.
It don't. We
That's
don't.
not what it means at all. Just
so
because you're educated on something
why
doesn't mean
you
you're going to make the
what I
right
don't get
decisions.
now is like I said, she said okay, we saying this and now they make excuse about that. But what about earlier when we literally was saying you said what about teach the men and this and all that stuff? Man, I could do
Yes,
the exact same thing on that. I could be like, well, it still happens. What
All right.
about
yes.
that? You were just literally saying
It's
that
still
earlier, but now you trying to
it's
contradict yourself.
No,
no,
Now
I'm
you
not
just saying that it
contradicting
happens.
myself.
You
um,
are
I'm not
contradicting yourself.
You
contradicting
are.
myself.
You
I
are.
said no,
You
no.
what
are because
I
on one
said
end you just told me to
no,
one end
what
you told
I
me to
said
teach the men,
what
but now we
I
saying teach them
said
to not have sex. Now you saying, well,
I
it
what
called
happens.
I said
I called it a double standard at 2:03 in the morning.
what I
No,
said
she's being a
was
hypocrite.
that
Can I
people need to be taught if they are having sex, they need to be taught
stand that though?
what preventative measures are available because
So
we
so
cannot
then
prevent every single person from
what we're
having sex.
asking you is what
It's just
kind of a
not it's
difference
not
or an
possible.
impact do you
And
think that
just
will
like we
make?
can't force every person to wear a condom.
All right. So can I add on,
You
please?
can't control every situation, hindsight. It's
Can
still
I,
going to
It's not
happen.
about
can I,
controlling every situation.
Okay,
It's
then.
about giving them the education so that they
So
are able
They
abstinence,
to make
have
a
the
more
education.
preventative
y'all?
abstinence is just
Can
as
I
good a
please?
solution as
decision.
yours.
Can I please interject? Can I
Yeah.
please?
Go ahead. Oh, Trey. Go ahead, Trey.
Can everybody just take an opportunity to mute their mic, please? That's all I'm asking. So y'all are saying, right, that we should teach kids not to do certain shit. That's the best answer, right?
Yeah.
Right. So my argument to that would be because y'all are arguing that even if we teach kids how to prevent certain things from happening or how to protect themselves in certain circumstances, My argument would be, even if you tell a kid no not to do some shit, they would still do it.
Okay, but
Yeah.
time out. But time out. But some will.
So
This is what you're not
what, bro?
getting
That's
it.
that's a
This
mute
is this is
argument.
this is
And
not this is. Look, let me ask you a question, sir. Sir,
no,
are
wait,
you a father? Are you
before,
a father? Are you a
before,
father?
Such a
before,
mute argument.
before you
Are you,
respond,
sir? Are you a father?
wait, before you respond, I want to say this because you just said, oh my God, I always lose my train of thought.
Sir, you don't understand levels, okay? If
No,
you
no, no,
start
listen,
at the level, listen to me, please, because you're going to learn something today. Listen to me, okay? If
I'm
you start at the level where you are preventing sex, period, that's level one. Of course, there are going to be people that don't adhere or listen to you, but you are already stopping people from having sex, and that already prevents pregnancy, right?
right. I get
All
that.
right, level number two. Now you have those that don't listen to the education, they're going to have it anyway. You're missing the fact here. You're
No,
missing the fact. Wait, let me finish. You're missing the fact
just
that
said I literally just said that, Ormiga. You're not
no,
listening.
you're not saying any of that. You're still on the stage of you're still talking about
I
educating people. I'm talking about teaching kids not to do it. Now there's going to be a percentage of kids that listen. Right there, you are already avoiding pregnancy. Now let's go to the second level. Those that got the same education and the same compass and decide not to listen, okay? Then you're gonna have pregnancies, and you're gonna have areas where there's no pregnancies.
okay.
But
So
without taking the initial step of what this man is saying up here, it's not gonna work like that.
now listen.
Oh, wait. Can I answer this comment right quick? Let me answer this comment right quick. It can be Asians, whites don't have the out wedlock rates, blacks. That's not true. The single mother rate is way higher in the white community. Shut the fuck up. You don't know what the hell you talking about.
I look, let me respond to Ormiga real quick. Cause look, we literally just said the same exact thing. There are going to be kids that listen. There are going to be some kids that don't. The point of the conversation was how to go about preventing the pregnancy part. I swear that was the conversation.
And but Trey, all I'm saying is this, Trey. The only true way to prevent pregnancy is abstinence.
And Sword King, I'm 100%. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna even throw in this fact, Sword King. I've been celibate for literally a year now, and I
Me
believe
too.
Facts.
Two
I, be,
years.
I believe that that is the strongest way to prevent. It's literally
Facts.
100%
It's
accurate.
the
Look,
only way.
look, it's
But
one
that is not the reality of the fact,
right.
though.
Look, can I please finish my
It's not the reality. People are still having
That
sex.
is the reality, love.
They okay,
That
listen.
is the reality.
Okay,
And
let
when
me
you have
explain this.
sex,
In
whether
school
you use
systems,
a condom or not,
in
you run
in
the
y'all.
risk
school
of getting pregnant.
systems, in
Man,
school systems,
please,
they decided that they were going to do an abstinence only program. And do
please,
you know that during those years that they pushed an abstinence only program, though there were higher rates of pregnancy during those years? By just saying that we were doing abstinence. And then they were like, oh, well, that's not working. We need to go back to a mixed method of actually providing sex education within school systems. So now they're not only teaching it where it's a dual kind of thing of saying you shouldn't have sex, but if you are choosing to have sex, then here are your protective methods. They're teaching it at a younger age now because children are having sex earlier.
You
So
just
like
changed the
basically what I'm
narrative. You
saying
just
is
changed
that
the
you
narrative
can
and
Yeah,
we
added, and you
push
just
and you
changed the
prove my point.
narrative.
And you
no,
prove my
we can
point.
push
You prove my
abstinence
point.
all day
Thank you
long,
for
but the
proving my point,
reality is
Hindsight.
that kids are
Thank you for
still
proving my point,
and
You
people
Hindsight.
are
wasn't
still
you
having
Listen,
wasn't
sex.
you wasn't
hold up,
talking about abstinence. Now all of a
Mingo,
sudden
Mingo,
No,
abstinence is
what
in
I'm
your
saying,
narrative.
I
Mingo, let me
commented
go.
because
Let me
he
cook right
said
quick because he
that
just
we
proved my
should be
point.
pushing
He
abstinence
just
and
proved my
people
point,
shouldn't
bro.
be having sex.
Hindsight, Hindsight.
And what I'm
Listen to what
saying
you
She's
is
just
that
about
they
said.
to get
are.
cooked,
Listen to
bro.
what you
She's
just
about
said,
she's about
And
Hindsight.
they
she's about to
are.
get cooked.
Yeah,
I,
no,
Hindsight.
we
Listen to what you just
good
said.
grand
You
rising,
said
everybody.
you
I,
said that
Listen to
kids.
what you
No, hold
said.
up.
You said
Hindsight,
you wanted an
hindsight.
abstinence
Hold,
only and we shouldn't be
hindsight.
pushing
Listen, I'm about to
having
say
sex at
exactly what you
all,
just said.
which
Hold
means
up.
that
Let me
kids need
go.
to be abstinent.
I'm gonna
Hindsight.
let.
But the
Clyde,
fact of
Listen.
the
I got
matter
you
Hindsight.
is
right
that
Listen.
when
after
they
they
were pushing
get
that
done. I got you
education
Listen.
right
within
after that.
school
I know you want to
Hindsight.
systems,
say something.
Please,
bro. Can I
like you're not even
quick?
letting me
I,
talk because you
I.
want
Every,
to always
let
talk
me
over me. I
Oh
sat here
my
real
God,
quiet while
you're
all
literally
three of you
contradicting
talked.
yourself.
The
every
Like
reason
I'm
why the
not
reason why
You
this
contradicting
are.
myself.
conversation is going longer than it should is because of you, Hindsight. What are you talking
No,
about?
what I said that
Oh my
if
God,
the
yo.
abstinence
everybody mute up.
only method was pushed,
Oh,
you're saying
right.
that children shouldn't be having sex. That method was pushed in school systems. It was pushed heavily, but
If you would
pregnancy
let me
rates
respond.
still skyrocketed during that time. that they pushed abstinence only. And now
Absolutely.
they're saying, okay, that didn't work. We're going back to a mixed method of saying we're
Oh
going to
my
talk about
God.
abstinence, but we're also going to
So
talk about preventative methods. And if we're doing that, then that's fine. But the fact of the matter is that people are still having sex, regardless if you're pushing abstinence only or not.
yes. So again, so since they knew kids were just having sex and them telling kids don't have sex, right? So they started teaching kids how to have sex safely. And kids started to have sex more. And it
No.
didn't stop teen pregnancy. Teens continued to get pregnant,
Oh
proving
my
that
God.
teaching kids how to have
Pregnancy
sex
rates are
doesn't
actually
stop teen
down,
pregnancy.
sir. Pregnancy rates are actually down now that they started teaching children
No,
and people
that's
how to
not why
protect
pregnancy rates
themselves.
are down.
Are
That's
you
not why pregnancy
serious?
rates are down. That's not why pregnancy rates are down. Don't do that. Pregnancy rates are down across the board with teens and adults. And
Again,
it
and
has
it's because
nothing, it has nothing to
it's
do with
because
it, it, it
they
has
are being
nothing to
educated
do with
on the proper
elementary
methods to
education.
prevent
I'm about to.
It has
pregnancy.
nothing to do with elementary education.
I'm
It
about
has
to.
to do with people's
I,
financial situations,
Oh
the
my
inflation
God.
rate, and people not being married.
can
All
anybody
right.
tell me?
I'm
Can
a.
anybody tell me when the teenage factor was introduced to this conversation? Because a long time ago, I tried to get the average pregnancy of a woman, which is 27 years old to 30 years old. Who brought this conversation, an adult conversation, into kids? Who
I
brought this conversation? Because it wasn't
Because
me.
we were talking about preventative measures for people having sex.
So,
And
but who
and
brought kids into this? We were
and
talking about adults.
Kids should not be having
that
sex, period.
or
and
Right?
the
Let's
fact
move
of
or
the
to
matter
adults.
is that
let me
when we
fine,
talk
y'all.
about preventative measures, we're talking about people not being educated. And if
Hi-
you're not educated, that starts at a young age
Hindsight.
where you're not. So
Hindsight.
if
That is
you
that
want
that
to
is one-dimensional
Hindsight.
thinking. There's a
have
lot of
people,
uneducated people at the age of 27.
Hindsight.
Your front cortex is not even developed until you're 26, 27 years old.
That's real. Can I respond to you real
oh
quick? When you asked
That
the
is real.
so look, you asked who brought it to kids. Remember the
Yes, who brought it to kids?
look. Remember the question you posed, right? You asked, at what age should we start?
That was after the fact. That was not the initial introduction to the kids, because that was my answer to keep everything thorough in this conversation.
so
That
you
was what.
can't say that when did kids come in if you brought that in. You brought that in as of recently. So then you're
No,
twisting that
who
conversation.
introduced us to the kid conversation? I was talking about the average person was 27 or 30 years old.
I think it was me and Trey. I think when Trey brought something up, I asked him, okay, since you caught your uncle with these DVDs, what age did you lose your
Right, right,
virginity?
right. You did.
Oh
I
yeah,
think
yeah, yeah.
that's
That's
what
what
that
that
I
came
did
was.
out. Yeah,
not
yeah.
that I did not I'm not even gonna let you
But
take
no,
accountability for that because that happened before any one of you guys came up.
look, this is
Okay? Listen to me. This conversation turned into the child responsibility issue, and the person that brought that up is not even up in this fucking box
Hey, hey,
anymore.
hey, this is real, Mingo. So can I just say, and Kev, let me just say this. This conversation has went from where it was supposed to be responsibility of pregnancy and the onus of pregnancy of women, and has went to the responsibility of men and the responsibility of children.
And at
Still
no
not talking
point
about the
are women
responsibility
taking
of
any
I
anyone who's
did not
responsibility.
pregnant.
say that.
Okay?
nobody.
I said that we needed to educate both parties, and it's like it's like that's going over people's
No,
heads.
it's not going
No,
over
it's
heads.
not.
No,
What
No,
it
it's not.
is this, right? In a lot of these lives, people have conversations, and it's easy for people to talk about what men should do. But anytime someone brings up what women should do or their responsibility or accountability, people want to say, "But what about men? But what
we're,
about the other side? Men need to do that too." But
we're not.
no, we're not talking about that.
All right, cheese. Let me
The
come in here
question
now.
is, why are men
Uh,
trying to talk
hindsight,
about what
Hey, look,
women's
hindsight,
bodies
yeah,
should
we just
and
gonna let.
hindsight.
can't?
No, no, no. Just
See,
now, just
here we
now,
go.
just
Go
now.
ahead,
Only
go
just
ahead,
now. Just give
Clyde.
me 1 minute, please.
Go ahead.
Grand rising, everybody. Peace and love.
Grand
Grand
Rising, Grand
Rising.
Rising.
Well, well, a lot of people 2023 start January, right? But I just really do mine in April, right? But before all of that,
Mm-hmm.
I have a 21-year-old. I am 47 years old, right? I have a bigger son, and I have two or three other small kids, right? You see, my 21-year-old, well, my son didn't grow with me because my son grew in America with all the living. But my daughter grew in Trinidad here with me and her mother, right? while my daughter was growing, I had the opportunity to live with her for the first 3 to 5 years of her life, right? And being a person from small, taking my time and watch life and learning life, right? I start to teach my daughter plenty things I've never seen a woman teach their children. Plenty. I, as a man. Good? My daughter is 21 years. She turned 21 last year. She ain't had no children. She not even, a scenario happened to her when she was 18. The doctor tell me, I's a good father. Right? Whatever I'm doing, he tell me keep doing it. When my daughter was young, I made sure and teach her everything that I saw when I was growing up as a child. Everything I see women and females doing, I make sure and tell my daughter what not to do. And I was strict with it. I never hit she. I never had to bawl at her. Never. I just give her the simple, basic things about life. Because I always had a saying, why it is we as parents keep letting our children, they are kids, but making children. Why we doing that? It are ways to teach we children the proper way, but no, you know what we just do? We just want to sweeten everything. We just want to put jam, peanut butter, strawberry this, and all kind of sweetness we just want to put in the mixture and feed them to make everything in life look sweet. Life is not sweet.
Fact.
As we grow, everything we learn in life is bitter, is what we make it. So we don't need to argue and quarrel with one another, right? I stop. You see, my bloodline, I stop my bloodline from having children when there's children. I stop my bloodline from that. Who don't want to do that with them own, well, that's them business. Because I know your children ain't going to be coming wrong mine. I'm sure about it. Right? So if we want our kids to be good, let each and every one of us grow our children the way they should grow. And we wouldn't have topics like these because it is unnecessary. Because when we keep unnecessary, because we keep carrying on the dotishness, you know. Is we that do it, it's not the children and them, because the children seeing what we doing. You understand what it is I'm saying? A child don't do things on their own. Never. A child does never do things on their own. It's always what they see somebody doing. Always.
Right.
Because that is how the human mind is.
So let me add to that though, right?
Just now, when we reach adults, is when we just make so and so kind of choices of our own.
And I get
Conscious decisions.
it. Remember when I said earlier, there are so many things in the world that kids nowadays have access to that will
Right.
cause them
Absolutely. But
down
that's why I asked you, Trey,
that.
right? When you talked about your uncle's DVDs, right? It's the access to these things even before. It's not the same, right?
Right,
Because a kid can look it up on their phone, you know what I'm saying?
right.
But
Exactly.
it's the things our
Oh,
peoples used to leave around the house before, you know what I'm saying?
exactly,
That
bro.
we got exposed to, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly,
But
bro.
the difference is this, right? And this is what I'm talking about. The rates are dropping. This is the difference. Not only what I said with inflation and all that, but the difference is parents know how easy the access is now. You know what I'm saying? Especially parents now that grew up with having the access.
Right.
So they know I got to tell my kid a little more. I got to break this down a little realer because they going to see the real.
And
If
But
you
if
Yes.
you
lie,
don't
they
want
going
to
to see
tell
the
them
that's
the
real.
real
real.
about sex education, please make it make sense. If they are accessing this with or without our consent as parents, You don't think that it's our job and
That
our
is why no
make sure that
I
hindsight.
they're
never said that.
educated on
See,
this? Like
hindsight.
you cannot say one and
Hindsight,
not the other. Like it
hindsight.
makes logically no sense.
I'm gonna make it make sense.
Hindsight.
I'll make it make sense
Listen
right
to
quick,
me,
right?
right?
The thing is this, right? I'm not saying you don't educate sex, you don't teach kids about biology, you don't teach kids about pregnancy, what their bodies will go through, any of that. What I'm saying is the way to prevent your 12-year-old to not have sex at 15 isn't to teach them how to put a condom on at 10. It's not the way to
Correct.
prevent it.
Correct. You see, watch me. You had to teach them from before that. All you heard what it is I tell
You
all
are
you.
saying that it's okay to have sex.
I'm
That's
not
what you're
saying
saying.
it's okay to
Yes, you are.
I'm
That's
being I'm
automatic
being realistic
That's
hindsight.
how
that
they'll
it's
take it.
happening.
That's
And
not
Only
if
let me
they
tell
are
all you
doing
something,
it,
right?
I want to make sure that they know the avenues to actually protect themselves.
if
That is what I'm saying.
if they choose.
Right. All right. Now listen to this. Now
Let me
listen to this.
interject.
When
Look,
I used
just
to
like
bathe
just like
my
you.
little child from one, you see, when my daughter reached 3 years old, I turn and tell the mother, I say, babes, I'm not going to bathe my daughter anymore. Right? I am not going to bathe her anymore. Because from 3 years old, if you have common sense, the child will start to get feelings.
Right. When they,
Right?
especially when
So
they develop their reproductive system.
good. Because you had, watch me, no doctor and thing ain't supposed to tell all you as we as human beings, male and female, certain things, you know. When we reach a certain age, it have certain things. Nobody not supposed to tell you, you know, automatically. As once you become a parent, certain things just supposed to activate in you. You understand why you check what thing? I'm check what I'm telling all you. From the time you get a child, you automatically switch. Certain things start to look, well, not look, certain things you just start to do different one time without nobody telling you.
Right. Because
Big fact.
25, 26, like you mentioned, Ormiga, at 25, 26, that's when we truly develop clear cognizance, the ability to be
Yeah.
able to make logical and rational decisions.
But yet
I also want to wait.
still us.
Like,
Listen to me.
let me get
Even though at 20, listen to it, even though at 25, 26, when that part fully developed, you still need guidance on it.
right.
You
Let me
still need guidance on it because let me tell all you something. Kumiga going to vote for what it is I going and say here now. You see that bullshit about when you reach 25, you this and you that? BS.
It's not.
You see when you reach 40,
That's not bullshit.
everything
Y'all
you
talking from
learn.
two different sides though. Y'all talking from two different sides. I know what
No,
you
don't
talking side,
listen to
Clyde.
me.
I know what you
Yes,
talking from, Clyde.
What he's saying is that everybody
listen to
needs
me, right?
guidance.
Listen to me. When you realize that now, remember I am 47. I tell all you, I change certain things in way I operate in my life, and everything in my life start to go sweet and nice and cool, you know. Me don't have problems, you know. If it's one thing I could tell all you on this app here, I don't have problems. I was a soldier for 11 years in my country. 11. Good? So it have a lot of things I know and I experience with.
And I'm
Right?
that I've been trying to make.
When we dealing with our children, let us stop lying to we children and tell we children the truth about life.
I got cut off.
Which includes understanding what sex is and how to prevent themselves from getting any STIs or getting pregnant.
Right.
Like that is the reality of life.
Can I make this
And
point?
how do you prevent that?
Oh, please. God damn. I got cut off when I
My
was
bad. Go ahead, Trey.
talking.
My bad, Trey. My bad, Trey. My bad.
Please.
I'm sorry, bro.
You good, dog. You good, bro. Look, man. Just like how we try to teach our kids, you shouldn't, like my mother, bro. My mother tried so hard to teach me that I shouldn't smoke weed. Do you think I don't smoke weed till this day, bro? No real shit. I'm an avid pothead, bro. I smoke. See what I'm saying? Real shit. It's like you can't
Yeah,
just
but smoking is not gonna get you pregnant, dude.
Oh,
dude.
but put it
You
this way. Put it
compare
this way, Trey.
drugs.
Put it
Listen,
You
this way.
compare selling drugs.
listen,
Trey,
Business.
put it this way, right?
So let
Put
this
I
fly.
finish.
put
Can
it
I
this way,
finish?
right? Put
Because
it
I
this way,
keep
right,
getting
Trey?
cut off, bro. Please
This
let me
the
finish
thing though.
my
This the
fucking point.
thing, Trey. To your
I
point, right?
my point, dude. I just want to finish my point.
Go ahead.
To finish my point. Just
Go
like
ahead.
I made the example that you shouldn't teach kids to have sex, or you shouldn't teach kids to be in the streets and sell drugs. That's my example for this shit. You feel me? You can't just
Same
tell
thing.
somebody not to do some shit and expect that
And
shit to go the fucking way that you expect it to go. This
You
is not
right.
a perfect world, like you mentioned, Sword King. You feel
You
me?
right.
So what
it's
our point is,
not a
hold on,
perfect
hold on.
world.
You
Yo,
right.
y'all, please, 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 please. So what the point of it all is, even if you have certain kids that will go down that road to have sex, you have to teach them preventative measures so that they can protect not only themselves but their person that they are interacting in that way with. That is the point,
Can
bro.
I answer you, please, Trey?
That
Thank
Can
makes
I
you.
sense,
I
Trey.
just
Trey,
can I
told you
respond?
Trey,
that.
you never
And
answered
it's
the
like it
question if
goes
you're a
over
father or
somebody's
not.
head.
Yeah,
Can I
Trey, you never
respond?
answered.
Can I respond to you, please, Trey?
Yes, Sword King.
So what I'm saying is this, right? I'm gonna go to your same analogy with the weed, right?
Right,
My people told me not to smoke. I smoke to this day.
right,
Facts. You know what I'm saying? Now,
right.
why did I start smoking though? You know where I found weed at first? I took my father's roaches because he had them laying around the house.
You know where I started smoking
You feel
weed?
what I'm saying?
You know where I started smoking weed at?
Where was that?
With my homies.
With your home, but I moved to my homies after I took my father's roaches. I took
But
my
look,
father's
look.
roaches to my homies. But this the thing though. This the thing, Trey. This is what I'm about to tell you though, right? When I was young, you know what I did not know how to do?
What's that?
Roll a blunt. So you
Yeah,
know what I could not do, bruh? Smoke by myself.
right.
So guess what? You know what the detriment was? Was instead of getting on me, harping on me, why you smoking woo woo? My brother taught me how to roll up. And once I knew how to roll up, I I never stopped.
Never, never stop.
But that's
To
the
this
point
day.
that we're making
so
is
Hey,
so
that
my
if you
point
have
is going
I
back
get
to the
what
access
he.
to
analogy
I
with
get what
accuracy
three. That
versus
was a
sex,
good
right?
way Three
If
Swords
you
did it though.
teach
I like
me,
how.
if you teach me how to put on a condom, why would I stop fucking?
I get you.
it's not just
Look,
about
What
putting
is you
on a
Why would
saying
I
to
condom.
ever
me,
It's
stop
son?
fucking?
about it's
wait,
If
not
I'm
wait,
already fucking and then you
wait,
teach me
wait.
how to put on a condom, why am I
It's
stopping?
wait.
not just
Listen,
about
listen,
that.
Sword.
It's understanding how
Can I add?
making sexual choices actually have implications, and if you are choosing to do that, these are preventative measures because
Hindsight.
they're already making that choice.
We
Hindsight.
get that.
They're
You
already
know what? You know what? You know what? For the
I
sake of
understand that.
arguing, for the
Wait,
let
wait,
me
wait.
let me speak for
I,
30 seconds.
gotta respond
Look,
to the thing because we having a
now hold up, because
Sword
you're not
King.
understanding that there's
Let
levels to this. Let me go back to the levels. Listen to this.
wait. Before you do, because I'm gonna lose my train of thought. And we having a weed analogy right now. We having a weed conversation, and
Oh
I
shit!
Go
promise. Look,
ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I promise. Once I say this shit, Sword King is going to understand exactly where the fuck we coming from. Look,
Well,
bro.
then you're delusional because not
Oh,
everybody's going to understand what you're saying.
me, don't do that shit to me. I'm very educated.
We're
Sword,
not saying that you're
Sword,
educated.
wait,
You're dealing with
wait,
humans
wait,
here.
Hold
wait.
up, hold up.
Me
Let him
and
make it.
me and Sword
Let him
King
try
having
to make his
a
analogy.
conversation
Let him
right
try to bridge the olive branch.
now. We talking about weed right now. Okay, look, Sword King, check me out, bro. Check me
Okay.
out. Just like how you learn how to roll up, you feel me?
Yep.
You learned a safe way to roll up. You know that if you roll up with certain shit, it'll fuck your mind right around.
No, yeah, facts. I was taught all that about lacing. You don't want to just get this from anybody. You gotta check
My
your
So
yeah,
you don't
facts.
want to teach children about
my
prevention
point,
either
bro.
in the same context.
Wait. Hold up, hindsight. Let him go. Let him go, and then I'll respond. Let him go. Because I ain't disagree with what you said last time, hindsight. Go ahead, Trey.
That's my point, bro. We learned safe ways to do the shit that we wanted to do because like we said, there are gonna be kids that listen. If you tell a kid not to put their hand on the fucking stove, on the hot stove, and they go do that shit, hey, that's on them. But then you got certain kids that'll be, hey, that's a hot stove. My mama told me not to do that shit. You dig? You're gonna have one on both sides. That's the
But
point.
it's funny how we come in
Wait, wait,
full circle,
wait.
right? We come
Look,
in
look, look.
full circle. Because
Check,
what I
bro.
said
Check.
before about kids being in the streets and them being taught preventative measures because they already in the streets. You feel what I'm saying?
Bro, that's what we're saying.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's full circle. So what I'm saying is this, though. This is my only point, Trey. I'm not saying that once somebody's already knee deep in something, right?
Yeah.
You ain't supposed to tell them what they knee deep in. What I'm saying is this. When I was told about weed, this, right? You could get laced. This can happen. This can happen. These are preventative measures, but the only way to make sure this don't happen is for you not to smoke.
But guess what? What did you say?
That is the ultimate way of not
What
getting
did
high.
you say
It's not
you do this
smoking.
fucking
Right.
day? Bro? What did you say you do till this fucking day?
No, but facts. But
Big
facts.
fact.
But
Big
that's my
fact.
point, though. That's my point, though, Trey. Once I was given the preventative measures and trusted the people that gave me the preventative
He
measures,
never stopped.
weed didn't look scary anymore. It was no longer a risk to me. So, in the same token of what we have conversations about, when my brothers or my uncles teach me the safe way to have sex, sex is no longer in my mind a risk. And to me, that's a problem because condoms are not 100% effective.
Bro, can I say something?
Yes.
People could be 55 years old, catch them a nut and catch an STD. You feel me? A 55-year-old man impregnate a 20-something-year-old woman if you want to. You dig what I'm saying? That shit don't matter about age, bro. Real shit. It's about teaching people, educating people.
Yeah, across the board education, right? And this is the thing. Like you just said you were celibate for a year. You feel what I'm saying?
I'm still celibate.
I've been celibate for like the last 6 months, right? Now this is the thing, right? If this is the thing about I feel like age being when the cognitive part of your mind starts working, right? I know I have certain things that I want to accomplish. I know that me having a bunch of sex and maybe getting somebody pregnant, maybe getting an STD, maybe just getting in a sexual relationship with somebody that could turn negative can derail what I got going on.
And
So I
that's
don't put
what we're
myself in
not
that position.
teaching. This is
Wait,
exactly what I'm trying to
You
tell
know what I'm
you.
saying?
Listen, let me say something. I agree. I
wait.
agree. No, you know what?
No,
You
let me
wait for a
go off.
second. You wait for a second. How
Let me
about
go
that?
off.
You wait for a
Everybody
second.
getting cut off. Just
Sir, you never answered me if you are a father or not. Can we get that
why
out
does
the way?
that matter? Why does that matter?
It does matter.
It doesn't.
Yes, it does. Are you a father?
Why
In
does it
this context, it really doesn't matter.
Answer the question.
why
What is so hard about the question?
not answer that shit? Sword King.
In this context, it really doesn't matter.
Sweetheart, I don't need you to defend them. And you don't
No,
even know why I'm asking this question. That's the problem.
and it
That's the
really
I,
doesn't.
problem. You don't this might not have any basis. I'm just asking you, are you a father or not?
why does that matter?
Okay, forget about that. Then let's go to the real heart of the matter.
No,
Listen
no,
to me.
Sword King wasn't even done though. Sword King was not done.
I'm gonna say my point and that's it. How about that? Check this out.
No, because Sword King didn't finish his point. The
Sir,
fuck?
me and Sword King are on the same page, so he understands what I'm doing. You don't. So let me speak. Okay?
Bro, as a matter of fact, y'all are saying what I agree with. I'm just adding on shit.
No, man, you're not listening. You're not listening to the foundational point. Let me get this out.
Sword,
Listen to me, please.
Sword,
Listen.
see, I'm listening.
Listen, please.
Sword King.
I'm begging you.
You gotta let him go off because he not asking you, are you a father to derail your talking points
No,
because he
because
knows I
he's
don't.
being defensive on the
Right.
question.
He
I'm
knows that
I'm
I
not
don't have kids
understanding
either. So
why
he's
that
not acting as if
fucking
you can't speak on
question.
this because you don't have children. It's just a line of questioning to his overall point.
All right,
Yes.
I'm not a father. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, this is what I'm trying to say. Check it out. I am not saying that educating kids on how to have sex and be safe is unproductive. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: we don't have the right conversations with these kids of what the consequences are. We're not just talking about getting pregnant. We're talking about what this thing can do to derail you on your destiny or on your
Yep.
goals. You're not listening to me. And
But
please listen because you're not a father and this is why you don't understand this shit. Listen to me, okay?
I'm
Listen
not
to
a
what I'm
father.
trying. This
And
is why you don't understand it. And I'm going to
hey,
explain why.
that was very condescending. You just tested my intelligence.
No, don't
You
take
know
it
what,
that
bro?
way,
You just
You
House.
tested
know
my
what,
When you
bro?
knowledge.
start throwing
For a
around
person
Don't
concepts and
take
like
it
you
for a
that
throw
way.
around
person for a
disingenuous
person that
strategy.
promotes emotional intelligence and self control, you don't have any right now. So chill out,
Hey,
okay?
kids,
Listen
happy
to
new
me.
year, Mo.
Don't
What?
take it that way, House.
What?
Watch
Listen.
me. Omega, before you finish, all you listen to me, right? When we looking to really talk and have a little conversation. We always have to remember to just always just, yeah, it's at times we might flare up, right? But always be aware of the space you are in to bring it back down to just control we self
I
a little
can't
bit, right?
I can't control myself. But the thing is that
Go
he
ahead.
interjects every single sentence, and he
Forget
wants
that.
to get his.
Omega,
Sure.
forget it and
Oh,
go to your point.
so then I will make a suggestion to this man. Please
That's
write down your ideas so you don't forget them and you don't have to interrupt nobody. That's number one. Number two, okay, when you are talking to a kid, the only conversation does not have to be preventive of being a father or a mother. We're not talking about just preventing, okay, pregnancy. There are other distractions and other negative aspects from having sex too early. This is why it should be avoided as a whole. We're not talking about the kids that are already having sex. We know that this is happening. We already agreed to that. And yes, if the kid is having sex, the only recourse is to teach them how to do it better. We're talking about taking it back before that happens to warn them of all the negative things that can happen
Yeah.
from sex. I'm not
Do
going to
people
give somebody a license to have sex, okay, and condone it because everybody else is happening. That's bad
do
parenting. I don't want
people
to hear
teach
that.
their kids about soul ties? Do you think a child can handle a soul tie with someone?
That's
bro.
unbelievable.
Oh God.
Now, please say something.
Psychologically, that soul ties don't exist.
Can I say
I
something?
mean, psychologically, a connection between two people sharing
No,
a sexual, intimate moment through dopamine does exist.
psychologically, soul ties do not exist. I'm a whole psychiatrist, sir. That's
Yo,
not a thing. That's not a thing. Having a
literally having
connection with
sex.
someone, yes,
Yo,
but it being a
yo,
soul
yo,
tie, that does not exist. I'm sorry, it doesn't.
having sex with each other, right?
It
At
does not
certain
exist.
moments,
Soul ties is not a thing.
Oh,
having
Having
sex with
a
each
connection
other
with
at certain
someone,
moments
yes.
has
go
been
to
And
another
compared.
anytime
sub.
you have a good
Having
feeling,
sex with each
anytime
other in
that you
certain,
have a feel good feeling in your head, it is going to
It's
release
yeah,
dopamine. It's also going to release serotonin within your
right,
brain. Those are
exactly,
natural things that that make you happy.
right.
Those are just things that naturally make you happy. That 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 doesn't exist, and that just depends on the feelings that you have for somebody.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's that. Please stop.
Yo, I know you're very educated on that type,
It's
but
been
listen,
debunked in
listen,
psychiatry,
listen,
psychology,
yo,
and social work
listen.
and
I know you're very
sociology. It's
educated,
not a
yo, but this is
thing.
what I'm saying. There's studies have shown that having sex with a person, especially a very high intimate moment, has been compared to taking LSD with a person.
all
And
right.
if you've ever done that with somebody, you know how emotional tying that experience can be.
No,
The conversation is shifting, y'all. Can I please interject? So the I swear to God, Omega, I literally, for one,
Yeah,
I
don't say soul and just don't hear soul and think I'm just talking about this spiritual thing. I'm talking about emotional connection.
check. Y'all look, Omega, I literally have been saying exactly what you just said the whole time. I literally, since the beginning of me coming into the live, I've been saying that we should be educating men and women on how to properly, if they're going to do it or not, how to properly have sex so that we can have preventative measures from unsafe things, or even impregnation, which is not unsafe. It's just, is not sometimes not the right thing for some people, but I have not been saying, we should teach kids. That's actually been y'all's argument to teach
Our
Yeah, but
kids.
you
argument
can't, you can't, you
is
can't,
shifting.
you can't
Hey,
say that you're agreeing with me when I never said that. What are you
hey,
talking
Toy
about?
Marie in the comments. No one said that you have soul ties with anyone. Stop
Wait,
centering
wait,
yourself. Stop being a narcissist. This isn't
wait,
about you. I'm speaking in general.
y'all, please. So look,
Wait, hold up, real quick. Do you know that pregnancy is not always the worst thing that can happen from sex?
I get that.
Big
I'm
facts.
saying that, Omega. Listen to me, bro. Please, please.
can
And
we
have
all just
thank you.
agree?
I've talked the
Wait,
least out of everybody.
Can we all just agree that for preventative measures, right? Whether it is before they are having sex, we're telling them sex is not the way to go, because all we share those consequences of what can happen if you should start having sex, and what outcomes can come of it, right? But for those who are, we are telling them, okay, we can't, you're already doing it, but let's make sure that if you're doing it, let's do it safely, and let's also share with you the consequences of if you continue doing it.
All
I
right.
agree with
Finally,
I
The,
agree
the
with
you
only part that
I
finally
makes sense
agree
said
is
it.
with
this with
that. I
You
agree
hindsight.
with that at
finally
two.
said it the
Yeah.
way right.
I agree with
That's the
that.
way how it should have
I
been
agree
said.
You
with
have to
that
have
at
a method.
2:45 in the morning. At
You have to
2:45
I
in
have
the
a
most
morning.
definitely agree
method.
with that. Right.
Right.
You have
Nobody wasn't saying
Hindsight,
that at
The
right?
first,
only
but I
part
agree
See
with
how
that.
it
was
should have
that
I
the
been.
wish
only
you would
thing
have
was
said
talking
that
about
3 hours
I
ago.
safe
I
would
wish you
right.
would
We
have.
would have
travel
what
said
I was
that.
arrangements
Right.
is
We've been
what
on
it
the
what
was
same
about.
page.
what I
I
was
wish.
going
I wish. You don't know. You don't know what it is. I wish you would have said that 3 hours ago and not throw a monkey
Did,
wrench every time that we say
no,
something. You understand?
what
did,
I said was
he
that
did.
education needed to be on both parties, and when I threw that out there, nobody wanted to hear that.
Facts.
Because
That's
that wasn't
exactly
the topic. Because
Because
that
that
wasn't the
wasn't the topic.
topic.
And I say
Like
again,
how
I said before, right? When women hear women's accountability, women's responsibility, they love to say, "But what about the man? But what about this? But what about both of us?" No, we talking
That
about this side.
you changed the narrative
no,
to fit
I
your
didn't
point.
change. I What
Yes,
I
you
did
did.
was say that regardless of the fact of if it's responsibility of the woman, we cannot have genuine conversations about these types of topics when it comes down to reproduction, and only talk about one. It's disingenuous, it's not
Y'all,
egalitarian.
Hindsight, no,
But
no, no, no.
that, bro.
Hindsight,
we gave you Ma,
yo,
we gave you those
just let me
flowers
Women
say
three
on
this.
this
hours
app
ago.
have so many one-sided conversations, but don't like it when it happens to them.
But
no.
I'm not
All right.
having one. I'm not having one.
Hindsight,
I'm
No,
having a
you're
very
not trying to
positive.
hear
hindsight
one.
is like this, right?
Having the
It's
one
like this. You
goes.
know,
She's not having the one sided con.
I
She
was
not.
the one to teach my daughter about she periods before she mother.
Look, Sword King.
I teach
Sword,
my daughter about certain things before she mother did.
Mm-mm.
When it's really the mother's duty to do certain things. That's why I said at the start. It have certain things I saw the elders do when I was small, didn't do. I take it upon myself to say, you see me, let me tell my child certain things early and direct her on it and show she what could happen from what couldn't from what can happen and what not and give them the inter detail about things that the certain mothers doesn't want to because I know I'm not bashing the woman, but to the woman, we just do or let us do one thing a little wrong. Or let us wait a little too late to teach the children something.
hey, Omega,
Right?
question. Omega,
That's to the woman.
Omega, I got a
So
question.
then when do we have the conversation about body count? When does that get guidance?
Let's
That
let's
is from start because listen to this now.
You know?
let's not.
Omega, you know what it is I tell my child?
But at five,
I say chunks. When she reach 8, 9 years old, I say chunks, let me tell you something. When you look to her man, boyfriend from early age, by the time you reach so and so age and you have 150 man it run through you know what going on with you? You wouldn't be settled in your mind because all them
Clyde,
thing that
how
spirit
long do
run
we
in
know
and
each
out of
other?
you.
Clyde, how long do we know each other on this app? Pretty decent, right?
Yeah,
Okay, now do we ever get into disagreements about parenting? Do we ever get into disagreements about life? Do we not
no,
do we not speak the same language?
yes.
Okay. So this
And
is
we are from different places, miles away.
okay. Kevin, how long we been going at this, me and you? How long we know each other? Long enough, right? Okay,
yeah.
Sword King, how long we know each other? How long we been doing this?
For like months.
Okay, now I don't know these people and they don't know me.
Mm.
Okay.
So I'm trying to have a rational conversation with people that are not being rational. Because yes, we are
Are you
saying,
serious saying
can I
that I'm
finish my point? Can I
irrational?
finish my point? Can I finish my point?
No, because
Okay.
you're not going to say that I'm being irrational, because I'm definitely being very rational.
No,
What you're not understanding, sweetheart, is that every time we agree with you, you throw another monkey wrench.
I didn't throw a monkey wrench in anywhere. I've
can I
Oh
been the
wow. All
same
right, then I guess you don't want to be
entire
accountable.
freaking time. I've said the same thing the entire freaking time.
What you're missing and what you disagree with is
I
that
didn't
kids should
disagree
not
with
be having
anything.
sex. What are you talking about?
I didn't disagree with anything.
And then I'm lost in this conversation. You
The
didn't.
whole
Yeah, you're lost.
I'm not lost. I started this conversation. What are you talking about?
said you was lost. What the fuck? Can I ask you a question though? Can I ask you a question? Because
Me?
you asked, yeah.
Go ahead. If you can get it out, go ahead.
You asked me. and you being condescending. But you
I
asked,
wasn't being condescending. Stop charging me with false accusations, bro.
you asked me, was our father, and I wanted to know what was the point behind why you asked that.
There didn't necessarily have to be a point.
So what the fuck was the point? Like that's why I was
Because maybe that's not to derail you or to take away your information or your intelligence. You can't give me the version from a father, brother.
it's not whether you're a father or not. We're talking about having sex.
Now you're off. We're talking about parenting, brother.
When have we been talking about parenting?
All the time.
When we are trying to
All
get
the
kids to
time.
avoid sex altogether. What planet are you from, bro?
I mean,
Bro,
hey
bro,
Trey, no
educate.
cap. Let me ask you a question, Trey.
Wait, Sword King,
If
Sword,
you
hold
if
on,
you're not
hold
a
on.
parent, who kids you teaching? If you're not a
Wait,
teacher or
wait,
a parent, who
wait.
kids you teaching?
You teach sex. They teach sex ed in school.
No. If
Yeah.
you're not a
Oh,
parent or a
oh
teacher,
shit.
who kids are you teaching?
Bro, you could literally be anybody and teach somebody how to be.
You didn't answer the question.
You didn't. Yeah, you're not answering my question. If you're not a
You're you're
parent
you're
or
you're,
a
you're
teacher,
deflecting. You're
Bro,
deflecting. You're doing a whole bunch of
if you're
bullshit
not
there.
a parent or a teacher, who kids are you teaching?
all right, Sword King, do you got kids?
No.
All right then, what the fuck?
What do you mean? I never said I had kids.
So what the fuck?
I,
Like
I
my
asked you a
my,
question
my
though.
point,
Like,
wait,
what are you talking about? I asked you a direct question. If
my
you
point,
don't have kids
bro.
and
My
you're not a teacher, who kids are you teaching?
I could literally teach my siblings. I could teach my cousins. I could teach my siblings' friends, they friends,
They're
whatever.
friends. How are you gonna teach other people? All right, bro. Like, yeah. So,
Literally, bro. Literally, listen. Check me out, bro. Just like how we are having an
so
open
do you
discussion.
think,
Wait,
right?
wait, wait, bro.
But wait, do you
Hold
think
on, hold on,
with your niece, with your nephew, with your cousin's friends, with your siblings, do you think you could teach them about something like sex when their parents aren't ready to have that conversation?
bro. Check me out. Just like we are having an open discussion right now in a public forum, right? And there are kids that could potentially be listening right now. You dig what I'm saying?
That's very true.
Come on,
Go
bro.
ahead.
Come
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
Continue.
So, like, we are educating people at this point, and there are a lot of parents who don't have this conversation with kids, and they end up in my office,
But see,
in my
this is the
doctor's
problem
office.
with
They end up there,
this is the problem
and
with all
I
that,
have to
right?
end up having that
The
conversation
kid,
with them.
the
Like,
kid
and
that is
and
on
at
TikTok
the
at
age of 12
4:50 in the
now,
morning.
at the age of 12 now, kids can actually go into a doctor's office without their parents.
Y'all missing it. The kid that's on their phone on TikTok at 4:50
Do
a.m.
you really think that that doesn't happen?
You're not gonna let me finish because you want to push this narrative. Of course it happens. Everything happens. It's
So then why are
grown.
you
It's
even
life.
saying this? Your point is null
Everything
and void,
fucking
sir.
happens.
Don't argue,
Don't
don't
ask
argue.
me no dumbass question like, do you
Oh
think
God,
that
don't
don't happen?
argue.
Everything fucking happens.
All
So
right. So
so
look,
so
All
thing.
right, man.
I
So
got a
thing.
question though. I got a question.
Don't talk to the woman
I
like that. Though.
apologize. I
I got
apologize.
Nice, good.
a
Don't apologize to her. Don't apologize to me,
I
sir.
apologize, hindsight. But I felt like it was
Nice, good.
condescending
Now
to be
continue
like,
in a more
yeah.
good tune.
Let me say,
Nice.
let me say it properly. Hold up, Trey. Let me say it properly. I feel like it was condescending for you to be like, you think that don't happen? Of course it happens. Everything happens. This is life. Everything happens out here. You know what I'm saying? But my point is this:
bro.
hold up, Trey. Hold up, Trey. The child on their phone at 4:50 a.m. listening to TikTok is the same child watching TV unsupervised. The same child out unsupervised. The same child not being raised responsibly by their parents. And this is why they're down the road they are. Because they're being taught by random strangers instead of their parents.
Okay. All right. But look, Sword King. I'm offended, dude. Ask me why, bro.
Why are you offended?
Nigga, my bad. I mean say
No, you good. No, you good, bro.
bruh,
Now that really shows that he's in his feelings. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no,
No, you
how I talk, bro. Don't do that. That's how I talk, bro. And I'm actually in a
Dad, you see how we make we laugh? That was
yeah,
very
yeah,
beautiful, boy,
yeah.
Boy.
don't do
Che,
that.
that was
No,
very beautiful. We
and Trey,
needed that, Trey.
don't
Come
even
on
take
now.
in your feelings in that context is a bad way. Because what he mean is you could tell there was truth behind your statement because you was like, bro, I'm hurt, like nigga, like
Hey, Sword King, bro. I literally I said to you, why you yelling? And you got so fucking mad at me, bro. Like What the fuck, bro? I'm offended, dude.
No, and hold up. I apologize to you too, Trey. Of course, you feel what I'm saying. You my brother. Of course, I apologize. If I offended you, I apologize. Of course, you feel what I'm saying. But like this is what I'm saying. In the situation of the context right here, where Clyde just pulled me up, you gotta understand. I yelled. I raised my voice because I'm passionate. Clyde understands that. But the woman right here heard that and muted her mic. So he could definitely interpret that as me. I talked over her and she not gonna get loud with me and mute it. And he's telling me we having a conversation. I can't over talk her when she obviously ain't gonna get loud with me. That's disrespectful.
Oh,
You feel what I'm saying? Me and you, Trey, we gonna go right back and forth. You feel what I'm saying? But
Because
again,
we are
I ain't trying
men.
to offend you though.
Because we are men. Men will do each other that.
Yeah,
Right?
facts. You know what I'm saying?
Right? We
With
will
no
do each other
offense,
that.
and
But
we don't
when
even
we
Why
are
and
take
why I feel
serious,
offense.
like why I feel like hindsight gonna come in here, but women can do it too. So I'm saying,
Honestly, I didn't hear a
I
word
feel
that
like
y'all
she
was saying.
gonna do that.
I kind of blanked out for a second, so I don't know what y'all just said.
No,
But
I'm just
listen,
saying that
Ah man,
it was Atoria wasn't here.
if it ain't pushing the agenda that men need to take responsibility, now you feel left out because we didn't mention you. You know
that
what I'm
is
saying?
No,
that
there
he
there
said, he said I'm gonna
there
block
are
this part
subjects that
out.
I don't
Now
even
they
want to
talking
be
about that.
involved
I'm
in.
good on that one. You know what I'm saying? Like we should
Listen,
have switched the
sweetheart,
subject again
I'm
so she
just
can so she can.
I'm just being humorous with you. I'm not
No,
trying
no.
to
I
be
mean, there are
Right.
disrespectful
some
to you.
conversations I
And that
don't
was
want to be a
perfect
part
timing
of.
though.
I am not trying to be disrespectful to you or to Trey or to Clyde or to the host, first and foremost, for having us here, and especially not to Swerve King, because I don't want to get into a shouting match because he can be loud, but let's chalk it up to being passionate. You know what I'm saying? But the bottom line is this: there are many ways to do things, right? There's many ways to be dishonest in this world, but there's only one way to be honest. There's
mm-hmm.
only one way to be honest. And if we're going to have an honest conversation, we have to stick to the objectivity of it and not let feelings bring the opinions. Let's remove the opinions because it's not a conversation. It's a serious conversation that we're having, and feelings don't have a place here. What has a place here is finding solutions, and we can't find solutions if we're in our feelings and we're not having an objective conversation. Can we agree or disagree with that?
I agree with that.
Agree.
agreed.
So I'm going to apologize if at any point I was condescending towards hindsight or I was condescending towards Trey. I guarantee you that these men, the reason why I mentioned them is because they know where I come from. I come from a place of love. I come from a place of understanding, and I come from a place of knowledge. And I'm trying to say that nobody's really wrong. It's just not being put in the right order. Nobody's answer is better than another. We just got to accept things for what they are. We should be teaching kids at first not to even have it. If we're going to have this conversation with kids, right? First thing we need to do is prevent them from having it by telling them all the consequences, not just about pregnancy, of all the derailments that can happen from having sex. Now, if they are already having sex, then we have no
Right.
choice but to have this conversation and say, hey, if you're going to do it and you're already doing, I can't stop you, you already do it. Now let's have this conversation about let's do it right. But you don't have a conversation about how to have sex right when they shouldn't be having sex. That's all we're saying.
That's real. And we've agreed on that shit the whole time. Or me, you.
Are we good now?
No, look. This is what I want to say. We good though, but this is what I want to say. You have been thinking that hindsight has been pushing the agenda strictly towards men, and that has not been the case whatsoever. I have to make that point.
No, yeah.
No, it hasn't been
No,
the entire
that's fine.
time, but the premise started with her mentioning like if we weren't saying that men were accountable or responsible for the conception of a child. We never said that.
No, no, no.
All I said was that
Yeah.
women need to be a little bit more eye-opening to the situation because they're the ones that get pregnant. That's all I was trying to
Yeah,
say.
and I said Kev, the host had the topic directed towards the responsibility of women. I was just saying, anytime that topic is brought up, it turns into it has to be a duality conversation.
Right.
I never said that it was directed only at me. I said it turned into a duality
and
conversation.
and it
It should be
doesn't
a
mean
line.
that we don't accept the responsibility or or the accountability of being part of that consequence. We never said that, and this is why it kept on coming up as though
Mm-hmm.
we were ignoring it. But it wasn't that we were ignoring it; is that it wasn't part of the original conversation. That was a narrative that was installed. That
Right.
wasn't part of the original conversation. Every man that I know on this
Vic,
app is accountable. Kevin, don't we have shirts that say accountable?
Yes, sir. I will bring it up. I will bring it up.
So this
Vicky,
is
I
the thing
think the
that
only
that
person that's having a problem in this chat is this girl named Vicky. Man, she
Yo,
not
yo,
understanding
yeah.
nothing. That junk is weird. Like she literally not trying to hear nothing. Like she keeps saying it's one sided, and we literally broke it down 5 times, and she. I'm sorry. I'm just
that
sorry that I'm sorry, but whatever.
that's okay.
We
That's
just trying
okay.
to keep. We
Listen,
just trying
listen,
to make
listen, listen.
solutions.
Hey,
I just put it on. I just
He
put it
said
on
spaghetti.
timeout.
I think
I put it on timeout for a minute. Okay, don't worry about
bring
her.
it back,
I
I
bro.
put it
got
on
you.
timeout.
Vicky was chilling for real. Like I don't think she was doing too much, bro. For real,
No,
son.
she was not trying to hear. No,
She
I've been saying her
was,
for the
bro.
last couple out for the last hour. She just kept saying, and she telling me what my live was, what it was. And I'm telling her that it's not one sided. You're not even in the whole. You wasn't even in the whole live. I
Well,
said you
she's
came
muted.
halfway in, and I told her
Right.
it's not. She's like, well, tell me what it is. I'm like, that's not my job. You got to start listening and figure out where we're going to. It's not. It don't revolve around you. People
Man,
be thinking stuff revolve around them. They don't revolve around them.
I
Like I said,
think
I
Listen,
know how this done started, and I know what the conclusion we trying to get to.
listen,
I
it's a
think
fucked up
it
situation. It's a
was
fucked
the
up situation, and there's an epidemic going on
that's
that
what I
a lot of young children are being exposed to a lot of things, and they are having sex. The reality is that it
Yes.
is happening. We're not debunking that at all. The reality is that it is actually happening. We're trying to get to a point where we could go to the grassroots of this situation, which is the parenting and acknowledging all the factors that can happen from having sex. Pregnancy is just one consequence, okay, from having sex too early. So all we're saying is yes, we agree with the fact that we should be teaching people how to do things right, but before we do that, we should be helping them avoid this and explaining all the consequences that come from that.
I
Yeah,
got a
and then when they've done it, you know what I'm saying, we should come to them with and the first thing is we should have to make our own for them to stop doing it. Stop doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
And,
mm.
and, and that was my only argument to where it comes to the safe sex education in schools. You know what I'm saying?
we're not
I
dis-
believe teaching someone how to do something safely would lead to them doing it.
listen, we're not disregarding that, never have. Okay? We were talking about for the ones or we okay, I'm not going to disregard that. Like that's a part of it too. Okay? That is a part of it too.
Mhm.
Also,
Yes.
include that for the ones that participate, grown ass people that participate in unsafe sex.
Okay, now let's talk about
Wait, hold up.
grown
Wait,
individuals.
three stories. Let me say something real quick because I just noticed he literally did the same thing hindsight just did earlier. Okay, the thing is,
Exactly.
it's a primary topic we talk about first, right?
Mhm.
You can't say include something else when we wasn't talking about that. We understand it is another way around it, but you're throwing like you throw the whole subject off when we talking
Well,
about one thing and then you
I'm
saying
so
include
confused.
this too, just like she
Let me
did earlier
yeah,
with
I'm
yep,
the
so
yep.
I'm so confused
it's
at
the
how
exact
this
same thing.
Hold on, hold on. Let
this
me give you an example. Let me give you an
wait,
wait,
example.
this no
wait, 'cause you're talking to me,
I'm
y'all.
really quiet.
Please, he's talking.
Hindsight,
This is
the
this
reason why I'm interrupting you, hindsight, is because you were the one that
no
said, well, hold up, let me finish. You were the one that said that it doesn't work. All right. You
no,
said
I
that,
said that it's not
holy shit.
realistic
You
You
for
Listen,
said
said it
us to
absolutely.
doesn't
say that
work. You
abstinence
said
You
only
said
in
absolutely
verbatim,
doesn't
it
work.
doesn't
no,
work.
I
look,
said
Okay.
when they had an abstinence only program, it did not work because pregnancies increased.
That's saying it
Right?
doesn't work.
So abstinence only does not
But
work.
how you gonna
Studies
say you didn't
show
say something and then
that
say you
the
said it?
method
How you gonna say you didn't say
again
something and then say you said it?
again, what I said was an abstinence only program did not work, but
Yeah, yeah, I did hear she say that.
a mixed method program of educating on abstinence and also on on sexual prevention and those items that are needed for sexual prevention were necessary because teaching
Wait,
one
wait.
without the other does not work. That is what
Sexual
I said.
prevention?
I
Wait,
didn't
sexual
say
prevention?
anything other than that. And you consistently want to say that I'm just saying, oh, well, teach only sex only. No, what I'm saying is the fact that abstinence only does not work. Pushing only not to have sex does not work because that is not the reality of what is happening.
Wait, what is
Maybe
sexual?
maybe
What
that's
is
your
sexual
experience,
prevention?
It's
sweetheart.
not
But this
my
is what I'm trying to tell you.
experience.
That's reality.
It's
Okay.
not my experience.
What
It's
is
other
sexual
people's
prevention?
experiences when they come and sit in my doctor's
What is
office.
sexual
Like, I
prevention
don't
if it's not
understand how that's
abstinence?
But
feasible in your head.
those are the experiences
What
that you
is
are encountering,
wait, wait,
sweetheart.
wait.
That's
Hindsight. What is you said teaching sexual prevention? What is
Hey,
sexual
Clyde, let me switch
prevention
you out
if
real
not
quick, brother.
abstinence?
Like being able to understand what STIs are and how to prevent yourself from that, using condoms, using how to
So
prevent
so
pregnancy, different
hindsight,
types of birth control that
hindsight,
are
hindsight,
available
hindsight.
to both men and
Teaching to
women.
use
Like,
condoms.
those are
Wait,
different
wait, wait, wait.
preventative measures
Teaching
for
to use
sexual
condoms.
infraction.
Teaching
How is that like going over your head of
hindsight,
understanding what
hindsight,
sexual
hindsight,
prevention is?
hindsight, 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 hindsight. Teaching to use condoms is not sexual prevention because you
Lord
have to have
Jesus.
sex
we're
to
not
use
talking about
Hello,
Lord
condoms.
hello,
Jesus.
talking
hello.
about
Do you know
okay.
what
Have
sexual
mercy.
means? Do you know what
Have
prevention
mercy.
means?
Okay.
Have
Hello.
mercy. So you just want people going out here just raw dogging it instead of understanding
No, no,
how
no, no,
to
no, no, no.
properly
I
put
did
on
not
a
So,
say that.
condom.
I did not say
Like,
that. I did not say that. I
narrative
did
are
not
you
say that.
pushing?
I
hello.
did not say that.
What's up, me?
Hey, hey guys.
What's up,
So
me?
what happens is when we, hey everybody,
How you
how
doing?
you doing? What happens is when you stay in the boxes, you automatically begin to run on the hamster wheel because you don't hear yourselves making the same points and different points.
X.
So I can hear it. I've heard all of your points, and all of you make very valid points. Um, Hindsight, I respect your profession. You are needed and necessary.
Absolutely.
Um, Sword King, you're absolutely right. The prevention part, sex prevention, starts before they get to the doctor's office. And I
Absolutely.
understand where Big is coming from because we're not saying that going to the doctor and learning how to use a condom is not needed. We want them to practice safe sex. And Harmika, we go back all the time. I truly understand your point, right? Here's my piece. Though I respect your profession, if my child ends up in your doctor's office talking about sex, I have failed. Okay? Because the education piece starts at home. Clyde, excellent point. I am responsible for my child's decision making. I have to teach them that. What you're teaching in your office is pregnancy prevention and safe sex. But I want to get them before that. I've got to teach them sex education. And sex education starts, like Sword King says, with me as a mother. I'm raising 7 children. So I knew off gate, right, that I could not teach sex education like I was taught sex education. They told me not to have sex, don't kiss a boy, or you're going to get pregnant. The reason that tactic doesn't work is because pregnancy is a scare tactic for only the women. Men don't give a shit. Is it right? No. But they don't care. They don't carry the weight. Nobody holds them accountable. Who can make a man stay? Nobody. So you can't use pregnancy as a prevention for sex. I mean, you can't use condoms and contraceptives as a prevention for sex because you're right, they're going to do it anyway. So, what I found out in parenting is that I have got to understand the reason, the motivating factors that children have sex, and I have to teach from there. So, girls have sex to keep boys' attention because let's be honest, we're not having a good time, okay? But boys have a good time every time. That's why my conversation with my son is different from the conversation I have with my daughter. So with my daughter, I'm going to tell her that sex is not going to be fun until you are safe, until you have an emotional connection, until it's not rushed, right? I'm going to tell her that boys can have sex and they can finish every single time. I'm going to build her up and give her confidence and yah, 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 so I can cover all of my bases when it comes to the reason that she wants to have sex and the logic behind making that decision. Then I'm going to tell my son, you have to learn discipline. And right now, you've got baseball pulling at you, dishes pulling at you, grades pulling at you. You don't need something else to be pulling at you because once you start your sexual desires, that's going to be trouble.
Big
because
facts.
you don't have discipline.
Big facts.
So here's the thing. You're going to get with these girls, right? And there's going to be some sexual pressure. This is why sex and relationships are for adults
And not for children. Thank you.
and not for
Thank
children.
you.
My thing is,
So
me.
hold on. Here's the other piece. I don't condone children having sex. So this is the other part. I told them, if you have sex in public, you're going to jail. You can't have it at my house.
Big facts.
And you better not have it at his house or her house because they're parents. You don't know what they're going to do. This is
Mm.
why sex is for adults because adults have their own place. They can take their time, they can get to know the person, and they can feel safe, right?
And as a parent, why are you making a safe space for your kids to have sex? If my kid is having sex
Exactly.
over your house and you're a grown adult, you're going to jail. I'm calling the police
The
on
way
you.
he be delivering me sound funny, dog.
No, because
Exactly.
like it's
So
weird, bro. Like,
so that's why I let them know that. I let my daughter know that a boy will have sex with you in a car because he's going to climax. He don't give a shit about you, right? That means you can't let him take you behind no bush, right? And even
yo,
if he have sex
Mm.
with you today, you still ain't gonna keep his attention for tomorrow, right?
and
So all of these things are part of preventing sex because it teaches them to think logically, right? When they come to that choice. Because if my son does not have discipline, pregnancy, I mean, you got pregnancies and you got child support all around him, right? My son don't have a dad. Well, I ain't gonna say don't have a daddy, but his daddy's not their daddy is not in there because they only got one daddy. Their daddy is not in their lives. So if it was just those things to keep them, then we wouldn't have so many kids out here doing it, right? Because truly we know that boys are led by that feeling. Girls don't get that feeling until they get 20, 21. You know what I'm saying? So you got to understand why they're doing it. Then you have to understand the motivating factors to keep them doing it. Then after that, when they end up in the doctor's office and they need contraceptions, then I've done my job. But I can tell you, I've got three older children. One of them has moved out. The two that still live with me are not having sex. I'm not going to say they virgins. I'm not going to say they never have. But I don't have this problem where sex is running their lives.
yo, Nee, you're speaking. I'm pronouncing your name right, Nee or Nay?
Niche,
Niche, you're spitting
yeah.
so many facts. Like you're so on point, yo. And that's my thing. And just the other side of what you're talking about, right? With men, right? People have to understand is people love to bring up men's unaliving rate, right?
Mm-hmm,
And they don't understand how a lot of factors lead to that, and sex is one of those factors, right?
mm-hmm,
Because I can climax every time, right?
mm-hmm.
Sex is one of the leading sources of dopamine for men.
Absolutely.
Now, dopamine addiction, as we know, can lead to depression.
Mm-hmm,
So, having sex at a young age and getting addicted to getting dopamine in this type of way, especially
mm-hmm,
if your other things aren't going good and you're looking for this
mm-hmm.
feeling, you know what I'm
Yep,
saying?
yep.
Leads to that depression, leads to the later stats that I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Right. They find
So,
dopamine in other things like drugs, all the easy stuff. But Kev,
exactly.
we had this conversation earlier. What did I tell
I was
you?
just about to
I
say that
teach
too. We
them
literally talked about this before. Like
right before,
everybody, it was just me and you, and we was
right.
talking about that.
I teach them exercise. I
Yeah.
teach them other ways, to get that happy feeling. Music, creativity, art,
Working out.
work. Yeah, all of these things. This is sex
Workout, yeah,
prevention, right? Because
sports,
they're looking for a high. They're looking to feel
right.
better about what's going on at the end of the day,
And this is why
right?
these
Because
rates are higher in poverty stricken situations because they're in worse situations and they're looking for more dopamine.
exactly,
Hey,
exactly.
Niche, can I say something real quick first?
Yes.
Thank you for coming in because you're one of the few people that can calm me down. Um,
Or
no,
me, I
serious.
wish I could tap you on the shoulder.
You
He
already
calms
know
the
we
whole
have
app down. So
me
dope.
and you have had several conversations, correct?
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
So I'm gonna ask everybody to excuse the French in advance. What I was trying to say is that young boys don't give a fuck. That's number one. And it's up to the woman if she wants to give a fuck or not. But you're the ones that are gonna get pregnant at that early age. That's all I
Yeah.
was saying.
Yeah. The boys don't have an opportunity to from what Sword King is saying, right? Most of our boys don't have an opportunity to, because we go into sex not, well, they go into a sex not for a relationship. They going in for the
Right.
feeling.
For the
And
for
in
the
our
feeling.
communities, we are hard pressed to find something that feels good most of the time, right? So these kids are out there chasing that high, chasing that feel good.
Right.
So for some kids, if they didn't have sex, they commit suicide.
This
You know,
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
and
And
but
And that's
it's
the whole point.
Look at how
I'm
many
trying to
different
protect the
consequences.
women. That's why.
Look,
That's how we started.
we
I'm trying to
we were
protect the woman.
protecting the
I'm like,
women. We were
So
y'all should,
protecting the
I
women.
was
this is my
be safe. That's why I said be more, because the dudes don't be caring nowadays. I know we
this
got to teach our dudes and the women, and but the thing is, to really be safe, you gotta have more. Well, you will have to, because you can't trust the man. I'm gonna just say don't trust the man because you the one that got carried a kid. That's
Not
all
at
I'm
that
saying.
age. Not
That's
this
at
all we
that
were saying.
age.
this is my concern with a lot of these conversations is that we end up what ends up happening is it's, oh well, women's responsibility for this or men's responsibility for that, and that is the only headline. But when it comes down to sex and pregnancy, it is not women only, a women only conversation. It's a men and women conversation, and it's very
Where did somebody
Who
say
disrespectful
women
said
only?
that?
because
well,
you were
hold on.
talking about
We done
pregnancy
said
and
that
that being on
15
the
times. It's
onus
like
of
you.
women.
That's crazy.
This is
All
what
I
right.
this is
I
what
agree
you're
with
not
you.
Like
understanding.
I
so
got.
Hindsight,
that
you're not understanding that
Hindsight, I
you
agree
brought
with
the
you.
accountability
it,
of men into this. We were
Hold
just
it,
on.
trying to help
you cannot
women.
have a one-sided
we
conversation
we
about
We were trying
pregnancy.
to help women. It was one
the
sided, but it was to the benefit of women.
Hold
but
on. Hindsight. I see where you're coming from, and I will agree with you. The problem with where you're viewing this is that once the baby is conceived in this American society, the probability of it ever being a of it being a as much as a problem for the man as it is for the woman is very, very low. So
I'm fully
but
aware of that point.
but here's the
No,
thing.
you're not.
So so
Yes, I
so
am. When
No,
I
you
say
not, because you wouldn't be
No,
saying
you
what you
no,
saying.
you're not.
That's the
no,
whole
You know
point. If I'm
you
trying to
talk you
protect
no,
talk
women,
hold
she
if
talks
I'm
a
trying
lot
to protect
about
women,
Ah,
why would
hold
I
on.
talk about both
She
sides?
doesn't
no,
accept
hold
any
up,
hold on.
narrative
she
hold up,
that
hold
we
talks
up.
a
have.
lot about
Let's hold up.
accountability, but she doesn't
Here
take any accountability. You
here's the
understand?
thing.
There is,
If
how am I
if
not taking accountability? I'm a whole parent. I'm a whole married
Hi-
woman. Like
Not
I
in this
I
hindsight.
conversation. Not in this
responsibility for all
conversation.
of those
Miga,
things. But
let
the
me
but
fact
try,
of
this
the
is
right?
matter
not
is that we continuously have this conversation where, oh, well, we're going to tell women how to do things with their bodies, but also not
but
also
hold
talk
on.
about the responsibility that we need to be placing on men. Like you cannot have a conversation about sex and eliminate one and not talk about the other. That is
We
what I'm
No
trying
weren't
one's
talking
to
doing
about
tell
that.
men.
Hindsight.
accountability. We were
What
Hindsight.
talking
we need to
about
do is
Please.
have a conversation that
we were
doesn't
Hindsight,
talking about
please,
that
niece.
women are the
and
only ones that get pregnant. That's what we
No,
and
was
I
talking
Listen,
about.
please,
can't have
sister,
a
please.
disingenuous
Hindsight.
here
conversation.
is the issue.
Hindsight.
Here's the issue.
Please, you can't talk about. Let me just say this, niece. Let me just say this. We can't have the conversation that you want to have because, right? When I'm talking about women protecting their bodies, right? Because no one has a responsibility to your body but you, right? When I'm talking about women protecting their bodies, I'm empowering them to say no, protect their bodies. This has nothing to do with men. You know what I'm saying? Because if I'm having a conversation to men to tell them to love yourself, respect your body, just stop going out here to chase dopamine. Know that chasing this will put your body in uncomfortable situations that you might not like after you get the high. These are two different conversations that may undermine the other if they're had at the same time.
It could have been
So
fruitful until it turned into a 50-50 accountability, and that had nothing to do with what we was talking about.
My bad,
because
niece.
Okay,
I
here's the
ain't mean to
thing.
interrupt you.
okay,
Once
fine then.
once
But no, but
conception has happened,
I can't accept that being in the profession that I'm in. I can't accept that people want to think like this.
Yeah, but sweetheart, we
once
are not your
Want to
once
think like
client. We
what?
are
hold
not your
on, hold
client.
on, hold on. Once conception has taken place, the decision is completely out of the man's hands.
Facts.
Jesus
This is
Christ.
the part that you're missing. The
Big
Uh,
facts.
woman gets to choose.
okay.
Let's throw morality out of the door.
Can I
The
ask how?
woman gets to choose if she allows herself um, abortion to be an option, then that is a choice. If she allows herself adoption, then that is her choice. She gets to choose. right? So if she chooses to have the baby,
Lord.
there is nothing on this earth going to hold that man accountable but himself.
Okay, but the conversation was about protecting women from getting pregnant. That was the initial thing. That's
That's
what they've been saying this whole time. And you cannot say that you want to protect women from getting pregnant without also educating men on not getting a woman pregnant,
The
is the point
only
that I'm making.
person that can protect a
And
woman for
and
getting
again,
pregnant is the woman.
oh Lord.
That is the part that you're missing.
Yo,
The
yo, yo,
only
yo.
person that can keep me from getting pregnant is me. A man can't get me pregnant unless I allow him into my body.
That sounds like
But
accountability to
but
me.
again, once that happens, it is also on the man. And
And I
like
I'm a
there's
So,
the
so,
thing
mother
so
that
of
hindsight,
I just
seven.
want
hindsight.
to
Tell me
pull
Listen,
this.
that piece
listen.
out,
Riddle me
and it
this. Riddle
logically
me
makes
this.
no
Right?
sense.
Hold on.
Hindsight. Riddle me this.
I am a
So, if you
mother
don't
of
want to get pregnant,
7 children. You can't tell anybody on this earth that more than me. But I'm telling you, as a mother of 7, right? From a marriage of over 15 years before we split, right? There is nothing that I can do to strap that man down and make him responsible. Now, accountability is not responsibility. I
Thank you.
am not
mm,
responsible for having 7 kids by myself, but I am accountable for taking care of them because I choose to, because there's no government in this world that can make either one of us.
can I
But I knew that when I was pregnant that I was going to take care of them.
can I interject? I feel like um when we say that men shouldn't be responsible for certain things, impregnating the women, and saying that
I didn't
after
say he shouldn't be responsible.
I don't think nobody said shouldn't be. I don't know
Yeah,
where that came
you
from.
throwing a lot of bullshit
I
in the
just
game,
I just
Trey. For
walked
real,
oh
you through
bro.
the whole
hey,
process, right?
hold
Yeah,
first
Trey.
of
You
all,
know what? You just want to
wait,
talk to talk,
first,
brother. You're not even listening, bro.
You
don't do that shit. You the only one that's being condescending towards me. I
I'm
really
I'm
feel
I'm the
bro.
only one that has the balls to tell you the
No,
truth, bro. Like, let the lady speak. You might learn something.
No,
bro,
you're very condescending.
you
You're
are,
very
bro. Do
condescending.
that shit to me, bro. I have not respected you not one time.
I'm not gonna have this
Bro,
That's
conversation with you because I'm
bro.
trying to learn from somebody that knows what they're talking about.
All right.
You're
So,
trying to learn from someone who agrees with you because it's how you think. But when I'm sitting here and telling you how it actually functions, being a person that deals with the population that ends up with these consequences, or with parents who may not be having these conversations with their kids, and they are learning it at school because that's the only place that they're learning it. You're saying that that shouldn't be it. You shouldn't be teaching that when they're doing it regardless. And what I'm saying as
I
a
never
medical
said that.
professional is that we can't do that. We have to have conversations that are holistic and not on one party, and without talking with the other. It logically makes no sense for prevention overall.
right,
but trying to hold men responsible for pregnancy hasn't worked thus far, is all we're saying.
No,
We're looking for a solution, right?
right,
To prevent this.
right,
And holding, you can give them child support. You can give them the child. Some men are
my thing
amazing fathers,
my
right?
thing is before pregnancy happens, before all of that happens, being able to educate both women and men on what their body is doing and how that happens and the consequences that come of it.
yo, but riddle me this
That's what we're
hindsight. Like, tell me
saying.
this. So, what happens, right, when the girl you tell, right, to or the girl the dude you tell, right, just make sure you wrap it up. Make sure you know what you're doing, and make sure so you don't get her pregnant. You tell the girl, make sure you make him put a condom on. What do you tell them when she still gets pregnant? And they
Like
come to you
that's a
like, you
possibility when you
told
have
us
sex in
if we
general.
did this, we wouldn't have this situation. But now look at us. What do you say to them?
That's something that happens in general. Like you
But
cannot
what do you
guarantee
tell
that
them
pregnancy
when
won't
no
happen.
when they
You're
come to
having
you
sex.
and they say you told us this and you said this wouldn't happen, but it happened. Now what?
No, I never tell people that it's a 100% guarantee. That's one thing that I cannot ever tell people.
So what is the 100% guarantee?
Like the only 100% guarantee is not to have sex, but that's not the reality of the
Oh my
world.
god!
yo,
Again, again,
he,
you are
he,
living in a fantasy world.
Oh,
Can I?
it's a
where you
fantasy
think
world.
that everybody is
Wait.
not going
So
to
it's a
have sex. And
fantasy
that's the
world.
point
So
that
wait,
I'm
hold
making.
up. So you're telling me it's a fantasy world in which the people that we have deemed legally cannot have sex don't have sex?
It is that when is that
That's a
it doesn't
fantasy.
logically make sense for you to say, oh, we're gonna push abstinence and hope that and say that everybody is following it when we know that's not
You
true.
didn't answer
You
my
can say
question.
the same thing
That's
about
not
Well,
what I
safe
said. You
sex
well,
and
didn't
make
answer
it.
my
You
Yeah,
can
yeah,
say
question.
the same
yeah.
exact
here,
thing.
This
but
is a
that's
very
what I'm
convenient
saying.
You
Is
didn't
the
answer my
conversation.
problem.
question.
Here's
It's
the
a very
bigger problem.
convenient. It's a very
Here's the bigger
convenient.
problem.
Like
We
you
know,
can't do that.
but we
So
know,
again,
hold
no,
on.
go ahead. No, go
We
ahead.
know that this education is on the responsibility of the parents, but in California, right? I cannot even attend my 12-year-old's doctor appointment, right? Without his permission. My 12-year-old still plays with Legos and He-Man. That is the problem. Because when they get to your office, you're going to teach them how to use condoms.
Right. And,
That's
So
not
so
all I
this
teach in my
this thing,
office.
and to be
but
like,
that
it's
is the
not
most
realistic.
detrimental is what I'm saying. Because all of that I said earlier that I teach my kids, I haven't given them condoms. I didn't teach them condoms. I don't support that at all.
I've never heard so many contradictions in my life
But
in one
So
that's not what I
conversation.
teach
It,
in my office.
but you
it's
do give them condoms. See, this is why I said the responsibility to teach the education is on the
It's the
parents and the
parent
prevention
on the parent.
lies within the home.
And that's the fantasy right
Because
there. You
once they get to you, we've already lost the battle.
and you can't say that I'm living in a fantasy world when I have been a productive parent. You know how many kids and grandkids I have? You're talking to the wrong person.
and you
It's
can't say I live in a
again,
fantasy world
we're
when
looking
you
at this
think
as
when
a
you are in
oh
doing it to
Lord.
teach kids how to have safe sex, thinking that that is a realistic measure of them having safe sex because it's
And they
not.
get abortions, and they get pregnancy consultations, and they get prenatal visits, all without the parent who's paying for the insurance.
They get STDs, all types of stuff that
It is
condoms
against
don't
the
protect
law for
against.
me to have privy to that information as the
They could be
parent.
addictive to sex. They could get addicted to sex, man.
And
Man,
I
oh
cannot
right,
know
it's
that.
so much. It's so much to that for real.
Name me
That's why
one
I said
person. You want to talk about realistic? Name me one person getting oral sex with a condom.
that. Well, there you
You want
go.
to talk about realistic?
It's
You
people
want
in
to
the,
talk about realistic?
it's
But let me be
Is
clear.
that getting someone
Hindsight,
pregnant though?
it's people that
No.
do that.
but let
But
me get
see,
clear.
what about STDs though?
Like we
Hindsight,
talk about those things. We
What about
talk
you
about
STDs though?
sexually transmitted infections, and they're not diseases; they're infections now.
They're
right,
STDs.
12,
There aren't
12
any
is
more
too early.
STDs. I thought there were still
No, they're
STDs out there.
infections. They're not D's. They're
So,
They're
infections.
hey,
only
so look,
infections.
I wanna go back to that
So you're
that
telling me, hold up, wait,
analogy
wait, wait.
that
Are you
that Big
telling me
Trey used
HIV is
earlier with the
classified as an
stove.
infection now?
No, let's not go back to souls.
I
Do you
never
I
think
want.
HIV is classified as
so
an infection hindsight?
I never
It's considered. It's still considered an infection.
No, I'm asking. HIV is considered an infection now?
All sexually transmitted infections, which includes HIV, is still considered an infection because it's considered a virus, which is an infection.
Okay.
um I just wanted to say um I feel challenged on my intellect, real talk. Like I feel no for real, on some real shit though. I'm not even being funny at this point though. Real
I
talk.
respect you.
Every
I
time
do.
I speak though, or Miga is challenging my intellect. Every time he's saying that I'm not educated. Literally.
When did I say you wasn't educated?
You literally said
No, brother, the way you feel has
wait,
nothing to do with what I'm saying.
please let finish, bro. Literally, the last time that I was trying to make a point, you said that you just want to learn, you want to hear from somebody that you can actually learn from, insinuating that you could not learn anything from me, and I don't
That
appreciate.
is your perspective. Get out
That's
of
what
your
you said, bro.
feelings,
I'm not
brother.
saying
That is your
hey,
perspective. Why don't you ask me so I could tell you instead of
no,
throwing
that's
shit?
what you
What you're
said,
doing, this is
bro.
what I accused you of was throwing a lot of bullshit in the air. That's what I accused you of.
No, and then you followed it up with you want to hear from somebody that you can actually learn from. Now,
No, I was talking about you to let the lady continue to speak, but you're in your
no,
feelings being
those were,
offended about something that you're doing wrong to the lady. She didn't finish.
I did not. I did not.
Okay. Okay, I'm
Did
sorry
I cut
for
her off earlier?
falsely accusing everybody of what they're doing. I'm sorry.
I did not cut her off, y'all.
Okay.
Um,
Yep. That's your opinion.
Okay. And you've been cutting me off literally every time that I
Because
speak.
I'm really tired of you gaslighting the situation and it's not
I'm,
productive.
bro, I'm literally agreeing with everything that you've been
You
saying.
only agree with it when there's a consensus. When you come in here as an opposition because you like to debate, and then all of a sudden you jump on the bandwagon when everybody agrees. Come on, bro. Keep it real, bro.
I've been literally saying the same thing that I've been saying the whole
No,
time.
you haven't, bro. The narrative has changed and it becomes a majority consensus. You know
I
what
would
I'm saying? Holy
everybody else
shit.
on the panel if I've switched my stance once.
Wow. You really want to know
So
that?
Big Trey, hold up real quick. I was here at the beginning, man, and like I said, I see how both the situations went though. But the thing is, you were saying that you should teach safe sex. We all three of us was saying just teach no sex. Then the excuse behind it was like, well, that's not realistic. That's what hindsight was saying. But we was like, no, no matter if it's realistic or not, we would rather teach no sex than safe sex or whatever. So, but then we end up boiling down to, once they in the act, then teach safe sex. Once they in the act, but we should go for no sex first. Okay, and then I wanted to go back to the analogy you said with basically how you were saying that before with the stove. So basically you saying that before we was even get to that, you were saying that don't we got to learn to not touch the stove and like that, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So basically, with the analogy, I'm using an analogy of what you were saying earlier. You basically saying as long as you touch the stove with a mitten, that's good. It's safe and something. So we basically teaching our child to touch it with a mitten as long as it's gonna keep me from getting burnt or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
That wasn't
So
that
But
we
what
we
happens when
saying
the
that don't
mitten
touch the
catch on
stove
fire?
at all. We just
that,
saying don't touch it at all. You know what I'm saying?
that was not my analogy, bro. That was
Yeah,
not.
but no,
No,
what I'm
he's
saying, I was
making an
using stove
analogy.
thing y'all
That's
was using
not.
earlier.
Wait, say it again.
He's making an analogy. Kev's making a different analogy.
Oh, with the mitt.
Yeah,
You
with the mitten.
Yeah, I was just saying with a mint, you saying it's safe. And I was just saying don't touch the stove at all. That's what we were
No,
saying.
I never said touch the stove with a mitt. Never.
No, I was
No, no, you said, bro, Trey, you said, you know what I'm saying?
You could teach a kid
You
to
can
touch
teach
the
your
stove.
kid not to touch the stove, they still might touch it.
Exactly. That right.
So
right.
he's making a different analogy with the mitten compared to a condom. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
And
So
I
he's
just
like,
point.
yeah,
What if
you
the
can
mitt catch
teach
on
them
fire?
not to touch the stove and they still might touch it. But teaching them to touch the stove with a mitten ain't really more safe because what happens when the mitten catches on fire?
It's a
Fact.
band-aid.
But look. So I really wanted to say. I feel like it would be disingenuous to not teach men about accountability when it comes to impregnating women because some women, right, don't even have a choice. You cannot have that conversation
That's
because
so disingenuous to bring essay into this.
it's not, bro.
It is, bro. We've
Yeah,
never
that's
been
another
talking about
conversation.
non-consensual
That
That's
one
sex.
you
is.
see
That
that's
one.
you
That
you,
one
you
is.
see you see what I'm
That
saying?
is.
He's
That
been
one.
doing
That's
this the
yeah.
entire
That's super
conversation,
disingenuous.
shooting blanks. You know
Yeah.
what I'm
It's
saying?
not the same.
Not the
He's
same at all.
he's
That's super
shooting blanks,
disingenuous.
bro. You're shooting
We've been
blanks.
talking about
We're talking about
education,
two
sexual
consenting
prevention,
people.
abstinence, and all these things. We've never been talking about unconsensual sex, bro.
He's throwing
And
shit in the mix that
even more
wasn't
to the
even in the
point, even
conversation,
more to
bro.
the point of us never talking about unconsensual sex. Even when kids were brought up, we're only talking about two children. You feel what I'm saying? We're not talking about adult. So we're never talking about unconsensual
I,
sex
I,
up here
I don't.
ever.
I didn't think we was talking about children at first, but I get
Teen,
what you're saying.
teenagers are children.
Look,
I'm
look,
a
look,
grown
look,
man,
look.
bro. Teenagers are children.
I understand, but I don't think the beginning of the conversation was about
No, but
children.
we've never been talking about we've never been talking about unconsensual sex ever. That's so
Get
disingenuous to bring that
it.
into
I
this.
get it. I do get it. I get it. I understand for sure.
It's not. That's what I'm trying to tell you, sir. I'm
You're
not
right.
trying to disrespect you. I'm just trying to make sure that the conversation stays on track and you don't move the
Like
goalposts.
you see how
But
dangerous that is, Trey. Though
no,
for with the
get it.
things that we have said up here, right?
He
For
gets
you
it.
to then bring unconsensual sex into this, it's like you're trying to make it seem like we're saying it's women's onus to protect themselves from sexual
He gets
assailants.
it.
We've never said that.
He
I,
gets
Yeah.
it though.
I understand,
You're
and that's
right, but he gets it.
Yeah, he said
look.
he
I
understand though.
apologize, but at the same time, I do want to make the point that I have not just necessarily just moved the goalpost the whole conversation. I've had the same stance literally the whole.
I believe you
Wait,
moved the goalpost 2 or 3 times.
please, bro. Damn, real talk.
You're not. You're not gonna change my mind. I'm paying attention, brother. I've been asking you to stop doing that, and you don't listen.
Trying to change your mind on shit.
No,
Nah,
bro,
what he's saying,
you changing the
hey,
narrative,
A-Train.
man.
Hey,
Right.
Trey,
Okay.
Trey, you man, you my boy and all that, but the thing is, you saying that you didn't switch it, but I was here the whole entire live. Like you helped her out first, and she moved the goalpost,
Yeah,
I didn't
you
and
move
you
the
then
you
like,
you
goalpost.
back you
I
backed
don't
her up. You
mind you that
backed her
and
I
you
up.
backed
moved
her up, and
the
she moved the
goalpost.
goalpost too. We
I did
wasn't
not
talking
move the
about that.
goalpost.
Like
I
she talked
said we're
about
gonna have a
accountability. We
real
was talking.
conversation
I'm not denying.
about pregnancy. You need to talk about both. I've been on the
Right.
same stance since the beginning. I have not changed my
Yeah.
mind at all.
But
Please,
what we're
so
saying is
Ain't no
that
back and
that
forth.
move was
having a
That's
what.
conversation about sex and pregnancy. Both need to be both men and women need to be in this
Yeah,
conversation.
but it was unnecessary because everyone here was already on that consensus. You never
It,
asked
it's
what
not
our
it's
cons. Holy
it's not
shit!
unnecessary
Do you
because
guys ever take
the way
accountability for
the
anything
way the
for
conversation
real?
was presented.
Hey,
Do
All
you
right,
guys ever
well,
take
I guess,
accountability for
yeah, I don't
anything?
want to
hey,
talk
I
to
hey,
you right
say
Hey,
now.
though.
Trey, my bad for getting loud. I wasn't trying to harp on you. I just wanted you to understand the bigger picture when there's 70 people in here, right?
Get it, bro. Listen, and that's the
What
thing.
they could take and run with. You feel what I'm saying? That's all. I wasn't trying to harp on you, bro.
But listen, bro, I get it. And that's the thing about having conversations. We don't have to attack each other and disrespect each other's intellect to educate each other. You dig what I'm saying?
No,
I have
absolutely.
Yes.
I have yet to disrespect anybody, to attack anybody's character, to challenge anybody's intellect or anything like that. And I, like I said, I have had the same stance and I will not deny the fact that when I came into the light, I definitely stood behind hindsight 100%, and I literally have not moved and swayed away from that shit at all.
Um, Not as hard as you did recently. I think you have moved the goalpost a little bit, but
Trey,
I don't think
When,
it's
Trey,
from you looking to be
Trey,
disingenuous.
you went to defend. You
wait,
went. Trey,
Omega,
listen to me.
allow me
You
to
went to
have a
defend. You
conversation.
went to defend hindsight, and hindsight was talking
Hey,
about something
Omega,
outside of what we was
allow
talking
me and
about.
Sword to have a conversation real quick. Sword, you
Yeah.
mentioned that you did see me moving the goalpost. I would like to ask, and this is not me being disingenuous at all.
Hmm?
Me actually, you know what I mean, trying to make sure that I'm aware of the things that I'm doing.
Yeah.
Feel me? When was the time that I that you feel like I moved the goalpost?
All
And
right,
this is
listen.
why I
Let me
said a
hold
little
on, hold
bit.
on, hold on. He
No,
answered me
no,
a question.
Sword King. I asked Sword King, please.
Oh, you asked King. I'm sorry. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
he did.
Yeah, sorry, can you say?
I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Like
You
I
heard me
said,
apologize, right? You heard me apologize.
Yes.
I,
Okay.
I don't feel like it was on purpose or you were trying to move the goalpost or you're doing it to be condescending or disingenuous, right?
Yeah, I don't
I
either.
think you were doing it to try to be understood. You
I'm
felt like
so
you were
look.
making a point. That point wasn't being understood. So you tried to align it with, you know what I'm saying, annihilate it another way. You feel what I'm saying?
I'm asking when though. I'm
So,
asking.
so it's how. Wait. I'm about to tell you. So, like something that somebody can look as moving the goalpost that I did when you brought up marijuana and drugs. You feel what I'm saying? And I relayed back to my point about the streets. You know what I'm saying? They could look at that as us moving the goalpost from the original topic, right? But I understand that is you trying to relate it to something you felt like I would understand to get a better understanding of what you were originally saying.
Right. But is that necessarily moving the goalpost if I'm just making an analogy to relate to the conversation?
No, I'm just saying it could be interpreted that way. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. And I've been in that position too. You feel what I'm saying? But like when that happens, I have to explain, like, no, like I just said, I was trying to allocate it to this, through this, so you can understand. And that's why I use the term olive branch all the time. I'm trying to extend the olive branch. Like I'm trying to extend a
Right.
wider understanding. You feel what I'm saying?
Right. Right. And that's when I tell you, look, you literally wrapped it up for me. You feel what I'm saying? Like I said, I have not changed my stance. I may have gave analogies that people cannot fully grasp. You feel me?
Mhm.
That's not me moving my the goalpost, and it's not me, you know what I mean, changing my stance at all. I stand on what the fuck I stand on. Real talk.
Can
Yeah,
I say
so
something?
can
Can I
I?
say something real
Understood.
quick? The goalpost was not about you changing your stance. Changing the goalpost was changing the narrative of the original conversation. When you first came into this conversation, you immediately backed up what hindsight said, and what we was trying to tell hindsight is that There was already a consensus here among men. We are responsible and accountable men. We weren't having that conversation. We were trying to look out for women to have a more of an open eye because they're the ones that get pregnant and suffer more of the consequence than the man does. Period.
Okay, Kevin, you were gonna say something.
Oh no, I was just about to say he basically just
Damn,
said it
Danielle, was
though.
she
I
not
was just about
talking
to
to
say
you?
yeah, that it wasn't you that moved it. It was just the fact that when she had came in and talked about the accountability thing, which we wasn't talking about accountability, we was talking about
Right.
the what
Prevention.
was hold up.
We
I'm
was talking
spacing on
about
bro.
guidance. We were giving guidance to women to
Yeah,
say,
guys,
hey, at
we
the
was
end of the
helping the
day,
women
you're the
out.
ones that
You
are
know
gonna
what I'm
get
saying?
pregnant.
Yeah, we were just trying to help, help them out just in case it was an irresponsible man they got in contact with.
Right.
That's what we
So
was
you
saying
see,
that part about. But then she was just telling about you need to teach the man this, and that's what we wasn't talking about that
I
at first.
said
That's all I'm
both.
saying.
I said both. So stop saying that. I have been very balanced with what I've said.
Right,
Yes,
but
you
we
said
The
wasn't talking
whole
about
thing.
both. We were talking about protecting women. That's the thing. That's the difference,
The
and
best
that's
way
what
to
moving the
protect
goalpost
women is
is.
to make sure that they are actually strapping up, that they know how to take care of themselves. Do that for us. Stop
they
telling
do
women
know
how
how.
to protect
No, man, you
ourselves.
listen to me.
You as
So
men
you
talk
trying to
about
make the
things
live be
that is
about
what
what you
you need to
talking
do.
about, and that's not what I'm talking about. That's the difference.
And that's
That's
what
what I was
moving the
saying
goalpost is. And
It's
that's
not
what moving
moving
the
the
earlier.
goalpost
goalpost.
is.
It's
That's what I was
holding you
saying earlier.
responsible for the role that you play in it,
But we don't need
without
to have
putting
that
the onus
That's what I
conversation
was
where we're
saying
on
talking
earlier.
women
about
being
that.
That's what I
husbands
was
Right,
saying
we
and
trying
earlier.
to
not being
if we talking about
together.
protecting women, a lot of women want to hear this stuff. They
But
want to hear some way to get
responsibility,
protected.
The responsibility
responsibility,
for a man not to impregnate a woman once he's
Nah,
with her
the
again, like I
is on
said
him.
earlier,
responsibility.
hindsight, when you having these
Like
conversations, right?
seriously, the fact that y'all
I
aren't
hope
having
Hindsight,
I hope
conversations
when
when you
you
is
having these
amazing.
conversations, if I have a conversation and I'm talking to men about loving themselves, protecting themselves, not giving their body, having value in themselves and everything, and I'm talking about women valuing themselves, protecting their body, protecting themselves, not getting pregnant. The way that you have to address these two topics can undermine each other
They're
if
not
they're talked
undermining each
about in the
other if
same
you're saying
space.
both people need to protect themselves. How is that undermining?
but if we
Because
focus
I haven't
The
heard her take accountability
responsibility,
for anything that has been
the
done or said here.
Accountability for
hold
what?
on.
What am
For
The
I taking
changing
accountability for?
responsibility,
for introducing your own narrative and
It's
taking
not
this
introducing
conversation
my
away
own
from what we
narrative.
was
It's
talking
the
about.
reality of the fact. If you
But
are
we
having a
wasn't talking
conversation
about
about
that. You don't
sex,
hold
you
understand
don't
this?
on.
have a conversation about
The res,
men and women. You do not have a conversation about
wait,
sex.
But how
can
are
I
we going to talk
can I
about a
You're
conversation
missing the
about
boat.
pregnancy when only
can I
women can
answer
get
your
pregnant? Does
question?
that make any sense?
Can
Can
I
I
answer your
Lord
question,
God,
hindsight?
it's like you don't
the
realize
bro, they
that in
block
order
responsibility
to
is
get
OG.
pregnant, a
already,
What you
man
say?
has to be present.
can
Oh,
I
that's
the
not the same person. No,
responsibility
that's
is
not.
already
You
understood.
undermined us like if we didn't know that we are also accountable and responsible for that.
can I interject, y'all?
Go ahead.
I understand everything that's happening. Okay, real talk. And again, I want to reiterate: we all agree 100% on the same shit. Okay. I understand that y'all want to keep the conversation strictly where it is. I also want to add perspective that coming from hindsight's perspective and probably a ton of other women that are listening. I'm not gonna say every woman. I don't know every woman's perspective, right? But it is a sensitive topic to talk about women's bodies and what they should do. You know what I mean? And so when you have a conversation like this that's so sensitive to women, you're gonna have some type of, I would say, pushback. Not even pushback, but you're gonna have, I don't, for lack of better words, I'm gonna say pushback, right? For lack of better words, I'm gonna say pushback.
But it's not pushback
But
because we were talking about something and she changed the subject.
Like
right.
like Trey,
And
this is what I'm saying.
Niche was
Go
down
ahead.
there watching the whole entire time, and she understood everything we're talking about. Like it's a
Listen,
few
I
people
typed
that's in the chat
everything in
now
the
that
chat.
understand what we're talking about.
Kev,
I
Okay,
feel
well,
like
y'all continue to have a
I,
That
one-sided
was not the point.
conversation
but
She
tonight.
but
bringing
This
her
is
own
just
stuff
this is the
into
reason
something
why I
that
see
wasn't
so
even we was
many.
talking about.
This
but
is the
That's
Kev,
the
reason why I
difference.
see so many people in my office is because of these types of conversations
do
that
you
y'all want
think
to
that's the reason why
have.
there's so many people in your office? Do you really think that?
That's a
Do
problem.
you really think
Wait,
that?
wait.
Do you really
That's a
think?
huge
Whoa, whoa,
problem.
whoa, 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 whoa.
You are
Do
you
you
are
really think?
talking
Hold,
to
hold up,
you
hold
are
up, Leo. Let
talking
me
to
ask
Yeah,
you this.
right.
successful
She
She's an
added a
parents.
different
educator, right? She's
perspective
an
that wasn't
educator.
supposed to
It
be
is.
added. That's the
She's an
difference.
educator, and I want
Under,
to be an educator. Do you really think that the reason why there's a bunch of kids in your office talking about sex is because we're having a conversation about women's accountability? Do you really believe
It's
that?
not about
No,
accountability.
no. Do you? No. Answer my
That's
question.
not the
What?
conversation. The
that's what
conversation is about preventative measures.
Answer my question.
the conversation was about accountability.
No, the
Go ahead.
conversation was about.
Oh,
It
right.
started it started
Sorry,
with
y'all got me
it
confused.
started with abortion. And then we started talking about, and I stood quiet because I don't have any rights to talk about that. That is a solely decision for a
Oh, I
woman to
wasn't here
make.
for that.
The
I
We
only point
literally
that
right. That's how I
the only
started.
the only point that I was
Which is
trying to
the reason
make
I
why
just
I
want
brought up what I
the
brought
question
up.
answered. To me, that's wild to say as an educator. The reason
it's
why kids in my
irresponsible for her
office
to
are
say
talking
that,
about
yo.
sex is because
No, it's not.
conversations on TikTok.
It's the
I don't really care
reality of
what
the
the
fact.
conversation was.
That's your
To say
reality,
there's
It's
sweetheart.
kids in
not.
my
It's not
office
my
asking me
reality when
questions
it's
about
happening.
sex
You don't
because the
speak for the
conversation on
entire
TikTok is
world.
Are
ridiculous,
you
bro.
not? Are do you not look at statistics where there are so many people getting pregnant? Like men like to go around this app saying, "Oh well, 80% of women are being impregnated by 20% of men."
But we're
Are you
not
really
talking
serious
about that.
about not
Oh
But
my
we
having these
God,
avoid.
bro.
conversations in general?
And
You
you
don't
think
seem to
those conversations
understand that
the
we
reason why
By the
avoid.
way,
kids are in
that
your
stat is
office?
completely wrong. But
We
anyway,
wait, time out. You don't even
You
understand
think
what we
that's why
do in
kids
this
are in your
platform.
office?
You're not even understanding what we do in Kevin's live. This is what you're not understanding. You're bringing a totally different narrative to what we talk
it's
about
not
here.
a different narrative.
Oh wow.
It's not a different narrative.
You still
It's a
haven't
How
answered
you
my
You
question.
know
saying
what?
that?
You know what,
How
Hassan, we're
I don't
all
get how you're
wrong.
saying that,
it's a
and
holistic
you just
narrative.
coming in here. How you
You still
telling?
haven't answered
How
my
you gonna
It's
tell
a
question.
somebody it's not a
holistic
different
narrative.
narrative, and we seeing what's happening?
Here's the
It's a
thing.
holistic narrative, and you
Because
guys
it's
don't
no. The
want to
thing is,
look
the
at
thing
the
is, you
whole
putting your
thing.
feelings in this situation, and it ain't got nothing to do with feelings right now. We were talking about straight up protection of women. You know what I'm saying? But you're trying to make it seem like we're trying to play a blame game. We're not trying to do that. We're just saying, just in case if stuff go wrong, you know what I'm saying? They are the ones that's gonna have to end with the baby. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I know I'm gonna tell my daughter that I'm not about to. If I had a daughter, I'm gonna make sure that no, don't be letting these dudes talk you out of anything. You know what I'm saying? Because every dude is not getting taught right now. You know what I'm saying? Every dude, that's all they want is buns right now. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna tell my daughter to keep that boy close. You know, as long as she can, because dudes they slick with their mouth, they all this stuff. Because you're the one that gonna bring the baby back to my house. You know what I'm saying? And the dude got an option to leave if he wants to. That's the biggest point of the situation. We ain't talking about men and women got to learn to get. No, we're not talking about that right now.
No, she felt as though this was an unfair conversation
It's
because
a
she took it.
very
She took no.
it's a very biased conversation.
No. You were the one that bring
All right, man.
accountability into
I
this.
don't
We
know.
were
I
trying
can't.
to
I
help
can't.
women understand that they have the say so, and they're the ones that are going to end up pregnant. So avoid getting involved in sexual relationships at all if you don't know what you're doing.
And my thing is, why do we have any conversations talking about one party? Because honestly, in this life, everybody's involved in everything. In any type of thing, it's a duality
I
conversation
haven't
because you're
said
Yes.
dealing
that,
with other people.
but
But hold,
again,
hold wait, let me finish. Let me finish.
but they didn't
But
want to
let me
talk
finish.
about
Let me
that. They
finish. Let me
continuously
finish.
go
Let me
back.
finish.
Oh well,
Because
it's
We talk
only
about.
because
Let
we
me
weren't
finish. Let me
talking
20%
finish.
of
about
Let
that.
me
women.
finish. Let me finish. But we talk about so many things on an individual basis. We talk about men's experience in the workforce, women's experience in the workforce. We don't talk about that in the duality. There's so many things we don't talk about in the duality sense, but we still rely on each other to get those things done. You know what I'm saying? Just like we rely on each other for reproductive. But we can talk about everything else in singularities. But this has to be a duality because you don't like to hear women, you have to be responsible for this.
That's not. I'm not saying that women shouldn't be responsible. I've never eliminated that. What I said was, and I continuously said that, and I have not changed since the beginning. I said that we cannot solely put this on women
Right?
saying you need to protect
It's
yourself
almost like you're not
and not
hearing me,
tell
right?
this to
It's
be
almost like
excluding
it's
men.
almost like you're not
I
Nah.
have
All
hearing me.
right.
not
So, all right.
changed
You're
Look,
the
almost
this
like you're
stance
not
this is
since
what
the
we
hearing me,
about to
bro.
beginning.
do.
That will
All
never
right, because
change.
we literally been talking about the same thing,
It's
and
almost like
we
you're not
not
hearing
getting
me.
so.
circles.
Yeah, we gonna switch this, man, because it's like we literally been going in the circle like this about the 14th time probably going in circles. So it's obvious She not hearing what we hearing, and we hearing what she hearing, but she's not hearing what we hearing because
No,
she
y'all
she
aren't
want to
hearing
be
what
fixed
I'm saying.
on getting her
Y'all
Sweetheart,
second part out,
sweetheart,
which
y'all
we
are
been understood
only
her part.
Yo, you literally
y'all are
didn't
only
hear what I
focused
just
on
told
what
you.
you
You
want to
literally didn't
push
hear
No,
what I
as
I
just
hear,
told
opposed
you.
but
to being
I hear what you
accountable.
saying though. I'm just saying that you're adding this in at the wrong time.
I get it. I get it.
Because
Can
you only
I
heard
can
half
I
of the stuff we
just
was talking about. We was talking about abortions at first. You know what I'm saying? We was talking about, it was
we were talking about statistics, Kevin. We were
we were
talking
saying that
about
nobody should like body the women got control of their body. We should not tell no woman what to do with their body. We was talking about that at first, right? Everybody gonna agree with that, right? So when we move it to help you prevent prevention of that, now all of a sudden now you want to add both of them in there. So do we want to add both of them in that we both got control of y'all body too? You want to add that both in there too?
It's not about control of body. That's the part that you're
Right.
not
That's what we was
okay,
talking about
okay,
understanding.
first. That's what I'm saying. You're a
but
half
but
into
but
this.
but
You are half
how does
into this.
how does she keep
okay,
saying how does she
guys,
keep saying what the
let her
topic was when she's not on the topic?
just
You were
let her make
talking
her
about,
point
okay, okay.
because
Y'all
we
go
can't
ahead
hear
and
her.
live in your echo chamber of what you think is
Oh wow.
happening, and I will live in the world where I actually have to deal with these issues and deal with these
Good
adults and young
Yeah,
adults
you
and
keep
these
talking
good
about your
kids.
job, and this live not
So
about
like
your job though. This live is not about your job
But
though.
but
it
can I
is, because that's the people that come see me. The people that
It
you're
isn't.
talking about are the
It's
people
not
that
though.
end
It's
up seeing
literally not
me.
though. It's literally not.
but
No
Like,
matter
it's
how
so
much you want
simple.
it to be, it's literally not.
can I just
my
say
daughter will not be going to your office. All right, how about
can
that?
I can I just say this, right? Hindsight, your job is important and I'm sure that you do it well. I don't want to take anything from that at all. You are a professional and I understand your passion around the subject. I really do. I think that what we're all saying, and I've said it already, but I'll say it for everyone else in the live that's just coming in or don't really understand. What we are saying is that prevention of um, sex, right, is an education that has to be had at home because there's a lot more pieces than preventing pregnancy and preventing disease, which is what and I don't want to tell you about you personally, but this is our understanding, right? Your office focuses on that because the detrimental part that we don't agree with is that you give out condoms and you give out contraceptive options when we are saying that that is more encouraging these kids to have sex rather than preventing them to have sex, thus not preventing pregnancy. That's all we're saying.
And the only reason why we're having this conversation is because you switched it up into accountability. We weren't talking about accountability. We was talking about giving ladies advice. You understand what I'm saying? Saying don't fall for the bullshit because at the end of the day, you're the one that's going to end up pregnant. I'll say it again. Now, just because you stand on your feet and you don't want to change, your mind and you stand strong doesn't mean that you're right.
So,
We literally don't tell boys and girls the same things when we're bringing them up when we're raising them, right? Like my nephew, my nephew got arrested. You feel what I'm saying? I have had to have conversations with my nephew. I've never had to have with my nieces. You feel what I'm saying? Because as a black man, he's dealing with he's fighting different fights. You feel what I'm saying? He has different things going against him. You know what I'm saying? Than my niece would. You know what I'm saying? You literally don't have to have the same conversations with them. So why does every conversation need to be this duality?
right, and that's what I was saying. To prevent sex, you have to deal with
Yes, I like how
the way
Reese
the
put that down there. It's not about encourage, it's about prevent. I like that. That's exactly the point.
that's what we're talking about
But we wouldn't
because
be having this conversation if it wasn't a defensive standpoint and changing the narrative. You understand? You made it where you were trying to say that we need to include men in the accountability. We were just saying that only women get pregnant. You understand? That's all we were saying. That please have more of an open eye because you're the ones that are going to get pregnant. Now, hearing that from a man, you don't think that that's good information?
Like,
Usually,
like,
when a man gets a bad rap for not giving a fuck and not caring, and I told you that I'm a father, I told you I'm a brother, I told you that I'm a son. You know what I'm saying? We told you this 1,000 times, but you keep wanting to make your point, and your point, it's not that your point is not valid. It just doesn't pertain to this conversation, and that's why the
Right.
conversation
Right.
has dragged all this
How
time.
do I
How does
impact?
prevention not pertain to this conversation?
Wait,
Please
but how do I
explain.
impact?
How
Accountability of men. I'm talking
how
about.
do
This is
you
what you brought up.
prevent pregnancy at your office regarding men?
Like,
How do
we
you
have
hold them
multiple
accountable?
different services that we provide, and it's not just at my office. I actually have to go into schools and actually teach sex education to individuals. So
But
like,
sex education, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't just teach. I teach the benefits of abstinence first, of saying, you know what, you should really protect your bodies. Don't even have sex if at all possible. But if you are having sex, these are the things that you need in order to protect yourself, because I know that regardless of what your parents may say, what I may say, what your friends may say, you're going to do what you're going to do. But if you're going to do it, I want you to be safe in doing
This
it.
is the first time that I'm hearing you talk
No,
about abstinence. This is the first
no,
time.
it's not. I said it earlier.
But the
I
crazy
literally
part
said it
is, right?
earlier.
The crazy part about that is, to me, right? And the thing, it be no matter what your parents say, no matter what your friends say, or no matter what you say, even if a child says, listen, I'm abstinent, I don't need to learn about sexual prevention or contraceptives, people will still force the teaching of contraceptives to them.
That is true. And that's why I brought up the doctor's office, because I have to have my child's permission to go in there when they're not even having sex. But they want to have the conversation so bad. And I don't understand that. And that's why I took an accountable position to train and teach my own kids, because I don't want anybody giving condoms. I don't want anybody saying, if you decide to have sex, do it this way. I want them to understand all of the reasons why they should make a better decision. That's why I say, if they end up in your office, then it's too late. But your office is not needed. Your office is needed for those families and households whose children are not being taught, which we know is a lot of them out there. But
Right,
still, you don't prevent sex. You arm them to have safe sex. And when you're arming boys to have safe sex, then you can't turn around and make them accountable for pregnancy because they're boys.
right, because it's hard for a child to be
They're not
accountable to
going to.
life. You feel what I'm
They're
saying?
just
It's very,
not going to. We wish they would, but they're just not. And the history proves that.
it's a very hard for a child
Hold on.
to
At
be
the end of the
accountable
day,
to life.
at the end of the day, I am not discluding what you're saying, because in this day and age, kids need as much help as possible, but it has to start at home. That's
Yeah.
where the real accountability begins. You know what I'm saying?
So
I'm not saying or debunking what you're doing, but what you're saying, and you change your stance because you just recently said about the whole not having sex at all because
No,
you
I
was
didn't.
opposed.
There's plenty people in the
Hey, Sword,
comments
was
that
she
have
not
told that have
opposed
said
to
I
what we
said
was
it
talking
multiple
about, Sword?
times.
She said abstinent only
Multiple
doesn't work.
times.
She said that multiple times.
Yes, so you was opposed to what we was saying. Just please hear
I'm
me
back
out.
loud again.
You understand? Just listen to what we're saying. Okay, what you do is important, and what we're saying is important. And nowadays, kids need as much help as possible. But if the foundation is broken, they end up going to you.
And my thing is, it's hard to
and when
teach
the foundation
kids
is
the
not
value of life.
broken, and when the foundation is not, I just want to add that when the foundation is not broken, they are still trying to take my power as a parent from me.
Correct.
Because they want to
And
tell the
not
kids the
not at
information anyway.
you per se, not at you, but the system itself is
Because they want to give these
counterproductive in that part.
they want to give these kids this information anyway. But this is what I'm saying. They don't teach them the responsibility of life, though. It's very hard to teach a child. Children are little narcissists. Facts.
They're supposed
Little
to be.
narcissist.
They
Yeah,
That's
are.
funny.
their
So
kids are
That
supposed to
sounds
be.
funny.
no, no, I'm not saying they're not supposed to be. So it's very hard to teach a little boy, right? By having raw sex, you're putting this woman's life at risk.
Yeah, I
Right.
think
It
we have
Because
to
doesn't.
he's a
bring.
little narcissist, he don't get that.
I think we need to bring out the chastity belts again.
But the woman who the girl, right, who's also a teenage narcissist, you know what I'm saying, should understand, yo, you shouldn't do that because you're putting your life at risk. Are people with kids in the comments saying kids aren't little narcissists?
Listen,
Is that
that
what the disagreement is about?
but this is what we all agree on, is that kids of that young age shouldn't even be involved with this because they don't have the ability, the capacity to understand it from any other level except the dopamine effect. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't have kids. I have a bunch of nieces and nephews, but I'm asking the comments: are we disagreeing about kids being little narcissists?
Kids
Hey
can
Trey,
be a
let me
lot of
switch you
things.
out real quick, brother.
Kids can be a lot of things. You know what? I'm gonna step down, keep everybody here
Kids
because
are
it's late.
narcissists.
It's late.
I think they are.
Yep.
I mean, it's all
Little
about them,
narcissist.
though.
That sounds so
That's their
funny.
job. It's all about them. And as parents, all we do is
It's
nurture their needs and make sure
right.
that they get
And
whatever
tell
they
them it's all
need.
about
And
them facts.
Right. So they're not going to start making good decisions on their own.
like,
Right.
Exactly.
So
like,
why
So
would
that's
they
why
go
we
out
have
in
to
the
guide
world,
them.
right?
We have to guide them from the foundation, and the foundation starts with trying to avoid sex altogether. And then if they are having sex, well, if this is the case, then now we have to address it in a different way. But you can't leave out the original and how important it is to avoid sex altogether, not just because of the risk of getting pregnant, all the other consequences and complications that add to a long, hard fucking life. You understand?
So in California, when your child turns 12, you have to have their permission to even go online and create a profile for them. You cannot even access their medical information without their permission when they turn 12. And when you go into the doctor's office, they ask them in front of you, do you want your parent in here? And if the child says no, the parent has to leave. It is not a negotiation.
yeah,
Yo,
it's the
and look
same
at
in
that comment.
Michigan.
Look at that comment. Cause again, hindsight, I like again, I want to be an educator. I appreciate the work you do in every education, you know what I'm saying? But like look what the comments just said, right? They think they're invincible because they don't have life experience yet, right? Like
Right.
me as a man, and especially living life as a teenage boy, right? I know when I did things and got away with them, it just gave me more courage to do it again. You know what I'm saying?
That's
So when
real.
that teenage kid goes uses the condom, it gives and nothing bad happens. It gives him courage to have sex again, and then it's gonna give him more courage to take that condom
But
off.
again,
And then when he
again,
does that, right? When he takes that condom off, and if he don't get pregnant and he don't get a STI, it gives him more courage to not use a
again,
condom the next time.
we
Right.
can, again, my job is to make sure that if they are choosing to participate in sexual activity, that they are being safe. I cannot control what their morality compass is, right?
I
So
agree with
because
that.
again, like Niche said, is that, as a parent, on teaching your child that morality is on your parents. I can't necessarily teach that now, as my but in my office, because I'm also a doctor and have a psychiatry degree as well.
Mhm.
I cannot have someone come in and not talk about, like, these are all the other things outside of STIs and outside of pregnancy, like what could
Right,
deter your life. I do have
right,
those conversations because I too am a mother, and I am a mother to a Black son. So
Right.
like the
absolutely.
same stuff that I would be telling him is the same stuff that I would be telling any client, whether they were a male or female, that came into my office
But with your son,
about
right? You
I
have morality in those conversations, right?
and I have morality with those same people of saying these are the things that you should
But
be thinking about when before you even, like, as you're continuing or as you're thinking about having sex, or if you are having sex, these are the things that you should be thinking about in the future. And I list all of those things out. I literally have a pamphlet of things that I
but
remember growing up that I made for my clients, that tell them, like, these are some of the things that you could miss out on if you decide to do this early. So their parents also get that pamphlet. And I not only talk with the child, but I also talk about the parent, because sometimes kids don't tell their parents everything. So
but
then
like
I
me
tell the
said
parent
earlier though, right?
what they're telling me, so they can have that conversation
But
at
like
home.
Niche said earlier, right? When Niche said earlier, right? If you take morality out of it, relating it back to us saying what we have this conversation, telling women to prevent themselves, right? When you take morality out of it, we take the real options of Plan B and abortion. And in those contexts, right, pregnancy becomes 100% on the woman because now she has the decision to remain pregnant or not. Because morality's done. And then you talk about prevention because you don't want to put your body through the trauma of of pregnancy than
Either.
abortion, of maybe having a miscarriage because you're too young, of all these things this man won't go through.
There's no way after conception to hold a man accountable. He's responsible, yes, but we cannot make him stay.
Because he can't
That
be
wasn't the
accountable,
that
right?
I had.
Because he can't be accountable, right? But this is why we was having the conversation you called one-sided. Because he can't be accountable to just very basic, right? Very base, right? We could get into the deeper of it because he can't be accountable for that too, because he don't have the understanding and he didn't go through it. But he can't be accountable for the physical trauma that she's going through because he isn't experiencing it. He can take responsibility for it and take care of her as he should. You know what I'm saying? But he can't be accountable for it because he ain't going through it.
So we hope that he does. But when he doesn't, then what?
Yeah. Then what? Right.
Yeah.
This is the and most of them aren't. They're not
And
equipped.
I understand that. I'm not arguing that. The conversation was, if a woman gets pregnant, then that is like she needs to protect her body. That was the conversation. I was and going along with protection is prevention, and that is why I said what I said.
So what is your idea on how to give us the solution then?
Like
But,
I stated my
but that's when we
position
got into the
multiple
difference of
times.
prevention. That's when we got into the difference of prevention and contraceptives versus abstinency.
Well, I'm
And
just trying to understand what is she saying is because we're looking for a prevention.
like
All right.
But
All right.
and
Just
that's
now.
what I said, that when I have to go into schools and I have to teach sexual education, I don't just teach from an abstinence only or a contraceptive only method. I use a mixed method because I don't know what my students are actually doing. But I
Right.
have to educate for everybody.
Right. So we did
So
No.
all
I
of that,
educate
but
on
now the
both.
girl is pregnant,
You said
right?
what?
I said we did all of that part, right? Because we all said education is important, right? Now the girl is pregnant. How do we hold you said we should not only hold the girl accountable, we should hold the gentleman accountable, well, the guy accountable
No,
too.
no, I said before. I said for prevention purposes, we need to also make sure that that man is responsible and holding him accountable for the decision he's making before he enters that girl by actually protecting himself. That is what I said.
see, that's
But
the
we
thing though,
already
right?
said that.
He's putting on that condom
So
for
so
him.
it, so what happens after that? I have to deal with that separately because I can't prevent a pregnancy when it's already happened, but I can prevent one and educate before one happens. Now when they come into my office after that happens, then that's a different story.
Like for example, let me ask you this, Hats, all right? Because this is what I'm saying about men putting on the condom for them, right? Do you teach dudes like if you put on this condom, you should still pull out?
Oh God, yes.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely. 100% yes.
So then you're not saying anything different than we're saying. We said educate before pregnancy. But the
Right.
conversation
But what I'm saying is the conversation was leaning toward women. And I said you can't have a conversation about prevention and not talk about men. That is what I've been
No.
saying.
Like I like we said, we didn't say that neither one was accountable. We just said that
I never
one
said
should have
taking
a higher
accountability
standard.
in that
Higher
whole
standard
thing
don't
that
mean
I
another
said.
person is not accountable. We just said have a higher standard because you're going to carry the kid. That's the big difference. We didn't say the other one wasn't accountable.
I never said in my
So I guess
conversation, I
that
never
word is
said
must be a
anything
trigger
about
word or something.
accountability.
Higher standards a trigger word or something.
it wasn't really about higher standard, Kev. It was
Yes,
about
it was. But we that's what we were saying because we said they should have a higher standard of you know of
Protect.
who they met, basically who they let or whoever get them or whatever to
In this
sex whatever.
context, hold up, kid.
well
In
that
this context,
higher
right,
standard
niece?
is
In
not
this
going to work because
context, niece.
even boys that are morally
Yeah,
um even boys who are moral sometimes change their mind. So we're it's not about higher standard, it's about the woman protecting herself because
But
at the end of the day
that's the point, right?
she's going to
How
be
she
the
gonna
one.
do that without a higher standard?
but niece, he means in this context, right, niece? You're right. He's not just talking about like a generalized higher standard, right? He means
Right,
it
because
kind of
that
in
one I
the
can see doing.
context. He he means kind of like in the context of what you were talking about earlier and what people seek out when they're seeking out these sexual relationships, right? You said young girls can seek out this to impress men. You know what I'm saying? and men seek this out for pleasure, right?
Well, let's just make sure that we're separating this, because the first conversation was about adults. When we
No,
started
yeah,
about
right, okay,
prevention, we went into children.
absolutely, no,
So
absolutely.
that's not to be confused.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know what I'm saying? But like, I think what Kev was trying to say, and relate what you were trying to say, even though you're right, it was in different contexts. But I think what Kev was trying to say, that a lot of women could seek out these sexual relationships to impress the men, or be, you know what I'm saying, seeking out these men, and while the men are seeking out pleasure. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So when he's saying a higher standard, I don't think he's just meaning look for this status, or look, just, you know what I'm saying, generally raise your standards. He's like, understand that a lot of men that are out here looking just for you as pleasure, and vet your people and understand when someone's really there for you and not just there for a good time.
Right. As adults, we must do that. Definitely.
Absolutely.
And we must protect ourselves at all costs, because we don't know. We don't know what he's going to do after
Exactly. Well,
that.
if you gotta do the 90-day rule, do that. Then, you know what I'm saying? I would say do that too. You know what I'm saying? Just so you know that you messing with, who you messing with is real. You know what I'm saying? Don't let a dude just sit there, ease your mind up or something like that. Make sure that he real on that. You know what I'm saying? Both, but like I said, but by me saying that, no, you better make sure you're not talking to this girl. Like, I can't really talk on that end right now, because right now I'm trying to protect the woman, because I know that they're the one that's gonna be pregnant at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? I don't want them going through all that stuff or whatever. You know what I'm saying? They're the one that's going, like we was kept mentioning before. They're the one that's gonna go through all these pains and all that stuff. Some we were just talking about earlier. Some of them don't even. Well, that's a slim chance that some of them don't survive and all that stuff. But they the ones that go through a lot. So I'm just trying to prevent, if the dude can't be responsible. You know what I'm saying? If they got to do a 90-day rule or something for a higher standard or something like that, I would say do that. So the dude is, because most of the time they're looking for love and all that stuff. And a lot of these men, like I said, I'm sitting here bashing the man. If you want to look at it that way, a lot of them be sitting there, they looking for months. So I'm
Kevin,
trying to help, dude. I'm trying to help that out. You know what I'm saying?
That man,
Kevin, I go tell all you something, right? With all the prevention and everything, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we are all human beings. Good.
Mm-hmm.
I could personally tell all you, I know how evil I could be, and I know how good I could be.
Right.
And I look at
Speak
every
facts.
other single human being that walks this earth the same damn way. And
Right.
not putting nothing past them. Right?
Big facts.
In saying that is to say this. Being an ex-military man and having myself access to certain things in society, I know is a program. I am a strategist. Good? I could strategize very well. I know what to put into place. I know what I could put into place to keep something going for a lifetime. Good? And the system does us the same thing. Over and over, year after year, millennium after millennium. The system does us that. Good? As I tell all you, is you as the parent, from the time you become a parent, you're supposed to know what to teach your child. Don't let society teach your child, and that is what society is doing to us. They're taking away parenthood from us to make hindsight, not taking away nothing from your job. Your job is very good. It is needed because of what society have implemented. Good? I never went no university or nothing, but common sense ain't common, you know. Common sense ain't common.
Yeah.
At all.
Because a book could never teach you nothing about common sense. It ain't have a book to teach you that. Right? Now, within this life, in order to have a doctor, you have to create problems to have a doctor. In order to keep a lawyer, you have to create problems to create a job for a lawyer. I tell all you, when I talk, I just talk deep enough. I am a strategist. I know how to create a problem. and know how to create problems. So if I could do it, imagine the scientist who does use 30% of the brain. What he is doing for the man, for the wealthy man that own him, who working for him. He is there to think about problems, to put on society to keep the rich man wealthy. We don't think about them things, you know. We don't. But we come to argue, to criticize each other. Let us stop do that. Don't go back into the arguing again, eh? Think about what it is I now tell all you. Everything I now tell all you, think about it. Think. We don't like to do that. We only like to listen and that's all we like to do. Because society push that in us. I live on a dot. I have the time to sit back and think and watch and learn. Some of you all don't have that opportunity because what the first world so-called billionaires who say that them have more sense than everybody, pushing on all you. So all you don't have time to sit down and think. All you don't. All you don't even have time to grow all your children because the system take the parent out of the house. Nobody wouldn't talk about that. Nobody wouldn't talk about them things. But we want to come here to criticize each other on how we think. When society have us thinking that way. Eh?
True.
Eh? I just talk truth or no? The truth is harsh. We don't like to hear it.
Right. But you
That's
preach it.
one
And
thing I'm
if we
learning
know
though.
these traps, right?
That's
The
one thing I'm
society is
learning.
placed out for us. You feel what I'm saying? These pitfalls. You know what I'm saying? These bear traps. The society is placed out for us. You feel what I'm saying? I feel like, and this is what I'm saying. It's when people don't like to speak about the facts. You feel what I'm saying? That is out there, and the facts that people individually need to protect themselves. I'm not out here telling a white woman she needs to protect herself like a black woman because I ain't facts.
Sword
You know what
King.
I'm saying?
Sword King. I
Right.
want men and women on this platform here to think about this. A man alone could never make a perfect choice. A woman alone could never make a perfect choice. Never! Man and woman together makes the perfect choice. Are done, are gone. Who want to come up could come up.
Thank you, Clyde. I just want to say that I truly
Appreciate you,
appreciate
brother.
when I joined the live, it was Miss Hindsight, who's a professional, and these young men and another person or another, and Kevin. I enjoy seeing everyone have the conversation, but I especially appreciate young people, young men, especially ones without children who are interested in abstinence or prevention of this subject. So I just want to say that I think the live was great. I mean, you all had your hash out and you apologized to each other. You apologized to hindsight when it got bad. And I just think that those things were monumental to take away from this live. I know other people are coming in at the tail end and it seems confusing, but we've been
Yeah.
at this
And
for
then
hours.
listening with their feelings and don't even know the full story and stuff.
We've broken up and made whole again. And I think overall it was just a really good conversation. And Clyde definitely brought some great pieces to it. So it's 3 a.m. in California. I got to be up in 2 hours. I appreciate y'all. I'm going to head out. Thanks, Kev.
All right, for
I
sure.
appreciate
I
you too,
appreciate
Niche.
you, Nisha. I appreciate you for real.
Thank y'all.
And you know, Hassan, I appreciate you too. Like I said before, I want to be educated. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's perfectly fine. Like I like having these conversations. Kev, you don't ever sleep, and we in the same city, bro. Like you don't
Kev
ever
don't never
sleep.
sleep.
I'm up now. I ain't gotta work tomorrow. It's over. I'm
He
up.
said, "I'm
Right.
up now."
You don't ever sleep. No, but like Nisha said, like I I like when young men who don't have children are already thinking about this because I spend a lot of time talking to teenage moms and teenage
Mhm.
fathers. And it's crazy how they don't even get this, and it's because their parents didn't didn't have this conversation with their parents and so on. So like it's nice seeing young men are like, look, we gotta, like, all of us need to get our stuff together, because I don't want to be in that situation, and I don't want her to be in that situation either. Like, so it's nice seeing men do that and have these conversations and not wanting to put themselves in that situation. Because like I said, I have two sons. I have a 21-year-old, and every single time I have to tell my 21-year-old, like, look, I'm not ready to be a grandma, like, you know. And he's my adopted son. He's my sister's child, and I took responsibility for him because he was not fit. So like, you know, I can just say, you know, I don't really want you, like, you know, if you can hold out, but if you're not, you know, don't bring no babies home to me. You know, these are the avenues that you need to do, and I will hold him accountable for actually taking care of whatever child that he ends up producing, because I don't play that. So like it's nice seeing young men say, like, I don't even want to be in that situation to begin with, like, just let me handle what I need to handle. And also telling other women, like, some of, you know, y'all need to handle what you need to handle too. And I think as women we need to do that with young girls as well, like women actually telling other women this.
Can I just say something though? Because you mentioned, you know, us young men without children having this conversation. And that's why I did go back and ask Ormiga what was the point of him even making that statement. And I felt like it was condescending and very disingenuous for him to ask me if I had kids, because you can educate people and not have children. You feel what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, like, boom, I'm gonna go back to when Sword King, you had asked me, am I a parent or a teacher? Some of these teachers that's educating our kids ain't even all the way right. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, bro, anybody can be an educator. You feel me? Just because,
Hey, Big Trey.
yeah.
Big Trey, I'm gonna talk to you real quick. I went through the I actually went through the same thing you talking about right now though. But the thing is, what I had to do now is I be trying to avoid talking about certain stuff, and I know exactly. I'm for sure know what you talking about, because I be doing the same thing. Because I realize they be trying to get on me, like when I try to talk about parenting and stuff. They quick to, either you a parent or something like that. But I learned, I just gotta, thing is, it's gonna be people that's gonna be like that. You know, if you want to speak on, I would say just speak on it on your platform. Do what you want or whatever. Just like I'm gonna try to do on my stuff or whatever. Or I do it on my posts and all that stuff. But the thing is, it is people that's out here that just don't want to listen to you because you're not a parent or nothing like that. But the thing is, what I do is, like, instead of just going back and forth with them or trying to get somebody to understand, we just gotta eat our pride up, and like, just let them think what they think, because people gonna think what they think no matter what. You know what I'm saying? Because we're not gonna be able to never convince them, because at the end their mind is like, I'm not gonna never listen to either a single person about a relationship. I'm not gonna listen to a person that's talking about parents. And even if we got good advice, it's people that's just set up to, they which I call it ego. They don't want to hear that, but it is an ego thing though, because you feel like you can't learn information from anybody. But I understand why they like that, because it's just, they feel like it's just a parent should know what a parent is, or a marriage should know what a marriage is, and all that stuff. And that's something I just had to, I had to just eat up, and just take it that people, majority of people, it's a lot of people that's just like that. So like, we probably would never win them over for real. But I understand exactly what you're talking about though. It's like,
But
we
I
just
got
gotta understand it's people that's gonna what they call it, this include us, or what's this, I'm trying to think of the word,
Discredit.
invalidate us. They gonna do
Invalidate.
that, because if you're not part of that experience, if you don't have that experience or something like that, they automatically just set up to do that. You know what I'm saying?
so I
Th-
wanna ask
th-
you,
A
okay,
a trade.
you got children?
Huh?
Do you got children?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I don't got no
Uh,
children. That's why I say I'll go straight. I went through the same thing as you.
but
Nah,
Because
but
they
that's
don't
what I'm
want to hear
saying.
that. They don't want to
That's
hear.
what
It's
I'm
people that
saying
set up
though.
like that. They don't want to hear that stuff, because they feel like you don't know what you're talking about, when you, even though we might have good pointers, but it's set up to where they. I can understand why they say that, but it's an ego thing. But I'm not. I don't. They don't want to hear that when I say it, but that's exactly what it
This is
is.
what I'm
I'd
saying,
boiled it
kid.
down to that though.
Kev,
Huh?
I think it's a perspective
Hold
thing, right?
Yeah,
hold on.
that
So
too.
this
That
this
too
why
though.
I don't this why I
Look,
don't get offended, right? And
hold
Yeah.
on.
and this why I was trying to tell
Hold
Trey, right? Because
on.
I understand Trey, like just like Kev saying, right? I get it.
Hmm.
I get how it can feel invalidating,
Yeah.
condescending.
But
You see
at
what
the
I'm saying?
time, these men
Disingenuous to the
are
conversation,
having
right?
conversations
But
with
when
people
I
that
look
don't
at
have kids. That's
wait,
what
hold up, Trey, hold
was
up, Trey. This is what I'm
saying.
saying, right? But when
No,
people say it, right? When people say it, right? It's the perspective I bring. You know what I'm saying? Am I bringing the perspective of a parent? No, right? No.
but at the
Yeah.
But
same
I have the perspective of someone who's studying education.
I
I
get
have a
that. But
perspective of someone. You know what I'm saying? So
yes, bro, listen. I understand that. But at the same time, these same people that are making these condescending and disingenuous statements, the reason why I call it disingenuous is because they're having these same conversations with people that are synonymous to who I am. They are having
mm,
conversations with other people that don't even have kids and they listen to their perspectives. However, if we disagree, they're now challenging my intellect because they feel
I
like
feel that.
I, I don't have
Yeah,
kids.
that I know what you're talking about on
I
that.
feel
That
that.
do happen a lot too. That's why I say
That's bogus.
it's an
That's
ego
bogus.
thing. Cause when they feel like you don't know what you're talking about if you disagree with them, but unless you're a parent, then you could you still with parents in it around itself. Anyways, you just can't. That's why they don't never say parents shouldn't say nothing about parents anyway. They just take that all the way out anyways though.
But look,
But
this is my
I'm
point.
a huh,
You
Look, I will tell you right now, being a parent, I like I said, I got a 21-year
I
old
know.
and I got a 12-year old. When the one that's 12, I birthed out of my body, and I'm pretty sure the manual is still stuck up there somewhere because that's the reason why I'm still a little fluffy around the midsection is because the manual is stuck up there and it didn't come down when I gave birth 12 years ago. So like there is no manual to parenting. It's kind of like try different shit out and hope that it sticks. It's like throwing spaghetti at the wall and like, did that stick? Nope. Okay, that one did. So like anybody saying that like they have all the rules to parenting and things like that, we don't. We're
That
trying shit out and hopefully it sticks. And some of the stuff that we get from our parents and grandparents, like we hope that it somewhat works. But in this with this Gen Z, these Gen Zs are different.
that's
These
real.
these Gen Zs completely different. Like
But
mm,
I
look,
don't even know what to do
yo,
with my 12-year-old.
this is my
His
point.
mindset
But
is
but
completely
every
different.
generation said that.
This
Gen
this
X said these millennials different.
Yeah.
look, this is my point of why
You know what I'm saying?
look,
The
this my
boomers said these Gen X is different. The
look,
silent
look,
generation
look,
like these boomers different.
listen, bro. Listen, please. This is my point and why I brought that up. He asked me if I was a parent. However, he's having the same conversation with Kev, you, Sword King, you. And y'all literally don't have kids either. And he did not ask y'all the same question that he asked me. And that's why I said it was condescending and very disingenuous.
mm.
Right or wrong, bro. Right or wrong.
Hey, bro, you right. Amiga should come up and address it.
Yeah, I think that's something y'all gotta talk about on that one though.
Bro, you
Maybe it
can't
was a
tell me
feelings thing getting in that situation. There, here go Amigo right here.
you can't tell me
Is
that
it still echoing?
And then what I was about to say, even what was I about to say? Dang, something I want to hurry to say real quick for you. Let me see, Amigo right here. Oh no, no! Before Amigo come up real quick, I just want to say about why I say it's an ego thing because it's like no different from like when and that's one thing I had to grow from because I used to people that be having that thought like um oh you a kid you can't teach me nothing you know people that talk like that too right.
yeah.
Yeah, that's still that's an ego thing. Still, no matter how we trying to look at it, we limit our information to other people. We try not to hear other people because we feel like they don't know what they're talking about because they didn't have that experience or something like that. Or we just assume everybody is like that.
But
That's an ego thing because we could automatically assume that a kid can't teach me nothing because they're a kid. You know what I'm saying? But that's ego. But actually, people can teach you something because we all teachable. You know what I'm
right.
saying?
But
And
Kev,
especially in
my
this
point
context of us being
bro,
up here going back and forth debating and everything, it's just an
Mhm.
appeal to authority.
bro,
Yeah.
listen, man.
Yeah.
This
But
is
I'm
my
about to let me good.
point. Okay. He did y'all don't have kids. Y'all
Yeah, I
don't.
got you.
and he didn't ask y'all. Y'all don't have
Okay,
kids. Never asked y'all that. That's my point.
I got you.
Trey.
Okay, can I
Trey,
defend myself
Wow.
now?
or
All
Mika,
right.
can we let Ray speak? Because she's been up here for a minute and I don't
Oh,
want her to
right. I
get
forgot.
lost.
Honestly, I've just been listening and everything, but to piggyback on what Trey was saying, I agree too because I'm a 21-year-old female and I feel like I have a lot of not a lot of wisdom, but I pretty much know a lot of things and like I try to educate people on things, but because of my age, of course, they're not going to take heed to what I'm saying. So I was just really listening to what y'all were saying and kind of feeding into it.
Okay,
I'm 28 and I go through the same thing.
can I have my 60 seconds of fame real quick?
Of
All right,
course.
I'm gonna address Ray first because she just came in. I want you, if it's possible, to understand my point of view. The reason why I asked Big Trey if he was a parent, it wasn't to disinclude his testimonial or his or what his intellect is. It was to try to make you understand it from a perspective that you won't understand because you're not a parent. That doesn't necessarily mean that I am disincluding or not learning things from what you're saying. That doesn't mean that I am not trying to learn from you. That doesn't mean that I'm trying to not include
Oh.
what you're saying. You see, you're taking this the wrong way, and it's because you're not a parent that you don't understand this. The reason why I didn't bring this to Kevin or to Sword is because they weren't opposing me and they weren't accusing me of shit. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm trying to tell you. The
Anything.
reason why I asked you is because I can't give you my perspective as a parent, you know what I'm saying, from where I'm coming from, because it's a parental perspective. Just like I can't give you a perspective on things that you might be superior in. And I will give you those flowers when you demonstrate that to me. So I wasn't trying to take away your intellect. You're in your feelings because you feel that I'm shutting you down. No,
Nah.
sir.
Mm.
Everyone here on this panel will tell you that you can learn a lot from a doorknob. You could learn from a wooden floor. You could learn from looking in the sky. You could learn by sitting down and doing nothing at all. So I would never stop myself from learning or disinclude you because you're young, Ray, or because you're not a parent. That wasn't what that was about. So I want you to understand clearly that I wasn't trying to debunk what you were saying because you wasn't a parent. I was debunking you because what you were saying is contradictory, and you went ahead and your first initial action in this conversation was to go right behind and protect hindsight. And hindsight was making a different point than when we first started. That's all I'm trying to say. So don't accuse me of not allowing you to speak your spice or speak your knowledge without knowing why I'm doing this. If you would have asked me this, I would have told you.
I did several times.
But nah,
Sir,
see,
I
I
wasn't in
told you
here.
that though.
I just came to the live, but I didn't hear anything you have to say, nor have I ever tried to parent a parent because I'm not a parent. I know these things, so I'm
Right, but
not
you
really
made an
sure.
excellent point that you're 21 years old. And I've always said that age is just a number. You can learn something from a 1 year old. You can learn something from a 5 year old. You can learn something from someone that can't speak, that can't express themselves in the same way. You can learn something from someone who's autistic. You can learn something from someone who's being difficult. You can learn something from someone that's being
Trey,
stubborn.
Trey, why are you saying it's still disrespectful? This is literally because I've talked to him before. This is what I'm
Bro,
saying.
y'all
Literally,
understanding, bro.
he's not doing it to. I said this. I said when Kev said it's an ego thing, it's a perspective thing.
It
He's
is a
doing it
perspective.
to understand what perspective me and Jorge have had conversations about parenting. He
Bro,
knows
Yes.
I'm not a parent. And he
listen,
knows I'm coming from the perspective of the people I was raised by.
listen,
So
And not, you know what I'm saying? He's
bro.
gaining what perspective I'm coming from.
I think
Y'all,
I think the
y'all, y'all
challenge
stop
with
y'all.
this
Second.
is that we
I get
want
what you're
to say,
talking about
oh,
with
we want to be
perspective. I get it. Huh?
objective, but if you're speaking as a parent and not based on like
But
anything
some of that
that
stuff be
is
ego.
more
more evidence based, that's when it becomes a challenge, right? And there's nothing wrong with bringing your own perspective in there, because even me, I've mentioned that, like me being a mother to a son, like these are the things that I teach him. But most of the things that I say is because of the people that come into my office and what I see as trends statistically, right? So I think that's probably where this comes into, where if we're going to be objective, we can't bring in the fact of asking people, well, are you a parent? Are you this? Are you that? You can't do that, because then that
Well,
that
well,
takes out objective.
here's the thing, Hindsight. I cannot take away from you your profession. I cannot take away from you what you do on a daily basis. I can't take away from you how influential what you're doing. But what I can take away from you is if you come into a conversation and we're trying to get to a point and you're making another point, then we have two topics of discussion. That's what I'm trying to tell you in the most open, cool,
So,
calm, and collective way that I can explain it.
and this is the issue, is that people want to stay on one conversation without looking at all of the variables that go into that one
But there
conversation.
was only one variable. You're the
It,
one
it
that introduced. Wait, can I finish? You're the one that introduced a perspective that wasn't necessary and wasn't the topic. You wanted to open it up and make it about everything that you felt that needed to be done when it was a simple conversation that turned complex because you wanted to push your feelings, your
I don't
knowledge.
have any feelings on this topic. Because it's what I
Okay.
see in the office every single day. If
Okay,
you
but
the
but we're
topic
not
was
in your
on
office. We're on
the
TikTok,
topic
sweetheart.
was on pregnancy and preventing that from happening. I went in to explain how those things needed, like how those could be navigated.
We
And
was
then you
talking
want
about
to
adults,
say and
sweetheart.
then
We
you
were
want to
talking about
say
adults.
that that's not along the line of what you're talking about. But the whole
All
thing
right.
that you were pushing was that, oh well, women need to protect themselves and be more aware of pregnancy, and that they are the ones that carry it. The reason why they need to do that is because they need to protect themselves, which talks about sexual prevention. So
W-
it's all definitely aligned. You just want to stick to the topic of just saying, oh well, women just need to be more cognizant of
But
who
that
giving their
wasn't
bodies
that
away.
Yo,
that
That's a
Corey,
one
wasn't
about
the
to
sentence
only
flip this
topic.
script.
conversation, sir. That's a one sentence conversation.
That wasn't. You see, here's the thing.
Can I
As
explain?
as a result of what we were talking about, I don't know how much you heard about the initial
Listen,
conversation.
we finna go in a circle. Can I please explain the condescending part?
Sure.
You can tell me in a different way. We're not on the same subject. We're not talking about the same thing. You could literally word it word for word, bar for bar, just like that. But to say and to say that, or to ask, am I a parent? It is discrediting and invalid.
No,
Wait,
sir.
wait,
No, you are
wait,
wrong. You
wait,
are a
wait.
hundred.
Let
How you
me finish.
gonna tell
Let me
me what my
let me
feelings are behind what I'm saying?
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. It is disingenuous and very condescending for you to ask me, am I a parent? Because now you're asking me if I'm uh educated enough on the subject matter.
Sir, you're
Wait,
inventing
wait,
words.
wait, wait, wait. It is very condescending to ask me if I'm a
It
parent.
is your personal feeling about you are entitled to feel how wait a minute, you're
Can
entitled to feel how you feel,
can I
but that doesn't
finish?
make you correct, bro.
Can I finish?
Condescension is an act done by the person that's enacting it. And if
Or me?
if you and technically, Hormiga, you were portraying the act of condescension.
But listen, I expect you to defend him because he's the
I'm
one that
not I'm not
defended you from
defending
the jump.
anything
You
because
understand? I
you've been
expect that.
condescending to me as well. But I don't take any offense to it, and I'm not going to go into that because it doesn't harm me, because like my bills stay paid,
I'm not
regardless of
trying.
what
You
you do
don't.
or
You don't
what you say or
understand
what
how
you
much
don't.
unnecessary
So
stuff you said, sweetheart. You don't understand how many unnecessary and
stop
contradicting
trying to
statements
say
you
that I
made.
don't understand when there are larger issues that play into this one thing that you want to hold only,
Holy shit!
saying that, oh well, women need to be protective of themselves. And I'm saying, okay, well, yes, I agree.
Hey,
I definitely
That's
agree
not
with
what
that.
you
can,
said.
I
can,
But
did say that, and
I
I
but
said that
but
multiple
like
times.
Hormanga, like for example, right? If I say something to somebody, right, and they take it disrespectfully, right, or rude, right, and they're like, "You're being rude, you're being disrespectful." Like, I could be like, no, I'm not, but I'm gonna just be like, my bad, and try to reword it
But
because
but
they
but
take
story,
it.
did I not apologize? Did I
Yeah,
not say clearly, if you feel as
that's
though I
bro.
was being
I,
disingenuous or
hey,
condescending, I
hey,
apologize.
Right.
That's not what I was trying to
But see,
do.
this is what I'm
that's
saying, and
not a
I
real
had to
apology.
work on this too. It's not something I ain't had to work on. But when people say when you say if you feel you're being condescending,
Not a real. Thank you. Kev, I'm
because when you say if you feel, they feel as though you're disregarding their feelings as if they don't. It's not. It's not actual. You feel what I'm saying?
that shit is not
But
even.
that but I'm trying to
I got go.
explain that that's
Kev, I
not.
got
Listen, I'm trying to say that that's not where I'm coming from, and it can't be any more clear than that. And you're still
I
on the
got
same subject.
Kev, I gotta go. I appreciate you having me up, bro. Real
I,
talk.
I, I don't
Mm.
understand. I don't understand what else a person has to do to
Poor King.
take
Wait, so
accountability.
I actually wrote in the comments
You say, Trey?
what the opposite is, what the situation is. So the fact that he actually took the time to listen to you, that's the
Bro,
difference.
no, no,
Okay,
no.
but
Kev,
if you
Kev,
would have
you
said
cut me
it,
off
look,
every time I spoke.
huh?
You cut me off every time I spoke. I'm not hearing that shit. Kev, I
Oh,
gotta go, bro. I appreciate you. I respect you. I got love for you, my dog. Poor King, we had
for sure,
a little, you know what I mean, little whatever, but we hashed that shit out like men. You did what I'm saying. I
for
respect you,
sure,
bro. I gave you a follow and all of that shit. You know what I
I
mean?
yeah.
followed you back, bro. It's all love, bro.
It, more than welcome in my, you know what I mean, in my live and shit, you know what I mean, to come up or whatever. Hindsight, I appreciate you and your perspective. I appreciate everybody's perspective and giving me the opportunity to speak. You dig what I'm saying? I just don't tolerate disrespect. I
Listen,
don't like anybody to challenge me for real. Ray Bay, I haven't got a good of enough chance to get who you is. You did what I'm saying, but I see you
If
in Atlanta. You feel me?
if
Hey,
I
we
can
out here.
one thing to you,
And
Big Trey, um, I want you to leave here understanding that being challenged can help you think differently and grow. So I don't want you to leave here like upset necessarily. I want you to take that with you. And I think
I,
that with a lot of people when they feel like they're being challenged, that you can't take this as an opportunity to use that to grow, whether it is how you reacted or what you think. Okay.
I,
So I
I,
just want to leave you with that.
I
So
appreciate.
you don't leave here upset.
No, look, check me out. Check me out, hindsight. I agree. I appreciate that a whole lot. My thing is, it's a difference between being challenged and being disrespected. You feel what I'm saying? I'm a grown man. For real, I pay my own fucking bills. I'm not finna
okay,
have
again, sir, I was not trying to
I'm
disrespect you, and I already apologized for that.
talking hindsight, bro. Cause you're not really giving a genuine apology anyways. Like I'm
I'm not giving
cool. I'm
a
good. I'm
genuine apology. What's
good,
wrong
bro.
with you, man?
I'm okay, bro. I'm good. You feel
I,
what I'm
I
saying?
think I
Real
think
talk.
it's because you're like
You're not
Hormiga, you'll come back and say you'll say like, oh, I
it
apologize,
feel
but
like
then you'll say what you're not understanding. And he's like, no, I get what you're saying, but you're
Okay,
still
okay,
coming
okay. Listen, listen,
like that
listen.
approach. And that's
I,
a
I
little
don't, I don't know how to apologize to satisfy this man. I have already apologized enough. There is not, look, accountability starts
Kev.
with an
I'm
apology and then
out.
a change of behavior.
Kev, I'm out. All right. I'll see you again. I appreciate you having me for real.
That's okay. Bro, you brought me back up here. You say because you kept on talking about me. You should have just left me alone. I came back up here again to apologize. How many times? And now you're going to try to make my apology not genuine. Now you're doing the same shit that you're accusing me of. If I apologize to someone, I don't fake apologies. I'm not a facetious apologizer. If I am apologizing to someone, that means that I am willing to admit that I stand corrected, but I don't feel as though I was being directly disrespectful to you. Now, if I was being disrespectful and you feel that I was being that way, then I apologize for it, but that wasn't my goal. What else can I possibly say, Kevin?
But this is what I'm saying. That's the thing, though. You could just be like, I apologize for disrespecting you, because when you say things like, if I disrespected you, if you misunderstood me, if you took it that way, it's like you're putting all the onus on them and their feelings, and not you and
And,
your
and, and I
words.
and I understand that, but Sword, you also earlier got a little bit upset because you said you didn't want nobody to speak to you in a certain way.
Facts.
So you can't go back on that.
I'm not. I'm not.
Well, then I feel this.
I was gonna say
But I feel
something.
this. But I feel the same way. If I'm being look, I can't control people's feelings. I can contribute to them. I can influence them. Sometimes I can say things that might appear to be disingenuous. Sometimes I can say things that could be taken as rudeness. But I'm guaranteeing you, and I'm giving you my word. At no point was my agenda to hurt anyone, to make them feel stupid, to discredit. How could I discredit something that I
But
don't even
but
know? I
this what
don't
I'm
know that.
saying.
I don't
That's
know. I don't know that
But
man
understandable,
from
this
a
what I'm
hole
but
of
it's
saying,
paint.
nigga.
also it's
This the
also about
difference,
how
bro.
you're delivering your message, and it's coming off a little hostile. Like you say, "Oh, I apologize for this," and then you're going and saying all these other things. It's kind of like throwing the apology out the window. It's not a
Yeah, it's
sincere
like
apology,
contradicting the
is what he was
apology.
saying.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm trying to admit. I'm
Because
trying to
like
admit.
Romeo, but understand, like earlier you said, right? But when he challenged my tone, I stood 10 toes down. I never told Trey I apologize if he took anything anyway. I stood 10 toes down, so you're not gonna tell me how my tone will be. You feel what I'm saying? Because if I apologize for something, I apologize for it. If I don't care about your offense of my tone, I don't care. I ain't,
I understand what you're saying
you know what I'm
wholeheartedly,
saying?
but also understand the context of the conversation. I accuse that man of doing things in this conversation that was leading the conversation astray. I accuse that man of saying things that were unnecessary just as much as I told hindsight, you're talking about things that are going to lead things away. She's trying to make it seem as though I'm trying to push my agenda. My agenda was the original conversation. It wasn't my agenda at all.
Like,
So I stand 10 toes down, 2 feet on the ground of my accusations. I believe that the goalpost was moved. I believe that the agenda of this conversation has changed to 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 talk about personal feelings about how they feel about certain things. I was trying to have an objective conversation about something, and it turned into something else. And all I was doing was offering a little bit of guidance to women by telling them, yes, nobody said that men were not accountable. Nobody said that men,
but
weren't responsible. All I was saying was real simple. Ladies, especially you, keep an open eye, especially you, because you guys are the ones that get pregnant. I
but
wouldn't
those
want
two
that for my daughter.
conversations.
But I was saying I wouldn't want that for any lady.
No. What I'm saying is, there's two conversations because what Trey is talking about, he's talking about specifically you asking him, did he have kids?
And the reason why,
The conversation
but
between you and hindsight is a separate thing
they go hand in
between you
hand.
and hindsight. But
See, and this is why I say
Hold on,
conflated two different
let me see, cause
things.
I see what the missing thing is. Okay, that's like you were saying, perception thing. I understand perception sometimes, and I understand the ego part, or whatever.
mhm,
So I get the perception thing, cause he wasn't trying to do it to invalidate him. He was just telling him. He asked him if he had kids because he want him to. Because the thing is, he's not going to be able to feel how he
right,
feel at that moment about how
right,
he was talking about it. So he
right.
was just
Yes,
saying he was talking about his own personal feelings
But
or
see,
some reason why you
you
probably he
gotta
wasn't going.
understand too, right?
Huh?
Like you said, the ego part, right? The
Yes.
reason why Trey took it that way, because you could have been like, well, I'm a parent, so I look at it like this. Instead of asking him, did he have children? One isn't condescending, one is.
Yes.
you see, and I believe the opposite. You understand? Because I wasn't trying to do that. You understand? The reason why this is what I'm trying to say, that nobody's listening to the reason why I acted. Everybody's telling me of how it could be taken. Everybody's talking about how it could be perceived, but nobody's
But
actually listening to the truth behind this. The truth,
but
the
like
truth
But
Omega,
it's
is,
right?
not
But
about
Omega, right?
it's not about your
I
intention, it's about your
right.
impact.
I cuss. I cuss a lot. You know what I'm saying, Omega?
right?
Some people take cuss words disrespectfully immediately.
I
Mm.
understand that.
You feel what I'm saying? So
I
I could be
understand that.
telling somebody and not trying to be disrespectful at all. Maybe if I said it to Kev, it wouldn't be disrespectful. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay, but what I'm
But
saying
if
is
I
that
said
if
it to somebody else, right, it would be. So like condescension isn't in my intent, it's in my verbiage.
I get what you're saying, but what if I already apologized? And what if I already took a
And then
stand to
explained it
just
too.
say, and then explain where I was coming from? Now you're invalidating me.
Is he
Right.
invalidating your apology if he's like the way you worded your apology, it don't even feel genuine? Is that
What?
invalidating your apology?
No, no. What he's invalidated.
From
Look, look,
that
look.
point, that would be up to him because if he explained himself, and you know what more can he do if he explained himself? Because after he explained himself, you should better took it like, all right, you know what, all right, well, all right, you didn't mean it like that. It is what it is. Like he apologized. It's nothing more that he really
You
can do from that
you
point.
know you
Because
know
it
me,
would be from
Kev.
that point. That would be his feelings, though. It would be his
You
feelings if you
know me,
still taking
Kev.
it that way,
Kev, you know
huh?
me. You know me, Kev. You know I've struggled with this, right? I just
I'm not.
apologize and
I'm not
change my
disagreeing with
verbiage
you.
now.
I'm not disagreeing with you
You
at all.
you know
I'm
I've
not.
struggled with this. You feel what I'm saying?
I'm
Right.
not
With
disagreeing.
my wordage, the way I, you know what I'm saying, the way I say things and all that. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, when someone takes it like that now, it's just, you know what? I apologize, and I change my wording. Either if that's tone, the language I'm using, or the way I'm using said language, right?
Yeah.
If it's all three, you feel what I'm saying? If I'm trying to convey a point to someone, right? And I respect that person, you feel what I'm saying? I'm going to apologize, and if needed, change one or all three of those things to convey my point in a respectful manner to them.
I understand what you're saying, but think about it this way, just for a different perspective. If I apologize, right? If I let's say I apologize the wrong way. Let's say that I used bad choice of words, but I never, I've never used the things that he's claiming, you know what I'm saying, to be true. I wasn't discrediting anything that that man said. I wasn't doing it because he wasn't a parent. I was just trying to give him a perspective as a parent. And that doesn't mean I'm disengaging or not having him be inclusive in the conversation at all. I just wanted to clarify that don't talk to me like you know where I'm coming from. And if you ask me where I'm coming from, I will tell you. Now, if I explain it to you and I apologize to you, it's up to you how you take that. I can't control that. I can't control that. Do we slip? Do we say things that we shouldn't say? Is our tone of voice off sometimes? Is our volume off sometimes? Yes, those are all part of communication. I get that. But in the context of the conversation, there has been many times where contradictions, you know what I'm saying, have been said. You know, people have been jumping ship, you know, and then one moment you feel like this, one moment you don't feel like that, and then you're just jumping around. So you're not really standing on your 2 feet and your two toes. You're doing whatever is being swayed.
Again,
So
that's your perception of it. That's your
okay,
perspective of people doing that
yeah,
because
but that wasn't my only perception because I have people in this actual panel agreeing with me at that point.
and again there were plenty people in the comments actually agreeing saying no, this is a larger issue than just
It is
than just what you're saying, and that all other things need to be done for prevention purposes, but
okay,
staying just on this one thing and not really getting any resolution overall is not beneficial.
okay, but then
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say is
But my
I'm
thing is, even with that though, like, how is them in a panel going to change the subject of what my life was about?
exactly, and that's where I
We
was
was not
coming
talking
to.
about the second part. We
I
wasn't
was
talking
helping
about
Kevin
this.
stay on track of the actual title of this
But
conversation.
You
Because, like I
can't
this
said,
talk
it went
about
from talking
prevention
about. We went from talking about, like I said, everybody in some instances, and I know you probably wasn't. You wasn't even here either. How it started, how we got led to it. Now, if you was here from the beginning, you would know why we got to that second part. Because
and
first
no
we was talking about
is from
abortion at first,
alive, Kevin. You should know that.
huh?
No one's ever really there the entire time, Kevin. You should know that. So even
Exactly. So that's why we
so
saying. That's why I'm saying that
that
it's throwing us off track because we started off talking about abortion first.
yeah,
And we was saying that, and we was basically, and after that, we talked about protecting the woman after that. And then we said that. Then you threw in the accountability part, and that has
I
nothing to
didn't
do
throw
with a
accountability.
woman protecting, huh?
I didn't throw in accountability. What I said was that we needed to make sure we were educating. That did not have anything to do with accountability.
No, you
Not
see,
that
this is
word.
what you don't want to take accountability for,
No,
sweetheart. You
I'm not
switched the
taking
topic and
accountability.
you said that men
I
have
did
to
not say
be okay.
I'm
Okay.
not going to take accountability because when I came in, I said you cannot have this conversation and only put this on the woman. The man also needs to be educated on how to protect
But that
his.
statement from the top, the
That is
statement
the
that you
word that
made,
I said.
your
That is
entry
what I said.
statement,
Nowhere and nowhere did I say the word accountability. Nowhere did I say that anybody else needed to do that. That came later when you
How?
said
Okay, you
when
explain to me. You explain to me how I can't put it on the woman when I just got done saying I was trying to protect the woman. The whole goal was to protect the woman, and it was about
again
abortion to prevent from abortions and stuff.
again
Like we was talking about women, we was talking about women at first about that's their body and this that, and then that's when we moved into that. So why would we talk about? Why would we talk about it's men too? Well, we gonna add that in there too. What's that for? If we talking about women the whole entire time,
that's my point.
okay,
like,
Kevin. Again.
do
Okay.
you hear what I'm saying? You still
Oh,
don't hear what I'm saying?
But it's like we've come full circle though,
okay.
bro.
We did.
You know what I'm saying? Because like we've been over this. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
okay to say that you wasn't here at the beginning. You heard
That,
something that sounded triggering to you, and then you went for that. I mean, it is what it is. It's okay. You just,
that's
you
oh
know,
that's not the point that when I came in, that wasn't the conversation.
yeah, okay. So that's what we gonna get with. That's you know what I'm saying.
Again, when I came in, that wasn't the conversation. So I'm only going based on where the conversation
Yes,
ended.
and that's
I
where I'm
didn't
telling
say
you. That's
where
what I'm
you
telling you where you went wrong at. That's what
no
I'm saying. You can't do
where
that. You
you
can't do that
started,
because you're gonna mix up the whole message. You're
Kevin.
gonna mess the whole message up.
Where you started is not where the conversation ended up going when I jumped in. I picked up where the conversation was at that point. And that point, it was
Okay.
talking
Exactly.
about women protecting their bodies. And
Yeah,
when I said, yes, women need to protect their bodies, but men also need to protect their bodies as
yeah,
well.
yeah. But if you don't know how it led to it, then you can't. You already off. You
Kevin,
wrong already.
like
When you
at that
go in saying part from
point,
what you
I-
think it went from,
Kevin,
you're
at
already wrong already. That's what I'm saying. It's all
how,
right to it's
how,
all right to admit that you was
how,
not in the right part. You know what I'm saying?
how is it wrong when
Because
it still
that part
prevents
got to
abortion?
you.
How is
That
it
part
wrong
got
when
to
it
you.
still prevents abortion? Please tell me how that's wrong.
You
Tell
said
me
how is that
how
wrong?
is it wrong when what I said still prevents abortion? Make it make
Because
sense.
we wasn't talking about adding men to it when I was talking about protecting a
Oh,
woman.
oh my gosh. So you want to just say, oh, women just protect yourselves, but
No, you're taking
I,
it there and you
You
don't want to
taking
take
it.
accountability
No,
for
we
that.
was
there is
saying to
no
hold your
accountability.
standards against the guys. Like I'm gonna say it again, against
You
the
want
guys
to
that's not responsible.
you
Because there's
it's
a lot
not
of men
about
that's not
that. I never
responsible.
said anything about that. I did not say anything about that. What I said was, yes, women need to protect their bodies, but we also need to educate men on how to protect themselves so they do not get these women
So
pregnant. That is what I said.
how I'm an educated man that when I'm telling them to watch out for the uneducated man? How I'm gonna tell them about that if I'm telling them watch out for the uneducated man?
Because as men,
That's
you should
that's
be
contra
educating
that's
other
switching
people.
off the
As men, you should be educating other men.
okay, but
So,
if the
like,
subject is talking
that is
about
the way
women
you
watch out
protect
for
people.
uneducated men, why would I talk about educate men? That's what
That
I'm trying to get to.
that is what you should be having a conversation with.
Why would you? How you gonna
But
tell
how
me
you going to
what?
tell us what to have a conversation about when it's
Because
not the
you're not
topic of
because
discussion?
oftentimes men want to have conversations about how to protect women without asking women, how you want me to protect you?
And that's the whole point right
And
there.
again, so you cannot say we're protecting women when we're saying when I'm as a woman saying that's not the way that I want your protection. That's not the way that a
I'm
lot of
I'm
women
gonna
are
So
say
telling
I'm
me.
gonna say this.
They're
Look,
You
look,
have
look,
telling
look. I'm
to
gonna
women to
say this a
protect
little slower, real
themselves.
quick. I'm gonna say it slower, a little slower again, one more time.
you can say it again.
I was protecting them from uneducated men. That was the
from
whole point of the
scrubs.
thing. So why would I talk about educate men,
Yeah,
educate
that's what
uneducated
I'm
men when
saying,
I'm protecting the
Uzi.
women from uneducated men?
Like we were literally back at point one where we literally already were over this. Like we did this already.
That's
Like
because
No, I'm saying I
Cormita
don't
came
get how
back
this
in
so
here.
he
hard to compute what I'm saying. I'm actually
That's
saying,
It's
Cormita
just not
came back
right.
in here. Cormita
It's,
came back in here and dismantled the whole thing again.
are you serious?
You
Are
did
you
between me and that
let
between
me
you and that
explain
other guy. Yeah,
let me explain something to you, sweetheart.
between you and the other one.
You didn't
Yeah, you
know
did.
you didn't know the entire flavor of the Kool-Aid, right? You
Oh my
came
God.
in. You didn't
I,
know. You
For
did
I'm
not
being
know
starters,
the entire
you
disrespectful,
have this
bro.
conversation.
Wow,
very egocentric thing that you have going on. You think that
that's
you're very much
crazy.
above reproach. I've actually seen
Sweetheart, at no point have I heard you say that you was wrong about
Like I
everything. You're
said,
perfect.
everybody have listened to this stuff swearing. Everybody's had. That's why.
At
Well, we're
no
gonna leave it
point,
alone though, because
at
everybody
no.
don't is on the wrong part of this thing and think they know what they talking about. And they wasn't here since the beginning of this thing. They
again.
was not here in the beginning of this thing, and they're making judgment on stuff that they don't even know about.
So then,
That's why if you're gonna be in my live, start from the
so
beginning and be in
so
my live, and don't make it seem like I'm over here talking about something that you don't even. That I'm talking about for this whole entire live, not just even just
so
you.
so Kevin.
My thing.
So if people aren't going to be in your live from the beginning, don't invite other people up and only keep the people who were here from the
Okay,
beginning.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about because you. This is the reason why this stuff going this way. But it's, I'm trying to tell. I'm telling people in the panel now. I'm in the chat now because it's like the thing is it's like it's getting an image put. It's getting an image put out, which it wasn't like that if we wasn't even at the beginning. That's why I don't like about people that don't read the freaking room. It's like we painting this image like I was over here talking about women all this time. It wasn't even nowhere like that. It was nowhere like that. And then not by you putting that in there and making it seem like that I'm trying to go against what you saying, and I agree with you what you saying too. But what I'm saying is what you're talking about, whatever. But whatever. I'll let people believe what they believe.
We
It
never
is what it is.
look. We
I'm about
never
to
dis.
I'm about to actually refresh my stuff because this gonna
Look.
irritate. I'm about to go back to my.
Hindsight. We never disagreed with you. All we're saying is that what you added was not part of
It's
what we was talking
irritating.
about. We're not saying that what you said wasn't important. We're not
I
invalidating what
hate
you're
that junk,
saying.
man.
We're just telling you, okay, that what you added took away from the original concept. You changed the narrative, and you don't want to admit that, and
I
it's the truth.
didn't change the narrative.
Okay.
I added to it by saying that that isn't going to fix things.